The Sartious Mage, The Rhythm of Rivalry, Book 1.5. Written by B.T. Narrow. Narrated by Nigel Patterson. Chapter 1. Lies. The little prince tightened his arms around my stomach. It meant either our horse was going too fast for his liking, or he had a question. Since we'd been at the same slow trot for the last few miles, this time it had to be a question. Jack? He always started with my name, even though he spoke to none of the others but me. Yes, Harwin. I kept my tone soft, saying nothing of the 7-year-old's annoying habit of waiting for my answer. It had taken several strange questions before I realized that Harwin didn't know I was only 17, and not 30-something like the rest of the men with us. For one, he'd asked who I was married to, and if her family was rich. The question had made me laugh. Though some men were married by my age, most were of nobility. "Don't you mean Prince Harwin?" His voice rose, suddenly finding courage. I was hoping he would notice that I dropped his precious title. I did it to prove a point. Keeping my hands tight on the reins, I gave a look behind my shoulder. "See that lake we just passed?" "Why don't you call me Prince?" His courage was morphing into annoyance. "I'm explaining that to you. See the lake through all these trees?" I kept my voice patient and pointed behind us. His grip around my stomach switched to one hand as he shifted in the saddle behind me. "Yes, I already saw it before." "That's Lake Mercy. It's in the center of this forest and right between Zav and Goldrum. Do you know what that means?" He shook his head. I could hear his leather riding helmet rattling. The stupid thing was too large, but it was the only one we'd brought. "No," he whimpered. "It means we're in Goldrum now. But you're the Prince of Zav, aren't you?" He grunted. "Just because we're in Goldrum doesn't mean I'm not a prince anymore." "That's right. You're still a prince." I let a short silence calm his budding attitude before continuing. "But Goldrum and Zav aren't getting along too well. Has your father told you?" "He says we're preparing for war." Harwin spoke with the usual pride he had when knowing an answer. "Right again," I said. "If you prefer, I'll still address you as Prince Harwin. However, others here in Goldrum who aren't too pleased with your father may not give you the same courtesy. I just wanted to prepare you for that." Preparation and keeping him informed were a big part of preventing tears. I'd found that out early. He cried the entire first day of this transport, as we were calling it, because no one would talk to him. When he started up again the next morning, one of our men threatened him with a backhand if he didn't shut up. A lot of good that did. The poor child wailed even louder. The big oaf turned to us with a confused shrug, like he'd actually expected his threat to work. The little prince has been riding with me ever since. "Do you understand?" I asked, when he made no reply to my explanation. "I do." He fidgeted in the saddle. "Can I ask my question now?" "You may." His grip tightened even more than before. It could mean only one thing. He was going to ask me something about my darkness. He'd first brought it up 4 days ago, when he was wondering about the other rumors he'd heard of me. I'd given him just a simple yes to his question about the darkness being real, adding no elaboration. I didn't want to scare him after all. Since then, he'd asked about it only twice more, each time squeezing my stomach so hard I felt him pushing into the base of my ribs. I was fairly confident my darkness was the first time he'd heard of unrelenting torment, and it brought forth his morbid curiosity. "Have you always had—" He didn't even want to say its name, the name I'd given it based on the light-devouring black colour it had, no matter what shape it took during my nightmares. "You know." "It?" "Always?" "No, but I knew the next question would be how long I'd had it. I had to think about that. It was hard to remember what life was like before my darkness, but I did remember the first night it attacked. I was 12, I believe, still at my real home with my father and older sister on the farm. Sanal wasn't my birth father, but he'd raised me from the age of 1, so he might as well have been. When I thought of my years on the farm with my father and sister, I remembered work, meals, songs, stories, and, of course, staying up late to cast magic with Sanal. There wasn't a lot of excitement. Sometimes I missed that. Since leaving for the nest at 16 to work with a blacksmith, excitement became unavoidable, finding me like a plague. "I've had it for 5 years," I answered, giving a hint that I wished to say no more. He didn't pick up on my tone. "How did it start?" I inhaled loudly as more memories assailed to me. I found it easier to accept them with a breath than without. Something inside me snapped into place one evening while I was casting. All my spells were working. I remember holding my staff with so much confidence I never wanted to let it go. I even took it to bed with me, falling asleep with my arm wrapped around it. It felt like sliding that last button into place on a new shirt I knew would be my favourite from then on. A chill ran down my neck as I heard myself speak. Isn't that a good feeling? It was, until I fell asleep and had the first of many nightmares that... I stopped myself. It was a bad idea to give more details, to tell him that I awoke most mornings with bruises and cuts from the attack. But I couldn't leave it in the middle of a sentence, otherwise Harwin would whine until I finished, and then his whines would turn to pouts when he heard what I had to say. So I told an innocent lie with a culminating tone. It isn't so terrible. I hate nightmares. Harwin's voice was worried. At first I thought he was sympathizing with me, but then I realized he probably was just hoping he wasn't going to have a nightmare of his own. I found a strange humor in that. If he'd been old enough to realize what really was happening, this transport would be his worst nightmare. But he was still young enough to believe the most ridiculous lies, like that his father, the King of Zav, wanted us to steal his boy from the castle grounds and take him to Goldrum for leverage in this upcoming war. Of course, we didn't explain it like that. We told him we were friends and that his father wanted him to come with us. We listed a few names the prince would recognize, such as his mother, his sister, even his favourite portly chef, who actually was working for the King of Goldrum this whole time by sending information back to our king. I was just a common boy who grew up on a farm, so I didn't know what methods were used by the chef to relay information across hundreds of miles. Nor did I know what sparked this war in the first place. All I knew was magic, and I knew it well. I had my darkness to thank for that. In fact, my magic and my darkness were the only reasons I'd gotten involved in this kidnapping. The 4 other men with us were offered money and nobility, neither of which I cared much about. My prize was something I dreamed of in the rare moments of sleep when my darkness didn't cut open my stomach or rip out my heart or slice off my limbs. My prize for the delivery of the Prince of Zav was the end of all of that. It was the cure to my darkness. A simple little potion was all I needed, or so I was told. I figured my magic ability would be gone along with it, but that was a small price to pay. We were already in Goldrum and would be at the Takari Palace the next day. It seemed too easy. A whistle shattered thoughts. "Jack?" It was our rear man shouting my name, not a good sign. "They picked up our trail!" I turned to find a dozen horseback riders close, maybe 200 yards behind us, and galloping at full speed. My first reflex was to draw the wand on my belt. My second was to worry what that would look like through Harwin's eyes. He started to ask, "Why are there—" "Hold on tight," I interrupted, whipping the horse around so I could find someone to take the prince from my saddle. Harwin gasped from the sudden movement, pulling his arms together around my waist. I gasped as well. The little guy was strong. "Not that tight," I wheezed, but he didn't let up. "I'll take him," a rough-voiced man said. To my dismay, I saw he was the one who'd threatened Harwin the first day. There couldn't have been a worse person to offer. "Give him here. Hurry." He leaned toward Harwin, resting a big arm in the air. I knew the man wouldn't harm the prince, but Harwin didn't know that. The frightened boy leaned away, nearly pulling me off the horse. As I pushed myself back upright, I took a moment to glance at the riders coming to claim their king's son. They were close enough now for us to see the scowls on their faces and the swords in their hands. "Let go, Harwin," I told him. "You'll be safe with him." "I don't want to!" the boy screamed, as Rough Voice scooped an arm around him and snatched him from my saddle. "Lose 'em," Rough Voice ordered me. He kicked his horse to speed off with Harwin under his armpit like a rabbit hanging in the jaws of a wolf, though this rabbit was screaming and flailing about. The rest of our group followed him. I waited, readying myself. It took all my focus to gather enough Sartious energy for the long wall I needed to create. Feeling it enter my body was like drinking hot tea on a cold day, prickling my insides with warmth. But that sensation wouldn't last. The Sartious energy soon begged to be expelled, like an itch calling to be scratched. Being heavy, Sartious energy was impossible to control at long distances, so I had to wait until their horses were just in front of me, when the confusion in their eyes turned to bloodthirst, because they thought surely there was no way I could escape after waiting so long. It was only then that I snapped my wand at the herd of them, discharging all the energy I'd gathered. The wall was the usual translucent emerald green colour of Sartious energy. It was only about the height of a horse, but long enough to stand between two trees that must have been 20 feet apart. It didn't matter that the wall was paper-thin. The horses were scared anyway. They whinnied and stopped suddenly, turning and colliding with each other while flinging their riders from their backs. The wall was far too wide to control for longer than a few seconds, so I let the SE break into a green cloud of mist, which seeped out to blanket the chaos of panicked horses and thrown men. Just from that one spell I was nearly spent. SE was not easy to manipulate, but I was almost done. Now it was time for some heat to send the horses fleeing the other way. Bestial energy was needed for that, and it was much easier to control. When enough had been gathered, I shot a torso-sized fireball from my wand. It burst into the ground just in front of the green cloud of SE. The force of the swirling yellow and orange fireball sent the SE fleeing back the other way, so that it slowly wafted after the dozen horses now storming off to leave their masters behind. I'd never killed anyone, and I didn't plan to either. However, the men chasing after Harwin didn't need to know that. "Next time my fireball won't miss," I threatened, doing well to mask my exhaustion. Of the few who'd picked themselves up already, I found baffled looks across their faces. I figured I would be confounded by what had just happened as well, if I were them. It's not every day you see a young man cast a master-level Sartious spell. I turned my horse to gallop after the rest of my group, my breaths quick and heavy. The wind felt soothing against my sweaty forehead, yet suddenly I couldn't help but think of the attack I was going to get that night from my darkness. The more SE I manipulated during the day, the worse it was at night. To make a Sartious wall 20 feet long was going to cost me. Usually that terrorizing thought would send a chill up my spine, but knowing a cure awaited toughened me. If one more night was all I had to endure, I could handle any attack. Chapter 2. Rage. It was my second time in the Thackeray Palace, the first being when I was suspiciously detained by guards and tossed into the throne room before King Danville Thackeray. That was when he'd explained this kidnapping mission. There were 3 promises the king made then. Prince Harwin wouldn't be harmed, the purpose of taking him was to prevent war, not escalate it, and I would receive the cure to my darkness. When I asked him to put those vows in writing, King Danville burned me with a fierce gaze. I thought he was trying to intimidate me into taking back the request, so I gave him the same look right back. There was no crime in a harsh stare. At least I hoped not. I'd had little experience with nobility. Only after he agreed, and our group of 5 was leaving the palace, did I find out about King Danville's reputation with promises. "Read that contract carefully, Jack," a tall man warned me. "The king keeps all his promises, but sometimes a bit more cleverly than one would expect." Even though I didn't know who he was, there was something about the way this stranger spoke that made me want to trust him. His voice was smooth and confident, like every word was pre-planned. However, his hair was straight and black, covering his forehead and ears like he had something to hide. I found out later that he was Micah Vale, the king's top advisor. I had no idea why he wanted to help me, but I took his advice and read the contract once again, very carefully. With doubts at the ready, I did notice something that I hadn't before. My reward was listed at the bottom of the scroll, and all it said was, "When the mission is complete, Jack Traden will be awarded a remedy to his darkness." When we first spoke, the king made it clear my darkness could be cured with a potion, so I figured that's what the remedy was. But the more I thought about it in the days after speaking with Micah Vale, the more I worried there was something else His Highness had in mind. Now that I was finally about to deliver Prince Harwin to him, my doubts had become so heavy I no longer could convince myself to trust the king as I had before. I even began telling myself I shouldn't have agreed to do this. It put me in an aggressively pessimistic mood, making it hard to be patient as I waited with Harwin in the palace's grand lobby. I hated how magnificent the palace was, even at its entrance. In the centre of the white floor, royal blue marble swirled into the shape of 2 soaring wings, the Thackeray family insignia. 2 curved stairways came down from the second floor, wrapping almost entirely around 4 velvet chairs, 2 of which were being used by Harwin and me. "Jack," he began with my name, as usual. I sighed, holding in a grumble. "Yes, Prince Harwin." "Never mind." He folded his arms, obviously irritated with my sigh. I apologized. It wasn't his fault I was in a bad mood. Everyone else with our group already had been taken to the king for his reward, while I was to wait here with Harwin. I hated waiting when I didn't know how long it would be. Please, what would you like to ask? He kicked his legs back and forth in the velvet seat that was too high for him. I was just wondering, you said my father wanted me to come here, to Goldrum. Is he going to meet me here? I couldn't tell if the little guy was starting to have doubts or still believed everything he'd been told. I couldn't think of what to tell him, but saying nothing probably would have been better than what I revealed. This trip to Goldrum is very important, for not just Zav and your father, but for Goldrum and all its people as well. I moved my hands in a silly rainbow-like motion to emphasize the many thousands of people I was trying to describe. I'm not sure if your father will meet you here, or you'll see him back in Zav. But you being here is going to help a lot of people. You can help us save their lives. I'm not ready. I mean, Father says I'm not ready to fight. Harwin had misunderstood me. He says I'm still too young. You're not here to fight. I stopped myself to choose the next words carefully. I wasn't sure exactly what his father had said to him about this upcoming war. If I told Harwin he was here to stop the war, he probably would ask how, maybe even why. Then there would be no forgiving way to explain that we were using him as leverage until his father moved back his advancing army and agreed to peace. As much as the prince wanted to know the truth, he wasn't ready. To find out it could be weeks, even months, before he saw his father again would devastate him. The deceit would throw him into a fit of rage. Suddenly I realized how similar our situations were. I didn't feel ready for the truth either, in fear it would devastate me. If I was lied to and used like Harwin, I shook my head. I couldn't even think about it without rage already balling my hands into fists. Then how am I going to save lives? His question brought me back. I took a slow breath to let out the anger that had begun to build from my thoughts. Because being the Prince of Zav gives you more power than you could ever wield with a sword. What kind of power? His eyes widened like I was about to reveal a glorious secret. The power to stop a war, I almost said. I wanted to tell him. It felt so right. I was starting to believe he might understand if I explained it correctly. But the sound of 2 guards coming down the stairs stopped me. Come with us, please. One guard lowered his head at Harwin. The boy hopped off his seat. I stood as well. Not you, the guard said, lifting his palm to my chest, even giving me a slight push back into the chair. King Damvel isn't ready to see you yet. As I hadn't been quite on my feet when he pushed me, I fell back into the chair hard, nearly toppling it over. It didn't hurt, but the unnecessary force made me angry. I wanted to take out my wand and send him off his feet with a strong gust of hot bastille wind. The image of his startled face under his steel helmet tumbling backward was tempting to see. That may have been smarter than what I decided to say instead. If the king thinks I'll let him see Harwin without me there, he's mistaken. Sitting beneath the men I was threatening made my words feel petty, so I leaned forward to get off my seat. But before I could even lift my rear, 2 swords were poking into my chest and pushing me into the velvet backrest. You are mistaken, the second guard said, if you think you have any power over when you see the king or who you bring into his throne room. He jabbed his sword another centimetre into me. I noticed a crackling sound and realized it was the rolled-up contract for the cure I'd put in my inner shirt pocket. Either these men hadn't heard of me, or they had and didn't believe the rumours. I wanted to tell them that they were talking to the person whose magic was strong enough to get 5 men into the stables of an enemy castle, where we knowingly found the Prince of Zav for his weekly riding lesson, convinced him to come with us while his riding coach was distracted with horses scared by Bastille heat, and got him out of Zav with master-level Sartious spells to stop those pursuing us. They were talking to the youngest Sartious Mage, the one who thousands of people had come to see when he worked at the greatest blacksmith's forge in the Nest, back when he still thought a reputation was a good thing to have. And they were on the verge of destroying the most important possession he had, the contract for the cure to his darkness. I could feel myself phasing out of my body the more I considered using magic on them. I readied myself to watch the event unfold. But then I noticed Harwin's gaping mouth at the sight of the swords pushing into my chest. The boy was too ready to be traumatized. I held myself back. When the guards left with him, I was thankful I hadn't done anything. I had a bad habit of acting first and planning second. Even now that I had time to think about it, I still didn't know what I would have done after knocking the guards over with bestial wind. I had no idea where the king was, if the cure was with him, and how many men stood in my way. I must have waited nearly an hour before I eventually fell asleep. Luckily, I didn't dream. Sometimes I could sleep half the night before the darkness took shape in a nightmare. I woke to someone shaking my shoulder. "Jack Traden?" "Yes. I'll take you to see the king. Come, and please hurry." I recognized his smooth voice and black hair. Why was he here instead of a guard? "You're Micah Vale, right?" I eyed him curiously as I started following him up the stairs. "You're wondering why the king's top advisor is taking you instead of a guard." He stated it like a fact. Surprise hit my face before I had a chance to decide if I wanted to reveal it or not. Before I thought of something to say, he guessed something else. "You're also curious why I spoke to you about the king's promises before you left to get Prince Harwin." I stopped at the top of the stairs. "So what number am I thinking of?" I asked jokingly. Micah Vale waved me forward. "You should be thinking of 2, you and me. I'm your friend, Jack, and friends like me are important to keep." There was an unsettling silence as he waited for 2 guards to pass us. We were walking down a long hallway with floors of the same white marble as the lobby. I wondered why the Thackeray family would need such an enormous palace. We passed many closed doors, and I thought I heard voices among other indiscernible sounds from behind them. I kept expecting Micah to say more, but I was beginning to realize he was comfortable leaving his statement cryptic. I wasn't, though. "And why do you wish to be my friend?" I asked. "I don't wish to be your friend," he corrected me with a smile. "I am your friend." He turned his gaze back to the hall just as we came to another flight of stairs. "Whether you like it or not." "You have a strange concept of friendship." I kept my tone cheerful. Although I was confused, I had to agree that he seemed like an important friend to keep. When we reached the throne room, I realized my new friend had somehow escorted me the whole way without ever explaining anything at all. He took his place to the right of the king, standing with his wrists crossed. My stomach twisted when I met eyes with King Danville Thackeray. He held no smile. Even with his indifferent expression, though, I still felt that his face was fatherly, with his combed grey hair puffing out from his crown and his small, concerned eyes. Like the other Thackeray's, his skin was the golden brown of bronze. It even looked as if a touch of oil might have been wiped across his arms, for they glistened while sitting on the armrests of his throne. It was this fatherly face that I'd always thought of when I wanted to trust him, when I wanted to believe he wouldn't deceive me. But I was void of trust now, as I stood silently and waited for him to speak. My doubts had crushed all optimism. Chapter 3. King's Promise. Danville Thackeray first gave an obvious look to the side wall, where 10 guards stood like statues. "You did well, Jack. Harwin still doesn't even know the real reason he's here." The king's voice had an accent of nobility, with a fluffiness to each word, as if he was about to laugh at me for not speaking the same way. "You won't harm him, right?" "No. I keep my promises." I couldn't help but give a look to Micah Vale while the king paused for a sip from his gold chalice. Micah's head was lowered slightly, as if alluding to something. The way his eyes moved between the king and me gave me a sense he was trying to show me he knew what the king was about to say, but I still had no clue what it was. "Why are you here?" Danville asked me. I felt my head snap back from the silly question. "You know I'm here for the cure to my darkness." He took another sip. "I think you're here for more than that." He spoke slowly, with a cadence like he had more to say. "No, just that," I blurted, trying to speed this up. He let out a disapproving grunt, obviously unhappy to have his dramatic speech interrupted. I didn't care. Why didn't he just give me the cure? I took out the contract and held it awkwardly, unsure if I should approach him. "The contract," I said softly. A guard came from the wall, took it from my hand, and walked it to King Danville. "What are these holes?" the king asked in disgust. "It's actually one hole," I pointed awkwardly, "but it was rolled up when that hole was made." I felt like I was on trial. I didn't understand why. I was just there to pick up my reward, and hopefully see Harwin one more time before I left to make sure he was safe. "Why are you so eager to lose your magic ability?" the king asked. This time he continued quickly, not giving me the chance to speak. I think you don't realize your full potential. Have you thought about how much good you can do before you're cured of this darkness you speak of?" His hand fluttered about as if he was talking about a small grievance. It made me realize he still had no idea how terrible my darkness was. More importantly, it meant he probably thought he could offer me something else. "You may have just single-handedly stopped a war," he continued. "Don't you wish to continue to help your king?" I folded my arms, grazing a finger over the wand on my belt. "Yes, but don't I deserve what I was promised?" "It seems a little selfish, don't you think?" "Selfish?" I didn't like where this conversation was going. "I know what you're trying to do, but there's nothing I want more than the cure." "Nothing?" Danville replied with a raised eyebrow. "You can't be sure about that until you hear what I have to offer." Damn my curiosity. I knew he could see it in my face. He gave a wry smile. There was nothing in the world I wanted more than my cure, but that didn't mean I'd thought of everything obtainable in the world. "What are you offering me instead?" I finally asked. "You grew up on a farm somewhere near the Nest, correct?" I nodded hesitantly. "What does every farmer want more than anything?" "Control over the weather," I shrugged. The corner of his mouth folded. "Besides that—" Micah leaned over to the king to hold a watch in front of him. "Yes, I see," the king said quietly. He made an impatient rolling gesture toward me with his open hand. "What do farmers want? Get it out." "Not having to pay taxes," I guessed again. Sannel often complained about never knowing how much he would be charged when the taxman showed up. But if the king was going to offer money, I was prepared to laugh. Danville gave a discouraging sigh and took another sip from his chalice. "The issue here is that you don't know what's best for you," he said coldly. "You think all you need is the cure to one issue." He raised a finger. "But once that issue is solved, you'll have many others that are even worse." Hot anger surged through me. How could he speak like that about my darkness, like he understood it in the least? But I knew this conversation would be over the moment I erupted, so I said nothing. "I can see you think I'm wrong." He showed an annoyed glance to Micah standing beside his throne. "The boy doesn't trust his king." Micah looked down toward the ruler with a curious smile and said, "Trust is an intriguing thing." "What do you mean by that?" The king's question was hurried, but his face held curiosity. "For some, trust is fragile, difficult to create, and easily broken. For others, trust is firmly grounded, easy to set, and nearly impossible to move." Micah stood upright, his wrists never unfolding. His eyes shifted toward me. "But I think Jeck's trust is like mine, my king." "And how is that?" Danville had wide eyes. "A block of stone," Micah said. "You hammer away at it with a chisel until it's finally shaped into a beautiful statue, everlasting." He produced a warm smile for the king, and then looked back toward me with a nod so subtle I couldn't even be sure I'd seen it. His words and expressions were seamless. I wondered if they'd been rehearsed even. "Very good," the king said, now with a grin of his own. He leaned back and looked at me through the bottoms of his eyes. "You'll learn to trust me. After you calm yourself and realize what I have to offer is far better, then you'll see I have your best interests at heart. Then, when I have more time, we can discuss methods of curing this darkness without you losing your magic ability." It had taken so long to get his offer, my curiosity already had faded. "And what is it that you have to offer?" I figured the best way out of this charade was to hear his poisonous alternative and then politely choose the cure. "This is what you want." He raised a finger with each item he listed. "Money, land, power, and the opportunity to help the good people of your realm." He pushed out his hand. 4 things, all of which I can give you with one simple yes from you." I was too skeptical to be intrigued and too tired to pretend otherwise. I let my mouth and eyes rest flat. "Before I go any further, I'm going to make one demand," the king said in a scolding tone. "You can say only one more word. This has already gone on too long, and your attitude has been far from respectful." It looked like my building anger was shared by Danville. His fist was balled, the other squeezed tightly around his chalice. "Now, I think it's fate that you happened to come back on the same day as my daughter Lysander's wedding. What more perfect way to conclude this than with a double wedding? It took half a year to set up Lysander's nuptials, and more money than I wish to mention. It would simply be a small ceremony for you and my other daughter Jessend, and all would be done. I already know my daughters would love to be married under the same ceremony. They'd planned for it in the past, before Jesson's unfortunate luck with the other men she was to marry. We can discuss my other plans for you when it's done. I was too annoyed to hide my disinterest, giving a loud sigh. I didn't share the same dream that most others did. I had no interest in marrying a princess. How would that help me with my darkness? Not to mention it was Jesson he was offering, and all I knew about her was what he'd just said. She'd had unfortunate luck with the other men she was to marry. Not man, but men. I didn't like the sound of that. His other plans felt more like a burden than an opportunity as well, like when travelling merchants have the perfect thing for you after you've already told them you aren't interested in the first item they offered. If it's the perfect thing for me, why not lead with it? Danval's face twisted at the sound of my sigh. They're both 16 and very beautiful. His voice was getting more argumentative, now at the point of lecturing. Here's the best part for you. He leaned toward me. Once you're married, in addition to the money and the land you'll gain, my team of chemists will find a way to cure your darkness while making sure your magic ability does not wane. They just need more time, Jack. Your darkness will still be cured, as I promised. He leaned back and folded his arms. Even the richest men would say yes to that opportunity. I don't see how you couldn't. I felt myself shaking my head. I didn't trust any of it. I didn't trust that my darkness could ever be cured without losing my magic ability. I didn't trust his chemists. I didn't trust him. And I certainly didn't feel right about him offering his daughter to me like some sort of prize. Rage pumped hard, pressing my teeth tightly against each other. I knew I should just politely decline, but I wanted to curse at him instead. I wanted to scream that his daughters shouldn't be used to buy his way out of a promise. I compromised and said something in between. No, just give me the cure you promised. A mistake. I realized so when he jumped to his feet. I had shouted it and pointed. Another mistake. Horror took me as the king ripped the contract in half. It felt like I was watching Harwin's throat being slit. Danval slapped his chalice from his armrest. I said one more word. Now you get nothing. His fingers shot toward me, just as mine had been aimed at him. Guards! Get him out of here, he bellowed, his face now stained scarlet. Where is it? I screamed, with more desperation than I wished to reveal. At some point I'd drawn my wand, now aiming it at the king. I'm not leaving without my cure! My teeth were clenched harder than my fingers around my wand. Rage had assumed control. The guards crept toward me hesitantly. Put down the wand, a guard's voice behind me said. Turning toward him, I was reminded of the two guards blocking the door I'd forgotten about. It also made me realize that these guards didn't know a mage at my level no longer needed a wand. Yes, it helped with many spells, but I was willing to trade that for the element of surprise. I knew I just had to conceal my rage for a few seconds for my plan to work. I'm putting my wand down and leaving. I let it drop, or I tried to. My hand wouldn't let go. I could feel my plan changing then and there. That's the thing about rage. It's volatile and consuming, making me unpredictable, even to myself. No, I'm keeping it, I decided. Let it go, another told me. They were closing in with swords pointed at my chest. I focused to draw in hot Bastial energy from the room. The guards were ripe with it, and had little to no control over what I did with it. My chest and stomach itched to use the newfound energy as it tingled inside me. In the span of a breath, I let it explode from my hands in all directions. It was enough to knock them off their feet, and that's when I kicked open the door and rushed out, leaving a smoky green trail of Sartious energy behind me to cloud their vision. "Stop him!" Danval shouted as I ran. I wondered which way to go while I sprinted down the hall. Doors were in every direction, and I knew what was behind none of them. I wanted the cure and Harwin before I left. If the king didn't follow through with his promise for the cure, he probably wouldn't with his promise to keep Harwin safe either. He had to be saved. Where was I now? At a flight of stairs leading down. I looked over the twisting balcony. 3 new guards were walking up casually, obviously still not aware of Danval Thackeray's order to stop me, but they would be soon. The whole Thackeray palace would be soon. I didn't want to go that way. I twisted the doorknob of the nearest door. Locked. I tried the next. Open. Thankfully, I had the wits to leave a trail of SE. They wouldn't know which door I'd gone in, but there weren't that many to try. The room I'd chosen probably wasn't the best choice. It had one other exit, and perhaps exit wasn't the right word, as all I appeared to be looking at were 6 tall windows, side by side. They gave view to a wide walkway that led to another part of the palace. I threw a chair through one of the windows and leapt out after it. Only then did I realize this walkway was on the second story, overlooking a massive garden that was twice the size of my farm back home. As I ran across the walkway over the garden, I noticed there were hundreds of people mingling, some dancing to music, and then I recognized the song. I didn't know the name, but it usually was played before a wedding. One of the king's daughters was getting married, I remembered. It must be happening there. Could I somehow use that to get my cure? No, not important then. Someone started singing with one of the worst voices I've ever heard. It was too loud not to notice, like a hyena with a broken leg. There was a door to the building ahead, making me realize there was probably a door to the room I'd just left as well. The king wasn't going to like that I'd broken one of his windows for no reason, but the thought just made me more eager not to get caught. I checked behind me as I pulled open the door. A torrent of guards was flooding into the walkway. In a frantic scramble, I dragged a small wooden table behind me as I hustled through the room and threw open the next door. I left the table there in the doorway and set it on fire with a quick blast of Bastille and Sartious energy mixed through my wand. The floors in every room were either stone or marble, so I wasn't worried about burning the entire place down. Voices of doubt were starting to hammer away at my rage, especially because I was heavily winded from the sprinting and the spells. When I nearly fell down a set of spiraling steps, I decided I needed to hide somewhere to regain my stamina. I approached a bend in a wide hallway, but a buzz of chatter coming around the bend stopped me. I took a quick look around the corner. An entourage of women were following a young lady in white while she gave orders. They didn't seem to see me before I retracted my head, but they would as soon as they made the turn. There was nowhere else to go but through them or back the way I'd come. So I jumped into the nearest room. Its door already was open, and I closed it after me. A lock! The door had a lock. But even before I could turn to see what kind of room it was, someone was jiggling the handle from the other side. "Why is this locked?" It was a girl's voice, deep and thick with a noble accent. "Who has the key?" I flipped around to find a place to hide. "Hurry now," said the same voice, now heavy with annoyance. "Unlock this door." The room wasn't very large, though still bigger than any one room in my farmhouse. It seemed to be a dressing room. There were 2 mirrors, each taller than me, mounted onto a massive wardrobe. The rest of the room was more of a storage place for maybe 200 extravagant dresses, hung along a series of metal bars strung from wall to wall. "Here it is, Lady Lysander," a soft-spoken servant said. I wiggled through to the back row of dresses, finding the tallest one and squeezing between it and the wall. "Don't hand it to me! Open it! Prince Varthfaro will be touching my hands soon. Wouldn't it be wise not to dirty them with that filthy metal?" "Very wise," a few voices answered while the key rattled into the hole. The door opened. I heard footsteps enter. "Leave me alone," Lysander Thackeray ordered them with contempt. "They're expecting you shortly, my lady," one responded. "They've waited this long for the wedding, they can wait a little longer. Don't huddle around the door, and don't come in. I'll be out when I'm ready." "Yes, my lady," they answered in unison. The door shut hard. She turned the lock. Sudden silence made the noise of my breath sound deafening. Chapter 4. Dressing Room. Unless she needed a dress from the back, I was well hidden behind the wall of expensive fabric. I wondered how much all these dresses had cost. Yelling at the king, pointing my wand at him, using magic without permission, fleeing from guards, and setting a fire within the palace, this one room was surely worth well more than my life after all I'd done. I peeked over the dresses to see what Lysander was doing. She had both palms on the wardrobe, her head limply hung. She was whispering to herself. I strained to listen, but couldn't hear her. A knock at the door stopped her conversation with herself, but she kept her head pointed toward the ground as she shouted, "I said to leave me alone!" "It's Jessend," a similar deep voice spoke from the other side. "Let me in. No one else is out here. Don't worry." Lysander took a relieved breath before turning and unlatching the door. Neither princess spoke until the door was closed and locked. "Has my husband started singing?" Lysander asked. The twins had the shimmering brown skin of their father, although far more of Lysander's could be seen in her immaculate white dress that draped from the tops of her breasts and puddled at the floor. "Yes, it's even worse than before," Jessend answered. Lysander gasped. "That can't be possible." I didn't think so either. They shared a short laugh and then a long hug. "I know why you're in here." Jessend spoke as if she knew Lysander was about to do something bad. Lysander turned back to the wardrobe without a response. "Want me to help you move it?" Jessamond asked. "No, I couldn't do that to Father." "Why else would you come in here?" Jessamond walked to the wardrobe, opened it, fished around inside, and then gave a grunt. I heard some sort of murmur from the other side of the wall. "Don't," Lysander said half-heartedly. Jessamond came out of the wardrobe and closed it. "Already done." She wiped her hands together. "I'll tell anyone who asks that you'll just be a moment. If you don't show up, I'll have no idea why." She shrugged dramatically. "I will marry him. I will do it for Father and for this coming war," Lysander said proudly. "I didn't say you wouldn't." "I'm going to do it, Jessamond. Has Father told you whether or not you'll be married today as well?" "I received a message from him just before I came in." Besides their near black hair, bronze skin, and expensive dresses, there was no more I could see from where I stood. I was quite curious about Jessamond. How could I not be when I'd been offered a marriage to her just recently? I wondered what she was going to say about me. My potential husband threatened Father with his wand, knocked down the guards with bastille energy, and now is loose somewhere in the palace. "Sounds like the perfect man for you," Lysander teased. "You joke, but I'd take the wild farm boy over a noble hyena." I was so shocked that she'd used the same analogy as me that I almost laughed. Jessamond didn't seem so bad for a princess. I wondered what it would be like if I walked out from between the dresses and said, "Your wild farm boy is here." I'd get to one knee and bow my head. Of course I was joking with myself. I didn't want that. Even if I did, they'd scream, and next thing I knew I would be in the dungeon with no cure, no Harwin, and no life outside a cell for many years. I'd made the right decision not to marry. Yes, she was pretty, they both were, but beauty fades. Without a cure, my darkness would last forever. "Not me," Lysander told her sister softly. "And my noble hyena awaits, if you wouldn't mind telling them I'll be ready soon." Jessamond gave Lysander a kiss on the cheek. "Happy or dead, I'd rather be both than neither. Do you remember this line?" Lysander nodded. "The first man you were to marry." Both of them sighed in harmony. "He was no hyena, and definitely not a farm boy," Jessamond said with deep remorse. "Definitely not," Lysander agreed with the same gloom. Then she snapped her head up and clapped her hands in a short burst of 3. "You must go. I need some time." "Happy or dead. Remember that." "I will." Someone started knocking just as Jessamond turned to the door. Without hesitation, she unlocked it, pulled it open, stepped out and closed it firmly behind her and shouted, "What are you guards doing here?" Guards? Not good. My pulse quickened. "Pardon us, Lady Jessamond. Have you seen a man of 17, tan skin, blue eyes, brown hair, medium height and weight? He would be wearing commoner's clothing, a buttoned shirt and worn pants, both brown." I looked down at myself. I had on my best pair of pants. They hardly were worn compared to my other pairs. "You mean the dangerous Sartious Mage who was almost going to be my husband?" There was no reply. Lysander had slowly shifted toward the door. Now she was leaning an ear against it. Jessamond spoke again. "Well, isn't that the man you speak of?" "Yes, my lady." "Don't you think that would have been a bad idea?" Her tone was rhetorical. It's not my place to say whether the king's decisions are good or bad." "But aren't you required to answer my questions?" "I am, my lady." "What is the answer, then?" "I'm not sure, my lady." Lysander appeared to have heard enough. She paced to the wardrobe at the other end of the room. "You're useless," Jessamond said. "The man I almost married isn't here. Go look somewhere else." "Yes, my lady." After a quick glimpse in the mirror to check her hair, Lysander frantically grabbed the edges of the wardrobe and started pulling it away from the wall with a series of grunts. At first it seemed she was trying to topple it, but then I noticed the small wheels on its bottom as she peeled its edge away from the wall. The petite princess was far stronger than she looked. She was at least half a foot shorter than me, yet the wardrobe was beyond my height. The moment she stopped, she hurried toward the gap she created between the wardrobe and the wall and squeezed herself in. Then I waited. When I heard nothing for a few breaths, I realized she wasn't simply hiding like a child. She'd gone somewhere. There must be a tunnel behind the wardrobe. Now was the time to get out of this room, I realized. I could return and leave through the same tunnel when I found the cure and Harwin. I started to push my way out, but the sound of a knock on the door froze me between rows of dresses. "Lysander?" It was Micah Vale's smooth voice. Jessamond and the guards must have left, for I heard no one else but him. Lysander, are you in there? He quickly unlocked the door, pushed it open, walked inside, and locked it behind him. I thought not. He spoke too loud to be muttering to himself. It frightened me. Did he know I was there? How long has she been gone? He turned toward me. My stomach swallowed my heart. How long has she been gone, Jack? I stepped out from behind the dresses shamefully. She just left. You saw me? He tilted his head and rolled his lips. It was clear he didn't think my question was even worth answering. Before he could say anything, I asked a better question. Where's my cure? It felt wrong to raise my wand at him, so I didn't, but I was ready to if he didn't answer. Hear that? He pointed a thumb toward the shifted wardrobe. I may have heard footsteps, but couldn't be sure. She's coming back. Take this. He closed my hand around a small leather pouch. When she gets here, let me have a quick word, then come out and blow it into her face. I looked into the pouch. It was some kind of white powder. He shoved me behind the dresses, and I almost spilled it. Don't breathe it in, he whispered. Lysander gasped when she squeezed back through the opening to find Micah waiting for her. I was just looking, she said quickly. I wasn't planning to leave. It's fine, Lysander, he spoke forgivingly. Everyone's waiting. Your father is sorry he couldn't see you earlier, but he's ready now. Are you? His question was asked slowly. I had the dust ready and prepared myself to leap out. She took a long, shaky breath before answering. I'm not sure. She spun toward me as I bolted at her. I blew the dust into her face before she uttered more than a startled gasp. She started to cough and slowly sank to the ground. Micah pretended to look shocked. What are you doing here? He demanded in a convincing voice. What did you just do to Lysander? He snapped his fingers in front of the princess, who now was puddled against a wall. When her eyes didn't open, his face switched back to the calm demeanour he'd worn before. You want your cure? That's it. He pointed at her. I stared at her limp body, wondering what in the bastille stars he could mean. Her? She'll be your ransom. Take her. We're running out of time. The urgency in his voice put a fire in my legs, bouncing them back and forth as I motioned toward her and away from her. I still couldn't believe it. Her? Take her! Get out of here! Use the tunnel! The last thing I wanted was to kidnap an annoying princess. What would I do with her? Harwin was easy. Lysander surely wouldn't be. Why don't you just give me the cure if you're so interested in helping? I can't get you the cure. I don't have time to explain. The king will be here any moment. You need to leave, now. Then get me Harwin, not her. Harwin's been moved. I felt my face contort with dismay. Micah threw his palms out. Don't worry, he's fine. This is your only option unless you want to leave with nothing. But what am I supposed to do with her? Maybe Micah knew something I didn't. It sure seemed like it. Whatever you were planning, if it had been Harwin. I assume you were going to hide him somewhere safe and set up a trade for the cure through a messenger? It sounded like Micah had planned this out more than I had. I was just going to leave with the cure and Harwin if I could. I hadn't thought of what to do with Harwin afterward, especially if I didn't have the cure with me. My father always said I wasn't much of a planner. Why are you doing this? I was close to trusting him. No, never mind that. I was only close to believing him, but I wanted at least a little information first, a reason he was helping me. He called us friends earlier. Why? Someone pounded on the door. The king's voice came through and pushed the air out of me like a punch to the stomach. Lysander, are you in there? Everyone's waiting. Did Micah Vale come by? No time, Micah told me with fury in his eyes. With the king on the other side, I was going out through the tunnel anyway. I figured taking Lysander would be better than nothing. I bent down to scoop her up, but Micah grabbed my shoulder. Once you leave the tunnel, you'll find Goreng, he whispered. The king was shouting something now, but I was too intent on listening to Micah to hear it. Tell him the washboard is rigid. Now, hit me. He pointed to his cheek. I could hear the king clearly now. Will one of you idiots get the key to this door? The pounding became louder. Hit me, Micah repeated through a furious whisper. Hard, he demanded. I'd never hit anyone before. I curled my fist and struck him on the corner of his cheek. It hurt. I shook my hand and winced. By his determined face, it seemed to be more painful for me than for him. Good. Now the dream dust. Hurry. I handed the pouch to him with the remaining white dust. He pushed it back to me and gave his eyes a quick roll. "No! Blow it in my face. Keep the rest. I'll tell the king you forced it from me when I drew it to use on you. Make sure to shut the secret door behind you and hurry through the tunnel. You should have a day before every guard in the nest knows to look for you. Try to get out of the city before then." I nodded, faced him, and drew a quick breath with a clump of dream dust waiting in my hand. "Wait," he stopped me. "Don't drink the tea. Trust me on that more than anything." He pointed intently at my face. "Don't drink the tea." The king was shouting, "Get me the key to this door! I hear voices inside!" I blew the dust into his face and held my breath as I bent and then hoisted Lysander over my shoulder. I heard the sounds of a key being wiggled into its slot. "Wrong one!" the king shouted. I couldn't get through the small space between the wardrobe and the wall that Lysander had squeezed through earlier. She was far thinner than me. I pulled hard on the wardrobe. The damn thing was heavy. I could barely move it, yet this little princess draped over my shoulder had gotten it open on her own. I definitely wasn't looking forward to her waking up. I squeezed through on my second try and pulled it shut after me. I heard a latching sound that must have been related to the lever Jacint had pulled earlier within the wardrobe. The tunnel was made of stone and was blacker than the deepest well. Luckily, using Bastille energy for light was a minimal effort. I pushed it through my wand to create a yellow glow and hurried down the only path in front of me. I realized I'd better have the princess bound before she awoke, though I had no idea how long that would be. However long it was, I was sure it wasn't long enough. Chapter 5. Goreng and Giant. I truly hoped there would be some sign she was waking up before she was fully conscious and ready to rebel. I checked on her a few times as I carried her, but she never moved nor made a sound. As light as Lysander was, she was still far heavier than Harwin. By the time I got to the end of the long tunnel, my back was burning. I had her over my shoulder at first, but I couldn't move quickly that way. When she almost slipped off at one point, I transferred her limp body to my front so I could carry her with both arms, one under her knees and the other under her back. I realized how silly it must have looked, a dirty farm boy carrying the princess like a bride while she was clad in a wedding dress, but I was in too serious of a mood to find any humour in it. There was a metal wheel on the door that I couldn't turn with Lysander strewn across my arms, so I set her down on the stone floor and gave it another attempt. The door popped open with such a creak it seemed as if it had been years since it had moved. I peeked out to find a patch of grass that led to a cliff overlooking the city. To my left was the palace wall and tall rocks, which meant there was only one way to go, to the right. I took Lysander in my arms again and stepped onto the grass. I knew she couldn't have gotten heavier, but it definitely felt that way. I needed a horse if this was going to work. I kicked the door shut, but it just bounced back open. I tried again. The same result. I gave a discouraging sigh and set Lysander down on the grass. I shut the door a third time, twisting the identical metal wheel I found on its outside to keep it shut. When it was nice and tight, I turned back, and Lysander was gone. What the Bastille stars? My first thought was that she'd been faking, waiting for her chance to escape. I ran after her, only to find she hadn't moved herself, but had been taken by a giant of a man. He was jogging away from me. I wasn't even sure he saw me. He had the princess wrapped between his arms and chest. Her sleeping head hung over his shoulder, bouncing back and forth with each long stride. The way he carried her was awkward, like how a small boy would try to transport a dog half his size. "Hey!" I shouted after him. "Who are you? Where are you taking her? What are you going to do with her? Did you even see I was here?" Those were the questions I wanted to ask, but only that one word came out before he was too far to hear more. He didn't turn around. Half the questions were answered when I saw the canopy he was jogging toward. A little man with arms folded was waiting for him. And by little, I mean very little. He couldn't have stood taller than my chest. "Giant, does she belong to you?" the little man asked with a scolding tone. "Ugh," Giant replied in a deep voice that seemed devoid of intelligence. "No," the little man answered for him. "Put her down on the bed. Gently." I caught up as Giant laid her down on a wide mattress, sitting directly on the grass. The canopy gave shade to it along with the rest of the small camp, which had a fire pit and a table with 2 chairs blackened from bad weather. "Is one of you Goreng?" I asked, hoping it was the little man, not the one 2 heads taller than me, who seemed difficult to understand. "Yes." Thankfully, it was the smaller of the two who answered. "Do you have a passcode, young man?" "The washboard is rigid," Micah Vale told me to say. Yes, I'd like to think so, tumbling into our home so suddenly. And is that Lysander Thackeray, unconscious, in a wedding dress? Yeah, never mind. He shook his hands at me. I don't want to know. The less I know, the better. You have a horse? I asked, walking over to Lysander. Giant stood in front of me. When I got close, he picked me up by my armpits and swung me around as if I were a child. "Put me down!" I yelled. "Giant! You know better than that," Goreng chided him with the same tone as before. Giant set me down by the fire pit, where a tea kettle hung on a bar over an open flame. He put me a little too close to the surrounding rocks, forcing me to jump the other way from the heat. "You have a horse?" I asked again, cautiously walking back toward the mattress with an eye on Giant. "I'm being pursued, so I'm in a hurry." Yes, I was getting to that." The first yes was a bit slow, like he was still considering what to say next as he uttered it. The second one was quick, stuck to the word after it. "Please leave the girl, for now," Goreng continued. "Do us all a favour and get that lever." He pointed to the long palace wall that had extended down the path with me. There was a rusty lever poking out from a small slit. I hurried over and tried to move it, but it wouldn't budge. Goreng spoke to Giant as I struggled. "The young man needs help." Giddy with excitement, Giant ran toward me with a clap of his hands for every step he took. "It seems to be stuck," I tried to explain, but he may not have even heard me. He threw me out of the way with a quick brush of his arm and pulled the lever just as easily as he'd lifted me earlier. I heard the sound of shifting stone with it. "Now that same tunnel will lead them north instead of south," Goreng said with a wide smile. "That'll give us much more time." "Us? Are you and Giant coming with me?" The idea wasn't bad, especially given that Giant could carry Lysander far easier than I could. No, my brother and I are staying here. I just meant it'll give us more time before you have to leave." His brother? I looked back and forth at them. Besides their blonde hair, there wasn't one other similarity. Even their hair only shared a colour. Goreng's was short and flat, Giant's was wild and wavy, some falling over his face, the rest sticking out. Yes, we're brothers. I know it's hard to believe. He got size and strength. I got, well, everything else, including all the responsibility. A thought seemed to strike him. "Oh, I almost forgot to offer you tea. It's been a while since we had a visitor. Yes, this will be very exciting. Please, you must sit and have some tea." "Don't drink the tea," Micah Vale had warned me. "I'm in a hurry," I tried to tell Goreng. I gave Lysander a glance. She hadn't moved. "They always are. But before I lend you my horse, you must entertain me. Just a few questions. Please sit. It'll only be a moment." He hopped over to the tea kettle. I looked around for the horse, but couldn't find it. The area behind his camp had a well and a cluster of trees. I figured the horse was somewhere behind them, but the chances of running off with Lysander to steal the horse was slim. He did say it would be only a few questions. I sat on the side of the table that let me keep an eye on the princess. While Goreng placed cups on the table and sprinkled some ground-up plant into them, Giant danced around him like a dog seeing his food delivered. "Careful, Giant," Goreng exclaimed. "This kettle is very hot." Giant stopped moving and resorted to clapping with a deep giggle. When Goreng finished pouring, he looked at me with a wry grin. "Giant and I love tea. We drink it every day." I was thirsty, and it smelled wonderful, but I felt it was wise to trust Micah. The way the brothers looked at their steaming cups, if eyes could drool, made me a bit nervous about what kind of tea it was. Goreng blew on Giant's full cup for him, testing it with his finger every so often. "It's ready," Goreng announced. He and Giant held their cups in the air. Goreng motioned for me to do so as well. Giant held his cup still and giggled as Goreng's and my cup clinked into his. I set it down without a taste while the brothers took a long sip. They leaned back to howl, slapping their legs and clenching their teeth in perfect unison. I gave another glance to Lysander, still sleeping, thankfully. At least it certainly seemed that way. I was ready to jump from my chair if I noticed the slightest movement. "Now," Goreng said, 2 questions each, 2 honest answers, and then you can borrow Bam, our lovely horse. You start. Ask me a question." Giant had left the table with his cup of tea, dancing, make that stumbling, around us as he hummed an unrecognizable tune. My first question came easy. Why is Micah Vale helping me? He's probably helping more than just you, Goreng answered without a moment of thought. If Lysander is involved, he probably has a plan for her, too. He has a plan for everyone. My turn. Oh, let me think. He took another sip of tea, squeezing his eyes shut while he swallowed. He leaned back to howl, slapping his leg when he was done. His eyes wandered frantically, stopping on Lysander. What is one thing you like about Lysander, and one thing you don't? I don't even know her. That makes it more fun, he said, with a mellow voice, winking at me. I had no idea what he was implying, if anything. I tried to think of something to say, ignoring that he had given me 2 questions. I like her hair. Yes, it's lovely. So dark and sleek. And I don't like her name. Her name? He seemed confused. Lysander Thackeray? Why not? The truth was I didn't mind her name, just as I didn't think much of her hair. What I really wanted to know more about was the horse. It's too long, I lied. He squinted his eyes at me. You're making this up. Now you have to re-answer the question, and there will be 3 questions instead of 2. I sighed and took more time to think as I stared at her body. I like that she's short and thin. That has helped greatly so far, and will continue to do so in the future. Giant interrupted my thoughts by rushing over and pounding on the table with a deep giggle. Some of my tea jumped from the cup. Careful, Goreng warned him, but Giant was gone as quick as he'd come, stumbling over to one of the wooden legs of the canopy. He stopped to have what looked like a conversation with it. Continue, Goreng told me with a smile. His eyes seemed to be aimed at me, but looking at something else besides my face, as if he could see through me. I don't like that Lysander was about to abandon her own wedding, I said. If she was having doubts, she should have said something. Yes, but there's something you must know about Thackeray girls. Goreng climbed on the table, crawling on his hands and knees to get closer to me. He whispered, Often their weddings are not up to them. He looked around nervously before crawling backward and finding his chair with his feet, sinking down onto it. I realized how true Goreng's statement was when I remembered the way King Danful had offered his daughter Jessamine to me. Even a pet wouldn't have been given up so freely. That's 1 question each. Goreng twiddled his fingers on the table. Your turn. The next question was just as easy to come up with as the first. It was something I'd been wondering the moment I'd started down the secret tunnel. How long does dream dust last? I let my eyes rest on Lysander as I waited for an answer. A few hours. My turn. Goreng swallowed the last gulp of his tea. He whipped his head around with closed eyes and clenched teeth. Again he hollered and slapped his knee. I must compliment myself. This is one of the better brews I've made. So my question is, why aren't you drinking the tea? I felt a nervous dry gulp as I looked into my cup. I decided to check for the horse one more time. No, it wasn't in sight. I don't want any. Is that a lie? Goreng tilted his head at me. You're holding back something. Tell me what it is, or it'll be 4 questions before you get to Rydbam. Micah Vale told me not to drink the tea, I decided to admit. Goreng nodded his head sadly. I had a feeling. That man's sense of fun is truly underdeveloped. Here, take these. Goreng threw a small pouch of crackers toward me. Careful with those. Only eat them if you're on the cliff of boredom and about to jump. Pocketing them, but having no idea what he meant, I asked, What'll they do? He climbed on the table once again, this time just to drag my cup of tea over to his side. The same thing as the tea, he said, struggling back into his seat. They'll turn that cliff into a river, rushing you through rapids where you'll find yourself in a land of monkeys and cactuses. He looked past my shoulder, painting an image with his hands. Then the cactus will yell at you until you help the monkey with his quest. But don't help the monkey. He pointed at me with serious alarm. Not unless he gives you the passcode. He put his hands over his face. Yes. I do believe I've had too much tea. Giant came galloping around the table, mimicking horse sounds as he circled us. I'd had enough and decided to test my luck. Goring, I need that horse! Goring! Goring! Can you hear me? He took his palms off his eyes. Look! He pointed at Giant. Giant has brought Bam out for you. Giant was still riding around us on an invisible horse. There's no horse there. Where's your horse? That's not my horse? He rubbed his eyes. Bam is a good horse. He always comes back home when he's no longer needed. I stood, desperate to get out of there. And where exactly is his home? Around the corner. Goring laughed. Yes, he's just right around the corner. No one knows how close he is, but there is a code, or he won't let you on his back. He took a sip of my tea, letting out just a small howl this time. I looked toward the palace wall. It became a corner about 30 yards down, turning out of sight. I figured the horse must be on the other side. What's the code? You must whisper this into his ear. Your eyes hold the beauty of the sun, and your legs match its power. That couldn't be right. I knew horses. Some of them learned a few words, but a phrase that long? No way that would be necessary. I thanked Goring, then jogged over to hoist Lysander over my shoulder, making my way around the corner. Bam was a beautiful brown horse, strong and ageless. He was tied to a trough, and seemed to regard me with a nervous curiosity as I approached. "Hello, Bam," I said with a soft voice. "You're lovely." He didn't take to my compliment, sputtering and shimmying away from me when I tried to put Lysander on the saddle on his back. I decided to try the ridiculous line Goring had given me. Your eyes hold the beauty of the sun, and your legs match its power. I stepped closer to try putting Lysander on him once again, but he whinnied and moved away. Then I remembered that Goring had told me to whisper it. I shook my head in disbelief that I was even going to try it, but I decided it couldn't hurt. I whispered the line. Bam whinnied once again when I was done. With Lysander still over my shoulder, I positioned myself near the saddle. Complete shock came over me when I balanced the princess on Bam, and he didn't move. I hurried to untie Bam's rope, adjusted Lysander upright, and climbed on the saddle behind her. I pulled the reins between her arms and let her rest against my chest so I could look over her. When I realized how absurd it would be for others to see Lysander Tuckery in her wedding dress, asleep on a horse with a dirty farm boy, I hesitated. What was going to happen when people saw me? Could I even make it out of the nest? Definitely not before she woke up. The Tuckery Palace was in the center of the nest, and the city extended from it 10 miles in each direction. South was what I wanted. Goring had explained that to me, and I believed him. But before I left, I took the time to bind Lysander to me with SE by creating a ring of it around our waists. At least then she wouldn't fall off if I needed Bam to break into a gallop. Now I just needed a plan to make her less conspicuous. That wedding dress needed to come off, but I had nothing to replace it, and no money either. I couldn't stay here any longer. The farther I could get from the palace before she awoke, the better. I started south, figuring I would come up with a plan my usual way, in the moment. Chapter 6. Awake. "Congratulations!" yelled a man, the first person to see us. It startled me into giving Bam a kick to speed off. Only after we were out of sight did I realize he thought we'd been married. It was something I'd never even considered. How could he think that? He must not have recognized the princess or seen my clothes very well. He probably only saw Lysander's shimmering dress. The stupid thing stood out like a white chicken in a muddy pigsty. I had to find something else for her to wear. Heading south, the roads were dusty with dry dirt, the houses were sparse, and there were no solicitors of any kind. But that didn't last long enough. Soon I was headed into crowds every direction I went. "Look, Mother! It's Lysander Tuckery!" a little girl shouted. Again I gave Bam a kick to rush by them. I found my eyes meeting the mother's in a silent stare. She took her daughter's shoulders and pointed her the other way, saying something I couldn't understand and giving me one last cautious look. I figured if the daughter knew Lysander, the mother probably must as well. I knew that whatever look that was, it couldn't have been good. It served to remind me that word of my kidnapping couldn't have reached too far from the palace yet, but it surely would soon. News like that spread quicker than the most contagious illness, for no one is immune to the curiosity of a juicy rumor. I came into a cluster of houses, all touching sides with each other. The road twisted through them. I had the next part of my plan figured out by then. Avoid people, get as far south as I could, find something else for Lysander to wear, and make sure her hands were bound before she woke up. I didn't want to deal with the strength I'd seen when she'd moved that massive wardrobe. The hardest part was getting different clothes for Lysander. I still had no idea what I was looking for. Even if I had the money, it wasn't as if I could simply ride up to a tailor's shop with an unconscious princess on my horse and ask for something that might fit her. "The Sartious Mage is stealing the princess, for they're in love!" It was a man with a lute. He'd stopped playing to bellow the sight he saw. This was the first person to recognize me. It wasn't so easy to escape this time. The roads were narrowing and more crowded with people on foot. When the lute player shouted, a few others turned and gasped. A man with a round stomach tried to stop me by standing in front of Bam. "Is the princess sleeping?" He peered closely at her. "What's that around her waist?" I slipped my arm around her stomach to hide the Sartious ring. Meanwhile, I tried to force Bam around the heavy man, but the horse reared up instead. It startled the man so that he stumbled back and fell. I gave Bam a kick to speed off. There were even more people around the next turn. I navigated through them as best I could, but some had to jump out of the way to avoid being trampled. I came to an alleyway between houses and eagerly turned Bam down its path. It twisted left and right. The sounds of shocked people quieted behind me the farther I went. It was only then that I realized how lucky I was that no guard had found me yet. Soon every guard in the nest would be searching for me. I needed to be less conspicuous. The horse was no longer the best method of transportation, I sadly knew. I looked around as I went for something, anything, I could use to cover Lysander, knowing I would be on foot very shortly. The winding alleyway forked a few times. One way led me to a small nook that people obviously had used as a place to dispose of unwanted possessions. There were rotted planks of wood, cracked barrels, and some sort of bunched-up sheet in the corner. That should work. With the help of my wand and some minor concentration, I turned the Sartious ring that was holding Lysander to me into dust. I swung my leg to climb off Bam, sliding Lysander off next. I sat her against a wall and glanced around to tie Bam to the nearest thing I could find. There was a boarded cellar door attached to the side of a building. I took a quick look inside the one window nearest to me to find that the building obviously was abandoned. Many empty bottles and even more broken ones were scattered along tables. I wrapped Bam's rope around the handle to the cellar door, gave the princess one more glimpse, she hadn't moved, and then eagerly investigated the bunched-up sheet I'd seen earlier. It was an ugly blue-grey colour, dirty and soaked from rain. The material was very rough, so much so that it must have been used as a tarp, not a bedsheet. Careful not to touch my clothes with its dripping mud, I straightened it to get a better look. It was riddled with tears and small holes, but I didn't care. It was just what I needed. The sheet was far too wide and tall, so I ripped off a few ends where there were already long tears. I tried to shake it to remove at least some of its grime, but it didn't do much good. Just from handling it the little I did, my hands were covered in filth. I brought it over to Lysander and stood her up, holding her against me to keep her on her feet. It wasn't an easy process, wrapping the tarp around her. I eventually found it easier to lay her down on the tarp and roll her body instead. I covered her shoulders to her knees, wrapping the tarp around her 3 times in total. Her arms were stuck inside of it. The last step was to keep it from unwrapping. I used leftover strips from the original to tie around her, making her look like a packaged gift of some kind. A filthy, clumsily packaged gift made by a child who'd fallen in a mud puddle while trying to deliver it. With her lying on the ground, I tested the knots a few more times. She started moving her mouth. She let out a soft moan before her eyes opened. I frantically untied the bandana around my neck, shoved it into her mouth, and tied the other end around the back of her head. The sun was low, but still managed to find our nook. It gave a glisten to the light brown colour of Lysander's eyes as they peeled open. It was the first time I'd really noticed her face. Her nose was perky but soft on the edges. Her cheeks and chin were the same way, subtly pronounced. "Lysander, my name is Jack Traden. You're in the nest and safe. You'll remain safe and unharmed as long as you cooperate. Right now, I have a gag in your mouth." "It's sweaty," Lysander interrupted, making a sour face. She was still on the ground with me kneeling over her, unsuccessfully trying to sit up. "What?" "It's sweaty," she repeated. "Oh yes, it's very sweaty. 6 days without a wash. It's probably some other things as well." She groaned and muttered something unintelligible. "What?" She thrashed in a moment of annoyance, blatantly looked down at herself, then back at me. "The tarp?" She nodded, giving it another look with anger burning in her eyes. Yes, it's very disgusting, but I had to cover your wedding dress. This time the thrashing was quite violent. She even screamed. Luckily, it was heavily muffled by the gag. It wasn't a scream of fear, but of pure anger, matching the look on her face. You ruined it! That's what she cared about? That I'd ruined her wedding dress? Aren't you wondering who I am and what I'm doing with you? She thrashed again, looking right at me as she muttered something I had no hope of understanding. It certainly wasn't a question, though. It sounded more like an insult by the tone of it. I waited for her to calm down. It would be dumb to think I was safe here, but I did feel that the odds of someone stumbling upon us were quite low. It was worth extra time to explain the situation while I could. I needed her cooperation to make this work. There were two rumours I'd heard about the Tackeries. One was that they always had money with them. I would see about that later. The other was that they never lied. It already seemed that King Danville had proved that wrong about himself, but it was still to be tested for Lysander. If I remove the gag, will you scream? I asked. She'd given up trying to sit up. Now completely supine, she closed her eyes with defeat and nodded at me. I put her head on my lap to untie the knot. Her hair was thick and so close to black I had to squint to see the brown in it. I slowly pulled my bandana from her mouth, ready to shove it back in the moment I heard anything louder than a whisper. She said nothing, breathing quickly like her breath had been held. Finally she uttered, "Get me out of this disgusting tarp." I didn't respond. "Now," she said quietly, with a look of such blatant contempt. I couldn't believe she could be so demanding in her current position. I looked at her incredulously. "Don't raise your eyebrows at me! Get me out! Now!" She was so assertive I almost found myself reaching to untie it. Almost. "The tarp stays on, unless you have the coin for new clothes." I hadn't seen a purse on her, but ladies like Princess Lysander were known to be secretive in the way they carried money. She humphed and turned away from me. "So this is about money? It sure is a stupid way to get it. My father will have you killed for this." I noticed again how deep her voice was. It gave her a robust sound, rich and melodic, especially with her lively accent. "This isn't about money," I said plainly. "Then what? Why did you take me?" Her eyes widened. "You were in the dressing room. I remember now. You were spying on me. You're nothing but a low-life reprobate. If you touch me—" "I have no interest in you," I quickly stopped her. "Your father promised me something but didn't deliver. Now I'm going to trade you for it." She rolled her eyes. "You're delusional. My father keeps his promises." It hadn't even crossed my mind that she might not believe me. I'd even envisioned her sympathizing once I'd explained it. Everyone understands the feeling of a broken promise. At least that's what I'd figured. Actually, if anyone had gone through life without feeling the crushing disappointment of a shattered expectation, it was probably a princess. "It's true," I explained. "He promised me a cure, but wouldn't give it to me once I did what he asked. Instead, he tried to—" "I don't care! I don't believe you. Take me home now, and I may ask for lenience when they decide your punishment." "I'm not taking you back until I know the cure will be given to me." "Cure? Are you sick? Get away from me!" She tried to wiggle the other way. "It's not like that." I sighed and stood up to pace around. This was going nowhere. I realized the problem was that I was actually listening to her and responding, as if I could convince her to cooperate through logic. But logic was lost on this one. It reminded me how much I missed Harwin. I hoped he was somewhere safe and not frightened. She still was wiggling on the ground while she berated me through closed teeth. "Do you know how much my dress cost?" I didn't want to know. I was trying to think about more important things. Could I get her on the horse again and test my luck? No, I couldn't have gone more than a few miles, and I had too many more to go. I was sure to be seen by a guard before I got much farther. I was right the first time. I would need to take her on foot. Unfortunately, that meant we were going to have to spend the night somewhere before we got out of the city. Micah Vale, the king's advisor, had warned me against it, but I didn't see an alternative. "Are you listening? It's worth more than your life." "Quiet, I'm trying to think." She gasped, muttering something under her breath. I looked at her and noticed the bottom of the wedding gown falling below the top. It would need to be cut. I decided to try a different technique than my first one. It was time to get assertive and hurry this along. "I don't think you realize that you're the captive." I gave her a glare. She stopped wiggling. "I'm kidnapping you, but if you stay quiet and cooperate, you'll be back home soon." I continued before she had a chance to respond. "Now, I see that your dress is too long for the top. It needs to be cut. Do you have a knife? A dumb question, I realized right away. I'd been on too much of a roll to stop myself before it came out. You would be dead right now if I did, she snapped back coldly. I ignored her. The fabric looks soft. I think I can tear it. I knelt down. Fine, rip it. It's already ruined anyway. Now we're getting somewhere, I thought, ripping the end of the dress off. Your face and hair are still too clean and... I was going to say pretty or perhaps perfect, but the compliment would have felt strange. I caught myself before it slipped out. I was merely trying to point out that she still looked too much like a princess when I needed her to look like a commoner. Well, we're going to have to dirty you up. I wiped my hands on her tarp, but she recoiled from me when I brought them toward her face. No, no, no! She squirmed back. I easily walked after her and got her with a few good wipes across her cheeks and forehead first. No! Ugh, it's disgusting! Stop! Ugh, oh, don't touch me! I accidentally grazed her lip, and she immediately started spitting. I rubbed the last of it in her hair while she was distracted. There we go, I said with a breath of relief. There was nothing princess left about her. I hardly recognized her even. I'm even dirtier than you now. Oh, she pouted. It's so disgusting. She tried to take her hands out of the tarp, thrashing about as she twisted. Suddenly she screamed. I shoved the bandana back in her mouth and tied its other end behind her head. Discouraged, I sat down beside her and wiped my hands on my pants. You told me you wouldn't scream. Now you get the gag. She pouted some more, but at least there were no tears. I hate your man. And you're going to wear it until I believe you'll cooperate. I want to stand. She pushed herself off the ground as far as she could. Help me stand. I figured she was asking to stand. Hesitant to touch her dirty tarp, I kept away from her as best I could while I wrapped my hands around her petite body and lifted her to her feet. To my surprise, she nudged me with her shoulder and started into a sprint. She managed to run several steps before losing her balance and falling. She wiggled violently on the ground in an attempt to get back on her feet, but was unsuccessful. Then the screaming started again, of course muffled by my sweaty bandana. I shook my head in frustration. I missed Harwin. Chapter 7. Thigh Purse. I stood over her with my arms folded. I'm going to give you one more chance to cooperate, I told her. If you yell or try to run, the gag will stay in permanently, and you'll remain bound to me by Sartious energy. I took out my wand and squatted to wiggle it in front of her face. It's you! Her eyes seemed to hold recognition. I untied the bandana. She finished what she wanted to say. You're that farm boy who almost married my sister. You're the Sartious Mage. Jack Traden, as I mentioned. Are you finally ready to cooperate? If you take this tarp off me. Finally, her voice didn't have the same demanding tone, although it was still far from pleading. I wanted to work with her instead of against her so badly that again I considered it for just a moment, but I decided otherwise. If I had anything to replace it, I would. With your coin, we could buy some clothing and even sleep in an inn. She sighed loudly. Fine. Will you stand me up? How rude of you to leave a lady lying on the ground. I helped her up once again. Now, where's your purse? I asked. Why don't you pay? It's your fault I'm out here. I don't have any money with me, I answered. Otherwise I would. You probably don't have any money at all by the look of your clothes. What was wrong with my clothes? It was the second time their quality had been brought up, but they really weren't that bad. Sure, they stood out in comparison to an immaculate wedding gown, but a trip through the southern end of the city would easily demonstrate how much worse clothes could be. There were many who wore what I would call rags because of their rips and stains. Perhaps the people in the palace hadn't seen true poverty. I figured that must be it. This was no time for a lesson, though. Instead, I said, it doesn't matter how much money I have. The fact is, I have none with me. Unless you want to stay in that tarp and sleep outside, we're going to need that purse. Now, where is it? She scowled. Only if we visit an inn with a place to bathe. A quick bath did sound wonderful, and it was her coin anyway. I promise we will. If you want me to cooperate, you won't make promises without keeping them. I intend to. You will have a bath. She pushed her dirty face toward mine, straining her neck to look up at me. I took a step back, only because I didn't want the mud on her tarp to touch me. She stepped after me, stopping only when I did. Her eyes were menacing, like she gladly would pull a knife if she could. Lysandre was so close I felt her breath against my chin when she spoke. If you're lying to me about the bath, you'll pay for it. I will not remain in this filth. I'd never seen someone take cleanliness so seriously. It was somewhat startling, but also made me realize I could use that to keep her cooperating. You'll receive new clothes, have a bath, and sleep in a bed, your own bed. Although she'd be bound to it, I decided not to mention. I promise these things. Fine. I rolled up my sleeve and squatted near her. Now, where's this purse of yours? Why are you doing that? Get away from me! She stumbled backward, nearly falling. Bam whinnied. He'd seemed as interested by our whole exchange until now. I figured he was just as hungry and thirsty as me. I walked over to untie him so he could return to Gorring's. Get it yourself, then, I told her, as I undid Bam's rope. I'm trying. She shifted her shoulders to move her arms somewhere, her face clenching. I turned my focus to finish with Bam's rope, petted his mane, and said goodbye as he trotted off. Why did you just do that? Lysander asked. Her tone was more curious than anything else. We'd be too conspicuous on him. We're going on foot the rest of the way. When Bam turned a corner, I looked back at Lysander. She was still struggling to reach for her purse, wherever it was. Can you get it? I asked. She let out a frustrated growl. I can't reach it. I rolled up my sleeve and came toward her. Tell me where it is. She tried to kick at me, but the tarp constricted her knees, making her look more like she was trying to dance than fend me off. You're not reaching your hands into my tarp. I stopped. So, you would rather sleep outside without a bath? I would rather you fashion this thing so my arms can come out. No, I like it as it is. I folded my arms as patiently as I could. I was so eager to start moving I barely could keep my tone indifferent, but she needed to know who was in charge. We weren't moving until I knew we were ready. If I couldn't get the purse out now, there was certainly no chance once we were out in public. I'm about to start looking for it myself if you don't tell me where it is. It's a thigh purse, you worthless runt, and I won't have your hands running up my legs. Silence fell upon us. I bit my lip, knowing full well I was going to get that purse whether she liked it or not. I was just trying to figure out how to word it. Well, I'm okay with sleeping outside, I said, but I'm going to have to gag you again when that time comes. Her eyes widened. No, not the gag. I knew her revulsion toward my sweaty bandana was the only reason she wasn't screaming at that moment. So, what's your choice? I asked. She gritted her teeth. I could tell she was thinking about screaming. She tried to force her way out of the tarp as she spoke. My choice is that you take me back to the palace. Her voice rose as she continued. And then I want you to die for this. This was supposed to be my wedding day, you pile of pig shit! She seemed startled by her own words. Sudden remorse crossed her face. Oh, was that your first time swearing? I was half joking, but it seemed to be the truth by her expression. See what you made me do? And on my wedding day! She slumped over, yet the tarp mostly kept her upright. Only her head pointed toward the ground. This has got to be the worst wedding day anyone's ever had, she pouted. I doubted that, but there was no point arguing about it. I really didn't have the patience to deal with this any longer. The sun was setting soon. I wanted to get her some clothes and walk a mile or two before we found an inn. Otherwise, we would have to spend another night in the city tomorrow. That was something I wanted to avoid at all costs. I started toward her. I'm going for that purse now. Lysander kicked at me. You will not touch me. She waddled away. Be still and I won't touch you. I held out my hands cautiously as I approached. She stopped, as did I. Only after a long examining stare did she speak. Do you promise not to do anything scandalous? I promise. At least not on purpose. I knelt down in front of her, but waited for her blessing to reach my hand in. For some reason, it reminded me of the first time I'd milked a cow. I couldn't have been older than 6, but I still remember the strange mixture of excitement and trepidation when I sat on the stool and reached my hand underneath her while I listened to Sunil's instructions. It's on the left, the princess whispered, pushing her legs together so that I could fit my hand between her leg and the tarp. How far up is it? I began reaching my hand under the tarp. Far, she said, even quieter now. No, she stopped me. It's on the other side. You said left. Yes, my left. I rolled my eyes, withdrew my hand, and started up the other side. I might touch your leg accidentally. My wrist was in the tarp by then. I already could feel her warmth, even though I hadn't touched her. Then my hand grazed her knee. I quickly apologized, but she made no sound. Soon enough, I found it, a small leather pouch similar to the one in my pocket with the crackers Goreng gave me. I wasn't sure why I'd kept them, as I had no intention to consume hallucinogens, but it seemed even more pointless to get rid of them. I tugged on the purse. It won't come loose. It's latched on the other side. What do you mean, the other side? I mean on the other side. It's wrapped around my thigh and latched with a small hook. It was hard to make eye contact with her from my position, but I wanted to see her face to make sure I understood this correctly. My whole arm was up inside her top. I was on both knees, nearly pressed against her. I pulled my neck back and strained my eyes as high as they could go. "The latch is against your inner thigh?" I asked. "Yes, you vile reprobate. That's why I didn't want to do this." I took a long breath to ready myself. "Right, are you ready? This might get a little awkward." "It's already awkward. Just hurry up." I traced my finger along the band to her inner thigh. "Jack?" "What?" I stopped and strained to look at her. "Don't do anything stupid. I know it's probably your sick dream to have your hand up my dress, but you'll regret it if you so much as graze something you're not supposed to." I couldn't believe her audacity, especially with my hand where it was. I thought most girls in her position would be too embarrassed or frightened to speak, but here she was making threats and insulting me. I brought my fingers over to the other side of her thigh. She spread her legs as far as she could under the tarp, which wasn't very far. I tried not to focus on the skin of her other leg that my knuckle was grazing as I fiddled with the latch. I tried not to show how nervous I was when I couldn't get it. I especially didn't mean to realize how smooth her skin was. Finally, I felt the purse come loose. It fell to the ground with a satisfying clink. I picked it up and stood. "It had to be a thigh purse," I muttered after a deep breath. "I'm getting hungry," she replied nonchalantly. "Great." Chapter 8. Scream. "Why is everyone turning away from me?" Lysander asked, keeping her voice low. "They think you're mad dressed like that. Wouldn't you turn away from someone looking like you do?" The mud streaked across her face and hair was a bit too obvious, especially matched with her soiled tarp. There was no one even close to being as filthy as she was. She'd been so immaculate before, I felt I had to do something drastic. But looking at her now, it seemed as if I'd gone too far in the other direction. I took the bandana from my neck and brought it toward her. "No!" She whipped her head away. "You said no more gag if I cooperate." "I'm going to clean some of that mud from your face. You stand out more than I'd like right now." She apprehensively leaned back toward me. Her large eyes looked for something to rest upon besides my face, while I wiped off her cheeks and forehead. I noticed there was some dirt caked into the long eyelash on her left eye. I shook out my bandana, trying to scrape off the mud it had collected. Then I told her to shut her eyes. She did. "Are you starting to realize how stupid it was to rub dirt in my face?" I carefully wiped the crumbs of dirt from her eyelash. "I'll admit I went too far, although part of that was because you were squirming away from me." We walked south for about an hour, looking for a dress to purchase. She had plenty of money, not that I planned to waste it on anything extravagant. It took some time, but we found a market buzzing with activity. There were solicitors behind wooden stands with fruit, meat, eggs, woven blankets, silverware, and more. Eventually, we came to a whole building dedicated to nothing but tunics. It was amazing. Well, I was amazed by it, as it was the first time I'd been in a building designed for the sale of one type of item. Lysander wasn't impressed. "You can't expect me to wear any of these," she complained. The shopkeeper ran over to us the moment he saw Lysander. "You're covered in dirt! Don't touch anything!" She turned to him with a tight face. "How dare you? Do you know who I am?" "Bad, bad, bad!" She lapsed into her princess voice. It was so quick, it seemed as if it was more of a reflex than anything else. In fact, the moment she finished speaking, her face loosened again and her eyes met mine. She looked to have surprised herself. The shopkeeper looked to me as well. "Is she right in the head?" "I apologize for that. We'll be sure not to soil anything that we aren't ready to purchase." I pulled her purse from my pocket and gave it a shake. It wasn't the most humble motion, but it got the job done. He nodded and went back behind his desk. I folded my arms and looked at her, saying nothing. "I didn't tell him, did I?" she asked rhetorically with a hint of spite. The corner of her mouth folded. Her lips were puffy, especially the middle of her top lip. It seemed to accentuate the movements of her mouth, making the slightest adjustment seem monumental. "It's not like you would believe me anyway." She turned away from my glaring face. "That's true," I admitted. It was one of the reasons I wasn't alarmed. Until word spread about Lysander's kidnapping, no one would consider a dirty girl wrapped in a tarp to be a princess. Goring had told me that the switch giant pulled had changed the tunnel from the wardrobe to lead north instead of south. Most of the king's efforts would be focused there first, giving me some time before those in the south knew of Lysander's disappearance. But I knew I had to be out of the city soon. News would flood over the nest, and there was sure to be a reward for stopping me. "All these dresses are of poor quality," Lysander complained. "They're fine. My sister wears something like this often." I pulled down a green countrywoman's tunic with grey arms and hood. "But I'm not an ugly farm girl." That one stung a little, but I didn't let it show. "We're taking it." I started toward the shopkeeper. "It's too long. Did you even check that?" I stopped and held it in front of her. "It's not nearly as long as your wedding dress was earlier." She sighed. "You don't know anything about dresses." Too impatient to look around for anything else, I decided to get it. "We'll take this one," I announced. "A lovely choice," the shopkeeper replied. "Fine, get it," Lysander said. "But don't complain when I'm tripping trying to keep up with you." Wisely, Lysander decided not to change until she'd bathed. Her skin underneath the tarp was probably just as dirty as the tarp itself. We found an inn rather quickly, as there was one near the market, but there was still time left in the day, so I made the princess walk another mile instead. She didn't like that at all. After giving me an earful, she switched to complaining about being hungry and dirty, and then eventually about me taking her from the palace. But it died down when I told her we'd retire at the next inn we found. Only if it had a bath, I reassured her. I was eager for a bath as well. 6 days was too long, even for a farm boy like me. A few times I caught her scrunching her cheeks awkwardly as we walked. When I asked, she told me her face itched. I offered to scratch it for her, and she gave me a look like I'd just said something stupid. We didn't talk for the rest of the way. The inn we found was a modest one-story. A woman was scrubbing tables while another shuffled across the floor with a broom. At the sight of Lysander, the one with the broom stopped and squinted before cautiously coming over. "Do you have baths here?" I asked. "We do," the woman replied. It was clear she was trying to keep her eyes off Lysander, but wanted to stare at the same time. "Would you like a room as well? We have one available." "Yes, that would be—" "I am Lysander Thackeray, daughter of King Danvell Thackeray," the princess burst out. "I demand this man beside me be arrested for kidnapping me." My shock was so overwhelming I was frozen solid. How long had she planned this? Or did she just see these women and make a quick judgment call that they would believe her? Was it possible these women would believe her? I glanced at each of them. The one scrubbing tables had stopped to stare curiously. The one in front of us had a look of worry. "Call the guards! What are you waiting for?" Lysander yelled. "Will you quiet that crazy girl?" the woman in front of me pleaded in a loud whisper. "We have sleeping guests." "I'm not crazy! Help me!" Lysander raised her voice. "Get her out of here," the woman pointed to the door. "Leave, now." "Come on." Unwilling to touch her top, I put my hand on the back of her neck and pushed her toward the door. "Why don't you believe me?" Her question was meek. She knew she'd lost, and we both knew what was next. The moment we were outside, she begged, "Please, don't gag me." I didn't untie the bandana from my neck just yet, only because I was worried she would scream the moment I went for it. Part of me also knew that wearing a dirty tarp made her look crazy, but a gagged girl in a tarp would make me look suspicious. Crazy was the only thing working for me so far. She needed some sort of punishment, though, otherwise she would do it again. The first thing that came to mind was a physical punishment, but I couldn't even bring myself to consider it wholeheartedly. With my hand still on her neck, I started walking south as I wondered what else I could do. I let go of her when it was clear she was intent on walking beside me. Her stride in the tarp had always been meagre, but with night settling upon us and both of us famished, her pace was even slower than usual. I realized what the punishment was then. "Thanks to that scene you made, we have to find another inn." I spoke with my coldest voice. We walked the better part of 100 steps before she spoke. "You're not going to gag me?" "How hungry are you?" I asked. "Starving." "How thirsty are you?" Extremely. How tired are you? On the verge of passing out? How much worse could things be right now? She took a slow breath to think. Not much worse, I guess. Then I'll save the threat of the gag for when it's more useful. She kept her head forward, but turned subtly to look from the side of her eye. I could tell she was trying to study my face without me noticing. "What will you do if I do that again?" she whispered. "Is that something you're planning?" I would have turned to her with a scowl, but I was too tired. "No," she answered in a defeated voice. We walked a whole mile, each too exhausted to argue. She did say one thing, actually, not that I replied. She told me that her feet hurt. I looked at her shoes, possibly for the first time. They must have been the same shoes she'd planned to wear at her wedding. They seemed closer to slippers than shoes, made from flexible leather dyed white. More of her foot was showing than the shoe itself. They were definitely not meant for walking long distances. When I finally saw an inn, I was more worried than relieved, because if it didn't have a place to bathe, that wouldn't stop me from renting a room. That meant my promise would be broken, something I'd hoped to avoid. But we needed food, water, and sleep. If she didn't understand that, too bad. She'd ruined her chance to bathe in the last inn with her demand for my arrest. I could feel both devastation and relief building as I opened the door to the inn. One of them would overcome me depending on whether there was a bathing room. Lysander must have felt the same way. We were in the same situation after all, though by the look on her face it seemed as if she felt more optimistic than I did. "What the bastille hell is she wearing?" The innkeeper spotted us and rushed over before I got a good look around. I half expected Lysander to give him a sharp retort, but instead her face fell to the floorboards. I ignored the question. "We're very tired and have had a terrible day," I said as an excuse to speed things along. "The sooner we can have a bath, a meal, and a bed, the better. I'm hoping you can offer each of these things." I shook the purse of coins. It felt awkward to show off money like that, but from our appearance it seemed necessary. The innkeeper had a small face with a pointy nose. His wide mouth straightened in consideration. With only a few table lamps to light the room, his eyes were just as dark as Lysander's hair. "It's quite late," he said. "I can promise you a bath and a room, but let me speak to the cook about a meal." A bath! I was so relieved my hunger was forgotten for a breath. But a thought stifled my excitement. How would I make sure Lysander wouldn't take advantage of the privacy during a bath to escape? I had an idea, although she wasn't going to like it. "Thank you," I told the innkeeper. He hurried off to the kitchen. Lysander desperately wanted to sit. I could see it on her face as she stared at an empty chair ahead of us. We said nothing as we waited for the innkeeper to return, simply stood and shifted weight from one foot to the other. "You're in luck," the innkeeper told us. "We have some leftover potatoes and bacon, but both will be quite crispy upon their second heating." Lysander pouted softly, obviously hoping for a better meal. "That would be great," I answered. "We would like to bathe first, if you don't mind." I wasn't about to take off Lysander's tarp until she was ready to change into the tunic. That wedding gown would be too conspicuous. "Certainly. 2 baths?" the innkeeper asked hesitantly, giving Lysander a curious tilt of his head. He clearly wanted her to bathe before she touched a bed or really anything in his inn. "Yes, in the same room, please," I said, revealing my plan to keep Lysander from escaping. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her jaw drop. "So I suppose you'll be sharing a bed as well?" he asked. "If we could share a room with 2 beds, that would be ideal," I told him. Earlier, I'd made the promise of her own bed, mostly because there was no reason to subject her to sharing one with me. With my darkness, I wasn't the best person to sleep beside. But I couldn't give her what she wanted in terms of a bath. Privacy was too risky. She could slip out of a window or turn some object into a weapon and conceal it. Separate baths in the same room was the only option. The innkeeper nodded. "It'll be just a moment." He left us. "You're a vile reprobate after all," Lysander said. "If you think I'll undress in front of you, you're wrong." "There's usually a clothing line strewn across the bathing room for drying clothes," I explained. "We'll hang the tarp on it with our baths on either side for some privacy." "And what's to stop you from simply walking over to my side?" She glared at me presumptuously. "Do you want another promise?" I shrugged. "What choice do you have, anyway?" "I could scream." "You could." I folded my arms. "And then we'll be sleeping outside with no bath, no food, and no water. And, oh yes, you'll be gagged the whole night." She growled and turned away from me. I'll take the promise, then. With some relief, I said, I promise to give you as much privacy as I can. I won't make any attempt to see anything to look at you when... I couldn't figure out how to word it without sounding like a reprobate. To see you naked, I concluded. Nor will you do anything disreputable in the bedroom. She scrunched her nose. Disreputable? Surprised by the way she worded it, I smiled by accident. I promise. Her stare was so cold my smile immediately soured. We remained silent until the innkeeper returned. All set, towels, soap, warm water, everything you need. I paid him what he requested for the baths, meal, and bedroom. It was about half of what we had left. As tired and dirty as I was, we didn't have the time for a long bath or a full night's rest. I needed to be out of the city as soon as possible. For all I knew, guards had begun searching every building in the nest. We had to hurry. Chapter 9. Bath. With no arms, Lysander needed my help taking off the tarp. It wasn't easy undoing all the knots. I realized it would be faster to manipulate the Sartious energy in my wand and around us to make a small razor. That way I could just cut the strips of rough cloth. But I didn't have the fortitude required for the advanced spell, not without food or rest. Manipulating SE was similar to sprinting while trying to lift a mountain with your mind, both physically and mentally tiring at the same time, and that was just the start of the process. After grabbing hold of the energy, moving it was even more difficult. But worst of all was shaping it into something. Heavy concentration was needed to pack the SE against itself in order to create sturdy objects. And the more time it took to handle the SE, the longer it felt like sprinting. Many people didn't have enough mental focus to control SE because they were too distracted by the physical toll of manipulating it. This was why mages skilled with the green energy were so rare. But I always had a knack of concentrating better when my body was in use. In fact, it was often hard for me to develop complex ideas otherwise. That's why my best plans were created in the moment. Though in the case of Lysander, I still had no clue how I was going to trade her for the cure. I figured the plan would come once I got her out of the city. There was an audible peeling sound when I removed the last layer of the tarp from Lysander's body. Her immaculate white dress wasn't even white anymore. Some parts of it could be considered off-white, maybe tan, but most of it was brown. There were black spots where dirt had clumped together in places where her dress had bunched up, like around her waist and under her breasts. I remember her skin having a golden brown tint like bronze, but it was not that way now. Mud brown would be more accurate. She turned away from me the moment the top was off, yet her gown only started around her shoulder blades, leaving much of her back still exposed to me. I could see that her neck was soiled by a mixture of dark streaks of mud. As she wiped it from her arms and shoulders, her hair bounced around the top of her back, some strands sticking to her skin. I felt pity as well as guilt. I hung the tarp from the clothing line between our baths. As in most inns, we'd each been given towels, a barrel of hot water, a small bar of soap, a little bucket for dumping the water onto ourselves, and a wooden tub for collecting the used water, or whatever else we wanted to do with it. Some people liked to pour the entire barrel of water into the tub and soak there for a while, but I didn't have the time. Lysander threw her new tunic over the clothing line soon after the tarp was up. A breath later, the room was completely silent. I didn't wish to undress until I heard her doing the same. The door was on my side of the tarp, but she could still run for it the moment I took off my clothes. I figured the best defense to that was to make sure we were both naked at the same time. "You promise you're not going to come to my side?" she asked. "Yes." "Then why are you waiting for me to undress?" "I don't want you waiting for me to undress so you can run for the door," I admitted. "And don't think I won't chase after you if you do, no matter how little I have on." It was quiet again except for the sound of breathing and weight shifting. I'd noticed that she always preferred moving to standing completely still. She was continually rubbing her shoe on some mark on the ground or along a crack in the floorboard. The tarp on the clothing line between us hung too low to see her feet, but I could hear them doing their usual prodding. "Why don't you just wait outside?" Lysander asked. "I want to bathe as well." "But it won't kill me to be dirty, which seems to be the case for you," I wanted to say. After a few more petty questions, I finally heard her dress drop to the floor, and then the sound of water being scooped and poured. I hurried to start as well. Cleaning my body with the warm water was not nearly as relaxing as it usually was. I didn't know why I thought it would be. We both rushed to clean ourselves as quickly as possible, saying nothing throughout. As much as she didn't want me to see her, I didn't want her to see me either. Most of that was because of all the cuts across my chest and back, with bruises scattered between them. It was a startling sight for the unprepared eye. With plenty of unsullied water to spare, I cleaned my clothes as well. I didn't have a washboard, so it was not as thorough as I would have liked, but they still were clean enough for me to look forward to putting them on again. There was little worse than the feeling of taking a bath and then dressing in filthy clothing. I used Bastille heat to dry my underwear and white undershirt, but the rest of my clothes would have to dry during the night. Although Bastille energy was 100 times easier to manipulate than Sartious, it took a lot of heat to dry clothes, and I didn't have the stamina to dry the rest. I wrapped the long towel around my body, ready to get to the potatoes and bacon. "Are you almost done?" I asked Lysander from my side of the tarp. I could hear her drying herself. "Yes, but will you leave me for a moment?" "Why?" "I need to do something." "What?" I could hear her sigh. "Something private." "Not unless you tell me what it is." "I have to use the chamber pot." Her voice was shrill. "And I'd rather you not be in the room. Bathing was bad enough with you here. Just give me a few minutes." I'd looked around the room earlier. There was nothing she could use as a weapon or to escape. There was a window, but it was small and too high to climb through. I figured a little trust between us could only help. "Sure," I said, and left. Outside, the innkeeper found me hovering around the door. "Ready for dinner?" He had a sly grin. Must have thought using the word dinner at this time of night would be humorous. I was too exhausted for humor. "Yes," I nodded with a fake smile. "Now I remember how I know you." The innkeeper ran his thumb along his chin. "You're that Sartious Mage. Jack Traden, right?" I didn't want a conversation. I was trying to listen to Lysander on the other side of the door. She couldn't reach the window, but who knew what else she had in mind? She might throw something through it to collect some broken glass for a weapon, or rip a piece of wood off the tub. I'd made it seem like I trusted her, but actually to do so would be foolish. What could I tell this innkeeper for him to go away? "Quiet. I'm trying to listen to see if my friend is doing anything she shouldn't be doing." No, that would arouse too much suspicion. "That's me," I said, with my eyes nowhere near his face. It was rude not to look at the person I was talking to, but I didn't want to invite more dialogue. I thought I heard something from behind the door. Maybe the wooden barrel being pushed across the floor. "That's wonderful. Will you be staying tomorrow? My guests would love to see some spells." "We're leaving early, actually. Another time." I couldn't help but give him a slight smile. I knew I should be rude, even tell him to leave me alone, but I couldn't do it. He was just being friendly. I definitely heard something then. I didn't know what Lysander was doing, but it was something besides relieving herself. "My friend should be coming out any moment," I told the innkeeper. "Could you prepare our food?" "Certainly," he said, turning to leave. "It'll be ready shortly." I whispered loudly toward the door. "Lysander, what are you doing in there?" "Almost out," she called back in a voice that was far too obedient. I reached toward the handle but hesitated. If she really was using the chamber pot and I stormed in, it would be the last time she trusted me. "Hurry up," I decided to say instead. She didn't respond. "Lysander?" I continued. "Lysander, I'm coming in." The moment I turned the handle, there was a crash. I threw open the door to find the princess clean and in her new tunic, but writhing on the ground. Around her were the 2 water barrels. It was immediately evident she had stacked them and tried to climb on top in order to get through the window. Even more obvious was that she'd fallen. I should have scolded her, told her she would be wearing the tarp from now on, that she would never be trusted again. But in the same way I couldn't be rude to the innkeeper, I couldn't bring myself to say any of those things to Lysander. Watching her roll back and forth while holding her arse and clenching her teeth made her look miserable enough. "Are you hurt?" She groaned. "I think I broke my tailbone." "Not from that short of a fall." I snickered a bit. "I hope you enjoyed the bit of privacy. It's going to be the last you get." She grumbled, pushing herself to her knees and then, eventually, to her feet. She hobbled out the door with a hand on her rear. "The food better be ready." She tossed her hair out of her face petulantly. I held in a laugh. She couldn't possibly have been trying to be comical, but she was. I sat between her and the door. Without the tarp constricting her legs and arms, there was little stopping her from running. That is, unless she wasn't as starving as I was. Only a fool would run on an empty stomach with food sitting before her. Lysander could be foolish, but she wasn't a fool. I stole a few glances while she snapped off pieces of her bacon. My sister really did wear similar tunics to the kind Lysander had on, but the princess looked nothing like her. Callie was 2 years older than me and Sanel's daughter by blood. My sister was far closer to my weight than Lysander's. Callie wasn't fat in the least, but hardly a bone showed on her body except her round chin. Every part of my sister was rounded, from her face to her knees. She had curves where most women did, at her waist and chest, but her stature and muscles didn't accentuate them. She was nearly as tall as me, and stronger in some senses of the word. She was a natural-born lifter, great around the farm. Lysander was everything Callie wasn't, but nothing that Callie was. Lysander was very thin, appearing helpless if I didn't know of her surprising strength. She was short, with big eyes, thick hair, and barely a waist. She was a child's doll, but with bones and curves instead of a round and squishy body. The tunic was too large on her, as she'd stated, but she'd rolled up the sleeves and pulled down the slack around her feet so that it wouldn't bunch up above her waist, allowing her womanly shape to show. Most of the tunic was green, and not a nice forest green, but more of a dying green, like that of a fallen leaf. The grey sleeves and hood were the same as the sky before a storm. Even so, she looked radiant? No, that didn't seem right. Pretty. Yes, definitely pretty, although that didn't seem like a befitting description. It wasn't important. The only reason I was thinking about it was because she looked so different without the tarp and mud across her face and hair. I thought I noticed her giving me a few glances as well while we ate. At one point, our eyes met just for a blink, then immediately fell back to our food. She swallowed and looked up at me. "Why are you looking at me?" Lysander asked. I tossed my hand dismissively. "I'm just looking around." "You'd better not fall in love with me." I nearly choked. What did she just say? And with such indifference, like she was talking about the weather or something. How was I supposed to respond? What did she expect me to say? No words came, just complete shock. She nibbled on bacon while her eyes wandered. Her face was calm, tired even. Was it possible she didn't realize that she'd just said the most ridiculous thing in the world? It looked as if she didn't even expect me to respond to it. She certainly wasn't waiting for an answer. She finally turned back to me, swallowed, and folded her arms. "You're staring," she said accusingly. "How can I not after something like that?" I scrunched my face and did my best to imitate her voice as I repeated her line. "You'd better not fall in love with me." "Who says that?" She pointed at me. "You'd better not." Now she seemed to be offended. It was too much. That would be like me saying, "You'd better not kill yourself because I still need to trade you for the cure." It's nothing like that. Of course I wouldn't kill myself, but you're already falling in love with me. I stood with my arms in the air. "That's—" I stopped myself. I was shouting. I sat back down and lowered my voice. "I would never fall in love with you." "Good. Keep it that way, farm boy." She took another bite. I was outraged. I felt the same anger as I had in the palace when her father wouldn't give me the cure. I couldn't even look at her, but I couldn't storm off either. I stood instead, pacing back and forth. Luckily, I was so tired the anger soon succumbed to my exhaustion. I saw she'd finished her food, so I stood over her. "Let's go." I waved her up from her seat. "Time for bed." She followed without much reluctance, clearly as tired as I was. I picked up my clothes from the bathing room. They were still damp, but I didn't want to leave them. I had the idea I should be ready to flee in the middle of the night. "You'd better not fall in love with me." And she called me delusional. Ridiculous. Chapter 10. Attack. Our room was on the second floor. It contained nothing but 2 beds. Both were big enough for 2 people, but obviously we wouldn't be sharing. "I'm taking that bed," I told her when she flopped onto the one nearest the door. She sighed and pushed herself up, then proceeded to flop onto the bed near the window. I went over to investigate. From the window, the street was a 15-foot drop with nothing to climb down. Good, I thought. Some sort of injury would be inevitable if she tried to jump. I figured that should deter her. She was already lying on her side with her eyes closed. She might even have been asleep. I wanted to be also, but I needed to bind her to the bed first. I took a slow breath to gather my concentration, then manipulated Sartious energy into a tight ring around the leg of the bed nearest to Lysander's feet. She must have heard the windy sound of the spell because she sat up. "What are you doing?" I ignored her question, asking her one instead. You happen to have any skill with Sartious energy? While such energy packed together could be as hard as steel, any mage skilled with manipulating it easily could undo even the sturdiest creations. Lysander would have little hope breaking one of my Sartious rings without a hammer unless she knew how to manipulate it. I didn't figure she did, but she'd surprised me a few times already. No, she answered. Good. I finished with the ring around the bed leg. Right ankle or left? She had a disappointed glare, clearly a sign she'd caught on to what was about to happen. She let her weight down to lie on her back. Right, I guess, she said to the ceiling. I'm going to touch your ankle now, I warned her. Hurry up. I touched my wand to her skin, forming a ring around it. When the SE was tightly packed, I connected the ring around her ankle to the ring on the leg of the bed. By the time I was done, I was panting and more eager for sleep than ever. I knew what awaited me in my dreams, though. My darkness was going to kill me, and it was going to be gruesome thanks to all the SE I'd used today. But I was too tired to be worried. Lysander sat up to investigate the binding as I walked over to my bed. That's all Sartious energy? She asked. Yes, I replied coldly, figuring she was going to complain. How can you possibly do that at your age? To my surprise, her tone seemed to hold pure curiosity. She must have known at least a little about magic to ask such a question. Spells like what I'd just done were extremely difficult, probably impossible for most people, no matter how much training they had. Mages who could create Sartious rings usually had been practicing for more than 10 years. But in my case, my darkness made me quite skilled, which reminded me that I should warn her about what was about to happen during the night. My nightmares were quite aggressive, causing me to thrash violently. I'd heard it was a startling sight. There's something you should know. I paused to think how to word it. When I told her about her father's broken promise, I wanted her to believe me, to sympathize even, yet she hadn't. But this time I wanted her to call me delusional again. This time she would see firsthand how wrong she was. I pulled off my shirt. She turned away. What are you doing? I can't sleep with a shirt on, otherwise it'll get bloody. She kept her head in the other direction. Bloody? What are you talking about? Remember the cure I told you about, the one your father promised me but didn't deliver? She exhaled loudly as she lay back down. There was no other response. She still didn't believe me. Well, I continued, look at me. She pulled her hair away from her face but didn't turn. It was clear she was curious. Come on, I said, creating light through my wand to make sure my cuts and bruises could be seen clearly. She flipped around, then gasped. I spoke before she could say anything. When I fall asleep, a darkness attacks me, and this is the result. She shook her head. Why don't you just wear gloves or something? These injuries don't come from my hands, I explained. I've bound my hands to the bed, woken up with them still bound, yet I had fresh wounds. My father and sister have seen it happen. I hesitated, unsure if I should give her the details. It's not pretty, I said. If she wanted more, she could ask. Her eyes tightened with doubt. You're either lying or insane. She turned back. I'm going to sleep. Fine, you'll see, I wanted to say. Instead, I relaxed on the bed and let overdue sleep finally come. I woke, unsure how long I'd slept. It felt like somewhere between an hour and 2. I hadn't dreamed yet, but I could feel one coming. My darkness was waiting for me the moment I fell back asleep. It was the same as right before a muscle spasm, when you felt some numbness, maybe a twitch, and then suddenly you realized it was going to happen and there was nothing you could do to stop it. I drifted back into sleep, but anxiety kept pulling me out. Eventually, I was back in the bathing room, but there was a shower there now. I wasn't sure how the inn now had access to the aqueduct and had built a shower, but I didn't care. I loved showers, for they usually were very relaxing, but not this time. I had a feeling of urgency. A curtain enclosed the shower. It wavered violently, then stopped, then shook again. I peeked out to find an open window. No one else was in the room, so I walked over and closed it. An eerie feeling gave me a shiver. I didn't want to get back in the shower, but I still had soap all over my body. I needed to rinse. I told myself I would just do it quickly. Inside the shower, once again the curtains shook like a gust of wind had come into the room. I felt no breeze and I checked the window. It wasn't open. There were no other windows. My heart fluttered with fear. I couldn't figure out why the curtain was shaking. Quickly as I could, I rinsed off the rest of the soap and jumped out. I dried myself with a towel, a nervous feeling in my stomach. I heard the curtain shaking again. This was the most violent shake by far. There was no wind, and I was too far to have accidentally touched the cloth. Someone or something was causing it to move, I was certain now. I rushed to put on my clothes, but a sound from the shower caused me to freeze. When I saw what it was, horror clamped down on my legs, holding them in place. A claw was pushing the curtain toward me from within the shower, from the very place I'd stood moments ago. The claw started at the deepest end, moving its way toward the opening on the other side. Slowly it went, causing a scraping sound of sharp nails catching on cloth. When the claw reached the opening, it turned sideways, reaching its black fingers around the curtain to grab hold of it. With an unhurried pull, it peeled back the curtain to reveal itself. My darkness. It was here in its usual shape, a black cloud of limbs and a faceless head. I ran to the door, but there was no knob. I kicked it hard. No use. My darkness came toward me. This time it wielded nothing. Its claws were enough to get the job done. We both were aware of that. My eyes tore around the room. I found the window again and ran toward it. My darkness appeared in front of me and swiped my stomach. It never missed. There was the burning pain of my skin shredding. Another quick swipe, this time across my chest. It felt like my heart had been ripped in half. I fell to a knee, terrified to look at my darkness, but unwilling to look down at my torso. I didn't want to see the damage done to my body, a mistake I used to make frequently. I turned and tried to crawl, but we both knew it was about to be over. The final blow was the worst. I saw myself on the ground with my darkness raising its claw over me. It surged its claw through my back. Feeling immense pain, I heard the sound of my spine breaking, my stomach coming apart, and even felt the ground beneath me shattering. There was a quick scream. Was it me? No, it was a woman's scream. I looked over to the bed next to me. Lysander wasn't there, but on the floor with her bed between us. She was peering over it with dark, gaping eyes. I checked my wounds. There were small cuts around my stomach and chest that were sure to bruise later. They were in the shape of the claw I'd seen in my dream, 4 stabs in an arch above 1 stab below them, just like 4 fingers and a thumb. There wasn't a lot of blood, and I'd managed to keep it off the bedsheets. All in all, it wasn't too bad. I took a slow breath of relief. It was over. I stood and walked to my belongings on the floor. Along with the crackers Goreng had given me, the rest of Lysander's money, and my bandana, I had a small cloth I made a point to keep cleaner than my underwear, for I used it to wipe blood from my wounds. "Was that you screaming?" I asked. Still, Lysander was behind the bed, her leg awkwardly in the air from her ankle being attached. She nodded. "I didn't mean to." "I understand." "That was you. There were these bursts of green light coming from you, and you twisted, and it looked like you were in a lot of pain." I was glad she'd seen it. Perhaps now she'd believe me. "I tried to warn you. This happens every night. This is what I wanted cured, what your father promised me he would cure." I lay back down. She slowly climbed back onto her bed, her eyes never leaving me. "What's your plan with me again?" she asked. "Trade you for the cure." "Then why don't you just do that now? Take me back to the palace." Her voice was plain, as if she honestly believed that's all I needed to do. I knew better. "The moment I show myself with you, they'll take you and detain me, if not kill me. I need to hide you somewhere safe and set up the trade so I don't risk losing you without getting the cure. Preferably, I can find a messenger to help arrange everything while I remain hidden with you." "Who would be stupid enough to help you do that?" "I haven't figured that out yet," I muttered. "Seems like there's a lot you haven't figured out." Her tone was laced with the usual contempt. She rested on her back. "I could say the same about you, fleeing on your wedding day." She sat up quickly, glaring at me. "That's not true." "Don't worry, I understand." I sat up as well to shrug at her. "I've heard him sing, you don't have to explain." I had a teasing cadence. I couldn't tell how she took my jape. Her face was too indifferent. "Are you going to—" She paused to rub her eyes. "Is your darkness going to attack again tonight?" "No, it only happens once a night." She nodded. She had a strange look on her face. Her eyes were still big, but without arching eyebrows. They didn't hold fear, but something else. My first thought was that she pitied me. No, I told myself, that couldn't be it. I figured she was just sad about being here. Banging on the door startled both of us. It wasn't our bedroom door, I quickly realized, but the main door to the inn downstairs. I heard the innkeeper talking to himself as he came out of a room. What in bloody bastille hell is going on? The pounding continued. We're closed, the innkeeper shouted, now walking down the stairs to the first floor. It's the middle of the night, he muttered to himself. We're guards of King Danville Thackeray. Open this door. Chapter 11. Run. I grabbed my bandana and ran to Lysander. She started to scream just as I shoved the cloth into her mouth. She grabbed my arms before I could tie it around her head. Why didn't I bind her hands? Damn it! We struggled, and soon she pushed me far enough to get her hand up and yank the bandana out. Before she could scream, I took my wand and pushed a mixture of Bastille and Sartious energy through it to create a jet of fire. Cooperate or get burned. I pushed the short pillar of fire toward her face. She tried to lean away, but couldn't get far enough with her leg bound to the bed. I edged it closer, making sure the heat was close enough to hurt, but still too far to burn. I knew what that kind of heat felt like so close to my face. It caused an irrepressible urge to get away. But she'd already pushed herself as far from me as she could. Even if she figured deep down that I wouldn't touch her with it, she couldn't remain calm enough to think logically. Fine, she said, shutting her eyes. Put it out! I let the fire fizzle and tied the bandana around her head. Because I figured we would be running, I shattered the Sartious ring around the bed leg, formed one around my own wrist, shattered the ring around her ankle, and formed another around her wrist. I created another bar of SC to connect our wrists with about a foot between us, listening to the conversation downstairs while I thought of what to do next. I have guests here, the innkeeper complained. Go away. You can either open this door or we'll break it down, a deep male voice answered. What are you doing here? The innkeeper asked. We're looking for Lysander Thackeray. She's been kidnapped. This is your last chance to open the door. I think I'd know if a princess was staying here. There's no reason for you to come in and startle my guests. I knew why the innkeeper was hesitant to let them in, and it wasn't just about his guests. Important tasks like recovering Lysander usually came with a reward, and any damage done while trying to complete such a task never led to punishment. This turned guards into hasty, remorseless brutes. They were going to tear this inn to pieces. Lysander was muttering something through her gag while I dragged her around the room and snatched the sheets from both our beds. I tied our sheets together, then went to the window one more time to judge its distance. The sheets weren't long enough to make it to the street, but probably close enough. A crash, definitely the door downstairs being broken. The innkeeper yelled and started back up the stairs. He stopped to shout back at them, "Don't break anything!" He finished climbing the stairs. I could hear him walk to our door and knock. "Come out, the guards are here." He walked to the next room and said the same. Meanwhile, I could hear tables being flipped and glass breaking downstairs. There was a jerk to my arm so hard it pulled me from my feet. Lysander was pulling me toward the door until I realized it and pulled back from my knees. She fell backward. The Sartious bar connecting us was as stiff as wood, making the tugging contest clumsy. Rapidly we went back and forth, both of us on the ground, neither of us really moving more than our arms. It was like two children fighting over a toy. When she tried to use her free hand to untie the bandana, I'd had enough. As much as I wanted to save it, she needed the dream dust. I found my pants nearby and pulled the pouch from my pocket. She got the bandana untied right as I blew the remaining white powder in her face. She coughed while I turned and held my breath. After I felt her go limp, I turned back to catch her just before she hit the ground face first. Then I retied the bandana. "Damn it," I muttered in frustration, picking her up and pushing myself to my feet. My original plan had been somehow to climb down from the window using the bedsheets, dragging Lysander along the way if she resisted. Now I was thinking that probably wouldn't have worked very well. I should have just used the dream dust right away. Then I could have been out of the window already. The guards were coming up the stairs. With the Sartious rings no longer needed, I turned the hard energy into a light green dust cloud to free my hand from Lysander's. I tossed her onto the bed near the window. I was squeezing into my wet clothing when I heard the doorknob wiggle. "Open this door," a guard demanded, pounding on it now, "or I'll break it down." Haven't you done enough? It was the innkeeper's voice. He was right beside the guard outside. Give me a moment to fetch the key. I rushed to tie the end of a bedsheet around Lysander's waist. Then I carried her to the window. There's no time, the guard replied to the innkeeper. Move back. Don't be ridiculous. There's no reason to break down this door. There was some sort of tussle between them. I heard bodies bouncing against walls. Some guests must have come out of their room nearby because I heard two new voices. Stop, a woman ordered. Stand back, Margaret. An older man seemed to be talking to the woman. You will not stand in our way, the guard said. I heard the distinct sound of knuckles slamming into flesh. Stop! The woman was on the verge of tears. By then I had tied the other end of the sheets to the bed leg and pushed the bed as close to the window as possible. I was far from confident that my plan would work perfectly. The sheets could rip, the bed leg could break, Lysander could slam against the side of the inn, or any number of other bad things could happen. But I didn't have any time left. Guards were kicking my door, now. I grabbed some slack of the rope made of sheets, leaned back on the bed, and propped my feet against the wall. I shifted one foot toward the princess, where I had her lying across the windowsill. After a few nudges, she rolled over the edge. The sudden weight was startling, mostly because I knew her life was in my hands, but I managed to hold her without too much difficulty. I knew a guard would burst through the door any second. I felt Lysander's body brushing against the side of the inn as I lowered her as quickly as I could, without losing my grip. Soon I ran out of slack. I slowly let myself up from the bed, worried it would flip or break from Lysander's weight when I got up. It creaked, but seemed to hold. The door flew open. Two guards stomped into the room. I noticed the innkeeper's slumped body against the wall in the hallway and a woman tending to him. Is that him? One guard asked. What are you doing? The other asked me, nearly at the same time as the first guard's question. Both had their hands on the hilts of their swords. It's him, the first one answered himself. He's trying to run. They came at me. I swung myself over the window, barely grabbing the rope of bedsheets in my panic. With a quick look down, I noticed Lysander's limp body hanging a few feet from the ground. I looked back up. A guard and his sword peeked out the window. He swiped at me but missed. He started to cut the bedsheet. Even with Lysander tied to it, what in the Bastille hell was he thinking? While holding on with one hand, I pulled my wand from my belt. I cast a small fireball about the size of my fist. I didn't have the concentration in that moment for anything bigger. It struck the guard in the chest. He slammed his head against the open window and retreated back inside with a shout. What happened? The other guard asked. I heard them starting to run away from the window. He's got the princess! They're going out the window! They were coming around to get me. I needed to hurry, especially because I'd have to flee while carrying Lysander. I couldn't outrun them. I had to find a place to hide. I slid down quickly, navigated around Lysander, and set my feet on the ground. I frantically tried to untie her, but gave up after a breath. The knot was too tight. It took me about 5 rapid heartbeats to create a small razor out of SE and another 5 to cut her loose. There! It was the guards. I hadn't gotten out of sight quick enough. I looked around desperately, beginning to think it was all over. There was an alley between houses in front of me. Should I leave Lysander and run for it? No, not after everything I'd been through. She was my only leverage. I ran to the alley with my hostage bouncing around on my shoulder. My shoulder, back and arm all burned with the excessive strain, and I nearly dropped her twice in the span of a few breaths. There was a fork in the alley. A cluster of barrels was stacked up neatly to the right, so I went that way. With a strong gust of Bastille wind, I knocked the barrels over behind me and kept going. I turned a corner. You went this way! I could hear the guards kicking the barrels out of their path. One of them fell and cursed. I was already at the point where I could only jog. I needed another plan besides running. A few turns brought me to a dirt road. There was a horse tied to a cart. There had to be someone nearby who owned it. I found him pissing on the corner of the house. He swayed back and forth, humming something, clearly drunk. Good, I thought, rushing over to the cart behind the horse. It was cloaked in a dirty brown cloth. I yanked it off and found a cage had been fashioned to the cart, making it a transport vehicle for live animals. I'd seen one before, but never driven one. Unfortunately for Lysander, there were about 10 chickens clucking around inside of it. I unlatched the door and guided her inside, like putting a piece of meat into an oven. The chickens were startled, jumping around with open wings in an attempt to avoid her limp body. Even in my panic, I couldn't help but notice the floor was covered in hay and chicken excrement. She wasn't going to like this. I threw the cloth back over it. I took Lysander's purse from my pocket, grabbed a few coins, and threw them at the man still pissing. "For your horse and chickens." It wasn't even close to the amount of money needed to make it a fair trade, but it was all I could spare, and better than nothing. He swung his head over his shoulder at the coins dancing around him. With a baffled look, he immediately fell into a dilemma of finishing his piss or reaching for them. I climbed on the horse. The guards had found me. They shouted for me to stop. I kicked the horse to speed around the nearest corner, taking another turn as soon as I could. The shouts quieted, leaving only the sound of panicked chickens flapping around Lysander in the back. Chapter 12. Betzer. I had no more dream dust, hardly any money, and no food except Goreng's crackers. I had to be more careful than ever. If a guard on horseback found me, that would be it. If a guard on foot was able to stop my horse, that would be it. If someone else recognized me who'd heard of the kidnapping, that could be it. Everything could be over with the slightest mistake, and here I was so tired I barely could keep myself on the horse. I kept him at a slow pace, unsure how long he'd walked before I'd taken him. He wasn't sweating yet, and he followed my commands without resistance, so he seemed to be in good shape at the moment. But I knew I might need him to gallop if I ran into trouble, so it was better to save his energy. We could travel farther that way as well. It soon occurred to me that I probably was just making excuses, so I didn't have to ride a trotting horse. When horses sped up past a walk but were still below the speed of a gallop, balancing became a chore. Usually I'd have no trouble, but I was seeing spots from lack of sleep and food. I needed to conserve as much energy as I could before Lysander woke up. I kept south, sticking to dilapidated roads that were less likely to attract others. I crossed a house that had a small fenced backyard. There were stacks of hay, but I saw no animals. They probably were sleeping under a roof somewhere. It reminded me of my farm. The thought of taking the princess home always had been tempting, but I knew better than to actually consider it. I didn't want to get Sanal and Callie involved in this. If my path was tracked there, the guards would punish my family for helping me. But my farm was just south of the city, in the same direction I was headed. Maybe I could stop there just for a night. It would be so nice to see my father and sister, to sleep in my own bed, to have a real meal. Half of me already knew that's where I'd wanted to go all along, but my other half still argued against it. I'd be putting their lives in danger. What if something happened to them because of me? I'd rather spend the rest of my life in prison than bring harm to my family. But if I got there late and stayed one night, it should be fine. I'd be gone before any guards came, and that's even if they tracked me there, which shouldn't happen as long as I remained unseen. Still, I knew I shouldn't go there. Lysander would wake before we got there anyway. I needed a more immediate plan for her. The cage was fashioned to the cart, but it was meant for small animals, not people. The princess could break the latch to the door by kicking her way out. She'd make a run for it. People certainly would see that. I couldn't stay another night in the city. I was stupid to even risk staying at an inn. There would be no more sleeping until I left the city. I couldn't leave Lysander in the cage. She would wake in a few hours and unleash bestial hell if she wasn't bound and gagged. Even then, she would do everything possible to get away from me. I needed something I could offer her if she cooperated. It was so easy to get Harwin working with me. I'd hoped for the same with Lysander. I even thought I was getting somewhere after she saw my darkness attack, but then she'd fought against me when the guards showed up. Now I had no idea how much she would cooperate, especially after she awoke to find herself lying in chicken excrement. I'd ridden for an hour without a plan. The sky had begun to glow gold with the incoming sun. The streets were about to be more crowded. I was in an area of town where the dry dirt roads stretched for hundreds of feet between houses. I hadn't been here before, but I knew this part of the city to be nicknamed the Desert. There had been a bad fire in the last few years, taking out nearly all the houses that used to stand along these roads. Rumours were it was caused by a powerful mage working for King Danvel Thackeray. The mage was searching for a fugitive known to be receiving help from the people here. Eventually, the mage got fed up with the lack of information he'd received and burned the houses of people who claimed to know nothing. Even after rumours like that, it was common knowledge this mage still worked for the king. In fact, he probably had been sent after me with the rest of the guards the monarch could spare. I came to a small house with a porch. There was a young girl, probably 13, sitting in a rocking chair with a bowl in her lap. She stood when she saw me, her head tilting curiously. "Jack Traden?" she called. What are you doing around here? I stopped the horse. Just passing through. Have we met? A lot of people had come to see me perform when I worked with Drent, the blacksmith. I couldn't remember them all. She nodded and came out to meet me. I hopped off the horse and hurried over to her. I didn't want her to get too close to the cart. She'd find Lysander if she took a peek under the cloth covering the cage. If she were older, I probably would have ignored her and continued on, but children and young adults who recognized me were always eager to please. More importantly, she had food with her, and probably more in the house. I wasn't going to make it to the end of the city without provisions. I visited you at the blacksmith's up north a while back. You gave me this. She reached into her pocket and showed the object to me with an open palm, wanting me to touch it. I took it from her hand. It was hardened Sartious energy shaped into a bee. The emerald green glistened in the light from the sun climbing over the hills. She smiled at me. Because I told you my name was Betsa. You keep it in your pocket? I smiled back, holding it out to her. She took it and held it up to the sun like it was the first time she'd seen it. Where else would I keep it? She was taller than Lysander, coming up to my nose. She had hair so blonde it was nearly white. Her smile was cheerful and cute, with eyes to match. Her features reminded me of childhood, of how different life used to be just 4 years ago when I was her age. Are your parents around? I gave an obvious look toward her house. I would be forever in your debt if I could purchase some food and water. Forever, you say? Her smile became sly. It's just me and my mother, and she doesn't come home until late, or early. I'm not sure what to call it. She won't be here for another few hours. Want to come inside? She half-turned toward her house. There's plenty of food for you, your horse and your... She pointed to the cart. Are those chickens, I hear? I chose not to ask anything about her mother's, probably not so honourable, line of work. You have a good ear, Betsa. I walked her away from the cart. I would love to come in, but I'm in a rush, and I have to stay with my horse. I pulled the purse from my pocket. I have these coins for food and water. I dug out the last of Lysander's money, took Betsa's hand, and deposited the coins, affectionately closing her fingers around them. It was clear she liked me, so I figured there was no harm in using that. Could you bring me whatever you wouldn't mind sparing for that? I pointed to the money I'd given her. She nodded. Sure you don't want to come in? She rocked back and forth. I smiled. I'm sure. Betsa jogged into her house. I wasn't surprised when she returned with far more than any adult would have given me for the payment I'd offered. That's so much! I ran to her. She had 3 loaves of bread, a flask of what I hoped was water, and another bucket that definitely held water. The bucket is for your horse. She walked past me to set it down in front of him. He took to it kindly. The rest is for you. She squeezed close to me to dump the bread from her arms. She pulled 2 apples from her pockets. These as well. This is very kind of you. I wondered where I was going to put everything. I could hold the bread and flask with one arm, but I wasn't keen on riding a horse that way. Then there were the apples. I took a sip from the flask, thankful it was indeed water, then slid it into my back pocket and took the apples with one hand. You won't miss the flask? I asked. It's my mother's. I don't like when she drinks from it, so I want you to take it. I cleaned it and filled it with water. Thank you. I didn't feel right about taking it, especially knowing how her mother was going to react, but I needed it even more than the food. How about a spell? She went to her toes, then back. Please? Would you like another letter? I asked. She nodded. J, for Jack. I felt a wide smile come on. This was why I originally loved the idea of a reputation. Many people I met were like Betsa, always leaving me in high spirits. But it was this same reputation that had drawn the attention of the king, which led me off to Zav to take Harwin, and now put me here with an unconscious princess in my cart. Some of that was actually my fault, I realized. Open your hand and keep it as still as you can. She did, and I took my wand to it. Creating the letter was easy, but still exacted quite the physical toll. Like any manipulation of SE, it was always harder with lack of sleep and food. There you go, I said when I was done. I'm sorry to run off like this, but I must be leaving. I turned toward the horse. Thank you, Betsa said with a wave. She ran back toward the porch. Bread wasn't the best thing for a horse, but it was far better than nothing. I ripped up half a loaf and fed it to him. I gave him an apple as well. I stuffed the rest of the food into my pants and shirt pockets. A loaf of bread fit in a pocket like a foot in a glove, but it seemed to work well enough. I hopped on the horse. No money, but at least I had food and water. Now it was time to deal with Lysander. Chapter 13. Chickens. One thing about the south side of the nest that worked in my favour was that the closer to the border, the more people tended to keep to themselves. There was a general notion that everyone could have intentions of harm or theft, so everyone avoided each other whenever possible. I needed to make sure the horse felt safe. I found doing so was the best way to gain his trust. So I stayed away from streets with shifty-looking people who might startle us. If someone had a sword on a belt or a dagger on a hip, I chose a different path. While feeling safe was the best thing for the horse, I couldn't help but wonder if it was the worst thing I'd done for Lysander. She clearly believed she could get away with screaming and fighting me. The problem was that I wouldn't hurt her. I knew so, and I was beginning to think she realized that also. Why else would she show such little worry about going against me? I felt myself sighing as I thought about it. I couldn't make her fear me, not without hurting her, which I was unwilling to do. I wondered what Micah Vale, the king's adviser, had expected me to do with the princess to keep her obedient. He couldn't possibly have thought I would hurt her. He never would have suggested taking her otherwise. Maybe he really did know me as well as he pretended to, but how? I shook my head. This was not the time to think about Micah. I needed a plan for Lysander. When I came out of the desert and into another part of town, I had an idea. I found a road that twisted up a slight incline. Some of the ground here was cracked from an earthquake that took out the houses along these hills long before I was born. With plenty of other places to live in the nest, no one had rebuilt in this area. It was probably my last chance to deal with my captive without being seen or heard. The dream dust would be wearing off soon. I was a little jealous that she'd slept so much more than I had. But when I removed the cloth from the cart and stepped into the cage, that jealousy quickly faded. The chickens must have gotten used to Lysander, because many were walking round on top of her. One was pecking at her hair mopped around her head. She was on her side, with her cheek pressed against the ground. I flipped her on her back and pulled her up to a sitting position. Her tunic had some stains, and her hair had collected a copious amount of muck. The smell inside the cage was a little past unpleasant. I used Sartious energy to bind her hands behind her back. Then I bound her ankles together. Feeling dizzy when it was done, I stepped out of the cage to regain my focus. When I was ready, I went back in to try to wake her. Every time I climbed in or out, the chickens clucked and rustled. The cage was too low to stand in, and hardly wide enough for me to fit with Lysander and the chickens. Many of them jumped around my feet as I navigated through while crouched. I knew it would be much easier to be in there without them, but I couldn't get rid of them. They still had a purpose in my plan. I sat Lysander up again, holding her back to keep her upright. I brushed her hair out of her face. Unsure of the best way to wake her, I started patting her cheek. "Lysander, wake up!" Nothing. I patted harder. "Lysander!" She made a grunt. Her eyes opened soon after, looking around for a few breaths until they eventually turned and found my face. "Where am I?" She looked down at herself and her eyes filled with anger. "I'm filthy!" Her face tightened when she saw a chicken. "Chickens? Get out!" She squirmed away from them, pushing herself into me. The birds were frightened by her movement, hopping around and clucking loudly. She lowered her head into my chest and mumbled something. I couldn't tell if she was frightened or just really didn't want to touch them. "They can't hurt you." I took off her gag. "Listen, get me out of here," she interrupted. Her voice was pleading, her head still against my chest. She really did seem scared of them. This was far better than I'd expected. She must never have been around chickens before. Of course, I realized. Why would she? And it probably made her fear worsen that her hands and feet were bound. I wrapped my arms under her shoulders and maneuvered her out of the cage. Then I stood her up and shut the cage door behind us to keep the chickens inside. "Listen, Lysander, I can't believe you've got me filthy again," she interrupted, before I could explain the situation. "It was my only choice," I told her. "What happened?" She looked around us frantically. "And where are we?" I told her what happened, the bed sheets, the guard trying to cut us down, the injured innkeeper, and so on. She sat down and lowered her head when I was done. She seemed to be in pain. "Are you hurt?" I asked. "A headache," she admitted. "So, are you going to leave me bound like this?" She kept her eyes on the ground between us. "That's what I was going to tell you." I sat down in front of her, holding out the flask of water. She made a sour face. "It's only water," I explained. Her face loosened while I took out the bread and apples as well. Here's your first option. I'll unbind your hands and feet, you'll share a meal with me, and then we can ride the horse together out of the city. What's the other choice? Her voice was skeptical. I'll feed you, but you'll stay bound. After we eat, I'll gag you again, and you'll stay in the back with the chickens until I'm ready to get you out. What's the catch? Why wouldn't I choose to ride up front, unbound and ungagged? Smart girl, I thought to myself with a smile, though I wasn't sure if ungagged was a word. It didn't matter. If you choose to ride with me unbound, you must promise that you'll cooperate with me from now on. Her eyes bounced around my face, settling occasionally to stare at me intently. I was glad to see her taking her time. It meant she took promises seriously. I tried to ease her into the right decision. As you can see, I'll find a way to get you out of the city and trade you for the cure no matter what. It's up to you how long that's going to take, and how comfortable you're going to be during your time with me. Do you have a plan yet? Her eyes fell to the flask of water. I took a breath. It was hard for me to say it aloud, as I knew it could be dangerous for Senel and Callie, but I hadn't come up with anything else. I'm taking you to my farm for a night, and then into the forest nearby. My father can deliver a message for me to set up a meeting, while I remain hidden with you. Her lips twisted. If I cooperate, can I have a bath, a bed, and a meal? A real meal? I opened my mouth to answer, but she kept going. And a toilet. A real toilet, not a chamber pot. I tried to hold in a mocking look. No farm had access to the sewage system. I figured by her comment that the palace must, but besides the palace, only some bathhouses had a system that flushed away the waste with water. A bathhouse was also the only place to find a shower, and that was rare. Well, unless in the last year my father has found access to the sewage system, I teased, a toilet isn't something I can promise. But a bed, a nice meal, and a warm bath? Certainly. You haven't been there for a year? She looked surprised. I shook my head. I've been here in the nest, working with a blacksmith, a friend of my father's. Her eyes stayed on me a moment before falling to the ground. She looked to be searching for a decision. I take promises very seriously. I'm glad to hear that. Promises seem to be the only currency between us. If one of us didn't take them seriously, we'd have nothing to keep this civil. Her eyes fluttered back to me. What do you mean exactly by cooperate? What will I have to do? Instead of working against me to escape, you'll work with me until I've traded you for the cure. She waited silently with a curious look, expecting something more specific. So I'll need you to do everything I ask, I said. She tightened her mouth, clenching her teeth under closed lips. No, I can't make that promise. My heart fell. I thought for sure I had her cooperation. I stood up and pulled a loaf of bread from my pocket, getting ready to feed her. But, she continued, leaning away from me, I'm sick of the gag, of the dream dust, of being hungry and thirsty, and worst of all, I'm sick of being dirty. She thought I had more dream dust. Good to know. I just want to go home, but I see you're too stubborn to let that happen until you get what you want. So, what are you saying? I leaned forward. Lysander started pushing herself to her feet awkwardly. I reached out to help her up, but she twisted away. I'm tired of always being nothing but a pawn in someone else's story. She looked hard into my eyes. A guilty feeling turned me away from her. The princess was right. I was using her. She continued. I helped my sister meet her first love, and purely by accident. Then I was always covering for her when she sneaked out of the palace to see him. I even helped convince our father to arrange the marriage eventually. Although it ended in tragedy, it was Jesson's story, not mine. Whether I hated him or loved him, it made no difference. I could either help or hurt, but that's all. So I decided to help. What happened to him? No. She shook her head at me. You don't get to know that. She shifted her shoulder with a grimace, trying to find comfort with her hands bound behind her. Then this turmoil started between Goldrum and Zav, so my father found a family with a powerful army and offered me to their prince. Without someone else to marry, I had no say, no control over whether my marriage to him would even matter. I'm nothing in this story of war either, just a piece on a game board controlled by someone else. That was wrong of your father. And you, she shouted, you are the worst of all, taking me against my will, wrapping me in a disgusting tarp, stuffing my mouth with a sweaty bandana, and dragging me out of the city like I'm nothing but currency. I'm fed up! I bit my lip. This wasn't going well, but I couldn't argue against it. Everything she'd said had been right, but what was she going to request? To be taken back? I sympathize. I held out my hands. I really do. But I can't let you go. Of course not. There was heavy attitude in her voice. Only, when you don't need me any more, will you let me go? I'm just being used, like always. Some hair had fallen over her cheeks, giving her face a menacing look as she looked through the tops of her eyes. I want my own story. A love story. She turned to look at the city around us. Maybe this is my story after all. Maybe my prince, Varth Pharaoh, will come save me from you. Her shoulders slumped with a sigh, and she shook her head. Is there even a point to hope? She whispered. I couldn't tell if she wanted me to hear or not. Things could be worse, I said. She turned with a sharp stare. How? I could be married to your sister. Then you'd never see the end of me. She lowered her head in thought. A wry smile twisted her lips. I suppose you're right. That would be truly awful. Will you cooperate so we can be done with this? She sighed again. I can't promise anything without knowing how long it'll take for you to get the cure. It could be weeks, even months. I'll never agree to cooperate that long. But I'm not getting back in that cage with those chickens, so come up with something else. Fair enough, I said. Promise me 3 more days, then. 1 to get you out of the city, the 2nd to set up the trade, and the 3rd to meet with your father to complete the trade. 3 days of cooperation. You'll do whatever I ask to ensure we make it to the farm by sunset. Then you'll continue to cooperate in the forest the following days. You're going to have to offer me a lot more than stale bread and sharing a horse saddle with you for that. What else? I was willing to offer more, but I didn't know what else I could do for her without letting her go. You have to promise not to gag me ever again. Not with your sweaty bandana, not with anything. I gave it some thought. I shouldn't need to gag her if she was going to cooperate. I agree. I flicked my wand to break the Sartious rings around her wrists and ankles. She walked toward me, rubbing her wrist. One more thing, Lysander said. If you haven't traded me for the cure by the end of the 3rd day, you let me go. She extended her hand. My hand retreated. I'm not sure about that. Think about it. If you don't get rid of me in 3 days, you'll wish you had. I imagined being stuck in the woods with her, unable to leave her side. She was right. If this wasn't over in 3 days, it probably never would be. I'd be better off letting her go and searching for a cure outside of Goldrum than being stuck with her. I started my hand toward hers, but she retracted. I'll only cooperate when it's a reasonable request. I'm not going to do everything your vile mind comes up with. I nodded, keeping my hand steady in front of her. She eyed it cautiously, her hand still far from mine. This is a serious agreement, she warned. I'll see to it that your life is miserable if you break your word. And I'll do the same for you, I retorted. We grabbed hands in a firm shake. Chapter 14. Horseplay. We ate quickly and quietly, passing the flask of water back and forth. Lysander looked out over the city beneath us, sometimes sitting as still as a painting for a few breaths before taking another bite of bread. I wondered what she was thinking. My eyes seemed drawn to her. It was like studying a puzzle, the kind in stories that are deep in forgotten tombs, in rooms of stone decorated with beautiful symbols and levers, where marvellous treasures and deadly traps awaited. Sometimes the hero's choice would unveil both a trap and a treasure at once, forcing him to make a decision of fleeing with nothing or risking his life to get what he came for. I always wanted to scream when they left the treasure behind. She turned to me. What? I looked away. Nothing. I stood and walked toward the horse, detaching the cart and opening the cage to let out the chickens. Have you been on a horse before? I asked. Of course, but I've never had to share a saddle with a dirty farm boy. I ignored her and hoisted myself onto the saddle. Lysander walked over. Aren't you going to let the lady up first? So you can take off with the horse? I don't think so. Her mouth opened, offended. I promised I would cooperate, didn't I? If you're not going to trust me, then why should I trust you? I'm trying to trust you, but why would I help you on first? It doesn't make sense. Because I'm driving. I laughed, thinking she was delivering a joke. but her mouth remained as straight as an arrow. Her eyes narrowed to match it. "No way," I explained. "We're trying not to be noticed. 2 people on a horse is already strange. Imagine the attention we get if the woman was driving." Her lips pursed. Her arms folded. I continued. "It's a reasonable request." "Fine." I reached my hand down to offer assistance, but she ignored it. With surprising agility, she jumped onto the horse, supporting herself with her hands and swinging her leg over. She ended up right where she needed to be, just behind me in the saddle. As accurate as it was, the horse didn't like it. I could feel him getting ready to buck. He twisted his head back and forth and gave a little jump with his hind legs. Lysander grabbed my sides fiercely. It was painful and ticklish at the same time, causing me to twist. "Stop," I told her. Her hands didn't move. "Calm him." The horse was growing wilder, probably because I was pulling on the reins awkwardly, thanks to her fingers digging into my sides. He bucked harder, lifting his hind legs and snapping them back in a strong kick. "Steady!" Lysander yelled in my ear. The horse bucked again, this time jumping off his front legs first, followed by whipping his hind legs high off the ground. In the air, Lysander and I separated, her hands coming off my sides. When the horse landed, the princess slammed into my back. She grabbed at my shoulder for a blink, but I felt her hand slip off. Lysander screamed as she fell. She hit the ground and gave a grunt that was far from ladylike. The horse stopped bucking. I jumped off. "You tickled me when you grabbed me like that." I bent down and wrapped my hand around her arm to lift her. She yanked her arm out of my hand. "Don't touch me." I realized my mistake then. I was so concerned she would blame me for falling, I'd started with an excuse instead of making sure she wasn't injured. "I'm sorry. Are you hurt?" She pushed herself to her knees. "You ask that, but does it even matter if I am?" She looked up at me with glistening eyes. Her face was frustrated but far from sad. I knew she wouldn't cry. She hadn't shed one tear since I'd taken her, and I didn't expect her to start any time soon. "I'm still going with you no matter what, aren't I?" Her voice was shrill. I took a glance at the horse. He was content eating the grass around him. Lysander rose to her feet gingerly, brushing dirt from her arms. She found some muck in her hair and grimaced. "Yeah, from the chickens," I said. "I'm sorry about that too." A lot of it came off on her hand. Her face clenched when she looked at it, and she quickly bent down to wipe it on the grass. "I hate this! I hate this! I hate this!" I took out the flask and held it above her hands. After a discouraged look from the sides of her eyes, she opened her palms, and I let a splash of water come down. She rubbed them together, then looked for somewhere to wipe them. I offered my shirt sleeve. She accepted. "I truly am sorry," I told her again. She nodded. "I don't think this horse likes having 2 people on him." "No, he doesn't," I agreed. "But we have between 5 and 6 miles to the south border, and then another 5 to the farm. We have to try again." She exhaled, then shook her hair, running her hand through it a couple of times and checking her palm after. When she was somewhat satisfied, we walked over to the horse together. "I can't have you putting your hands on my sides like that," I said, getting on the saddle. "You can't possibly expect me to wrap my arms around your stomach like we're a couple." "You can reach around and grab the knob on the saddle between my legs instead." Right as I finished saying it, I realized how it sounded. I shook my head quickly. "I didn't mean it like that." She folded her arms under a scowl. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" "No." I waved her over. "Come on. Around my waist this time." She sighed and got ready to jump on, but I stopped her with a hand to her shoulder. "I think you should get on differently." I lowered my hand with an open palm. "Let me help you up slowly so he doesn't startle." She looked at my hand with disapproval, like I was showing her something disgusting. She turned to my eyes next. I held the sincerest expression I could manage. Her face relaxed. She slapped her hand into mine, and I pulled her up behind me. "I'm glad you're so thin," I said, without thinking. Lysander didn't respond. She scooted closer, making sure not to touch me with her hands or body. The horse shook his head a bit, but stayed on the ground. "It seems like he's steady," Lysander said. "For now. We'll see once he starts moving. Ready?" She still wasn't touching me. "Yes," she said impatiently. I looked over my shoulder to find her grabbing the sides of the saddle. "I think you should hold on to me," I warned her. "I'm not sure what the horse will do." "I'll be fine." I nodded, figuring she would grab a hold of me if she needed to. I squeezed my legs to get the horse going. He didn't move. I adjusted myself in the saddle and tried again. He still didn't budge. "Remember, you only have 3 days," Lysander teased. I tapped my heel this time, and he finally started walking. Soon we came to a long hill that led back down to the rest of the city. It wasn't very steep, but the path twisted between rocks and cracks in the ground. The horse grew nervous as we started down it, even giving a light buck. Lysander shot forward and wrapped her arms around my stomach. Her chin, or it might have been her cheek, was pushed against me for a few rapid heartbeats. "Whoa!" I told the horse, pulling tight on one side of the reins to turn him and keep him under control. He calmed. Then I straightened him back out, starting down the path again. Lysander leaned back a bit, but kept her hands around me. A mixture of smells came from her. One was clearly chicken excrement and hay, reminding me of the farm I hoped to reach before it got dark. The other was something harder to determine. There are some smells that are neither pleasant nor unpleasant. This was that, too far from anything recognizable to describe. I tried to figure out what it reminded me of as we navigated down the hill, but I eventually came to realize that there were no memories attached to this fragrance. Instead, it evoked an emotion. But what? I felt like my heart was being pulled toward it from within my chest. It was a strange feeling I didn't understand. She shifted her weight left and right to adjust herself behind me, sliding her hands into a different position on my midsection. I felt a flutter go through my stomach. We made great time on the horse. It helped that the farther south we went, the less likely it became for someone to recognize the princess or me. The people around here tended not to get to the center of the city where the palace was, and they especially didn't travel farther north where I'd been for the last year with the blacksmith Drent. I'm sure everyone here knew of the Thackeray family, and possibly even knew Lysander or me by name, but recognizing us was extremely unlikely, especially with the dirty green and grey tunic she had on. I asked the princess to wear her hood. Although it probably wasn't necessary, it helped conceal her face even more. A few people gave us long looks, each time making my heart jump, but their expressions never shifted from curiosity to anything more dangerous like excited recognition. I knew we would run into at least one guard before making it out of the nest, and I didn't know how Lysander would react. She'd promised to cooperate, but I had no idea if she would still work with me when she had an opportunity to ruin everything. The houses became smaller, and the roads became wider during the next few miles. There were more trees around, although many looked to be dying with their broken limbs and nakedness of leaves. A curse jumped from my mouth when our path twisted between houses, and I spotted a guard climbing off his horse and pounding on someone's door in front of us. I quickly turned the horse away from him. "Don't say anything," I warned Lysander, glancing over my shoulder. "I wouldn't." She turned to look behind her as well. The guard stepped inside the house. Lysander looked back at me. "I'm not going to break my promise." She sounded sincere, but that didn't mean much. While I wished I could trust her enough not to worry, I really knew the only thing keeping her from jumping off the horse and running for the guard was what would happen if she didn't make it. The promise between us would be over if I caught her, which meant I'd make her miserable and I'd no longer have an obligation to let her go after 3 days. But I figured that if she was absolutely certain she could escape, she would do it in a heartbeat. This just wasn't her time. In the next mile, we spotted another guard on horseback. He was stopped in the middle of the road, drinking from a silver flask that shimmered in the afternoon sun. He put his eye under it after 2 attempts to get its last drops. We were hundreds of feet from him. The only reason I could tell he was a guard was his chest piece. The Thackeray family crest was painted across it, 2 soaring wings of royal blue. With the Thackeray Palace in the middle of the nest, the name of the city was supposed to symbolize family and sanctuary for all its citizens. But really, the nest was more dangerous than any of the smaller towns in Goldrum. A guard would tell you his job was to protect the innocent and deliver justice, but everyone knew better. Like any other guard, the one in front of us was just as likely to run his sword through me if he thought I was Jack Traden compared to if he knew I was Jack Traden. He couldn't have recognized us from his current distance, especially after finishing a flask that I could only assume was full earlier in the day. But all he probably was looking for was a young man and woman on a horse, and now he'd found them. He made his mount gallop toward us, shouting something that I didn't understand. Escaping one drunken guard on a horse would have been no trouble, but not with my current horse that was sure to disobey the moment I tried to make him run. Even worse, Lysander wasn't bound to me. She could jump off or even throw me off if she was certain it would lead to her escape. Lysander clutched my stomach tighter. What are you going to do? We hadn't moved yet because I still wasn't sure. The last thing I wanted was the horse bucking us off and running away. Whatever I decided, I needed to keep him calm. Go along with me, I told her. Go along with what? She squeaked. There was no time to elaborate. The guard was too close. Don't move, he commanded. His eyelids were drooping and he held a frown. His horse whinnied, whipping its head back and forth before coming to a stop. What is it? I asked, widening my eyes in an attempt to show innocent reluctance at being stopped. The man blinked twice and looked at us. He said nothing, only scrunched his face in thought. A hand came up to scratch his cheek and wipe his nose. Then he drew his sword on his belt and pointed it at me. What's your name? Evan, sir, I answered with a meek voice. Is there a problem? His eyes inspected my belt. Most of it was covered by my buttoned shirt. I'd made sure my wand was concealed the moment we got on the horse. He turned his focus to Lysander, leaning in. Do you know this young man? The guard asked her. I do, she said. I wouldn't share a saddle with a stranger. The guard sat back, a bit surprised. Would you mind lowering your hood? He asked her. I don't see the point in that. Lysander folded her arms. We're very busy. What is all this about? Her tone was mostly confident, yet with a hint of humility so as not to anger the man. She even managed to hide her accent of nobility. I was impressed. The guard's brow furrowed. He scratched his cheek again. We're looking for Jack Traden and Lady Lysander Thackeray, he told us. Have you seen them? No, I answered quickly. Perhaps too quickly. His eyes darted to me. You mind showing me your belt? He waved his sword around my midsection. I don't understand this, Lysander interjected. Do you think I'm the princess or something? You look like her, and he certainly matches the description I got of Jack Traden. His voice was loud and defensive, seemingly frustrated. I faked a smile. Raylene, he thinks you're the princess and I'm the Sartious Mage. I wish. Lysander's tone was playful. She even gave a smile. If I was a Thackeray, wouldn't I just say so? You may be scared that I can't protect you, the guard answered with one eye on me. But I can. He tightened his grip around the handle of his sword. If you're indeed Lysander, just say so, and you'll be safe. The man had courage. He'd obviously never met me before, though. I prepared myself by gathering some bestial energy while I studied Lysander's face. Was she going to risk it all on this inebriated guard? She tilted her head as if complimented. I'm Raylene, but that's very nice of you to mistake me for a princess. We'll be leaving now, if you don't mind. The guard kept still for 2 slow breaths, giving us each one last look. Then he nodded and sped off on his horse. Smart choice, I told Lysander. I keep proving my promise is genuine. How will you do the same? When 3 days are up, you'll see. I gave a light heel tap to our horse to start us south again. No, she answered firmly, putting her hands around my stomach again. You need to do something for me earlier than that, so I know I can trust you. You're going to have a bath, a bed, and a meal at the farm like I promised. I mean before we get out of the city. Her voice grew louder. If I'm going to help you get past guards, I need to know you'll stay true to your word. What do you want me to do? I asked with a grave hesitance. I want you to answer a question honestly. Easy. I've been nothing but honest with you. She was silent for a few breaths. Compared to her usual quick retorts, I figured this meant she actually was taking time to think of an example of when I'd lied to her. I couldn't think of one, so I highly doubted she could. Do you have any dream dust left? My stomach flipped. Had she seen inside my pockets? Did she already know I didn't? There was still the leather pouch of crackers Goring gave me. She might have seen that and thought it was dream dust. I couldn't risk lying, though. We were finally making progress. No, I don't. Again she was silent. I waited for her to respond, to give me some sort of sign as to whether or not she would trust me now. Instead, she simply kept her hands around me and fidgeted in the saddle. Finally, I spoke. Well? I believe you. Good. I'm hungry. I sighed. So am I. Chapter 15. Barrier. A hope-crushing sight was ahead of us. There were 4 ways out of the nest, east, west, north, and south. A wall surrounding the entire city was built during the Bastille Steel War. With Goldrum winning that war, the undamaged wall still stood. It had only 4 openings, 1 for each side. I shook my head in disbelief when we came to the south exit, not because of what I saw, but because I hadn't expected it. How could I not have? I wondered if it was the lack of sleep, maybe the poor diet in the recent days with Harwin and now with Lysander. Of course they would be watching each exit. Usually the south exit wasn't covered by more than a drunken guard, who was there just to keep up appearances. But this time I counted 8 men. There was a line of people so long you'd think they were giving away food. All were leaving, not one person waiting to come into the city. Probably from news about the war, I figured. It made me worry about Harwin. I hoped he was safe. I wondered what was happening with his father, the King of Zav, whether or not he'd agreed to move his advancing men back and sign the treaty. "What's happening ahead?" Lysander pointed at the line and the guards. "All of that's for you," I explained. "The guards are stopping everyone coming out of the city. They're looking for you." "Then they're looking for you as well," she retorted, "the one who kidnapped me." I steered the horse into a secluded space among the trees and thick bushes. We were out of sight, giving me time to plan. I still couldn't believe I didn't expect this. Maybe Lysander had been distracting me more than I'd realized. "Did you recognize any of them?" I asked, dismounting from the horse. If she did, they surely would recognize her. They were too far away to tell. I offered her my hand to help her down, but she didn't take it. "I need your cooperation, especially now. I'm not going to let you go without a fight." I tried to keep my voice plain, but I felt a dire tone pushing through that I couldn't fully hide. "That makes injury likely for us, the people in line, the guards, and our horse if we're discovered. Then word will reach the rest of the guards that we went through this exit, which means we can't stay at the farm for even a night, which means no bath, no meal, no bed. The only way to avoid that is to get by without them realizing it." In that moment, her brown eyes had a hint of gold, like her skin. The sun was coming in low, casting long shadows everywhere it didn't touch directly. But her face sat right beneath a beam, glowing as she nodded. It was going to be difficult to disguise a face like hers, but I had an idea. First, I had to convince her of my plan, which she definitely wasn't going to like. Bastille hell, I didn't like it either. "Now I have an idea, and it's not going to sound like a reasonable request, but if you just forget your pride for a moment, you'll see that it's the only way." Her eyes narrowed cautiously. "I don't like where this is headed." "I need you to promise something first," I said. Her jaw dropped. "Another promise?" I raised my palms at her. "It's very simple. You just have to agree to something." She lowered her head and looked at me from the tops of her eyes, her voice skeptical. "What is it?" "That you'll consider this plan wholeheartedly. Then, if you can't come up with anything that we agree is better, you'll do it. A simple agreement. Will you promise that?" I raised my hand in the air for her to shake. It had seemed natural while I was negotiating, but waiting for her to agree felt strange. I figured it was because I'd taken her against her will and dragged her around the city. But now here I was trying to make deals, talking to her as if she was just as involved in this as I was. I was about to pull back my hand, but then she extended hers. We hesitantly wrapped our fingers around each other's. It wasn't the first time I'd touched her hand, but it was the first time I'd noticed how soft it was. I felt a lift of strength with our hands grasping so tightly. Our eyes locked, and I imagined she felt the same thing. I smiled unintentionally. She tore her hand away and slapped me with it. I was so shocked she probably could have gotten away, for it would have been too long for my wits to return to me to catch up with her. "I told you not to fall in love with me." She was the princess again, with her stern eyes and turned-up nose. Her low voice was thick with contempt. I was dumbfounded, holding my cheek. "Your idea of love must be far different than mine." "I can see it in your eyes." She pointed at me like a dog. "Stop it." "You need to stop worrying about that," I told her. "It's not going to happen." "Good. Are you ready to hear the plan now, or are you going to slap me again if I look at you as I speak?" I spoke rhetorically, my voice heavy with scorn. "Bastille hell, all I did was shake your hand." My cheeks stung. It was quite a slap. "What is it? What's your stupid plan?" I took a step back from her, waiting for her face to relax before I spoke. By now, all the guards have a description of me, and they probably even know what I was wearing last. Could be the same for you. I kept an eye on her right hand resting at her side. "So, we'll change clothes." I would love to, but this filthy tunic is all you gave me. She folded her arms. I don't see you with any spare clothes either. That's why we're changing clothes with each other. Her eyes squeezed nearly shut, like she was looking at a bright light. You're serious? I've been serious with you so far, and I'm just as serious now. If this is to make sure I don't run, it's not necessary. The threat of being gagged, bound, and dirty for the rest of our time is enough. Don't make me wear boys' clothing especially. She gestured in my direction, keeping her eyes tight as if it pained her to look. They're ugly, and probably covered with your sweat. This is only to get past the guards, nothing else. We'll change back as soon as we're in the clear. She shook her head, her hair dancing with it. No. She brushed away a few strands that had come across her eyes. I'm not changing in front of you, and I'm certainly not wearing... She looked me up and down and grimaced. No, absolutely not. Then come up with something better, I replied. She looked away from me, her eyes falling to the ground, then to the trees around us, then to the horse. She walked over to pet him, eventually sighing with defeat. After the better part of an hour, we were finally done. Changing was quick, but convincing her to come out from behind a tree had taken the rest of the time. I'd undressed first, leaving my underwear on, and given her my clothes. I'd kept my wand and the pouch of Goring's crackers. Before I brought my clothes to her behind the tree, Lysander eyed the cuts on my chest with a worrisome look. Most were healed or in the process of healing, though some bruises were fresh, especially those around my recent claw wound. She'd thrown her green and grey tunic to me after removing it with the tree between us, and we'd each changed. When I finally convinced her to come out, there were two things I had to check that could ruin my plan. One was that my bandana, as large as it was, wouldn't conceal her hair completely. I saw she'd done well to stuff most of her hair in it, but some strands were still loose. She let me stuff them in the bandana for her and tighten the knot to reduce the awkward bulge it had created. The second issue also had to do with awkward bulges. She was supposed to be a man, but she was far too thin to get away with having breasts. My brown buttoned shirt was very loose on her, as it was extremely large for her small body, but her breasts were ample, pushing out the loose fabric into a round shape. A mixture of nervousness and raw lust fluttered through my heart as I tried not to stare. I took a slow breath, knowing I needed to figure out how to bring up the topic politely, if that was even possible. I let her complain as I thought about how to word it. You'd better hope they don't recognize us, she said. If I'm seen in this, she ran her hands up and down, I could never live down the shame. She looked even more miserable than she had in the top. Is there anything you can do about your breasts? I ended up blurting out. Her head whipped back, then her eyes narrowed with anger. Excuse me? Is there any way you can... I manoeuvred my hands back and forth around my chest, probably inappropriately, I realized afterwards. You know, hide them better. A bored look came across her face. What do you want me to do? Cut them off? Isn't there some way girls can stand to... I shimmied my chest around, leaning forward, then standing up straight again. Make them more hidden? Her mouth tightened. Suddenly I was worried I might be slapped again. I waved my palms. Never mind. Just stay behind me and let me do all the talking when we get there. Hopefully they won't notice. We walked alongside the horse instead of riding double in order to draw less attention to ourselves. I noticed Lysander making slight adjustments to her bust when she thought I wouldn't see. It was about half a mile to the wall, and soon I realized we'd been so caught up with discussing Lysander's appearance I hadn't thought about mine. I was supposed to be a woman, but the tunic was too short for me. Even though it was long for Lysander, dragging on the ground when she walked, it didn't reach my ankles. Luckily my socks covered my skin, keeping my hair from being exposed. Most of my face was concealed by the long hood of the tunic, but I still wasn't sure how much I looked like a woman, so I asked Lysander as we walked. An ugly one, she replied bluntly, especially with the light facial hair I can see when the sun hits your face. It's truly disgusting for any woman. At my height, I was a very tall woman, and Lysander was a short man. Together we were one odd-looking pair. My pants were big on her, so she rolled up the bottoms and tightened the belt as far as it would go. I knew I couldn't even get my feet into her shoes, so I kept mine. They were dirt brown without a heel and with laces up the side, making them the typical working-class shoe. While hardly any woman had feet as big as mine, at least the design of the shoe was found on women often enough. Her wedding shoes, on the other hand, were a clear sign of her gender, so I told her to go barefoot, keeping her shoes in the pockets of my pants that she wore. Her shoes didn't completely fit in the pockets, but my buttoned shirt hung down far enough on her to cover the ends of the shoes sticking out. Her tunic I was wearing was in bad shape. It was covered in stains of various colours, but at least the inside was cool and rather pleasing against my skin. Wearing it gave me a strange, childlike excitement from just knowing how ridiculous it was. I was nervous but giddy, constantly holding back a grin as I listened to Lysander complain. When she finished a rant about what her father would say if she was found like this, I had to let out a smile, but a laugh accidentally came with it. "You think this is funny?" "Yes." I was trying to stop myself from laughing further, but her face... It was as if she thought something was seriously wrong with me. Her mouth was open, her nose pinched. I laughed harder. I couldn't help it. "There's nothing humorous about this." I calmed myself, knowing she was right. This was no time for humour. "Let's hear your man voice in case they ask who you are," I said. She coughed and cleared her throat. "My name is—" "Oh, wait, what is my name?" I had to stop. We were getting too close, and uncontrollable laughter had burst out of me. I tried to get out my words in between laughs to explain. "Your voice! You sounded like a dying duck." I tried to catch my breath. "Way too much twang." She wasn't amused, standing straight with folded arms. "Well, let's hear yours then." It was easier for me. I could just channel my sister. I'd imitated her voice many times during playful teases. I calmed myself again, taking a few heavy breaths to let the laughter subside. "My name is Kelly." I faced straight ahead, speaking to an imaginary guard. I gestured toward Lysander. "This here is my husband, Gerard." It was the first name that came to mind. "Husband?" Her voice squeaked. "Yes. I was going to say we were visiting my family in the city, and now we're leaving. You have a better scenario for us, coming out of the city with a horse?" "I don't want to be your husband. I want to be—" She paused, her eyes wandering along the ground. "Your master. You're my servant, and I was summoned to an important meeting with nobles to discuss—" Her eyes fell for a breath and then shifted back to me. She fluttered a hand. "To discuss something I haven't figured out yet." That doesn't even make sense, especially because we look the same age and I'm going to be doing the talking. "If your skin were darker, we could be siblings," she said with defeat. "But it's not." She sighed loudly. "Fine. But don't try to kiss me or anything like that. And pull down your dress. You look like a whore, a hairy, gigantic one at that." Somehow the bottom of the tunic got bunched up around my left knee. I quickly straightened it. We waited in line quietly. I listened to those around me as much as I could without making my eavesdropping obvious. Most were families who were leaving the city with all the belongings they could carry, travelling southwest toward the quiet town of Facian, or many miles farther to the even quieter town of Vanmark. Then there were a number of younger folk, perhaps between 2 and 5 years older than me. Scattered throughout the line, they stood alone, speaking to no one, all of them men. Most had horses. I could only guess they were in the nest for business, living outside the city normally, perhaps in a similar situation to me in the last year. When I worked with Drent, the blacksmith up north, I often wished I could visit my farm back home. But it was more than 20 miles as the crow flies, too long of a trip without a horse. Work allowed no days off. We were very busy, especially after word got around about me being there. I hadn't seen Drent since Danville Thackeray had a group of guards come and bring me to the palace. Drent wasn't too happy about that, but he knew better than to argue against guards with an order from the king. Drent was a simple man, enjoying simple pleasures: food, beer, crafting weapons, money, and women, especially women. He was meticulous, just as careful with words as he was when shaping iron with his hammer. Whether he was blunt, curt, or cautious, he was always precise. He didn't care for theatrics like I did, generally working by the forge in the basement when a crowd gathered to see me cast. But he did appreciate the business I brought and never held my social nature against me. I wondered if anyone from the king's staff had told him what was requested of me, of the kidnapping of Harwin. At least I knew he wasn't one to feel betrayed or lonely if I didn't return. I grew nervous as we got closer to the 8 guards. Only one guard was questioning each person trying to leave, but the other 7 stood close by, vigilant. It was rare to see guards this professional. I figured they'd been given a stern warning about severe repercussions if I got out of the city with Lysander on their watch. I kept a hand near my wand in the side pocket of the tunic, unable to relax. Lysander seemed very interested in the guards' faces, spending too long staring at each of them. "Don't make eye contact," I whispered. She turned to me. "I wanted to see if I knew any of them." "Do you?" "No. None of them patrol the palace, but they could still know me." I believed her, but I couldn't say why. It was something about her tone and the way she looked into my eyes. She seemed concerned, but cooperative, like her concern was for both of us, not just herself. Or she was just a good liar. It was our turn next. I listened to the questions asked of the young man in front of us for clues of what was to come. But the guard didn't say anything, not at first. He grabbed the young man by the shoulders and twisted him to get a good look at his face, staring silently. "Name?" the guard finally demanded. "Winston, sir." When he spoke, I realized I'd misjudged his age. He must have been closer to 17 than I'd originally thought. He had brown hair like mine, but his face was completely different, looking nothing like me. The guard spun him to face the other 7. He pushed the young man toward them. "Go over there." The 7 guards eagerly inspected his belt and made him open his bags. "You, come along." The main guard pointed to me. I gave him the line I'd prepared with Callie's voice. "Hello, sir. We're leaving town to head back home. My name is—" "Get out of here, you ugly bitch!" He waved me through as if swatting a fly, his face scrunched in disgust. "We're looking for someone important." I hesitated, somewhat offended. But then my wits returned, and I hurried along, dragging our horse with one hand and Lysander with the other. When we were clear of the guards, I couldn't hold my complaint any longer. "He called me a bitch, and I didn't even do anything." "You talk too much and too bluntly. You don't know how to act like a lady. I need to get out of these clothes before anyone else sees me." I nodded, knowing there was nothing I could do about the rude guard. Lysander lowered her voice, looking slightly embarrassed. "I also need to relieve myself." Chapter 16. Crackers. We were about a mile from the city when we found a good place to stop. The sun hung low, the bottom of it touching the hills to make them look as if they were exploding. There was so much distance between people around here that no neighbour could look out a window to see another's house. I steered the horse up to a wide tree. We weren't in a forest, but sparse trees were in every direction, along with untamed bushes and plants, some taller than me. Grass filled all the space between everything. We were far from the nearest path, making it extremely unlikely we'd be found. "We can change here, and you can relieve yourself behind that tree," I told the princess. She slid off the horse. I came off next, giving my legs and arms a stretch. It had been a long day. I covertly removed my wand and pouch of crackers, pushed both into my socks, and pulled off the tunic. She waited on the other side of the horse. I handed the tunic to her over the animal's back, knowing she would take it behind a tree to change. She came back shortly with the tunic on and my clothes in her arms. I half expected her to throw them on the ground before returning to the tree to relieve herself. But instead, she actually came up to my nearly naked body and handed them off. She seemed more comfortable with the injuries on my chest and stomach by then, hardly giving them a glance. The bandana fell to the ground during the process. She bent down before I could, snatching it up and holding it behind her back with both hands as she faced me. I held out my hand. "What are you doing?" I asked. It was strange to see her behave this way. I would have thought she was being playful, but her face wasn't friendly. Her eyes held annoyance, like I'd done something to upset her. She fiddled her hands behind her body, but I had no idea what they were doing. "Nothing," she answered eventually, bringing the bandana out and handing it to me while keeping her other hand behind her back. She turned and headed back to the tree. I wondered what had just happened. I threw on my shirt and pants and stayed with the horse, petting him as he nibbled on grass. Lysander stopped to look back at me nervously. "You can't expect me to go with you standing right there," she said. "You just changed back there, why not piss?" She squinted like I'd just said a nasty curse. "It's different." "Well, you can wait until we get to the farm, but it's going to be about 2 or 3 more hours." She grunted. "I can't wait that long." I shrugged. "Then go." She pointed to the tree behind me. "Tie yourself up so you can't come over." I laughed, thinking this time she had to be joking. But no, she stood with her arms folded, as serious as ever. "You're too much sometimes," I said, turning to hide my smile. "I don't know what you believe about low-class scum like me, but watching a princess piss is something I'd rather not see. I'm not going over there." Her arms dropped, but she still stared as if trying to figure me out. Her wrists were entangled as she shifted back and forth. Then she slowly made her way behind the tree, staying out of view for a breath before poking her head around to check on me. I remained still. Her head popped out once again to check on me before darting back out of view. I waited, listening only because I needed to hear if she tried to sneak away. Jumping on the horse and catching her would be easy, no matter which direction she went, as long as I was aware. I figured she wouldn't, though. There was nowhere to run. "Can't you sing something?" she called from behind the tree. "I can't go when I know you're right there listening." A punch of excitement hit me. I used to sing with Callie and Sanal. They both said I had a good voice, but I learned from Sanal, who I felt was a stronger singer. Callie was the real gifted musician of the family, teaching herself how to play the lute from books and everyday practice that used to drive me crazy before she got better. But as much as I wanted to sing, I was cautious. Lysander had taken advantage of her privacy before. I figured she might have something else planned. "You may have royal blood," I said, "but your piss is just like any other, nothing I haven't heard before." She sighed loudly, staying behind the tree. "Just sing anything. I can't go in this wretched silence." She sounded genuine enough. I decided to trust her, so I sang as I bent down to retrieve my wand from my sock. The song I chose was Caught a Key, a tale about a fisherman who reeled in a strange key instead of a fish. It caused him to chase a mystical treasure, eventually leading to his death. I always liked songs that told a story, even the sad ones. While I sang, my hands fiddled around my socks, but I forgot what they were supposed to be looking for. I lost my train of thought in order to concentrate on the words and melody. I'd already retrieved my wand. What else was I doing with my socks again? I sang only a few verses before I remembered it was the pouch of crackers. It wasn't in my other sock. It must have fallen out when I was changing. Fear gripped my throat, stopping my song. If the crackers spilled and the horse ate them, there was no way we could ride him another 5 miles to the farm. I'd never been on a hallucinating horse, and I had no intention to either. I looked around my feet, but couldn't find the bag. I heard something from behind the tree, and it didn't sound like liquid. It was a crackling sound, almost like Lysander chewing on something crunchy. Were the crackers on the ground when the bandana fell? Was that what her hands were doing behind her back, separating the crackers from the bandana? "Lysander!" I shouted. She didn't respond. "Lysander! I'm coming over there unless you say something." "Don't!" she shouted back with a full mouth. "You do have them! Don't eat those crackers!" I yelled, rushing over. She went around the other side of the tree, running away from me. "Because you were saving them for yourself?" She was stuffing crackers into her mouth as she fled. "You don't want to eat those!" I yelled, grabbing her tunic. She stopped and twisted, going back the other way and slipping from my fingers. "You gave me more bread like you were being nice, but that's only because you had all these crackers, keeping them from me selfishly." I caught up to her again, grabbing her arm. "They're hallucinogens! Stop!" She snatched her arm out of my grip, changing directions again. Bastille hell, she was quick. "Hallucinogens? Oh, that's clever. But why would you have them? I don't believe you. Get away!" This time I wrapped my arms around her waist and brought her to the ground as carefully as I could. "I'm serious!" I yelled, trying to grab the pouch from her hand. "They're delicious. No wonder you didn't want to share." She held the pouch on the other side of her body, so I climbed on top of her to reach it. Holding her wrist with one hand, I used my other to grab the pouch and crush it between our hands. Then I maneuvered our hands so the open end of the pouch was upside down, shaking out the crumbs into the dirt. "Why'd you do that?" she screamed. She was still chewing a mouthful of the crackers, so I put my hands on her cheeks and tried to push it out. "Don't swallow it!" She turned her head back and forth, grabbing my wrists and pulling them away. I grew worried she was going to choke, so I eased back, keeping my hands off her face. "Lysander, listen to me. I'm not lying. Those are really hallucinogens." She stopped mid-chew, her eyes turning from angry to worried. "You're serious?" I nodded enthusiastically. "Yes!" She reached into her mouth, retrieved a ball of masticated cracker, and tossed it to her side, wiping her hand on the grass. I leaned down to look at her closely, looking for any sort of similarities I'd seen in Goring's eyes. "How many did you eat?" "About half," she answered. We both were breathing heavily. Her thick, raven-hued hair was all over her face. I was still on top of her and just realized it then. The horse came over to investigate the crumbs. I quickly jumped up and led him away. Some bird is going to be out of its poor little mind when it finds those crumbs, I muttered. Lysander sat up. Why do you have hallucinogens? They were given to me. I had room in my pocket, so I kept them. I came over to pull her up. She let me, brushing herself off after she was on her feet. Are you sure these are hallucinogens? She asked. I don't see anything. Let's hope they're not, I said. I haven't tried them, so I can't be sure. What's going to happen to me if they are? I think you'll feel something first before you see anything. I remembered the way Giant and Goring had behaved, with silly grins and accentuated excitement. Just stay with me. I'll make sure nothing happens to you. She nodded, her eyes holding me in their gaze. Is half of that pouch a lot of crackers? I'm not sure. We got back on the horse. I was hungry, but also a bit nervous for Lysander. I had no idea how long the crackers would take to affect her. I had even less of a clue what she would see or do. Goring was mostly coherent, but he seemed well experienced with them. Lysander obviously wasn't. I think I feel funny, she told me. Her arms were around my stomach again, her fragrance storming into my senses. Finding myself a bit overwhelmed by the fluttery feeling it gave me, I tried to ignore it as best I could. No matter what, remember you'll be fine, I said. I feel good, actually. Those crackers were really good. Really, really good. She spoke slowly, as if savouring each word. I wasn't sure how to respond. Well, that's good, I guess. I was supposed to be married by now. Lysander started laughing. With her soft tone, it sounded like she was speaking to the wind, but didn't mind if I overheard. To Bath Farrow. He thinks he's a good singer. Her laughter grew louder. And he's terrible, but no one has the nerve to tell him, so he sings at every social gathering. It was the first time I'd heard her laugh. It was actually closer to a series of giggles coming out in bursts. Although none of the bursts lasted longer than a heartbeat, they were strong and rhythmic, twisting my lips into a smile. She gasped, pulling her hand off my stomach to cover her mouth. I shouldn't have said that. I won't tell anyone, I replied. That's because you don't have anyone to tell who matters. Exactly, I muttered. She slid her hand back around to meet the other that remained on my stomach. I didn't mean it like that, she said apologetically. It's fine, I answered. He tried to serenade me the first time we met. Lysander laughed. Her voice had changed, louder and more confident, clearly meant for my ears now. It was so funny. Jessant says I turned completely red. I told her it was because I was holding in my laughter. 2 bursts of giggles came out. Jessant's my sister. You already know that. I forgot you almost married her. That's... Her low voice was deeper than usual, like she was on the verge of an epic discovery. That's so strange to think about. My father was wrong to set all that up, although he is a king first, a father second, and a man above all. He regards Jessant and me so differently than his son, simply because we're female. She sighed and leaned forward to rest her cheek against my back. One day, Bath Farrow will be just like him. We rode like that for a few minutes, utter silence except for the horse and the wind. I thought she'd fallen asleep until we reached a turn in the path, and she scared me by leaning back quickly, nearly pulling me off the horse. What's wrong? I asked. I thought... She paused to catch her breath. I thought I was steering the horse for the longest time, and then I realized my eyes were closed. I gave a faint laugh. Well, try not to do that again. You almost threw me from the saddle. Did I ever have the reins? No, and you definitely won't, so don't worry about that. She rested her head on my back again, tightening her grip around my stomach by locking her arms together. It was a little bit tight, but night was coming and the air was growing cooler. I didn't complain. You have a lovely voice when you sing, Jack. I waited for the insult, but it didn't come. I thought she may have forgotten to say it. For a farm boy? I asked. No, for anyone. There are some things in this world that make no difference depending on where you grew up. That's everything, I couldn't help but say. She gasped, but kept her head on my back. That's profound. She was either lost in thought or didn't have anything else to say. Either way, she was silent for another minute. Can I rest my head on you? She asked, still resting her head on my back. You have been already, I told her. Bestial stars, you're right. I can feel it when you speak. She lifted her head, only to nestle her cheek closer to the middle of my back. Will you tell me more about this promise my father made? I like the rumble against my ear when you speak as I watch the trees dance. What do you want to know besides that he didn't follow through? Everything. Talk and leave nothing out. I wasn't sure she'd remember, but everything was what she got. I started with the guards coming to get me at the blacksmith's, explaining how her father had offered me a cure if I kidnapped Harwin, the little prince of Zav. I was sure to make it absolutely clear her father also promised not to harm Harwin. I wanted Lysander to know that, figuring she would have more power over making her father keep that promise than I would. I told her how her father had gathered me and 4 other men who had no association with the Thackeray family, just in case we were caught, so he could deny responsibility. I didn't disagree with his methods. He just wanted to avoid a war, perfectly understandable. My problem was what happened when I returned. I told her nearly every detail. Micah Vale's warning about the promises of the king, the conversation in the throne room, the ripping of the contract, how I ended up in that dressing room, and even listening to her and Jessend talk about running. One thing I didn't mention was that Micah Vale had helped me decide to take her. I still wasn't sure if she was supposed to know that or not. I found no benefit from telling her at that moment. She was mostly quiet throughout the story, grunting here and there. But when I described my heart ripping in half when I'd watched her father tear up the contract, she'd whimpered painfully, like she'd felt it. No words followed the story, not until we were about a mile from the farm. That's when she finally took her head off my back. Her hands began losing their grip, sliding across my stomach and grabbing my arm awkwardly, then shooting back to my stomach again. I'm going to be sick, she told me in a rushed voice. I stopped the horse, jumped off, slid one arm under her legs and the other around the small of her back, lifting her to the grass a few steps from the horse. I put her on her feet, but she collapsed to her hands and knees. Her hair fell in front of her face, and she desperately tried with one hand to push it out of the way, but it kept falling back in front of her. I knelt next to her and used both hands to grab all the hair I could, holding it behind her. She vomited. I tried my best not to pay attention to it, looking at the stars beginning to take shape instead. I thought about how happy I was that Micah Vale had told me not to drink the tea. This surely would have been over by now if I had, with me in a prison cell or beheaded. I shuddered at the thought. Lysander spat and wiped her mouth with her sleeve. She rose to her feet gingerly, reaching out a hand for me to grab on her way there. She slowly let go of me once stable, holding her arms out to balance herself. She took a deep breath. I feel a little better. Good. I gave her the flask. Finish the water, there isn't much left anyway. I started toward the horse. Lysander drank and then slowly followed me. She walked carefully, but with a sway. Here, I put my arm around her shoulders and guided her to the horse. It feels like I'm swimming on land, she said, and the only way of moving is with the waves. She held her head with one hand, handing me back the flask with the other. I realized how crazy that sounds. I lifted her to the front of the saddle, climbing on the horse behind her and pulling the reins under her arms. She leaned back, her head resting against my shoulder while she breathed, slow and deep. Bastille stars, that fragrance. Why did it pull me out of my body whenever I smelled it? It felt like I was reliving a memory, even though the moment was happening right then. I could see us on the horse together, bodies touching. Everything seemed to slow down. Each breath she took, each slight adjustment she made to her hands or head lasted forever, repeating itself in my mind as I searched for meaning behind it. I felt powerless, like the fragrance had taken over my body. Jack, Lysander whispered. Yes? Us touching like this doesn't mean anything. You know that, right? I'm just dizzy and tired. I know. I sat up to straighten out my sore back. Her head rolled a bit, but stayed against my chest. Rest if you want, I said. We'll be at the farm soon. She raised a hand to brush the hair from her face, accidentally catching my lip with her finger. She cautiously brought her hand back up to my face. I didn't know whether her eyes were open or closed, for I could see only the top of her head, but either way she couldn't see where she was reaching. The back of her hand grazed my nose, falling slowly to my lips. I wondered if she expected me to kiss it for some strange reason. My heart started beating wildly. What are you doing? I asked. Her hand quickly retreated. Just making sure that was your face I touched, and not something else. I brought the back of my own hand to my nose and lips to see what it felt like for her. "Are you still hallucinating?" I asked. "I don't think so. That's what I was trying to figure out just now." "Well, do you want to switch positions in the saddle then?" "This is fine." We shared a deep breath at the same time. I could feel her back move with my chest. She fluttered her fingers in front of my face. "But only because I'm dizzy and tired." "I know," I told her again. Chapter 17. Rubble. As good as it was to be home, I was nervous to see my father and sister. What were they going to think when I told them about Lysander Thackeray? At least I knew Rubble, my favourite cat, wouldn't judge me. He would walk to me, meowing as he went and purring the moment my fingers touched his fur. Rubble was one of the many cats we had. They were the best solution to all the rats on the farm and great company during chores, jumping and climbing on anything they could, and then meowing from the top as if to show off. Rubble was named by how often he was found in the strangest places, usually buried beneath something. He seemed to be the only one of our cats that never minded getting dirty, leaping into piles of anything to chase after a rat. His fur was white with brown spots, not the prettiest, but I didn't care. He always made me laugh. I steered the horse right to the door of our farmhouse. Lysander was conscious, but didn't seem to want to be, holding her heavy head low no matter what position she was in. I helped the princess from the horse, then tied him to the house. I knew he needed water just as much as Lysander and I did. I planned to come back right after greeting my family, telling this to the horse as I petted him. "And how are you?" I asked Lysander, when I was done consoling the horse. "I'm everything. Tired, hungry, thirsty, dirty." Her voice trailed off. "Me too." The farm was too quiet. The sun had fully set, but I should have still heard some of the animals behind the farmhouse. I wanted to investigate, but that had to wait. First, I needed to speak to my father and sister to explain everything. I knocked on the door. "Sannel? Kelly?" I called. There was no answer. I knocked again. "Hello?" I yelled. My stomach reached up to grab my ribs. Did the king know this was my farm? He could have sent guards here. Sannel and Callie could be in trouble. Lysander must have seen it on my face. "What's wrong?" she whispered. "I'm not sure, but I don't know what's waiting inside. I'm going to have to bind you to me." She held out her wrist. I used Sartious energy to create a ring around it, one around mine as well, then linked the two together with a bar. With our wrists bound together, I cautiously pushed open the door and led her through. Our farmhouse was 2 stories, although each floor had only a few rooms. The whole place was dark, but I thought I heard a muffled voice upstairs. I took my wand and pushed Bastille energy through it to create enough light to see everywhere ahead of me. "Jack Traden, we finally meet." My eyes shot to the top of the stairway, where a mage dressed in a red robe stood with folded arms. On his chest was the Thackeray family sign, blue soaring wings. I knew the blood-red robe meant he was a specialist with Bastille energy, the lighter of the 2 energies and by far the easier to manipulate. If I were on the king's staff, my robe would be green instead, to represent the emerald colour of SE, my specialty. "Who are you?" I asked. "And is that the princess you have bound to you?" He shielded his eyes from the light of my wand, squinting at us. "Thank you for bringing her to me." "Where are my father and sister?" I heard a muffled scream, similar to the way Lysander had tried to yell with the gag stuffed in her mouth. It was coming from behind the mage on the 2nd floor. "They're calling to you," he answered with feigned concern. "Hurry up here and save them." Then his face loosened into a grin that held more malice than I'd ever seen. "Come on," he said, waving and slowly turning on his heels to walk out of view. I looked over my shoulder at Lysander. All drowsiness had left her face, leaving wide eyes full of fear. "Who is he?" I whispered. "My father's top mage," she whispered back. "His name is Exo. He's dangerous." "Is he the one responsible for the fires that caused the desert to be what it is now?" She nodded. I wanted to puff out my chest heroically and storm up the stairs, demonstrating the bravery I always thought I'd have if I ever met him. But now that the moment was here, I felt weak. We were in my house, where the slightest damage could be devastating, and who knew what he had planned with my family? Then, too, I had Lysander to worry about, bound to me so she couldn't run. But what would that mean if a fight of magic broke out? What would she do? Fight against me? There was too much vulnerability here. I had a terrible feeling as I timidly walked up the stairs. The only light was coming from Callie's bedroom. I came to the doorway and peered inside. Exo stood in the middle of the room. My father and sister were behind him, each tied to a chair and gagged. "Leave Lysander outside and come in," he told me. I didn't move. Too many questions needed answering first. Were Sanal or Callie hurt? I saw no injuries. Why leave Lysander outside? He had something planned, but what? What was he going to do once I obeyed? Try to kill me, perhaps? I studied Exo as I thought. He was somewhere close to 40 years old, with thinning hair. His head was oddly shaped, looking closer to a lopsided diamond than an oval. Wide eyes with dark circles around them were pushed out by high cheekbones, forming the middle edges of the diamond, while a pointed chin and the tip of his long forehead made the bottom and top edges. A nose both wide and tall hung in the middle of his face. It was the centerpiece that brought the rest of his features together, creating a look of powerful hatred. Exo gave a bored sigh when I didn't enter. With a surprising lack of emotion, he pulled a knife from his belt and drew it toward Callie. She stared at him with contempt, showing no fear. I didn't feel the same courage. "Wait!" I shouted. Exo turned to me with a raised eyebrow. "Ready to listen?" I wanted to send a fireball his way, but he stood between Sanal and Callie. If I missed, or he moved out of the way, it wasn't worth the risk. I started to realize this was the end. I took a long breath, knowing I had lost. All that work getting Lysander here, and for nothing. I waved my wand at the binding between Lysander's wrist and mine. It shattered into green smoke. Exo pointed to the door with his eyes set on the princess. Lysander and I shared a look as if to say goodbye. It was a hesitant goodbye, one of apprehension through furrowed brows. It was nice to know at least she'd rather be in my company than with Exo, although who wouldn't? The man looked to be insane. What was he going to do next, I wondered. Was there a reward for my capture, perhaps for my death? Lysander stood in the hallway outside the door, watching. Exo went behind Callie, holding his knife to my sister's throat. "Now drop your wand," he told me, "or watch her die." I obeyed and dropped my weapon. "Kick it here," Exo motioned with his knife. I did as he asked. He bent down and stuffed it in his pocket. Exo walked toward the door cautiously, pointing his wand at me with a steady stare as he went. When he got to the doorway, he pushed Lysander out of sight and turned back to us. "Goodbye, Callie," Exo said with a wry smile. "It's been fun." Callie screamed something at him through her gag, violently thrashing against the ropes that held her to the chair. Exo blew a kiss and walked out of view. I hurried over to untie Callie, starting with the gag. I almost had the knot undone when something startled me. "Jack!" Lysander screamed my name. I flipped around to find her in the doorway again. "He's trying to surprise you! He's going to kill you!" Exo returned, shoving Lysander hard. "Stupid bitch!" he screamed. She crashed into something I couldn't see. It sounded like a wall. Exo replaced her in the doorway, aiming his wand at me. It was already glowing. He had been gathering Bastille energy when he left the room, and now his fireball was ready. I pulled in all the SC I could in the brief moment I had before his fireball formed, and I used that energy to create a shell in front of me. It wasn't bigger than my torso, and had the width of a straw, but it was all I could gather. His fireball came out in a flash of light, slamming into my Sartious shell before I could even see it coming. SE was the perfect shield against fire, just as strong as steel, but able to absorb the heat and force far better. However, his fireball was too strong for the shield I created. Although the shape of the Sartious shell remained, looking like a turtle shell bent around me, it couldn't contain the entire fireball. Some of the fire had splintered off the edges of my shell and landed in small puddles around the wooden room. I quickly morphed the floating Sartious shell into flat circles and directed them over each puddle of fire before it spread. Exo lowered his wand, his tormented eyes full of shock. "Impossible," he muttered. He drew the knife from his belt and ran toward me. I was ready, though. I'd gathered more Sartious energy and Bastille as well, using both to form my own fireball. Without a wand, the process was extremely dangerous and difficult because the fire came directly from my hand. I had to focus enough energy to form and expel the fireball instantly, and the smallest mistake would lead to terrible burns. I felt my hands sting from the heat when it happened, but any burn was worth it. My fireball struck him in the chest, knocking him back so hard he flew the opposite way he'd been running. His head slammed into the floor when he landed, motionless. I quickly checked around the room for any fire I might have missed. It had all fizzled out. Then I looked to make sure no one was hurt. Everyone seemed to be fine. Lysander had come back into the room. She was holding her shoulder, but didn't seem to be hurt otherwise. She carefully peeked down at Exo. Is he dead? I went over to check, grabbing his knife when I was close. He's still breathing, I said. I cut the gags around Callie and Sanel, starting to remove their ropes next. Grab his wand and mine, will you? I asked Lysander. She brought them over to me, still holding her shoulder. How did you cast without a wand? She asked. My father spoke for me as I cut his ropes. He's learned to absorb enough Sartious energy into his body that he doesn't need the pellets within a wand. Jack, what are you doing with Lysander Thackeray? I assume that's who this is. He motioned with his one free hand while I removed the ropes from the other. Yes, I said regretfully. I'll explain everything. My sister removed the last of her ropes from her feet. She took the knife from my hand, pushed Lysander out of the way so hard the princess fell, and stomped toward Exo's fallen body. Callie, don't! Our father yelled, kicking the remaining ropes that were holding him against the chair in order to stand. You saw what he did! Callie yelled back, bringing the knife up to her shoulders, ready to heave it down into Exo's chest. Stop this instant! Sanel was desperately firm. I hadn't heard him yell like that in years. It sent an old panic through my bones. Callie stopped and turned to glare at our father. Her anger was palpable. Are you going to do it then? Callie asked Sanel, holding the handle of the knife to him. He took the knife, but then immediately set it on the chair behind him. We're not murderers, Callie, Sanel said. We'll tie him up. I was curious what Exo had done to them that had made Callie so furious. Whatever it was my fault. I couldn't bring myself to ask, not until I figured out how to let them know how sorry I was for whatever had happened. I tried, but I couldn't find the words. Lysander ended up asking instead, What did he do? Callie glared at her, clearly insulted by the question. What do you think he did? He works for your father, doesn't he? Shouldn't you know of his reputation? I had a dismal thought. I ran to the window behind the chairs, but it was too dark to see anything outside. I decide nothing on the affairs of tracking and apprehension, Lysander told Callie, matching her harsh glare. You're wrong to accuse me of anything. Pass the blame, Callie said, just like every other Thackeray. Unless the problem affects one of your own, nothing is done to help. Callie bent down over Exo, roughly flipping him to his side so she could bind his wrists together with rope. Callie, I said, trying to calm her before she continued to blame Lysander for this. The princess replied before I could say anything else. And what would you do if you were me? You know nothing about my life. I can't control Exo. Callie twisted the rope around Exo's legs. I would at least try to convince the king to imprison his deranged mage after all the damage he's done. Callie rarely got this mad, but when she did, the only thing that helped was time. Still, I tried to calm her. Callie, please. Why are you defending her? My sister turned to me. Do you know what this son of a whore did? She kicked Exo's unconscious body in the side. Sanel grabbed her. Callie, enough. She kicked Exo again as Sanel dragged her away. You too, father! You both should be on my side! I hated to see Callie this way, but I hated even more knowing it was my fault. I tried to find the right words, something to say to let them know how sorry I was, but I needed to know what I was sorry for first. Callie stopped struggling against Sanel. They each grew limp. With heavy breaths, Callie sank to the ground, and Sanel fell into a chair. I helped my sister back on her feet. She squeezed me tightly in a hug that I gladly gave back. In Callie's embrace, I finally had the strength to whisper, What did he do? He killed all of them. Every damn animal, she whispered loudly. Said he couldn't stand the noise, but that's because he didn't let us feed them. We stepped back from each other. Even rubble? I asked, devastation building in my chest. Every cat, Callie replied. Every animal. My head was spinning, my heart trying to jump into my throat. I needed to sit down. I stumbled over to a chair. This was my fault. Callie pointed a finger at Lysander. Your family is sick to have such a man working for them. It's not my decision, Lysander snapped back coldly. Even in my stark dismay, I still understood Lysander's frustration. If our father controlled who she married, he surely controlled everything else. For all I knew, Lysander could have tried everything in her power to get Exo discharged. But I didn't have the strength to defend her. My head was stuck in my hands from shame. "Callie, that's not going to help," Sanal said with a calm voice. There was a sudden silence. I could feel eyes shifting to me, but I still couldn't lift my head. It took all my focus to keep from falling forward onto the ground. My head became heavier, starting to slide through the gap between my hands. All my strength was gone. I felt as if life should be over. I just wanted to close my eyes and slip away. But there was too much to do. "I was just going to stay one night," I murmured through my hands, forcing my head up and taking a breath. I was slightly worried we might be followed, but I never thought they'd find the farm without me leading them to it. "Exo threatened Drent," Sanal said. "Exo must have known you worked with him." "But Drent doesn't even know the exact location of our farm," I replied. "He knows the general area. Exo visited 3 other farms before ours," Sanal explained. "He told us this when he came to our door asking about you. I can only imagine what happened to those farms." "Why shouldn't we kill him?" Callie was leaning over Exo with her arms crossed. "He doesn't deserve to live." "You're not a murderer, Callie." Sanal spoke as if he was reminding her of something she already knew. "We'll chain him up in the pigsty. He can sit in the blood of the animals he slaughtered until guards come to find him. Then he can explain the situation to them." Lysander looked at me for a breath, her eyes tired and heavy. Then she turned her glance toward Sanal. "And if no guards come for him?" Lysander asked. My father shrugged. "Then he can live off pig's blood until they do." Chapter 18. Beds. After we chained Exo in the pigsty, Lysander bathed while I prepared food with my family. It gave me the chance to give them a brief version of what happened that led me here, while I apologized profusely throughout. I made sure to leave out Micah Vale and Goreng and Giant, as I wasn't sure Lysander was supposed to know about them. When I was done, Callie said, "The way I see it, this is the Thackeray family's fault." She clearly didn't care that Lysander could easily hear us in the bathroom nearby. "Not yours." It was kind of her to say, but I wondered if her blame was just misdirected because she couldn't hold a grudge against me. She'd never been able to before, but I'd also never done anything that had resulted in the loss of our farm animals. "What's next in this plan of yours?" Sanal asked me, holding back a judgmental look, although it still came out in his tone. He knew I wasn't the best of planners. "I was going to ask you to deliver a message for me while I hid in the forest with Lysander," I said. "But now I don't feel comfortable putting you or Callie in any more danger. I'll figure something else out." His eyes shifted from the meat he was cutting, looking at nothing in particular. Then his hand let down the knife. "What are you going to do now with what happened to the farm?" I asked, incapable of giving a more specific statement about the dead animals I was responsible for. "I don't think it'll be safe to stay here." I hated to say it, but I couldn't let them remain in danger. I despised myself so much, making sure they could hear it in my wavering voice. "Jack, don't blame yourself for this." Callie put her hand on my shoulder. "You were just trying to get what you were owed. Anyway, Father has been preparing to move for about half a year, isn't that right?" Sanal nodded. "We've been saving the money you've been sending from Drent's shop, Jack. We'll be fine. My sadness is more for the poor animals than anything else." I was so relieved I felt as if I had taken the first real breath since coming in the farmhouse. It made me realize there were worse things than never being cured of my darkness, such as being responsible for ruining the lives of my family. Whatever they needed, I was going to help. "Where are you moving?" I asked. "Farther south," Sanal answered. "Farther from trouble." I knew he was referring to the nest to our northwest. "Heard about the war, I assume?" I asked. "Yes," Sanal replied. "But I've always wanted to move south ever since—" He gave a look towards the closed door of the bathroom, lowering his voice. "We can discuss that later. Is it the best idea to leave her alone? What if she goes out the window?" I barred it with Sartious energy, I explained. Truthfully, I didn't think it was necessary, but it was still worth my time and energy just to be safe. Sanal kept his voice low. "I don't like this, Jack. I think you should take her back." Before I could argue, Callie did it for me. "Father, they'll just throw him in prison, or worse." Sanal took a long breath, looking at my sister and me with fatherly eyes. the same eyes I usually look toward for answers in past dilemmas. I felt hopeful, waiting for his suggestion, expecting to hear a fresh idea that would encourage me. But to my disappointment, his eyes went back to the meat he was chopping. "Give me the night to think about this," Sanel muttered. "Tomorrow morning we're leaving the farm before anyone else comes." "Where are you going?" I asked. "Into the forest with you." His eyes stayed on the knife. "I'll have more figured out by then." "Good," Callie said. "I want to see this through. I think you did the right thing, Jack. You deserve the cure." Lysander pulled open the door to the bathroom. Each of us turned quickly. Callie had given Lysander a light blue dress with long sleeves and a high collar. Callie had worn it until she was 12, when it became too small for her. It fit Lysander nearly perfectly, with just a little too much space around the waist. Her hair was wet and dark, giving off a shine from the lamps around us. She scrunched her nose and sniffled, standing in the doorway nervously. "Come in." I waved her toward me. I told Sanel and Callie how Lysander had been cooperating recently, although they still warned me that I shouldn't trust her. I understood their worry and decided it was easier to keep up an appearance of mistrust with Lysander than to convince my family that she could be trusted. "Stay with Sanel and Callie while I bathe," I told Lysander. Then I turned to Callie. "Watch her, will you?" My sister gave a mean stare to Lysander and then turned her glance to the door, demonstrating how she was in between them. "She won't be going anywhere," Callie said. "I wouldn't run," Lysander complained. She stopped me with her hand on my arm as I passed. She went to her toes to whisper, "I thought you trusted me now." Her breath on my ear sent a chill down my neck. I noticed my father and sister stopping their preparation of food to watch. I wasn't stupid enough to wholeheartedly believe she wouldn't run under any circumstance, but I was far closer to that than not trusting her at all. I took her hand to ease her into the hallway outside the bathroom. "It's just precautionary," I whispered. "Try to be nice to Callie." "She's rude," Lysander replied in an aggressive whisper. "Offer to help with the food," I suggested. I walked into the bathroom before Lysander had a chance to reply. I could hear her sigh as I went. From behind the door I heard Lysander ask to help. My shoulders slumped when I heard Callie's reply. "You can sit down and shut up is how you can help." We had an excellent meal, although everyone's mood was terrible. The air was so heavy with remorse, simply looking up from my plate to make eye contact with another felt strenuous. After the late dinner, my father went out to prepare for tomorrow by gathering supplies around the farm. I offered to help, but he told me to stay with Lysander. I was somewhat thankful, as I could barely keep my eyes open from exhaustion. Lysander was the same way, dragging her head around like it was dead weight while she helped us clear the table. When we were done, Callie put her hands on her hips. "Lysander, go upstairs so I can talk to my brother." Lysander turned to shuffle out of the room. Callie called after her, "And don't think you're sleeping in any of our beds. We only have 3. "She can have my bed," I said, unsure if it was loud enough for Lysander to hear. Callie waved me to the other side of the kitchen. "That's what I want to talk to you about," she whispered. "I know the princess is pretty, but you have to stop treating her so nicely. Callie, there's too much you don't understand about this. I was forceful and mean the first day, and it was a nightmare. She's finally cooperating now." Callie frowned at me with a look of sympathy. Her eyes were a very dark brown, far different from my blue eyes. Her face was round with a strong chin. Her hair was dark, like her eyes, but still with enough brown not to look black. Unlike Lysander's wavy hair, Callie's came down in twirls, falling over her chest. Standing close to my height, she was very tall and thick with muscle. We wrestled when we were younger, and I can say she was just as tough as she pretended to be. "I see the way you look at each other," Callie said. "It's just plain wrong. She's only trying to gain your trust, and you're letting her manipulate you. You don't understand what it's like for us, what we've been through. You told me everything that happened. I think I have a pretty good idea that you're both exhausted and you want to trust her. I can understand that. But that's not a good idea. You have to keep your distance from her emotionally while you stay close physically." Callie hammered her fist into an open palm. "Never let her out of your sight. Don't trust her with anything. If you give her the opportunity to run, she'll take it. Then you'll be left with nothing after all this except a vengeful king chasing after you." I bit my lip, trying not to let anger come out in my tone. "I have it under control." She turned her head and flipped up her palms. "Fine, fine. I need some rest." I headed toward the stairs. "Jack, I turned, holding back a glare. I loved my sister, but love tends to take a hiatus during moments of utter frustration. Have the nightmares been just as bad this last year? I took a slow breath, already feeling guilt for my anger toward my caring sister. Worse, I told her remorsefully. When I came into my old room, Lysander was sitting on the side of my bed, barely keeping her head up. You can lie down, I reassured her. I promised you a bed. Does your sister know? Yes. Lysander peeled back the covers. She let out a small gasp and coiled away to the other end of the bed. Are those bloodstains? Don't worry, it's only my blood. How does that help? She jumped off the bed. They're only stains. The sheets are clean. Lysander turned away from the bed but looked back at it over her shoulder. From your attacks? She straightened out to glance at me curiously. I nodded while yawning. You can have the floor if you want. I pointed where a pile of sheets lay before a pillow. It was positioned parallel to the bed where I was planning to sleep. I'm so tired I don't care where I sleep. I'll be up in a few hours after my nightmare anyway. She sat on the edge of the bed looking between me and the floor in a moment of consideration. When did these attacks start? 5 years ago, when I was 12. I positioned my wand over her ankle. My other hand went to lift up the long dress covering her skin. May I? She nodded. I pushed up the dress and started creating a Sartious ring around her ankle. What caused it to start? I'm not sure exactly, but it seems to be connected with magic. The more I cast, the worse the attack at night. I went quiet to finish creating the Sartious ring around Lysander's slender ankle. As talented as I was with the heavy energy, I was too tired to concentrate enough to talk and cast at the same time. You don't need to do that, especially if it'll make the attack worse. She put her hand on my wrist to stop the wand. I'm not going to run. If I'm going to be here beside you, I'd rather go through the night without seeing what I saw last night in the inn. I was so exhausted I couldn't even think. I've already started. I'm just going to finish it. Fine. She was insulted. The mattress was without a frame, lying directly on the wooden floor beside me. With nothing to bind her to, I bound her ankle to mine with about 3 feet between us. She scooted to the head of the bed, carefully finding a spot between stains to rest her body. This mattress is too hard, Lysander complained. I didn't answer her. Dealing with complaints was the last thing I wanted to do. Lying on the floor shirtless, I was already half asleep, with the other half of my mind trying not to worry about the nightmare waiting for me. I heard you when I was bathing, Lysander muttered to me. You're no longer going to ask your father to deliver a message for you. I hope you're not expecting me to agree to stay for more than 3 days. No. My voice had a low grumble from the exhaustion. We made a deal. I'll stick by it. So how will you set up the trade? I gave a loud breath as I thought. I'll probably go myself to set up the trade, leaving you with my family. Lysander sat up. They'll throw you in prison as soon as they see you. Not if I tell them that if I don't return, you'll be harmed. She gasped. I turned to her, expecting to find shock on her face. It was there for a blink, but it quickly morphed into a look of disgust. I wanted to let her know it was an idle threat, that I would never hurt her, and neither would my family, but for her to have that knowledge would be detrimental. In the span of a heartbeat, she grabbed the Sartious bar connecting our 2 ankles, raised it about 6 inches and slammed it back down. Her foot hit the mattress while mine crashed into the wooden floor. Bastille hell, that hurt! I sat up to nurse my heel. Good! She humphed and turned away from me to lie on her side. You didn't even thank me for saving your life, and now you talk about hurting me. She was right. The thought hit me like a brick. She'd warned me about Exo. I was so busy and distracted with everything that had happened after, I didn't even realize it. She'd saved me. But why? How did you know Exo was going to come back, I asked. He told me to wait quietly so he could sneak back and finish you off. Threw me into a wall as well. Still facing away from me, Lysander brought her hand up to rub her shoulder. I didn't know how to thank her. It felt as if the words weren't enough, especially because she'd had to remind me. I was truly grateful, and I wanted Lysander to know that. We remained in silence while I thought. Eventually, she gave a long sigh to express her annoyance. I'm trying to figure out how to word it, I explained. A simple thank you is all I expected, Lysander replied. But you don't even give me that. Then you talk about hurting me. I don't want to hear anything else from you. She felt betrayed. I could hear it in her voice. I rubbed my tired eyes, trying to figure out what to say. I sat up and gently pulled her arm. Lysander. I tried to have her face me. Lysander, look at me. She turned halfway, going to her back. I hovered over her face. What? Lysander demanded. I'm so thankful for your help, not just with Exo, but with the guards as well. We stared at each other in silence, her eyes steady on mine. I noticed the anger melt from her face. I saw what you did to Exo, Lysander whispered. Would you really do that to me? I shook my head. Never. It came out before I had a chance to consider whether or not to reveal it. I felt relief, though. It would have been too hard to lie about something like that. She tilted her head lower, her eyes remaining stuck to mine. Your eyes are such a dark blue, she told me. They make me feel lost at sea. It seemed like a bad feeling to have, but the way she'd whispered it made me wonder if it really was. We held each other's glance for just a few silent breaths. I had nothing more to say, but I waited there nonetheless, just in case she did. Finally, she flipped back to her side and muttered, Don't look at me like that. I had the idea I was frightening close to being slapped. Relief swam through me. We were on the horse again, heading into the forest. Lysander's arms were tight around my stomach. Without a kick, the horse started into a gallop. We sped through the trees, Lysander laughing in my ear with her infectious giggle. I slowed the horse and turned to see her smile. Do it again, she told me, brushing the hair from her face. I faced forward and gave the horse a kick, but he didn't budge. I don't know how, I said, continuing to try. Jack! Lysander was shouting my name with panic. I turned to find her on a different horse with Callie. They were galloping away from me. Jack! Lysander continued to call. Stop, Lysander! Come back! I tried to follow, but my horse wouldn't move. Suddenly, I realized someone still had hands wrapped around my stomach. I shivered with fear when I knew it couldn't be Lysander. My eyes fell, and I saw pure black limbs holding on to me. I slipped out, tumbling off the horse. I ran with a look over my shoulder. The darkness floated off the horse, wafting after me like a ghost. A serrated dagger was part of its right arm. I couldn't get away fast enough. My legs were numb, causing me to stumble and eventually trip. My darkness grabbed me by my shirt collar, lifting me from the ground to face it. A black outline of a hooded man with no face and body, only limbs. In a rapid burst of thrusts, it drove the knife in and out of my chest. I screamed in pain, incapable of moving. I awoke sitting up, the real world swirling back into focus. My hands were on my chest. I peeled them back to find blood. There were 3 fresh wounds around my heart, each thin slits. I started to stand to make my way to the bathroom to cleanse myself. Jack, Lysander said, startling me. I forgot I'd bound us together. I was glad she'd said something, otherwise I would have tripped. I didn't want to get blood on my wand, so I focused and broke the bar that held us together with a wave of my hand. I'll be right back, I told her, still catching my breath from the nightmare. She rolled off the bed to follow me. Do you know what it looks like when it's happening? I've heard, I mumbled. Apparently I writhe and groan. Then green light explodes from my body, ripping my skin open. I didn't like to think about it. You were talking, she said cautiously, giving me the impression she was uncomfortable repeating what I'd said. Feeling embarrassed, I didn't ask. She stood in the doorway when I entered the bathroom. Since you're here, can you help me with the pitcher? I motioned to it with my head. My hands had enough blood on them to make me want to avoid touching anything. She nodded and filled it with clean water from the basin. I held out my hands, rubbing them together under the thin stream she poured. I cupped my hands around the water and rinsed my chest next. Lysander set down the pitcher and carefully tugged the cloth from between my elbow and body that I'd carried downstairs to the bathroom. She started to wipe off the water and streaks of blood remaining on my chest and stomach. I started to feel shy about her being so close to my naked chest. You should go back to bed, I said, calmly taking the cloth from her hand. Go back upstairs, Lysander. I twisted around to find Callie leaning against the doorway with her arms folded low across her stomach. Lysander's shoulders stiffened. She gave a nervous look to me and then walked out, avoiding eye contact with Callie as she passed her. Callie came toward me and sighed. She took the cloth from me, wiping some drops of water around my neck I hadn't found yet. I'm sorry this happens. My sister's voice was tired. Nothing for you to be sorry about. I always hoped it would go away on its own, but that doesn't seem to be the case. She paused, finishing up with the cloth. Then she studied my body. You've gotten a lot stronger since working with Drent. Taking my shoulders, she turned me for a better look at my wounds, sighing twice. But these are worse than I remember. I'm going to make sure you get the cure. Callie, you shouldn't be involved at all. Too late for that. Callie handed me back the cloth. She peered out the doorway, poking her head around to make sure no one was there. Turning back to me, she whispered, "You have to stop trusting Lysander." "Callie," she lifted her hands to interrupt me, "just listen to what I say." Callie waited for me to respond before continuing. I hated when she did that, but I held back a look of impatience. "Fine," I said as plainly as I could. "Lysander is nothing but a means to your cure, remember that. She's not your friend. She's definitely not your girlfriend. She's the daughter to the man who sent that mage who killed all our animals. What if Sanel was responsible for something like that? Would you stay idle? Would you let it happen?" "Of course not, Callie, but I wouldn't either. Lysander may pretend to care about you now, but if she really cared about people like us, she wouldn't have let her family get away with years of injustice." Callie always had a grudge against the Thackeray family, ever since she and I started going to the nest to pick up supplies for the farm when she was 12 and I was 10. We had a few incidents with the people there, and the guards were no help. We even had a few incidents with the guards themselves. Callie was somewhat chubby when she was younger, and the guards seemed to put more effort into making that painfully obvious than in helping us. I tried to force a smile, knowing my sister was only trying to help. "Thank you for your concern," I told her, "but don't worry about me. She's using your trust against you. I can feel it. Then why did she save my life?" Callie squinted, unsure what I meant. "When?" "With Exo. She warned me he was coming back to kill me." Callie's mouth tightened. "That's simple. She's more scared of him than she is of you. Anyone who meets you knows within a handshake that you have a gentle heart. With that mage, it's the opposite. He reeks of cruelty." I didn't want to believe my sister, but I couldn't find the logic to disagree either. I decided to say something to ease her worry, to show her I was listening, while I figured out what I really thought later. Maybe my gentle nature was why the king took advantage of me. He thought he could get away with it. But we'll make sure he doesn't. Callie squeezed my arm lovingly. "We'll get you the cure, as long as you don't let the pretty girl distract you." I returned to my bedroom with a lot on my mind. I had begun to trust Lysander, whether I wanted to or not, and the thought of going back to how we were when I'd first met was painful. It felt like I would be losing a friend, which reminded me of the slaughtered animals I'd already lost. My entire body clenched from the tight pinch that death created. I missed Rubble dearly. Literal pain hit my stomach and swelled into my chest. Lysander was on her back, dead asleep. She had one hand up beside her head so that it was resting on her wild black hair strewn across the pillow. Her other hand moved up and down on her stomach with each breath, bobbing like a boat in the middle of the ocean. The moment I saw her, I forgot everything Callie had just told me. Chapter 19. Bonds. In the morning we took 4 bags, 2 wheelbarrows and a wagon, filling each with food, jugs of water, and all the valuables we could fit. Although we left some belongings in the farmhouse, they were only what we didn't mind losing if the house was raided by guards. Most of what we took were clothes. Callie also took her lute and some books, while Sanel took all the portraits he'd made over the years, neatly stacking them on the wagon that our horse pulled. Most were paintings of Callie and me throughout our childhood, along with 2 older ones of Sanel's late wife, Janie, who I knew little about besides the way she looked. Sanel had told me that Janie had a fever a few days before Callie was born, and never recovered after the blood loss from the birthing. Callie is 2 years older than me, so I never met Janie. In the few instances Callie or I asked about her, Sanel's eyes would look inward and find old memories that must have become scars. I could see him reliving the pain. He'd wear a smile and try to answer us amiably, but Callie and I knew better. The discomfort those conversations created was stronger than my curiosity, so I'd stopped asking about Janie long ago. After breakfast, the 4 of us were ready to make our trip into the forest. As the horse was most comfortable with me from our trip to the farm, I led him while my father and sister each pushed a wheelbarrow. Lysander's bag was the same size as the rest of ours, but it looked big on her small frame. She seemed unused to carrying a heavy load, constantly using her hands to shift the bag to various positions on her back, sometimes hopping to straighten out the sagging straps. "Callie, where are you going?" Sennel set down his wheelbarrow to ask. Callie had veered off toward the pigsty. "We have to check on him before we go. What if he escaped?" Sennel put his hands on his hips. "He couldn't have. He's wrapped in chains." Sennel lifted a hand to shield his eyes from the rising sun as his glance followed her. "Callie, he's dangerous, even without a wand." "Then come protect me," Callie called back over her shoulder. Sennel sighed and walked after her. I turned to Lysander and motioned with my head. We followed. As I came to the door of the small brick building, the stench of rotting flesh invaded my nose and eyes with a slight burn. Lysander coughed, covering her face with both hands. She shook her head and went back the other way. "Come on," I waved her forward. "No," Lysander said through her hands, still shaking her head. "I need to go in," I told her, "and I can't leave you out here. It'll be quick." Her shoulders slumped, and she turned to follow me. Callie and Sannel were inside already. I expected to hear Callie yelling at Exo, but there were no sounds, not even a murmur. The sight I saw when I entered was so shocking I hardly noticed how much stronger the stench had become. My sister and father were staring at the broken chains, as if they were watching the world beginning to shatter, a moment of terrible discovery and astonishment. "How?" Callie whispered to anyone who could answer. I went to investigate the chains, lifting them into the light coming through the high window. "He heated them until they melted enough to break." I shook my head in disbelief. He must have been burned severely by the amount of heat needed to melt the metal, especially since he didn't have a wand or staff to direct the bestial energy from a single point. I dropped the chains back into the pile of pig blood and entrails and walked out so I could think straight. Even if I could put up with the terrible burns, I didn't have the strength for all the bestial energy needed to melt through chains. The power and determination that it took was frightening. And where was he now? The rest of them joined me outside. Confusion was shared by all, though Callie's face held anger as well. Her eyes were twisted as she looked back at the pigsty. Why didn't he attack us once he got free, Callie wondered. Sannel glanced quickly in each direction. He was probably barely alive when he finished burning himself to get through the chains. We need to move before he recovers and comes back. Sennel went back toward the wheelbarrows. "We should have killed him," Callie muttered. "Callie," our father gave her a sad look. Normally Sennel had a warm smile. With a wide mouth and thick lips, a grin from him caused deep lines to form high up in his cheekbones. But I hadn't seen one of his smiles since I'd returned. I missed them. I knew Sennel to be a handsome man. His greying hair still had streaks of dark brown along the sides, with some strands mixed in atop his head as well. His eyes were brown and youthful. Above them were eyebrows that were still dark. Sannel never let his beard grow out, but he usually had sandy grey stubble that accentuated his smile, when it came. My father was big, about a forehead taller than me and with wide shoulders. He never complained of a sore back or a lack of energy. Instead, he'd often mutter how there weren't enough hours in the day, waking up early with the sun and staying out until darkness made the simplest task impossible. Sannel was looking at Callie like she was plagued with a disease. "You're upset," he told her, "but this isn't you. I know you don't really wish to take another's life." His tone was accusatory. Callie's anger turned to embarrassment from the chiding. Her eyes found Lysander for a blink and then looked into the dirt. "I want him dead." Callie spoke so quietly I wasn't sure I'd heard her correctly. Sannel wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Callie's head still hung low. "As do I," he agreed with a soft voice. He switched his grip to hold both of her shoulders, bending down to look her in the eye. "But it's not our decision whether someone lives or dies. Understand?" I turned and put my hand on Lysander's back to lead her away. This was a moment Callie didn't want to share with anyone but family. I could feel it. My sister loved our animals, the cats and horses especially. I figured she must have so much hatred for Exo for killing them that she couldn't contain it all. As often happened with emotions too powerful for our own bodies, her hatred had begun to fragment, with much of it directed at the Thackeray family, and Lysander specifically, the only one here to answer for their crimes. But I figured that misguided blame would fade soon enough. "Is your sister usually violent?" Lysander asked when we were some distance away. I shook my head with a smile. Definitely not. Lysander didn't look relieved. She absently stared ahead at a fallen tree with nearly naked, gnarled branches. It lay among 3 others just like it that were still standing. Something had knocked the tree over, causing it to rip from its roots. It was a gloomy sight. I wasn't sure why Lysander couldn't take her eyes off it. Our farm was on the outskirts of the forest, and after just a couple miles we were surrounded by trees. Sannel and Callie were far behind. It seemed as if they had a lot to talk about, so I gave them their distance. Lysander and I talked while we travelled, first about nothing, what to expect from the weather, nothing of interest. Long pauses between empty statements made it clear we each had heavy worries we weren't sharing. Eventually, I couldn't keep them to myself any longer. I told her of my concerns about putting my family in danger, and how I hated myself for what happened. I knew Lysander was the wrong audience for purging my emotional conflicts, but I continued nonetheless. I told her that I should have behaved myself in her father's throne room, that I'd let rage take over. "You could take me back," Lysander said with a pessimistic tone when I was done. She knew full well I wouldn't do that. I felt embarrassed about exposing my remorse to the girl I'd kidnapped. Now all I'd done was make the situation awkward. Luckily, my father called to me from behind, asking me to wait. He and Callie caught up to us. Callie gave me a smile and a nod and continued forward with her wheelbarrow, while Sannel held me still with his hand on my shoulder. "Come on, Princess," Callie told Lysander. "Walk with me." Lysander showed me a nervous look. "Go ahead," I said, trying to ease her worry with a smile. When they were too far to hear us, my father and I slowly started after them. "I wanted to talk in private," he told me. When I turned to meet his eyes, I was pleasantly surprised to find the smile I'd been missing. I felt relief swell into my lungs with my next breath. "Callie and I have been talking," he continued. "While I can't say I would have advised you to kidnap a Thackeray, I'm not going to scold you for it either. I know you would do anything for the cure to your darkness, and Callie and I don't blame you for that, nor do we blame you for what happened at the farm. So you shouldn't blame yourself." I gave a subtle smile to show my thanks, while really I was glowing. It's amazing how approval from the right person at the right time can set your upside-down heart back upright. I could feel some of the hatred for myself withering away. "And Callie and I can't let you finish this on your own," Sannel continued. "I was hoping you could stay with Lysander while I go back into town to set up the trade," I told him. He shook his head. "After this is over, I'm going to move, but I have some arrangements to make in the city first, some people to meet." "Wait." I could feel my heart starting to flip again. "You're not suggesting that you tell the king's men about Lysander to try to set up a meeting?" "I'm going into the city anyway, no matter what. You and I can discuss a time and date for the trade. We'll write it on a note, and then I'll give it to a guard and leave before he even reads it. I'll make sure to finish everything I need to do in the city first." "As soon as he reads it, he'll chase after you." "I'll take the horse and give the note to a guard on foot so he can't catch up." My father sat down the wheelbarrow. "In fact, we should switch so the horse can get to know me. What's his name?" Sannel left the wheelbarrow to pet the animal's neck. "I haven't named him yet." I didn't budge. "Father, if they stop you, they'll torture the information out of you. It's better if you stay with Lysander and let me go. I can speak to whoever you need to find in the city." My father didn't take his eyes off the horse. "You didn't name him?" "I didn't think I'd be keeping him. Enough about the horse. Will you stay?" Am I that old and frail that my children worry about me more than themselves now? It's not that. You forget that your old man is the one who taught you magic in the first place. My eyes fell off him. "No, of course I remember, but—" "Besides," Sannel interrupted, "I need to go to the city myself. There are tasks that you cannot do for me." "The blacksmith?" "Yes, my friend Drent is one of several people I need to meet with. There are others, old acquaintances you don't know." I gave him one last pleading look. "If you must go into the city, fine. But we can figure something else out to set up the trade of Lysander for the cure. I can wait for you to come back and then go myself to deliver the note." "I'm going to stay the night in the city," Sannel said. "There's too much to do there and not enough time in the day. So I can go once you return." I realized I'd have to work something out about the promise I'd made to let Lysander go after 3 days, but I could figure that out later. Sannel shook his head and held out his hand for the reins to the horse. "I don't want our family in these woods longer than we need to be, especially with Exo out there somewhere. With this wagon and the wheelbarrows, we're not hard to track. You'll stay behind with Callie, clean up our trails as best you can, and stay vigilant while you wait for me to return. I'll be leaving as soon as we find a place for our camp, so I know where to return." I took a long breath to think, still reluctant to hand the horse over. "I'm demanding to go," Sanal said, "and last I checked, age still trumps magic ability." I nodded and traded the horse for the wheelbarrow. "Thank you," he said. "I know you probably haven't thought about what you're going to do after this is over, but I have." My father was right as usual. I'd partially considered fleeing Guldrum, but not much besides that. "What did you have in mind?" "Our farm is right beside a busy path leading to and from the nest, and while the convenience has been nice when we need something from the city, it hasn't been worth the trouble. I've wanted to move for years now, ever since you turned 3, actually." His tone was prodding, waiting for me to ask. It felt like Sanal was about to reveal a long-kept secret, which was unnerving, as I never knew my father to keep anything from me. Tradens don't keep secrets from each other, Callie always said. "Why when I was 3? "Because that's when I decided you were my child." His words were hinting at an untold side of the story of my childhood. I thought I knew everything Sanal did about my birth parents. I was 1 year old when they'd knocked on Sanal's door and asked if they could purchase some food. My birth parents were famished. It was clear that I was the only one who'd eaten. Sanal had claimed many times over the years that he told me every detail he could remember about that night. Although Sanal had never met this couple before, he decided to trust them enough to let them inside, where he fed them and offered them a place to sleep. Callie was 3, and apparently we got on as well as 2 toddlers could, playing and giggling together while Sanal spoke with my birth parents. They clearly were exhausted, but they still made an obvious effort to participate in polite conversation, complimenting Sanal's generosity. And of course they couldn't stop gushing about how cute Callie was, especially watching her play with me. But whenever Sanal asked about why they were leaving the city or where they were going, they gave the simplest answers they could, quickly changing the subject. It was clear to Sanal that they were lying, but he didn't want to pry. During the night, my birth parents left the farm, leaving me there with a note. Sanal waited until I was 8 to tell me this, showing me the note as well. Until then, I thought Sanal was my birth father, and this information hardly changed anything. The more I thought about it over the years, the more I realized some kids probably would have read that note until they'd memorized every word. Some kids would have studied it until they'd come up with interpretations clearly not meant to be found. Then they would have dwelled on whether their mind was playing tricks on them, or if they'd actually stumbled upon a secret. Some kids would have wanted to venture out and find their true parents. Questions about why they'd been abandoned would repeat in their mind, creating a torment that only discovered answers could end. But that wasn't me. I'd read the note, shrugged, and handed it back to Sanal. He'd told me to keep it, and I did, reading it a few more times in the years since then. But that was it. The note was still with me, in my bag this moment even. But it didn't mean anything. Sanal was my father, Callie was my sister. The strange people who brought me to the farm and left me there could have been fugitives, or the king and queen of another territory, or even spies sent all the way from Cairo across the starving ocean. But I didn't care. The only thing that made me curious was whether either of them suffered from a darkness like I did. But the answer to that wouldn't necessarily help me, and there's no way I could figure that out, so I told myself there was no point wondering about it. "You didn't consider me your child before I was 3, I asked, slightly offended. "Of course I did." My father showed an apologetic smile. "The moment I found out your birth parents left you with me was the moment I started taking care of you as if you were my own. But imagine my position. What if they were to return? I would have been forced to give you back to them. There are no words to describe my conflicting emotions. I was livid they would do that. They took all the control with them when they left. I couldn't leave you to starve, and I couldn't take you someplace else either. I had to take care of you." Sanal shook his head in anger as he continued. "But was I supposed not to love you? Was I supposed to prepare for your birth parents to return and take you back? When would that happen? I grew sick of all the questions and ended up making a decision. I gave them 2 years. I thought that was extremely fair. If they came to get you after that, I would fight to keep you." "But they never came back, right?" "Thankfully. But some nights I still worry, not just about them, but about someone else coming to get you. You remember the note? Your birth parents were involved in something dangerous." I knew he was right, but being years since I'd read it, I'd forgotten the specifics. I set down my bag to dig around for it, pulling it out for a read. Sanal Traden, As you must have now realized, we've left. We hope to return as soon as we can to retrieve Jack. Words cannot express how sorry we are to put you in this position. We are on the run, and Jack is not safe with us for now. What we're running from is best left unsaid for your safety. If men come looking for us, don't lie to them, or they may know. Tell them the truth, but don't tell them Jack belongs to us, or they'll take him. Say he's your child if you must. We know you'll take good care of him until we return. You're a good man. Sannel read over my shoulder. When I finished, he sighed and said, "They were so young when they came, right around your age. Did I tell you that?" My age? What a strange thought. I felt the air rush out of me like I'd been hit in the stomach. Sannel was nodding. About 17 to 19, I figured, when I met them. Like you and Callie, though your father was the one who was older. My shock passed. Their ages didn't change anything. They were still no one I needed to know about. It was just, I'd expected them to be older. My age? I tried, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Maybe this did change something. But what? Did it mean their mistakes should be forgiven? Do young parents deserve more leniency than older parents? I wasn't sure. All I knew was that Sannel had brought up the past for a point, and I was tired of hearing about it. My birth parents never came back, and I was glad for it. "Why would you bring this up now?" I asked my father as respectfully as I could for such an accusatory question. After those 2 years, those 2 torturous years when every knock at the door could mean losing you, I decided it was enough. I wanted to move us somewhere no one could find us unless we wanted them to, but I never had a way to transport the animals, nor did I have enough money. Sometimes, when visitors knock at strange hours, it still stirs my old fear, even though you're old enough now to make your own decisions about where to live. I don't know why I still panic. An old habit, I suppose. Listening to the raw love of my father gave me an uneasy feeling. I felt appreciated, but perhaps too much, like I was responsible for his happiness. I didn't want that. I hadn't wanted to go to prison for my own sake, but now I realized Sannel would be miserable as well. The last thing I wanted was my poor decisions affecting my family as much as they affected me. I remained quiet to let my father finish. "So I let you work in the city. It was the best way for us to earn money and for you to learn all you could about finding a cure to your darkness. Everyone knows all the best chemists are in the nest, with the best of the best working in the palace. But after this is done, I don't see you returning to the city." I nodded in agreement. "I don't think the king would want me in the city, let alone Goldrum, if he lets me live." "Jack, don't speak like that." Sannel shook his head at me. "But you're right about the unlikeliness of being allowed in the city. That's why I need to have all the arrangements for our new home set up before this is over. I already have Callie's opinion about this. She'll be living with me until she finds a husband." Sannel leaned over to whisper with a sly grin. "Or until I find someone she finds suitable. And you should stay with us until things settle down with the Thackeray family. We'll stay carefully hidden from the king's men. Then you can move on to your next adventure, whatever and whenever that may be. Is that a plan?" Sometimes I was jealous of how both Sannel and Callie could come up with such specific plans for the future. When Callie turned 14, the legal age of adulthood, she and Sannel spent many dinners planning. They discussed how her tasks on the farm would be changing, what they would do for her to meet men, her goals, everything. I didn't have the same experience when I turned 14. Sannel and Callie had all sorts of ideas, most having to do with how I would use my magic for money. But I couldn't even plan for the upcoming week, let alone for the next few years. I was glad the rest of my family wasn't like me. Otherwise, we would have lost the farm years ago. "It's a plan," I agreed. I tried to ignore the bitter feeling I had, thinking of the possibility of never seeing Lysander again. It was a thought I knew I shouldn't be having, but was there truly a way to stop it? I buried it as deep as I could, hoping it would never resurface. Wonderful. Now let's hurry to catch up before Callie and Lysander kill each other. Sannel smiled to show he was joking, but there was a subtle seriousness to his tone. Although they were out of earshot, it was clear they'd been arguing while we were speaking. There'd been a lot of folded arms, pointing, and petulant whipping of heads to and away from each other. "One last thing," I told Sannel as we hurried forward. "If you're not back by tomorrow night, I'm coming to look for you." He stopped, his mouth starting to form words. But then he closed it, sighing with defeat as he must have seen the stubbornness in my eyes. "Fine," he said. "And Jack, Try to keep a safe distance from Lysander. Understand? The look he gave me said far more than his words. I felt like I was being scolded. I don't like her, I muttered to the ground. Your eyes tell a different story. Could it be there really was something about the way I looked at Lysander? Twice she claimed I was falling in love with her after a simple glance. Well, maybe they were closer to stares. Callie seemed to notice something, and now Sanal. I needed to pay more attention to what my face was doing so I could stop it. It's only because she's pretty, I claimed, knowing no one could argue with that. That seemed to convince him. My father nodded slowly, his hand unconsciously rubbing his cheek as his eyes wandered to some distant memory. Those are the dangerous ones, he finally whispered. Chapter 20. Courting. The deeper we went into the forest, the less light came through the bushy trees. Many were covered with moss, the playful green colour always reminding me of Sartious energy. My father and sister were ahead now, but close enough to overhear. They were looking for somewhere to settle, some place Sanal could find again when he returned tomorrow. It seemed like they were interested in the mountain about a mile east of us. They saw something that stopped them. I followed their eyes and stopped as well when I saw what it was. A heavy-set man on a horse, frozen, staring. The man was close enough for us to see that he had no markings on his clothes. I felt some relief knowing he wasn't a guard at least, but this was still bad. He kicked his horse to trot toward us. I moved in front of Lysander. I positioned myself not directly between the man and her, as that would have been too suspicious, but it was just enough to partially hide her in a protective manner, not too uncommon when meeting strangers outside a city or a town. "You're the first people I've seen in these woods." The man himself had a long look at Lysander past my shoulder. Too long of a look. Although he shared a polite smile with us, and his tone was friendly, none of us replied. We each knew the danger this posed. He studied our faces. "What are you doing out here, if you don't mind me asking?" "We're travelling, just passing through," Sanal answered, urgency pushing his words out quickly. "Looks like you're headed east. Is there some sort of secret town in these parts I don't know about?" The man's tone was rhetorical. His grin went wider. "What are you doing here?" Callie demanded. "Travelling. Just passing through." His voice deepened, an attempt at imitating Sanal. His smile remained, now looking more forced, like he wanted to scowl but didn't allow himself to do so. "Will you all be here for a while?" "No," Sanal answered firmly. "Is there something you need before you're on your way?" It was more than a subtle hint. The man turned his cheek like he'd been slapped. "I see. Private business you all got going on here. I understand. Sorry to disturb you." He had another long look at Lysander before turning his horse. Over his shoulder he called back to us. "I don't see how you can get too far with one horse between the four of you, but good luck." He disappeared between the trees. Sanal started into a jog the opposite way of the man. "Come on," he waved. Callie and I followed, but Lysander held still, her face full of confusion. I motioned for her to follow. "What just happened?" Lysander asked, now rushing to keep up with us. Her backpack jumped back and forth with each step. "Nothing good," I answered. Lysander caught up to me. "Who was he?" "There's no way to know," I said, "but he was far too interested in us to be a mere friendly stranger." Sanal slowed down, glancing at me over his shoulder. "There's been odd business in this forest, Jack." Odd business? I wondered aloud. It was a strange statement that didn't give me much of an idea of anything. "I don't know what else to call it," my father answered. "How is it odd business?" I asked. Callie answered. "Father and I have noticed travellers pass by our farm on wagons filled with boxes of some sort. They go straight into the forest, only to come back hours later with the boxes gone. There's some sort of business happening, but we can't figure out what." "Yet another reason I've been wanting to move," Sanal added. With each of us now glancing over our shoulders, we walked quickly toward the mountain ahead. The grass got thicker, soon covering the entire forest floor. Eventually we were shrouded in shade. It became rare to come across a tree short enough to see its top without needing to strain our necks. A grey mist settled at the tops of the trees, slowly seeping lower as we continued. The sun was still pushing through, but bleakly, weakening by the hour. "Looks like rain is coming," I muttered. "I think we have till sunset." Callie had a hopeful tone. When we reached the rocky mountainside, the sun had begun its descent. Half of the mountain was covered in trees jutting out of crevices. The other half was composed of smooth boulders packed on top of each other. They were ripped with lines, making it impossible not to see shapes and faces. From my current angle, the boulders made a man with a perfectly oval head, like an exaggerated drawing. Coming out of the trees beneath him was his hand. It grabbed a sword-like shape being driven toward his face, pushing it to the side. Although Sanal would have no problem locating our camp when he returned, as the mountain could be seen from even outside the forest, it also meant that if someone was looking for us and thought to search near a landmark, this would be an obvious place to check. We'd seen no one else, fortunately, but a nervous feeling was burning a hole in my stomach. There was too much uncertainty to be comfortable. Who was that man? Did he recognize Lysander Thackeray? What business has been happening in these woods? The worst of my fears, though, was Sanal going into the nest, alone. There was a terrible feeling I used to get when my father would leave the farmhouse and didn't come back at the time I'd expected. He'd ride into the city to pick up something simple, but then he wouldn't return until dark. As soon as I'd start to worry, part of me would find it silly that I was scared. It would reassure me that this was my very capable father. A simple trip into the city had never been a problem. He'd been late countless times before. Still, I'd have this morbid feeling, a deep fear that the worst had happened, that he was hurt and needed my help. As absurd and pointless as I knew it was, I couldn't get rid of the feeling until he came back. But what I felt now was different, much stronger. The side of me that usually fought against the worry, the more reasonable side, was only making it worse this time. Instead of telling me that Sanal was strong, that he'd be fine because he always was, it was urging me to stop him. It screamed at me, "Don't let him go for you. Trouble is going to find him." I listened and tried to convince him one more time. "Father, please don't give them the note." I opened my hand, showing I wanted it back. It was a small folded paper. The message on it was simple, telling them to bring the cure to an address by noon, and Lysander would be there. The date was for the day after tomorrow. The address was our farm. "Let me deliver it when you come back," I pleaded. Sanal took a slow breath and then walked past my hand with open arms, giving me a hug with a sturdy pat on the back. "We have to finish this and get out of the forest as soon as we can, even more so after seeing that man. Don't worry about me. I'll be back before sunset tomorrow, unharmed." Callie embraced him next. "Take care of your little brother," my father said loud enough for me to hear. "I will," Callie replied sheepishly, knowing I didn't need her help. Then he was off, riding into the mist. We were left with 3 bags, 2 wheelbarrows, and the wagon the horse had pulled from our farm. We pushed the wagon into a cluster of trees farther down the mountainside, where it was hidden from view. We put our bags there next. "I'll go cover our tracks," Callie said, already walking back the way we came. "We'll go with you," I said, not comfortable with her separating from me with Exo still about. And who knew what else was in these woods? "I'm not some princess who needs protecting, Jack." Callie patted the knife on her belt. "I'll be back in a few hours. I expect a fire to be ready by then." With a smile, she turned and left. I glanced at Lysander and motioned with my head for her to follow me to search for sticks, trying to show a courteous smile. She was sitting on a log, making no indication of moving any time soon. Her knees were tightly pushed together, while she held her hands underneath the loose fabric of her light blue tunic beneath her legs. "We just got here." Lysander looked at me from the tops of her eyes. "Let's rest a few minutes first." I looked at the bag beside her feet, the one she'd been carrying for miles. It looked far too heavy for her. I was surprised to realize I hadn't heard her complain about it. Even now she was just requesting to rest, not blaming me for making her carry a bag that looked to be a third of her weight. "You can rest," I said. Lysander's head was relaxed on her shoulders, but everything else about her seemed stiff and uncomfortable. Her back was perfectly straight, rigid even. Her eyes found no place to rest, looking in each direction before eventually finding their way to my face. She gracefully moved the hair that had fallen in front of her eyes behind her ear. "Are you just going to stand there?" Lysander's head lowered to my feet, but her eyes stayed with mine. It made her glance appear wanting, urging me to sit. I shrugged and used my feet to fiddle with a rock. "Why don't you sit?" Lysander asked. "I'd rather rest once we're done," I told her. I felt more comfortable standing than sharing a log with her, as much as I did want to sit. I was trying to make more of an effort to keep some distance. She gave a discouraging grunt. I can't relax with you so antsy. Well, I'm going to be antsy until I've traded you for the cure, so it might be best for you to learn to ignore it. She cleared her throat, and silence followed. I'm sorry, I said. It's just hard for me to relax. I understand. Surprisingly, she spoke with the softness of a light embrace. I made an effort to keep my eyes off her beautiful face, looking instead at the endless trees. I held a deep appreciation for the forest. Whenever I heard the word majestic, no matter the context, I always thought of the sight before me. Towering trees coming together in the sky to create a dome from their bushy tops, turning everything below into its own serene world. Have you been in a forest like this? I asked. Jessend and I accompanied our father to Great Lake Cachitan. We passed through 2 forests like this one on the way there. In Zav? I was surprised to hear of the Takari family going to the territory of their enemy. It was before these recent problems between us. Lysander's eyes left me to search through the trees in the distance. I hope Jessend isn't too worried about me. My sister can be very protective. We have that in common, then. What about your father? I'm sure he's very worried. Let him be. She waved a hand resentfully. You mentioned your brother earlier. What about him? Lysander laughed bitterly. He and my mother left for Chanran a month ago to recruit men and women to fight for us. He has no idea what's happening with Jessend and me, nor would he care. Though my mother would, if she knew. Lysander stood to show me she was ready to start collecting for the fire. From the way she was walking quickly, it gave me the impression she didn't wish to speak any more about her family. We left the mountainside, travelling a minute in silence. Do you know what to look for? I asked. Lysander stopped with her hands on her hips. You think I don't know what's needed to make a fire? I figure you'd never need to if you have people to do that for you. She grumbled, leaning closer to my face. I've heard what people say about me. They think a princess has no idea what life is like for them. But I bet I have a more accurate idea how everyone else lives than what you think my life is like. She leaned back onto her heels, crossing her arms. Go on, let's hear you describe my day-to-day. I suddenly realized the ideas I'd had of her life were probably ridiculous. I'd imagined her waking up with servants waiting to slide slippers of the finest cloth onto her feet, and a garish robe around her body, so she could walk comfortably to the bathing room where a hot shower awaited. When she emerged, I'd figured there would be samples of 3 different breakfasts for her to try, allowing her to choose one so it could be ready by the time she was dressed. The rest of the day would continue just like that, with her never lifting more than a fork or a spoon. I had no idea what she did with her time. Perhaps try on clothes and gossip about wealthy families? I felt embarrassed about mentioning any of this. Come on. Lysander tried to wave the words out of me. I'm waiting. I smiled, defeated. You might be right. I am right. My life isn't as easy as everyone assumes. I must know how to speak, sit, walk, dance, and even eat correctly. I have to know which clothes to wear for every occasion. I've learnt to sew, embroider, and hem. I've learnt to ride a horse just as good as anyone else. I'm sometimes forced to sing. She clenched her fist. As much as I despise my singing coach. I know the entire history of Goldrum and my family, down to each name and date. Not that those specifics matter for more than impressing a haughty prince during a dinner between our families. I found myself nodding along. I could feel her annoyance, her lack of freedom, and she gave no notion of being anywhere close to finished. I'm frequently subjected to meetings between my father and some noble, where my sole purpose in being there is to smile and answer any inane questions directed toward me. My father made me choose a language to learn for no other reason than to say I know more than one language. To spite him, I'm now nearly fluent in Elvish. Elvish? I interrupted, completely shocked. Everyone knew about the elves, but no one talked about them. It was too controversial of a subject to lead anywhere except frustration. I couldn't believe Lysander's father would allow her to learn their language, especially being a Takari. Her family controlled Goldrum when the Bastille Steel War began, when the elves refused to help defend Goldrum against the 3 surrounding territories. It's actually a beautiful language, she said. I waved my hands. Sorry. Go on. I'm rambling anyway. Lysander lowered her head and found a group of thin sticks scattered around us. I was so lost in her words I'd forgotten to look. She squatted over them to start collecting. I bent down to help. What's the worst of everything you have to do? She answered quickly, without a thought. That I have to practice everything, no matter how good at it I already am. She stopped, putting her hand on the curve of her hip as she thought. Actually, the most aggravating are the courting lessons Jessend and I have been taking since we were 10. Absolutely pointless at this point. Courting lessons? Like how judgment is found for crimes? It sounded interesting to me. We each stood. She had a somewhat shameful smile. Courting men, winning their favour. Oh! I couldn't help but laugh. What could they possibly teach you about that? After 6 years, nothing new. Jessend and I used to have fun with the lessons when we were younger. Now it's just demeaning. I have to admit I'm curious about these classes. It's more boring than you'd imagine. There's a lot of focus on the way we greet each other, the curtsy I'm supposed to give to show a particular meaning, the subjects I should and shouldn't talk about, how to understand looks and reciprocate them. She stopped, and I realized we were locked in an awkward stare. My smile quickly flattened, as did hers. We each turned away. I see, I muttered. They don't teach you anything specific to say or do to win men's hearts? A special phrase, so to speak? Of course, she said flippantly. Show me. I turned with a wide grin. Try to win my favour. I want to see an example. I won't. Although her tone was reluctant, I found a grin she was trying to hide behind her wavy dark hair. What's the point of all these lessons, then, if you can't do it? Lysander gasped. Her foot must have been caught on something, for she stumbled into me and nearly fell. I dropped the sticks I collected to catch her. She clung on tightly to my torso and arms, very slowly standing upright again. She kept her hand on my arm for balance. Thank you. Lysander's voice was as sweet as sugar. She stood close to me, looking up into my eyes with her 2 front teeth nervously biting the side of her lip. It's nothing, I managed. My breath had been stolen from me by her touch, and the way she looked at me made my heart want to climb through my throat after it. Lysander slid her hand up my arm and then around my waist, pulling her hip next to me and nestling against my body. She ducked under my arm so that it rested around her shoulder. On reflex, I held on to her. It's getting cold. She gave a slight shiver. Do you mind if we walk like this? My heart thumped so wildly I couldn't utter any words, only a strange squeak. I quickly concealed it by clearing my throat and trying again. You're that cold? The sun was barely visible through the trees and the fog, but its warmth was still there. Not any more, she said softly. My blood warms when I'm next to you. The line was too unlike her, too sudden and strange. That's when I knew she was just playing. I'd asked to see her attempt at courting a man, and that's all this was. She slipped away from me, reverting back to a casual stroll as if nothing had happened. Something like that, Lysander said, completely deadpan. I was still waiting for my heart to calm back to normal. All I could do was nod. She brushed back her hair to look at me from the corner of her eye. Any good? She had a confident smile as if she already knew the answer. I heard some sort of thumping sound. At first I thought it was my heart, but then my wits returned and I realized it was the noise of a galloping horse in the distance. Lysander and I both spun to our side to find 3 men on horses speeding toward us. What's this? Lysander whispered urgently. Bad, was all I could answer. My first reaction was to grab Lysander by the hand and run, but I took a moment to first look at their clothing. They had no markings. They weren't guards. One of them whistled as he got closer. I heard more horse hooves beating against the ground behind me. Then I noticed more coming from a third direction, completely surrounding us. It happened so quickly, I was still without a plan. There looked to be around 10 of them in total. Lysander seemed to be just as nervous as me. Shit on a grave! It really is Lysander Thackeray, one of them said with a slap to his thigh. That expression. He was from Waywhen up north. I figured they all were. A familiar voice spoke next. I told you. I looked at him and recognized him as the one who discovered us when Sanel was still with our group. It all came together. He'd recognized Lysander and told these men. Then they'd set out searching for us. But what were they doing in the forest in the first place? Whatever it was, I had a terrible feeling. They had a hungry look in their eyes, like they'd found treasure. I quickly investigated their belts. 2 had wands, 3 had swords, and 5 had quivers with a bow slung over their shoulder. 5 archers. I had no chance of running with Lysander from 2 mages and 5 archers on horseback. Whatever they wanted with us was bound to happen. But what would men from Wayward want with a princess of Goldrum? One of them jumped off his horse and came toward us. "But you said there were 4 of them." "Aye, an older gentleman and a young lady are missing," the first man to find us answered. "Were any of them nobility?" the man on foot asked. "None that I knew from my time in the Thackeray Palace." The man on foot stood right in front of me, a curious glare in his eyes. He seemed to be the one in charge of this group. "Then they don't matter," he said. Quick as a blink, he drew his sword and pointed it at my face. "What about him?" he asked. "Never heard anything about a blue-eyed, brown-haired young man with Lysander Thackeray," the first man answered. "Then he doesn't matter either," the one in charge uttered. I was just about to reach for my wand when a scream from Lysander stopped me. "Wait! We're to be married!" She grabbed my hand. Each of them turned to the man on the horse, who clearly had the most knowledge of Goldrum nobility. He scratched his head. "She's supposed to be marrying Varth Farrow, last I heard." "So she's lying," the man in charge stated simply. "I'm not!" Lysander's tone was desperate. "Tell them, Jack." "It's true. She ran from the wedding before marrying Varth Farrow so that we could be together." The lies flowed out of me so naturally I was shocked. The men each exchanged confused glances. The one in charge still had a sword pointed at me. "Why you? Is your family rich? What's your last name?" One of the archers who hadn't spoken yet pointed at me with an arrow. "Look at his clothes," he said contemptuously. "They're lying to us." "Look at her clothes, you swine," the man in charge replied. "She's dressed just like him. It doesn't mean anything." "We're trying not to draw attention to ourselves," Lysander answered. The archer grumbled. "I still don't believe them." The man in charge brushed his hand through the air. "We'll let the commander decide." He put away his sword and motioned for us to follow with one finger. "Come with us." "Who are you?" I asked, not moving a step. "Allow me to rephrase. Come with us, or die." Chapter 21. Underground. They roped our wrists and ankles and plopped us on the back of their saddles. Each was overweight, but they stuck us with 2 archers who were less heavy than the rest. I'd never seen 10 fat men all in a group before. I couldn't figure out what to make of it. The place they took us to was surprisingly close, about a 20-minute ride at an uncomfortable trot. At first glance, it just looked like the side of a small mountain, roughly a third of the height of the one where we'd made camp. This mountain contained nothing but bare stone and patches of dirt. When the horses stopped and the men started dismounting, I noticed a crevice between 2 boulders ahead of us that had been hidden until we were right beside it. They pushed us toward the gap with unnecessary shoves. Passing through, I could see the crevice was man-made. A thin path curved through the boulders, opening to a square grass field where the horses were tied. The portly men led us through the field to a doorway made in the mountain itself. There was a wide wooden door resting crooked on one hinge. The door itself wasn't dilapidated, but with one of its edges resting on the ground, along with a slanted gap between the top of the door and the mountain above, it was a shoddy sight. To make matters worse, it looked like one man couldn't move the door on his own. 2 of them grabbed the end of it, braced themselves with a few big breaths, and lifted it off the ground, pulling it open with a series of grunts. I noticed then how thick the door was, equal to the width of the rotund men lifting it. I looked behind me at Lysander. One of the men had his arm around her. She looked squeamish, her shoulders crunched against his man-breasts. The man clutching her like a valuable prize had a scraggly, greying beard that hung like an animal's claw, twisting into points. The man beside me pushed me forward. I turned back ahead to find that those in front of me had disappeared into the mountain. Following them, the first thing I noticed when I passed through the doorway was the faint but unmistakable stench of excrement. The next was dim, dancing light from lit torches along the walls. It sent a chill down my neck. We emerged onto a wide, winding staircase that seemed to wrap around itself. As we went down the stairs, I noticed it encircled an enormous caged area that was the centre of this cavern within the mountain. "What is this place?" I asked, with nervous wonder. The man beside me gave me another shove. "Just keep going." We passed an open door along the stairs leading away from the centre. I took a quick glance. It seemed to be some sort of storage room. There were shelves stocked with cheese, bags of oats, and far too many other foods to see in my short time passing by. The stench grew worse as we went farther down the slowly twisting stairs. But something else came into my senses. Sartious energy, more of it than I'd felt in any other place. As thick as it was, though, I couldn't see it in the air. That is, until we came to the next torch along the wall, and I stared closely at the air around it. There were faint trails of emerald green, floating like dust. There was another open door cut into the stone wall on the outer rim of the stairs. Another storage room I saw when we passed. Continuing down, I tried to get to the other side of the stairs where the metal fence came up from the centre of the cavern. I figured whatever was down there was the source of this SE and the stench, both getting stronger still. But the man beside me grabbed my arm, not letting me through to the other side of the stairs. "What's down there?" I asked. "You don't want to know," he answered, leaning toward me to show he meant it. We reached the third room, and the men in front of us started filing into it. By then the odour was so pungent I could feel it on my tongue when I breathed through my mouth. Lysander started coughing behind me. "What a surprise! The princess doesn't like the smell of shit." It was the man with the scraggly beard, still holding her close, too close. He was scrunching her shoulders into him. I didn't like it, and she didn't seem to either. A few others had glanced at them, but no one had said anything. He pointed at me. "Keep your eyes ahead, boy. Don't worry about your lady. I'll keep her safe." He forced one grunt of laughter. I was pushed into the room. The rest of them came trudging in after me, creating a half circle around the desk in the centre. Behind that desk was another heavy-set man, but this one wore a cloth over his nose and mouth to reduce the unpleasantness of the smell. His eyes squinted with contempt as they darted between me, Lysander, and the other men. With 2 quick fingers he snatched down the cloth to speak. "What's this?" He scowled at all of us at once. It was a skill, really, to make one expression that everyone knew was for them. This guy was clearly the leader. The scraggly bearded man holding Lysander like a prize pushed her forward, pinching her behind as he let her go. Lysander gave a squeak that was half scream and half gasp while she turned and glared as if to slap him. But he simply smiled back, and her anger melted into fear. "This little pretty is Lysander Thackeray," said Scragglebeard, the name I'd chosen for him. He pointed at me next. "But we still don't know about him." The one beside me spoke up. "The princess says he's valuable. They were to be married." I didn't like his use of were instead of are. The commander behind the desk formed an open-mouthed smile. "Finally, some luck. Perhaps now we can get out of this hole of shit." He waved me toward him. "Come forward, young man. Stand there next to your bride." He pointed. "Tell me your name. More importantly, who's your father?" Fear caught my breath in my throat as I joined Lysander in the centre of the half-circle. I could feel the eyes of the 10 men behind us burning into our backs. More importantly, I could feel their hands wavering near their weapons. "He's Jack Stamouth from Chanron," Lysander spoke for me, "and good thing as well. If knowledge and nobility could fill buckets, she'd fill 1,000 for every one that I'd fill." But there was still the matter of whether she was telling them something that would get me killed or not. I'd never heard of the Stamouth family, and Chanron was about as far from Goldrum as possible, meaning I had even less knowledge about the area than the family I was supposed to be from. The commander held his gaze on Lysander, tilting his head, waiting for more information. "Son of King Mage Stamouth, of Castle Stamouth," Lysander added. The commander lifted his eyes over my shoulder. I followed it by turning my head to the first man who'd found us, the one with the most knowledge of nobility. The man shrugged. "Mage Stamouth has more wives than he can count, and enough children to fill a shopmall stadium." The commander rubbed a finger across his burgeoning moustache. "Chanron is too far," he thought aloud. His eyes snapped back to Lysander. "Does your father find this husband of yours to be valuable to the Thackeray family?" Lysander nodded eagerly. "We are each very valuable to my father." Even with the thick stench in this room beginning to make my head ache, I found some amusement in the irony of the situation. Yes, Lysander's father found me valuable, she was telling the truth, but my value to him was for the exact opposite reason these men must have believed. The king would never bargain for my life like he would for Lysander's, though he might bargain for my delivery just the same. "Then they'll stay with us until tonight," the commander said, lifting the cloth back over his face. "What will happen then?" I asked. "You'll find out." The commander's words were muffled. "Where should we keep them?" one of them asked. "We don't have a place for prisoners." "Secure them in a storage room, I don't care how. Just make sure they can't escape." The commander lowered his cloth again and pointed at Scragglebeard. "Barad, do not touch the princess. I don't want to hear of you even being in the same room as her. Understand?" Barad was running his fingers through his greasy beard. Suddenly he slapped his whole hand on Lysander's left butt cheek, giving it a firm shake. "You mean like this?" Barad uttered through clenched teeth and open lips. Lysander gave out a partial scream, holding in most of it. She jumped forward, but Barad's other hand came around her stomach, pulling her toward him. "Stop!" I demanded. He didn't move. Lysander squirmed, trying to force her way out of his grip. The commander spoke just after me. "Barad, you won't ruin this for us." I didn't hear the rest of what he said. I was too busy driving my elbow into Barad's side. I'd never touched a man so fat. It was like driving my elbow into a pillow, utterly useless. He pushed Lysander away and struck me in the temple with his fist. I was on the ground without remembering falling. When I looked up, I saw a few of them had their swords pointed at Barad, including the commander. Barad held his hands up. With an angry frown, he said, "I just want to have a little fun. Isn't it time?" His voice was deep and loud, exasperated. "We've been stuck here for 5 years." Barad shook his stomach. "Look at us! Look at us!" He kept one hand up, but used the other to gesture around the room. "Getting fat, living in shit, dealing with Desmals." Desmals? It took getting back on my feet to realize I'd heard him correctly. He said dealing with Desmals, but that couldn't be, though it would explain the SE I felt. I couldn't listen to him and think about it, so I waited until he finished. Both of Barad's hands were being used to gesture now. "James killed himself last week, and for what?" They each began lowering their swords. The commander seemed to have a look of pity and sadness. Barad continued. "For our king, who none of us have even met. For the king of Prasoran, who's smart enough not to send his own men for this. For the Alliance." Barad's voice was dripping with disrespect. I didn't like the faces I saw around me. They were composed of listening ears, nodding heads, widening eyes. No one spoke up during the silence, so Barad continued again. 5 years, and now I'm never going to forget the sight of James's leg getting ripped off by a Desmal tentacle. And every time I shit for the rest of my life, it'll serve to remind me of this horrid place. Don't we deserve something for the trouble?" Finally, the commander answered. "We will be rewarded." He had a frustration to his tone, as if he'd repeated the same line many times, but also a hesitance, as if he didn't quite believe it himself. Nonetheless, his confidence came through stronger as he went on. "When Goldrum falls, we'll be known as the main reason. We'll be rewarded kingly, and that's only if we don't screw up. I'm not going to discuss this with you. Put them in one of the storage rooms." Chapter 22. Storage Room. 4 of the blubbery men led us back up to the second storage room we'd passed earlier. Thankfully, the smell was much more tolerable here than in the commander's office. Barad went the opposite way, down the winding stairs. I made a mental note to keep a close watch on him. He was followed by the rest of them, besides the 4 men who came up the stairs with us. I hadn't seen anyone else, giving me the impression there were only 11 in total, including the commander. The 4 men who took Lysander and me to the storage room quickly realized it wasn't going to be easy to find a way to secure us. They only had 1 rope, no chains, and each of the shelves stocked with food were tall but thin, easily knocked over, so they couldn't tie us to them. One of our captors finally had the idea to search me for weapons while the others thought of where to put us. When he found a wand, he was more curious than anything else. "Aren't you a bit young for magic?" I shrugged, playing the amateur mage as best I could. "I can cast a few spells already, Bestial Light and Bestial Wind, though both are quite faint. They were beginner spells." The man pulled his wand from his belt, wiggling it to show he was a mage as well. He surprised me with a gentle smile, void of disrespect. He had soft eyes and 2 chins. His skin was dark as coal, but smooth as a baby's, almost glowing as it was stretched around his jolly face. "You have a long road ahead of you if you stick with magic," he said. I nodded, reciprocating his smile. "I've heard." He slid my wand into his pocket and turned to check on the 3 men with Lysander. They'd stood her in the opposite corner as me while they paced around the room, searching, waiting for ideas to come. As the mage with me turned to leave, I tried to stop him with a question. "What's your name, if you don't mind?" "Corey," he replied in a low voice. "I shouldn't be talking to you. Just makes things more complicated." He started to turn again. "Can you tell me just one thing?" I tried. It worked. He turned back with a raised eyebrow. "Do you really have Desmals in here?" I whispered. "Aye," he said with a grave nod. "That's their shit you smell. We can't get into the cages to clean it, too dangerous." He looked away, shaking his head back and forth with a slow breath. I looked around the storage room, but didn't see what I thought I would find. "There's no meat in here. What do you feed them?" "We have to catch animals from the forest." Corey gave a quick glance over his shoulder to check on the other 3. "We're not all like Barad, you should know." He kept his voice near a whisper. "We wouldn't have killed you if you were no one important. Probably just would have let you go so long as you didn't try to follow." I tried to squeeze out as much information as I could. "What are you going to do with us?" "Corey!" one of them shouted. "Help us lift this!" Corey ran to the back of the storage room to join them. I couldn't see what they were referring to, as too many shelves of food were in the way. My eyes shifted to Lysander across from me. Her wrists and ankles were bound like mine. She showed me a dramatic sigh. I nodded back to her. The 4 men groaned as they came around into view. They were dragging a steel chest that must have weighed close to the 4 of them put together. It made a thundering crash when they stopped to let it fall. "There's no way they're going to move that," one of them stated. "Seems like a lot of unnecessary work." My heart jumped when I turned to see Barad poking his head through the open door, when you could just break their legs instead. "You can't be in here," Corey told him. "I'm outside the room." Barad reached his hands in and childishly pointed back at his feet, still on the stairs outside. "Who's going to watch them?" "I will," Corey said proudly with a thumb to his chest. Barad and Corey stared at each other, a hard glare. I didn't know what they were thinking, but if I had to guess, Corey was wondering what Barad would do to get to us, and Barad was trying to judge how much Corey cared about defending Lysander to stop him. Then, as quickly and quietly as Barad had come, he left. There was no echo of his boots against the stone steps, no muttering of his breath, no sound at all. I didn't like not knowing when someone was coming, especially if that someone was him. They roped me and Lysander to the steel chest, putting us on opposite sides. Sitting me with my back against the chest, they roped my left wrist to a buckle on the left corner of the chest, and my right wrist to a buckle on the right corner. The ropes were short, making it so I had no chance of touching my hands together to untie the rope around either wrist. It was actually somewhat clever. I couldn't turn around completely. Standing was possible, but it was closer to a squat due to the short ropes keeping me close to the ground. If I wanted a glance at Lysander directly behind me, I could manage it only by turning my body halfway and then cranking my neck as far as it could go. It was the same for Lysander, I saw when I turned. The other men left, leaving Corey pacing about the small walkways between shelves. I wondered what Lysander thought about this capture. She'd gone from being kidnapped by me in order to be traded for my cure to being kidnapped by these men who showed little indication of what they wanted. Could she be relieved? If I got a chance to escape, would she come willingly, or would she fight against me to stay here? She'd sighed to me earlier, but now that I thought about it, it could have meant she was just tired of people using her. My worries turned to Callie, who probably was back at an empty camp now. I could imagine her terror when she couldn't find us. She would search the camp hastily, calling our names and running through the forest nearby. When she didn't find us, she would stay close to the camp to wait. But how long would she stay there? What would she do after that? Would she find the cluster of sticks we dropped a few 100 feet from the camp when the men had surrounded us on horses? Did the horses leave tracks clear enough in the grass for her to follow? I hoped she wouldn't find us here, as there was no way she could get us out. It would only put her in danger as well. My promise to Lysander came next to mind. Anxiety clenched my stomach even tighter. I only had 2 days left with Lysander before I had to let her go, unless I broke my promise. No, I couldn't even consider that after everything she'd done to cooperate. I didn't want to imagine how miserable she'd make my life if I broke that promise, how miserable I'd feel doing that to her. But first I had to worry about getting us out of here before there was any reason to worry about anything else. And I still didn't know if Lysander would want to come with me. I needed some time alone to speak to her, to plan. "Corey?" I asked politely. He turned and came toward us. "You know his name?" Lysander whispered. "He's nice," I whispered back, without enough time to say more. "Is something the matter?" Corey asked, with heartfelt curiosity. "Will you tell us what we're being used for?" I asked. His face straightened like a parent catching his child misbehaving. "You know I shouldn't do that." Lysander chimed in. "We won't tell anyone that you spoke to us, but please sit and talk, if only to keep yourself entertained. It must be deathly boring in here." I was pleased to see how fast Lysander had caught on. That was the exact approach I was going to try. Defeated, Corey's face loosened. He nodded slowly. "Rather grim as well. You don't get used to the smell, even after years." He gave an eye to the door and took a deep breath. He was silent for some time, but Lysander and I waited patiently. "We sleep in a big room closest to the bottom, the worst-smelling room. When we built this place, we thought it would be prudent to keep the storage rooms closest to the entrance. All this food and water is delivered to us." He motioned to the shelves with his hand. "Then it's a matter of carrying everything down the stairs. We didn't want to carry it farther than needed, so we made the top rooms for storage and the bottom two for the commander and the rest of us. We didn't anticipate the stench of Desmal excrement." "You do have Desmals?" Lysander's voice squeaked from shock. "Keep your voice down, Princess," Corey reminded her politely. Lysander apologized. He nodded. "We do," Corey said with a lower voice now. "3 of them down at the bottom. There's a door for feeding, but that's it. They're caged off from us, stuck in here until we choose to release them." His answers only produced more questions, the most important being what they were planning to do with 3 Desmals, 3 monsters that were the only thing more terrifying than my darkness. As with elves, hardly anyone ever saw a Desmal, but we all knew what they looked like from paintings. There were 2 parts to the carnivorous creature, their head and their tentacles. Their head alone, which some referred to as their body, was 3 times the height of most men, with the width of twice that length, making it an oval. There wasn't much to their head, just 1 eye above a gigantic mouth. Atop their head was spiked flesh that stuck up, folded over, and bent outward all at once, just like wild hair. While their mouth was the place all animals and humans within their grasp eventually ended up, most were crushed dead by the Desmal's massive tentacles before being devoured. There'd been no official measurement of how long the tentacles could get, but we knew for a fact that they often were more than 30 yards long, about as tall as some of the trees in the forest just outside. And a tentacle could be as wide as the thickest tree trunk. Truly a horrifying thought. Killing 1 Desmal wouldn't be too difficult for any skilled archer, if it weren't for the Sartious clouds the Desmals emitted from their heads and tentacles. This emerald cloud covered more than 100 yards in diameter, keeping even their tentacles hidden from view. They kept their 8 tentacles spread in every direction, waiting for some poor animal, or person, to step on one. That's when the Desmal would strike. Though it couldn't move quickly in its entirety, its tentacles could snatch up prey as fast as a bear trap snapping shut. They would wrap 2, sometimes 3 tentacles around their prey, crushing and breaking bones as they brought their meal to their mouth to devour whole. Desmals had taken over the entire north half of the continent and much of the southern end as well, leaving only the middle for the rest of civilization. Each year they progressed closer to us. We still had hundreds of years before they reached us, though, probably the reason there hadn't been more of an effort to come together and fight them. If ever there was an argument to end war, it was the Desmals. But each king had always been too worried about the other to come together against the monsters. How these men had brought 3 Desmals into Goldrum was a mystery, but why was an even greater one. "Why keep them here?" I asked. "And how could you possibly have transported them?" "That I really can't tell you." Corey was firm, yet his raised eyebrows made his face seem apologetic. "But I will let you know they were small when this began." "When what began? What is this you're doing?" He shook his head. "Sorry, not going to answer that either." I tried another tack. "Can you at least tell us what we're to be used for, then?" "I'm sure the commander intends to use you both however he can to speed things along. We were supposed to be out of here 4 months ago, but there were complications." Corey's eyes shifted to the steel chest between me and Lysander. "And now we don't know how long we'll have to wait. The toll it takes on one's mind. His eyes lost focus with a subtle shake to his head. 5 slow years, and it could be 5 more for all we know. Corey turned to sit on the chest, giving a mix between a grunt and a sigh. He knocked his knuckles on it. "Can you guess what's in here?" he asked with a regretful cadence. "Weapons," I stated, figuring it couldn't have been anything else. I'd heard metal grinding against itself as they dragged it. "Aren't you a clever one? Aye, weapons." Corey let out a breath. "Swords, shields, bows, arrows, maces, many of them stained with blood." He kicked the chest with his heel. "That's all that remains of half of us. Their bodies were fed to the Desmals." "Half of you?" I blurted in surprise. "How did they die?" Corey drew his wand, studying it like it was the first time he'd seen it. His shoulders slumped. "They fought us. I mean, we fought each other. We became divided over the years, right down the middle, 11 against 11. Corey squeezed his wand, his knuckles turning white. "It just erupted. 7 of them fell, 3 of us were killed, and then the last 4 of them threw down their weapons and agreed to the proposed change in leadership. Barad is one of those 4 who fought against us. The other 3 have come around, but Barad still holds a grudge." "That's terrible." Lysander spoke softly. "Aye." Corey matched her tone. A pause in his story turned into a dense silence. Questions about their operation twirled into my mind the way bad dancers might, grabbing all my focus as much as I wanted to ignore them. Knowing what these men were doing wouldn't get me out of here, but still I wondered. Barad had mentioned something about the fall of Goldrum. They must mean to use the Desmals, but 3 of them were far too few to stand up to the Takari army. 3 Desmals would be a major distraction, though. Could it be a distraction was just what they wanted? Barad also had mentioned an alliance of some kind. It wouldn't be the first time the kings of Waywin and Presoran had worked together against Goldrum. It happened in the Bastille Steel War 10 years ago. Zav, the territory west of Goldrum, had even joined the fight against Goldrum then. Those 3 could be involved again, and certainly seemed to be the case with the recent movements of Zav's army. I could feel it coming together. Each piece of the puzzle was connecting with another, but the whole thing was nowhere near completed. The biggest question was why? Why attack Goldrum? 10 years ago it was clear. The explosion that caused the Bastille Steel crater, giving Goldrum the ability to mine the incredible metal and forge the lightest but toughest weapons in the world. Weapons made from Bastille steel. Rivalry had exploded with the discovery, pitting the 3 territories surrounding Goldrum against us, when our king refused to allow them access to the crater that happened to form in our territory by chance. Half of the massive crater containing this Bastille steel was in Meritar territory as well, where the elves lived secluded from the rest of the world. When Waywin, Zav and Presoran aligned against Goldrum, the elves refused to help, and also refused to allow us into their half of the crater, so that we could mine the Bastille steel faster and create more weapons. Our king's argument to gain access to their crater was that there was no way into Meritar without going through Goldrum, so the elves didn't need the steel like we did. And with Goldrum being surrounded by Waywin, Zav and Presoran, we needed all the help we could get. But still the elves refused to fight with us, and also refused to give us access to their side of the crater of Bastille steel. There were 2 large-scale battles that followed, both of which Goldrum won, and then the war came to a halt. Some people here in Goldrum still held a grudge against the elves, but others, like my family, believed the elves had every right not to get involved. The territories surrounding Goldrum, Waywin, Zav and Presoran, just wanted access to the Bastille steel crater in Goldrum, but King Danville Takari denied it. It wasn't the elves' fault the war started, and Goldrum owed them nothing. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense this new war, beginning with Zav, probably was related to the Bastille Steel War. But what was it this time? Were they fighting for access to the Bastille crater again? Or maybe they wanted complete control over Goldrum? I had no idea. At least it was clear there was some sort of alliance against Goldrum. "Do you mean to take over Goldrum?" I tried asking. "I don't mean to do anything anymore except get out of here," Corey said with a light laugh. "But my king may command otherwise." It was progress. I tried another question. "He will command you to attack the nest?" "He wouldn't command me to do anything. Instead, his orders would fall down the pyramid. I'd hear them from my commander, who would hear them from our messengers, and I can't say who gives our messengers their commands. That information is kept from us. I was losing him in a different direction. I tried to think of something else to ask, but he continued before I could. You'll meet these messengers tonight, Corey said with a grim look. They're the ones who bring food and orders. A proud bunch of nobodies they are, always talking down to us. He turned to watch the door vigilantly as he spoke. If you're going to be proud, you better have something to show for it. That's what I think, at least. And a title doesn't count. Neither does a name. If I'm going to be led, I want to know why I'm the one following, and not the other way around. I need to see something from my leader that makes him deserve the respect. Then I'll gladly give it. When he turned to Lysander, the glow in his eyes dimmed. He let his balled fists rest. I apologize, Princess. I don't mean any disrespect to you or your family. I'm not offended, Corey. In fact, I feel the same way. Lysander sounded genuine, but she'd put on a good performance for guards before. This could have been another one. That's kind of you to say, Corey said bashfully. The room fell into silence. He started pacing again. Corey? Lysander asked sweetly. Yes? I hate to bring this up. She kept her voice low. But I need to use the chamber pot. Corey went stiff as a stick, his hand flying to his cheek. Oh, he nervously sputtered. Let me think. He went back to pacing, humming in thought. His hand shifted to his forehead. Suddenly he stopped and flipped back to us. I'll be right back. Don't move. His mouth twisted into a wry smile. That was a joke. He pulled open the door and closed it after him. The moment I realized Corey was leaving the room, a surge of panic shot through me to form a plan. Lysander and I both immediately twisted around as far as we could to face each other. No words at first, just a shared look. Her giant brown eyes let me know she was with me. I could see it. I didn't even need to ask. Can you break the ropes? Lysander asked, hope thick in her voice. I can create a blade from Sartious energy. It's very dense in here from the Desmals. Then I should be able to cut us free, but we should wait until we know we can make it out of here. I thought I heard something, footsteps maybe. I waited, straining my ears, but then I heard nothing else. I lowered my voice. If they find out what I can do before we escape, they'll put us somewhere else that'll be impossible to break out of. So you don't want to try it for now? Not yet. I'll make the blade of Sartious energy and keep it hidden under my leg, but I imagine he'll be back soon after that. We need more time to make sure we aren't interrupted. Right. Do it. I breathed deeply and focused my mind. In a minute, I'd finished the short blade. It was about the length of my hand. As I turned it for a better look, its translucent emerald colour caught the dancing torchlight and glistened. Beautiful, I thought to myself. I hid it under my thigh. It would mean I couldn't stand anymore, but sitting was far more comfortable anyway. It's done, I said, taking big breaths from the physical strain. Good. For a while, all was silent. I wondered if maybe I was wrong. Maybe we should try to escape now. It didn't feel right, though. Corey had made it seem like he would be back any moment, and we still knew nothing about what awaited up the stairs if we got the ropes off in time. Lysander surprised me with a question. How do you do it? Manipulate the Sartious energy. Right. I've never seen mages do some of the stuff you can do. It's the same as moving Bastial energy, just harder. SE is a lot heavier. I don't know about Bastial energy either. Will you explain? At least until Corey comes back. I'd expected him to return by then, but he hadn't. Gladly, I answered. I'd explained the process before to people who hadn't studied magic. I always used the same analogy. Imagine millions of specks of water floating through the air. You can feel the humidity against your skin, but you can't see the water in the air until enough of it is clumped together in one place, like how it beads on your hair. Sartious energy is like that? Lysander asked. Yes, Bastial energy as well. Sartious energy is green, I know, but then what does Bastial energy look like when enough of it is in one place to be seen? I opened my palm. Like this. I forced Bastial energy through my hand, causing a burst of light to glow from it, white as snow. Oh! Lysander laughed at her mistake. I've seen that white glow from mages, but never really thought about it before. Most people knew Bastial energy could be used as a source of light and heat. It was known as hot energy for this reason, while Sartious was known as heavy energy. What most people didn't know, though, was why red was used to symbolize bastille energy instead of white. Green for SE was easy to understand, as the heavy energy was always green no matter what. But bastille energy was like fire. It changed color depending on its heat. Pure bastille energy, in its heaviest concentration, actually looked blood red. And when bastille energy got to be that color, it was hot enough to burn through stone, metal, bone, anything. I figured Lysander didn't want to hear about something so dangerous, so I didn't mention it. "So how do you use the energy from the air?" she asked. "Go back to imagining the humid room, enough water floating around you to fill buckets. Then imagine emptying your lungs of air and then sucking in as deeply as possible. You'd be sure to feel water being pulled into your mouth. The more you do this, the more water you get, and the more water in the air, the easier it is to gather. A mage like myself does this same process with bastille and Sartious energy, drawing it in, but with our skin instead of our mouths. As bastille energy is far lighter than Sartious, it's easier to move." Hearing a voice outside the door, I stopped. A muffled laugh trailed up the stairs. Words between two people followed, quickly fading into silence. "Why do mages need a wand, then?" Lysander asked quietly. "Two reasons. Most spells contain bastille energy, so they're hot. The wand gives the mage a safe place to direct the energy so as not to get burned. More importantly, most mages have little control over heavy Sartious energy, so wands are filled with Sartious, usually in the form of pellets. This allows mages to push bastille energy through their wands, where they already have Sartious energy stored, ready to be mixed into the spell. Fireballs are composed of roughly 20 times as much bastille as Sartious." "So a wand can run out of Sartious energy?" "Sure can." I gave a light laugh. "That was my main job when I worked with a blacksmith, wand filling. It takes a mage who can manipulate Sartious energy to fill a wand. That's also why wands can vary so much in price. Sartious can be packed together very tightly, giving a wide variety to the amount stored in fresh wands. The more skilled the mage, the more energy can be stuffed into a wand. This is another reason mages prefer a staff when mobility isn't an issue. There's far more Sartious energy at their disposal." "I see," Lysander replied, growing quiet. Corey threw open the door. He had nothing in his hands. "Just checking on you two." He gave a fatherly smile to match his tone. "I had to run it by the commander, but I'll be back with your chamber pot soon." "Thank you," Lysander said. Corey nodded and shut the door behind him. "Is it true," Lysander asked, "that the Sartious energy feels good to use? I've even heard it's, well, the word they use is," her voice lowered, "orgasmic." A smile broke across my mouth. "So, you've heard that?" "Yes, it's true. Pulling the heavy energy through our bodies can create a good feeling, though I've never felt more than a light stream of pleasure down my spine. Mostly it feels more warm and tingly in my stomach and chest, but it soon becomes itchy, needing to be used." "Why don't you feel the pleasure as much? Don't you use more Sartious energy than nearly any other mage?" "I've always figured I have a tolerance to it, which I'm thankful for, because I've heard that not only are the feelings of pleasure utterly distracting, but too much SC in your blood can stop your heart." She let out a small gasp. "That doesn't worry you?" I shook my head. "No, because of my tolerance, I mentioned. I've never had any problems with SE before. My darkness, though," I sighed. "That worries me, especially since it's getting worse." I stopped myself. I'd already implied more than I'd meant to, that I was worried one day it actually might kill me. Her silence didn't let me know what she thought, especially with her face turned away from me. I quickly thought of something else to say. "Did you know there are 3 times as many female Sartious mages as male?" "I didn't know that." Lysander's voice was on the verge of cheery, but with sullen undertones, like she was trying to hide the morbid feelings I must have evoked. "Why is that?" "It's been a popular belief that men are more distracted by the feelings of pleasure than women. Their focus is broken easier by the feeling, preventing them from progressing through practice." Lysander laughed wholeheartedly. "I can believe that." I laughed as well. Then we each let out a culminating sigh. "What are you planning to do when Corey comes back?" Lysander asked, a touch of worry behind each word. "Nothing," I answered immediately. "Nothing until he leaves. I don't want to hurt the man." "You may have to, though, if we don't get an opportunity to escape." My chest became tight, like my ribs were being pulled together. She was right. Chapter 23. Rooted. Corey returned, carrying a chamber pot he wasn't exactly proud to be holding. "I only see one way of this happening, Princess," Corey said with a hesitant squint, "and I fear you're not going to like it." "I will not go in front of you," Lysander replied in her accusatory princess voice I hadn't heard for a while. Corey cleared his throat. "Not that. I'll remove the ends of the ropes from the chest. You'll take this pot to the corner of the room, leave it there when you're done, come back, then I'll tie you back to the chest, and that'll be it." His voice was firm, but the way he tilted his head made it seem like he was open to suggestions, if Lysander didn't like the one he provided. "Fine," she agreed reluctantly. Corey left 2 of the ropes tied to each of Lysander's wrists, but untied the ends from the chest. She stood, rubbing her wrists for a moment, then took the chamber pot to the corner of the room where she was shielded from sight by the many rows of shelves stocked with food. Once there, she called to me. "Jack, my love, would you mind singing?" My heart jumped at the phrase, "my love," but I reminded myself she was only doing it because we were supposed to be a couple. "Certainly," I called back. My mind scampered for a song. I decided I should choose one a noble might, just to make sure I didn't arouse any suspicion from Corey or anyone else outside who might overhear. While there were many songs made by the lower class, and just for the lower class, usually of a crude nature or with heavy insults toward the rich, most songs were sung just as often by a farm boy like me as they were in the company of nobles. This made it easy enough to find one I enjoyed that a noble would as well. Rooted, one of my favourites growing up. Thick and short, the sitwell tree was known to be one of the sturdiest of trees. Amazingly, the sitwell trees could die but stay standing for another 100 years before toppling over. Rooted tells the story of a young sitwell tree that wept because he wanted to see the world, but he was too short to see over the surrounding trees. Patiently, the sitwell waited many years to grow to his full height, but he still was too short to see anything besides other trees. The bounce of the chorus was very melodic and with a slow, steady rhythm, a pleasure to hear so long as the singer could make the jumps from low notes to high. Although I couldn't remember the last time I'd sung it, my voice flowed out just as freely as if I'd practiced yesterday. Lysander emerged before I finished. I stopped myself. She gave an endearing whine. "You can't stop there." "Right," Corey agreed. "What happens to the poor tree?" "You haven't heard Rooted before," I blurted, even though that already was clear. It was a response of surprise, nothing more. The song was famous, just not sung too often because it was somewhat difficult. Corey shook his head. "Finish it, Jack," Lysander urged. "It sounds like you know the song," I commented. "I do," Lysander nodded hesitantly. "Then finish it with me, sweetheart." I raised my eyebrows and smiled. "I want to hear your lovely voice." I was curious about how she sang after she'd mentioned taking lessons, especially because she'd made it clear how much she hated her singing coach. Lysander looked to be clenching her teeth behind tight lips. "I'd much prefer you sing without me, my love." She forced a smile, but kept her eyes glaring. "As you wish, but you owe me a song," I teased. She grumbled softly, lowering her chin to her neck. "If you're lucky," she nearly whispered. "Now, please finish." I nodded and continued. The song had a happy ending. A female sitwell tree had started growing beside the lonely male protagonist of the song. Although she'd started small and was overlooked for many years, the female sitwell eventually sprouted and bloomed into unimagined beauty. They fell in love and found everything they needed in each other. The song ended with the male tree deciding he didn't need to see anything else in the world, when the most beautiful sight was already right beside him. Corey and Lysander gave quiet but enthusiastic applause, and I lowered my head in a half-hearted attempt at a bow while sitting, careful not to move my leg covering the Sartious blade. Soon after Corey retied Lysander to the chest, we heard many boots trudging up the stairs outside the door. I thought it was some sort of scheduled event, but Corey's face showed the most curiosity out of the 3 of us. He started toward the door as someone pushed it open from the other side. The commander poked his head in. The cloth usually covering his face was pulled below his chin. "They're here early. Must have news," the commander said to Corey. His eyes floated over Corey's shoulder to check on us. "Any problems?" "Not at all." Corey gave a quick glance at us before turning back. "Would you like me to come with you in case there's trouble?" "Stay here with them. We'll try to keep this civil. If all goes well, we'll be leaving together." Corey gave one rigid nod. "Aye." Lysander cleared her throat to get my attention. When I turned, she motioned her head toward the door with a shift of her eyes back and forth. I knew she was telling me to get ready, and that we may need to do something to Corey to get through. I shook my head. It wasn't a good time. We had to wait until we knew where everyone would be meeting. For all we knew, they could be just outside the entrance, making our escape impossible and the injury of Corey pointless. I really didn't want to hurt him. I turned to Corey. Who's early? He made a sour face. Those pompous messengers I mentioned. What's your commander going to do with us? I needed to know to come up with a plan. His face soured even more. I can't answer that without giving up too much information. I almost asked where the meetings with the messengers usually took place, but I stopped myself. I couldn't come up with a reason to justify the curiosity that didn't have to do with escaping. Instead, I sat quietly, careful not to move my leg. Mumbled voices drifted into the room, giving no indication of where they were coming from. I couldn't distinguish the words, but it became clear the more they talked that it was getting aggressive. Corey held his ear against the door, his face growing tighter with each passing moment. Do they usually argue? I asked. Yes, but not this much. Someone shouted something that was loud enough to hear clearly. Show me who you have! We will not continue this conversation until you show me. The commander's voice replied in the same aggressive tone. You don't get to know who it is until you tell us how to get in contact with the King of Waywen. I'm not wasting my time with this, the first man shouted. Move aside! There was a chaos of grunts, screams, and other vague sounds. It didn't exactly sound like fighting, as the noise level was still below what I'd expect to hear from men killing each other, but it was growing louder. I realized then that they were coming closer to our storage room, nearly outside the door now. Let me through before this gets ugly, a voice said. No, you'll put me in contact with the king, so we can transport them ourselves, the commander replied. Corey stepped away from the door and drew his wand. He didn't look nervous, but something else, maybe hesitant? He held his weapon proudly, but his face already showed remorse. There's been a development, one said firmly. The Tekkeris have the Prince of Zav in their palace. We're making new plans. You and your men need to stay here with the Desmals. No more waiting for plans, the commander answered. And we won't need the Desmals anymore with who we have. They are a far greater advantage in the war. The king will agree. Everyone went quiet. My eyes stayed on Corey for some sort of clue as to why, but he was bewildered about the strange silence as well. Lysander and I shared a glance. She mouthed the question, what, to me, worry creasing her brow. I don't know, I mouthed back. Somebody finally blurted something outside the door. Shit on a grave, who are you, and what happened? Do you have the princess and the Sartious Mage? A familiar voice replied. I knew I recognized it, but I couldn't tell who it was. It was as if my body knew, though, for chills ran through me. Lysander gasped and covered her mouth. A mix between devastation and fear twisted her eyes. It's Exo, she whispered. Who are you? The commander demanded. How'd you find this place? I followed them, Exo replied coldly. I imagined him pointing at the messengers. Who I am doesn't matter. What you need to know is that you'll all die unless you tell me where Lysander Thackeray and her bastard boyfriend are. I'm going to kill them both, just as I will all of you. Lysander Thackeray, someone else shouted. That's who you have? Yes, the commander replied, and that's who we are keeping with us until we can take her out of here ourselves. Now, I don't know who you are, Mage, but you look an inch away from death yourself. Your flesh is burnt more than I figured it could be for a man to still survive. I think you might not be right in the head. There's more than 15 of us and one of you. We're going to let you go if you walk out of here right now, but this is your only chance. Don't let him go, Berard shouted. He knows about Lysander Thackeray. I heard metal singing. I figured Berard drew his sword. I gave you your chance, Exo grumbled. I felt a gust of Bastial energy being pulled past me, zipping through the tight crevices of the door. Corey, get back! I shouted. He jumped toward us right as the explosion happened. Fire scraped against the stone walls, flinging the door open as if a hurricane had passed through. From my angle, I saw two men farther down the stairs engulfed in flames. Screams of anguish and surprise came together in a terrifying chorus. One of the two men had gotten a shield up as the fire struck. He still stood when the wave of orange and yellow passed, although the other man was crumpled on the floor, writhing in pain. There was another gush of Bastial energy pulled out of our room. Exo was so powerful with it I even felt some come from my own body. Another wave of fire flooded down the staircase, wrapping into our room through the open door like a forked tongue. The man with the shield still stood when it passed, although he seemed dazed by then. He staggered a step backward, his head waving. There was a flash of light as a fireball slammed into him, throwing him tumbling down the stairs and out of view. The screams continued as more fireballs were unleashed. I could hear them striking flesh, an explosion of light with each one, then the sound of a falling body. I'd cut myself free by then and was working on Lysander. "Corey, give me my wand!" I shouted. His eyes darted to me, falling to the Sartious blade I was using to cut Lysander's ropes. Understanding widened his eyes. He nodded and took my wand from his pocket, tossing it with a flick of the wrist. Now free from the ropes, Lysander stood partially behind me, cautiously grabbing my hip. The screams outside were no longer constant. In the gaps of silence I heard a different noise, a distant roar of a wild beast. The Desmals, I realized. I didn't know why they beckoned, though. Perhaps they were hungry, or maybe the heat had reached them, or maybe the screams had startled them. Either way, they were below us, while Exo was clearly above us. There was nowhere to go. "Oh, look, one of these nice men has a wand for me." Exo spoke emphatically, like he was an actor in a play. It was clearly meant for our ears. Corey must have recognized that Exo was up the stairs, for he hid in the corner opposite of us. He raised a finger to his lips and nodded, showing us he wanted the element of surprise. I nodded back, moving closer from the corner to make sure Exo would see me first when he entered. "Stay a few feet behind me," I told Lysander. She moved without answering. "Lysander," Exo called playfully. "Lysander Thackeray. It's time to pay for your stupidity." He slowly stomped down one step at a time. "I hope your boyfriend is with you." Another step. "Your," another step. "Sweet," another step. "Sartious," another step. "Boyfriend." He leapt into the doorway. "There you are," he said politely, almost childlike. It was painfully tough to look at him. Burned flesh, burned clothes, burned hair, burned everything. One eye was welded shut at its corner from a grotesque flap of his brow that folded over and stuck to his cheek below. His large nose was badly morphed. One nostril was rigid and square, while the other was caved in and oddly curved, like the way paper folds in on itself when scorched. Nearly all of his lips were gone, with just one bit of pink remaining in the corner. The rest of his mouth was pressed into his face, giving him the appearance of a mummy. Though unlike a mummy, he had no wrappings, no bandages. His skin had gone white in some places, however, and black in others, making it seem like he was wearing something around his arms at first. But no, he still wore the same red robe as before, even though it was shredded and barely hanging on his decrepit body. The blue soaring wings that were across his chest before had no color left and were barely distinguishable. "I never got a chance to ask why you did it." Exo's voice was ice cold. "Why you told him I was coming back." He let his wand rest at his side, twirling it between two fingers. I held up my wand, Bastille and Sartious energy at the ready. Corey still stood in the corner with his wand ready. His eyes were on me, and I could feel his eagerness to jump out. "I trust him more than I trust you," Lysander answered confidently, although I heard her take a step back behind me. "My father should have thrown you in prison years ago." "Your father is a coward," Exo said quickly and aggressively. "Too much so to stand up to me. When you were kidnapped by this fool," he lazily lifted a finger at me, "your father's messengers told me this was my last chance. His messengers. He sent other men because he was too afraid to tell me himself. I was told to leave the palace and only come back if I found you. That's it. No information about where you might be, where guards had been sent to look already. Nothing. Only that you were taken by the Sartious Mage. He didn't expect me to find you. It was his cowardly way of getting rid of me. So I became even more determined to come back with you." Exo coughed wildly into his sleeve. I let my wand lower slightly. I knew in the pit of my stomach that I would need to use it, but how and when was still to be decided. Exo cleared his throat. "I apologize for that. My lungs haven't been working too well since my little incident." He spoke sinisterly. "Did you hurt Drent?" I asked with caution, unsure I wanted to know. "Who the hell is that?" "The blacksmith you threatened to find the farm." Exo's mouth twisted into what seemed to be a smile. Without lips, it was hard to tell. "Him? Now that's an interesting piece of this story." Exo wagged his finger at Lysander over my shoulder. Your father's idiot guards were sent to question him twice. The first time he scared them off. A laugh sputtered out. I don't know how, but he did. They came back with more, and he lied. Exo was speaking melodically now, really enjoying his own voice. But then I found his forge and got the truth out. He told me about the other guards and about what he told them, that your farm was about 10 miles north of Facian. But I've been lied to for so many years I can actually tell when it's happening, unlike the king's half-wits. Yes, I threatened him, and I would have done a lot worse, but he's smarter than he looks. He gave me the truth about your farm, and I left. Exo shrugged. He didn't annoy me, so he got to live. But both of you, he brushed his hand at us with a laugh, you're going to die. Sudden rage flushed into Exo's face, and he aimed his wand at us. Lysander, behind me! I reached one hand back to make sure she was there, and then snapped my wand to create a wide shell of Sartious energy wrapping around us. To my surprise, Exo didn't cast a fireball, but a river of fire instead. It was so thick and hot I nearly lost my concentration as it surged toward us. Yet I managed to remain steadfast, keeping my Sartious shell up as well. The fire crashed into it, exploding against it and jetting into the air like ocean waves crashing into a rock. His river of fire was wider than my Sartious shell, passing by us and rolling up against the stone walls behind us. Lysander let out one quick scream and pressed against me tightly. I wanted to make sure she hadn't been burned when the fire stopped, as the heat from it was immense, but I couldn't turn away from Exo. He was coming into the room, drawing in more bestial energy so that his wand began to glow. The moment Exo entered, Corey's wand started glowing as well, his face scrunching with concentration. But the deranged mage noticed him out of the corner of his eye and spun around, creating his own Sartious shell and successfully blocking the fireball. Exo aimed his wand at Corey in retaliation, but Corey was already rushing toward Exo, uttering a battle cry. Corey tackled him just before Exo let out the fireball from his wand. It missed Corey, going off to the side and crashing into a shelf of food. The shelf fell backward, crashing into the next, which fell into the one behind that, and so on. "Run!" Corey screamed as he wrestled with Exo. But I didn't want to flee. I wasn't at home anymore. My family wasn't tied up, with Exo standing over them with a knife. I was confident I could beat him here, especially with all the SE at my disposal. I aimed my wand at them on the ground, but they were rolling and fighting so vigorously my chance of hitting Exo without hitting Corey was slim. Lysander bolted into a dash, trying to squeeze between me and the fallen shelves blocking her path. She got caught on something. There was a loud ripping sound as she spun and fell to her knees. The shoulder on her light blue tunic was torn apart. It must have found an edge of the metal shelf beside me. Corey and Exo were grunting, each trying to aim his wand at the other while keeping his opponent's wand at bay. Corey got Exo pinned on his back, holding Exo's outstretched arm against the ground, but it made the wand point right at Lysander in front of me. Exo's eyes found her, and he let out a scream to focus while he wrestled. His wand glowed white. I snapped my wand to create another shell, this one in front of Lysander, who was quickly getting to her feet. She spun around to me and crouched, her hands on her head. Exo's fireball wasn't larger than my torso, so it easily was absorbed by the Sartious shell. "Run! Get out of here!" Corey shouted again. Lysander grabbed my hand and pulled me to the door. I didn't fight her, just followed, keeping an eye on Exo, who put all of his focus back on Corey on top of him. The hall was dark. The torches on the wall had gone out or fallen, I didn't know. I couldn't see. Bright streaks and spots hung in front of my vision. I knew it was from Exo's fire exploding a few feet from our faces. Lysander and I nearly tripped several times as we hurried up the stairs, holding on to each other for balance. I knew I was brushing against fallen bodies and felt thankful I couldn't see the carnage around my feet. Toward the top of the stairs, the torches were still lit, allowing us to speed up and find the exit. Lightning surged through the sky as we stepped outside. As soon as it faded, I realized it was nearly as dark out here as it was in the mountain. Heavy rain was pushing down on us, wind gusting into our faces. Lysander and I held up an arm in a meagre attempt to block the weather for a glimpse around us. Lysander saw it first, gasping as she pointed. "The horses!" "He killed them," I finished the sentence for her. "Didn't want us to run if we got out." I made an effort not to look at the many, many dead horses, each burned and disfigured. "Come on." I took her hand and started in a quick dash toward the mountain where we'd made camp before being taken. The weather was unrelenting. I'd never minded the rain unless freezing wind came with it like now. Luckily, this meant Exo would have no way of tracking us. It was so dark out, I barely could see more than 2 trees ahead of me. Any tracks we made would be gone from the wind and rain by the time Exo had enough light to find them. Unfortunately, this also meant Lysander and I were shivering after just a few minutes of running. We stopped under a tree that mostly shielded us from the wind and rain. Only then did I notice the rip in Lysander's dress was much more extensive than I'd first thought. There was a jagged tear from the top of her right breast through her shoulder. The long sleeve of her right arm was barely hanging on, attached by a thread. It twisted wildly in the wind. She saw me looking, and quickly pulled up her sagging frock to hide the top of her budding breast. It was too dark for me to see it clearly, but I looked away anyway. "Are you cut?" I asked. I hadn't noticed any blood. "Just a long scrape, not deep." Lysander tore off the sleeve that was bound to come off soon anyway. It left her whole arm bare, matching her shoulder and the top of her bosom. As staring would be the only way I could really make anything out in this weather, it wasn't too difficult to keep my eyes from lowering, though somewhat difficult, I had to admit. "I haven't seen Exo behind us," I nearly shouted. I wanted to whisper, but the wind and rain were too loud. A flash of lightning brightened everything for a blink. Thunder followed. "No, I think we lost him," Lysander answered in the same loud voice as mine. "How far to camp?" I looked at the mountain. "Maybe 3 miles?" A gust of wind hit us like a tidal wave. Lysander threw her arms around herself, shivering. She didn't say anything, but I could see it on her face. 3 miles was too far. I felt a shiver starting as well, but it was easy to fight off, for now. Soon we both would be shaking uncontrollably. "We need to find somewhere out of the wind to warm up," I suggested. She nodded and took a step close to me, nudging against my chest. On reflex, I curled my arms around her, holding her tight. Lysander kept her arms around herself, but turned her head sideways to push herself against me closer. We stood like that for about a minute, using the tree as a shield as best we could. Though we were both warming up and Lysander's shivers had begun to die down, we both knew we needed to move, somewhere we wouldn't be seen if Exo happened to come this way. "Ready for another run through the rain?" I asked. She leaned back in my arms to look up at me. "1 more minute like this." She pushed herself back against my chest. I squeezed her into me, and her chin came up on my shoulder. Her arms swung out and wrapped tightly around my back. Another strike of lightning came down. Thunder followed immediately after. Neither of us trembled as we continued to hold each other. "Another minute sounds good," I said. Chapter 24. Warm. "There," I pointed. Without waiting for Lysander to agree, I dragged her toward the rocks I'd noticed at the base of a nearby hill. Even with the deafening wind and pouring rain, I still could hear Lysander panting. She was doubled over, staggering as I pulled her forward. "Almost there," I reassured her. We were completely soaked by then. It felt as if I'd jumped into the cold sea and stayed there until the chill reached my bones. There was a short but wide crevice between the rocks that looked deep enough to fit us both. "You first," Lysander sputtered between breaths and shivers. I knew why she'd said it, and it wasn't to be polite. We didn't know what was in there, and there were some animals that looked for shelter just like we were doing. I let go of Lysander's hand and crouched to peer inside. After holding her hand for so long, I felt somewhat vulnerable with it no longer in my grasp. Or perhaps that was just from this eerie little cove I knew I would be crawling into. I pushed Bastille energy through my wand to create light and aimed it inside. There was indistinguishable crud around the edges of the rocks that mostly looked like dirt, and that was it. Empty. Happily, I crawled in on my hands and knees, and I could hear Lysander following right behind me. I was so cold and tired from running, it was even an effort to keep up the low Bastille light. As soon as I touched the back wall and could go no farther, I let it out. "I can't see anything," Lysander said, her shivers making it hard to understand her words. She grabbed my leg by accident, quickly moving her hand to the side the moment she touched it. "Put the light back on and move farther in. My legs are still outside. I'm freezing." Her teeth continued to rattle when she was done speaking. I couldn't see her, but I could feel her hair dripping onto my outstretched legs. "I'm as far as I can go," I explained through my own shivers. I put the light back on. See? I used a thumb to show her how the rocks dipped behind me, creating a wall that slanted away from us. My heart jumped when I turned back and noticed that half her breast was peeking over her ripped dress. She was still on her hands and knees, with her dark hair twisted down one side of her face, the opposite side of the tear, the opposite side of her uncovered breast. I lost my focus from the shock of it, and my light went out. I didn't notice if she'd seen me looking. It happened too fast. I was hesitant to start up the light again in case she felt exposed. I waited, but she didn't ask for it again. Lysander rustled around my legs, making an obvious effort to squeeze in farther without sitting on me. She had no luck, and soon our limbs were getting tangled as we each grunted and made effort to find space. "Do you want to switch places?" I offered, still shivering so much my teeth were clattering when my jaw wasn't clenched. "Then you'll just be cold. Your legs won't fit in all the way either if we switch." I was already cold, and the small crevice wasn't warming me as quickly as I'd hoped. "Here, move your legs over here." I took what had to be her ankles and gently pulled them around my waist. There was no room for us to sit side by side, as the little cave was too narrow to turn our bodies, but I figured she could sit on my lap with her legs going under the slanted wall behind me. I imagined they would fit nicely. She slapped my arm lightly, though it still stung as my skin was tender from the cold. "Those are my bare legs you're grabbing with your cold hands?" "I'm sorry." Only then did I realize how close she would have to be for my idea to work. Lysander literally would have to be on top of me, our chins resting on each other's shoulders. The idea was quite brash, but I was freezing, and it was the best thought I had for us both to warm up. "It's fine," she said. "Where do you want me to go?" "Keep moving toward me." I started to reach for her hand or arm, but stopped myself. "Do you mind if I touch you?" Go ahead." "Reach out your hand. I can't see anything." I let that be a cue if she wanted me to focus more energy into light. Instead, she said nothing, and we found each other's hands. I pulled her toward me. "This way." She came with my tug, sliding up onto my thighs. "But I'm sitting on you now." "You're not heavy," I reassured her. The weight of her body actually was calming my shaking. "Keep going." Soon her thighs found my sides just above my hips, and her arms bumped into my chest. I expected her to complain about the proximity, but to my surprise she didn't say anything. I was leaning back, putting my hands on the ground behind me to support my weight and the force of her leaning on me. Lysander's legs stretched out between my hands and my hips, fitting snugly. With each of us shivering and Lysander on my lap, it was somewhat difficult to hold us up. She was leaning forward a little too much, pressing her hands against my chest in awkward, bundled fists. "I need to adjust myself to sit forward," I warned her, already noticing my shivers dying down. "Can you sit up straight?" She leaned off me by straightening her back. My eyes had adjusted by then, allowing me to see the outline of her face. I straightened my back as well to match her posture. With nowhere for my hands to go, they found Lysander's back and wrapped around it. I thought I heard a faint gasp when I touched her, but I couldn't be sure because of the loud wind outside. "This is only because of the cold," she said flatly, and then leaned into me, closing all the space between us with a tight embrace. Her legs tightened around my hips. Her arms came over mine, holding on firmly to my upper back. With nowhere to put my head, I nestled my face in the nook of her shoulder and neck. Following my lead, she rested her chin on my shoulder. Outside, the storm raged on, with lightning continuing to strike and wind whistling constantly. But I could feel my body temperature rising, and fast. I didn't even want to think about how quickly I would be ready to go back out there. It was far faster than I wanted. I wasn't worried at all about Exo finding us in here. We were safe. Hungry, but safe. And quite cozy, with Lysander pressing against me. "This is much better," I admitted through a whisper, the shivers now completely gone. She took in a deep breath as if to say something, but then I heard no words. It was the first breath of hers I noticed that had no tremor since we'd entered the shelter. She took another, slowly letting the air in and letting it out again. I found my body mimicking hers. It was relieving to focus on nothing but each other's breathing. "Do you think Corey is still alive?" Lysander asked optimistically. I wasn't as hopeful. Something told me he was long gone. I don't think so. It ached to say. Lysander let her head rest fully on my shoulder. I'll always remember him, she whispered. I felt regret we'd left so quickly, though I'd realized by then that Lysander was in more and more danger the longer she spent in the same room as Exo. I wholeheartedly believed now it had been a good idea to escape while we could, but once she was safe in the hall I should have gone back to help Corey. I said nothing of this to Lysander. I didn't want her to think I blamed her for taking my hand and pulling me with her. I appreciated it. She could have run on her own, but she wanted me to come with her. You shouldn't blame yourself for all this, Lysander said, turning slightly toward my ear. I could feel her warm breath. What are you referring to specifically? I turned my head to speak quietly into her ear as she'd done. There's a lot I blame myself for. Everything. None of this is your fault. I understood she was trying to make me feel better, but it wouldn't work unless it was the truth. A lot of this is my fault. I started this whole thing by taking you from the palace. I then realized I'd never apologized for that. I'm sorry for doing that to you. Don't be. Maybe Varth Farrow has grown impatient and left. Her tone was facetious. I smiled. One can surely hope. If you want to apologize for something, then the tarp is a good place to start. A belly laugh rumbled out of me as the memories came back. I felt my laughter shaking her slightly. I'm sorry for that, I said. And reaching your hand up my legs to steal my purse after we'd just met. Oh, that. I'd forgotten about the thigh purse. I'm sorry for that, too. I tried to speak sincerely, but I was holding back a laugh, and the smile on my lips was made clear by my tone. You don't sound sorry. Lysander had the same tone as me. I could hear her smiling. I am. I truly was, but for some reason I was laughing again. Now you're laughing. I could feel a suppressed laugh from her, tightening her stomach in short bursts. Though it made no sound except a windy breath in my ear, it reminded me of her giggle I'd heard on the horse on the way to my farm. A fragrance came back to me, flooding my senses. I wasn't sure if the memory of us on the horse had triggered it, or we'd been close long enough for me to smell her through the scent of the rain. Whatever it was caused my heart to dance around in my chest. Something told me to kiss her on the cheek that was right there, begging for my lips. Before I had the power to fight it, I'd already done it. A quick peck, just in front of her ear. Now my heart was tumbling down to my stomach. What did I just do? But before I had time to say something, I felt her kiss my cheek back. She mostly got my hair coming down near my ear. I barely felt her lips, but the gesture was enough to send my heart into a flurry. My grin had subsided. My laughter was dead. I couldn't think. I sat there in terror with her on my lap. Our breathing was quick now. Our chests pushed against each other. I could feel my heartbeat in her bosom. We said nothing. Then she kissed me one more time, farther from the ear, right in the middle of my cheek. Suddenly our lips connected like two magnets pulled apart and then let go, and I could feel her moan into my mouth. No thoughts, no words, just her lips mating with mine and mine with hers. They pressed and played with each other. It was a longing buried deep down that finally had been unleashed. Now that it was out, it hungered for more. I couldn't stop. A voice grew louder. Idiot! Pull away! I kissed her harder. Push her off you! I held her tighter. Pull back! I tilted my head to get a better angle at her full lips. Stop! I didn't. Pull away from her! Stupid, stupid, stupid! Pull away! Louder it became, but the longing for her grew with it, fighting back. Her lips were soft and firm at the same time, pressing against me wildly, almost like we were wrestling, but so sensually it sent waves of pleasure down my whole body. Then our lips abruptly parted with a loud smack, and my shoulders snapped back. At first I thought the voice had won, that I'd pulled away from her, but then I noticed her arms were pushing me away and her legs peeling off me. No! Lysander shouted with dismay. No, no, no! She slid down my legs, maneuvering around to face the other way. I told you not to fall in love with me! And as quickly as it had come, the longing was buried once again. You think this is my fault? I screamed after her. She was halfway out of the small cove now. I scrambled to follow her. You kissed me first! Lysander shouted without looking back. Did I? I couldn't even remember now. I did kiss her cheek, but I definitely couldn't recall how our lips met. I realized then how bad this was. She got to her feet back out in the wind and rain and started to run. I jumped to my feet and ran after her. "Wait!" I called. She stopped and turned petulantly with fury in her eyes. "What?" I was startled she'd actually listened to me and stopped. I didn't know what to say. "Where are you going?" "Back to camp, and you'd better keep your distance. I'm not talking to you any more." She spun back around and started into a jog. I knew she was right. We shouldn't be near each other, at least for a while. But it was hard to let her go like that, so angry with me. I did let her go, though, trailing behind once there was some distance between us. Did I really kiss her first? Was she counting the kiss on the cheek? If so, that wasn't fair to use as judgment. She'd kissed me twice. But how did our lips meet? I honestly didn't know. It felt as if my heart had been ripped in two, half of it swallowed by my stomach, half caught in my chest. What a mess. Chapter 25. Enclosed. Soon the shivers returned as we hustled back toward camp in the rain and wind. Lysander didn't even turn once, giving me no view of her expression, though I could see it from her scrunched shoulders. She was deeply agitated by what had happened. My emotions shifted back and forth. Pity when the wind stormed through us and I watched Lysander tremble, my eyes on her bare shoulder, but then back to frustration as I thought of how she blamed me for the kiss. My feelings twisted inside my stomach, mashing together the more I shivered. Mixed with hunger, it felt like a storm was thundering within me, just as hard as it was around us. I tried to forget about what had happened, knowing there was no sense in dwelling on it. I knew that heat was the only way to melt away this miserable feeling. That and something to eat. My spirits lifted when the rain finally stopped and the wind began to slow. We were near camp by then, but still Lysander hadn't checked behind her. I wondered if she even cared if I was there. Could she really be that upset? I didn't understand it. She was kissing me back with the same ferocity as I'd kissed her. I felt a chill down my spine as I thought of something. Could Lysander be more upset with herself than she was with me? She was a princess scheduled to wed a prince, yet she'd kissed a farm boy, one she'd called a vile reprobate not long ago. It seemed to make sense the more I considered it. It was probably shame she was feeling. It was a humbling thought that, in my miserable state, made me loathe myself and her. Relief temporarily overwhelmed my misery when I saw Callie lying beside a fire. Quick as a cat, she jumped to her feet and ran toward us. Tears were streaming down her cheeks, but fury was in her eyes. It was even worse than what I'd seen in Lysander's the last time I'd gotten a glimpse at her face. Lysander must have seen the fury as well, for she stopped and ran the opposite way, back toward me. "You little shits!" Callie yelled, weeping loudly as soon as she got the words out. "I thought you were dead!" She threw her arms around me and kissed me on the cheek. "Are either of you hurt?" I returned her hug. "We're fine, Callie. I'm so sorry." To my surprise, Callie turned to Lysander and startled her with a sudden embrace. Lysander jumped at first, but hesitantly brought one arm around Callie's back as she shivered into my sister. Then Callie noticed her shoulder and pushed her away gently to get a better look. The light from the fire wasn't enough to see much besides that her skin was exposed. A lot of skin. "Bastille stars! What happened to the tunic?" Callie asked, wiping away tears. "I'm sorry, Callie. I ruined it." It was the first time I'd heard Lysander speak in an hour. Her voice was painfully weak, like she would collapse any moment. "Don't apologize for that. I don't care." Callie's eyes darted between us. "Come, both of you." She grabbed our wrists. "You need to change out of those wet clothes and sit by the fire. I'll prepare some food. I can see the hunger on your faces." Being dragged beside Lysander, I snuck a glance at her face that I'd been dying to see since our kiss, looking for insights to her thoughts. Her eyes were low, avoiding me. Or maybe they were just unaware of my glance, focused inward in reflection at what had happened. Her expression looked a lot like shame, but it also could have been quiet misery, or any number of things. There was no way for me to know. "I don't have anything else to wear," Lysander muttered to the ground. "What?" Callie turned. "I didn't hear that." "She doesn't have another dress," I said. Callie's hand came up over her mouth. "And I don't have anything else out here that fits you." She shook her head. "No matter if it's too big as long as it's dry, right?" "I don't mind too big." Lysander kept her eyes on the wet dirt. She definitely was avoiding me. "Let's get you a towel and something else to wear." In a motherly grab of Lysander's hand that matched my sister's tone, she took the bedraggled princess with her toward the trees. Callie's affection was a welcome relief compared to the interminable anger she'd shown earlier. I knew it would just take some time for her old self to come back, or perhaps the worry that Lysander and I had been killed had done it. I sat near the fire and shivered as I waited for my turn to dry and change in the ring of trees surrounding our belongings. Callie came out with a completely different look on her face than when she'd entered. She was shaking her head at me, concern furrowing her brow. She sat beside me and whispered, "I got her set up with a towel and a new dress. What happened to that girl? She's completely changed. Where were you?" "That man came back, the one who found us before Sanel left. He brought others, and they took us to some hidden cavern in the mountains." Callie's eyes widened. I could tell she'd already jumped to the worst possible outcome for Lysander. I spoke before it would trouble her any more. "They didn't do anything to her, sexually." Callie let out a loud breath of relief. "So what happened? Was she hurt?" Her eyes flooded over my body for a quick examination. "Were you?" "We're both fine." Confusion creased her brow. I could tell more questions were coming, so I grabbed her hand to stop her before she could ask. "Let me just tell you everything. It'll be easier that way." She nodded and leaned over to kiss my cheek. "Yes, please do." I told her everything I could remember, every detail of the conversation about Desmarles, the Alliance, and anything else that came to memory, even if it didn't seem important. I was hoping she could help me figure out if my theory of the surrounding territories aligning against Goldrum was crazy or logical. But when I was finished, she just stared at me as if I was leaving something out. "Exo didn't burn her or anything?" Callie asked eventually. "No, she wasn't hurt, just a scrape." Callie tilted her head. "And nothing happened after you escaped?" She quickly answered herself. "Something must have happened. I can see it on her face. She's in anguish about something, and it couldn't have been from that arse grab by that one man. This is something far worse, but nothing you've described." "Oh. Do you think stumbling over the dead bodies up the stairs did this to her?" "No, we never fell or saw anything, and she wasn't like this after that." "So, something must have happened after you left." Hot anxiety burned in my stomach. I knew Callie wouldn't give up until I told her about the kiss. Even worse, I knew how she would react. Callie gasped. "Did you kiss?" Her face held surprise, but I noticed an eyebrow slowly lowering, getting ready for anger. How did she know? I immediately was aware of my beating heart. It felt like I'd been caught in a lie. I guess it sort of was that. I'd refrained from divulging the truth, not much different. Callie's mouth was hanging open. She was ready to judge me, perhaps already had. I lowered my head with a sigh. Yes. She leaned in close to whisper. "On the lips?" "Yes." I lowered my head even farther, but kept an eye on the trees ahead, making sure to watch for Lysander coming out. "Damn it, Jack." Callie leaned away and sighed. "She kissed you back, didn't she?" "Yes." I was fully aware I was beginning to sound like a dim-witted child repeating the same answer, but I had no idea what else to say. "Stupid." Callie shook her head furiously. "You're both stupid." "Yes," I muttered. "What did she say after?" "She yelled at me like it was my fault." I expected some sympathy. "It is your fault." My head dropped again. My sister put her hand on top of mine and her tone sweetened a bit, now between patronizing and comforting. "If some pretty young man had his eyes on me the same way you've had your eyes on her, I'd start thinking about kissing him too. But she's not just some girl, Jack." Callie playfully tapped my temple. "You have to keep that in mind. She's what you need for the cure. Stop looking at her like she's anything else, or this is going to be a lot harder. Given her reaction, it's clear she's well aware of that. You should be too." I nodded, knowing Callie was right. Though I still didn't know exactly how I was looking at Lysander in some special way. Was I just supposed to not look at her? It seemed like an impossible task. How could this work without me looking at her? Just then, Lysander emerged from the trees wearing Callie's black dress that was far too big. Lysander held the bottom of it to keep from tripping, which only bunched the rest of it up more. With the low light from the fire and her dark hair, she looked like a cluster of shadow, moving carefully toward us with her eyes at her feet. I wondered if she finally would glance at me. I got up and walked toward her, somewhat nervous knowing we would pass on my way to the wall of trees where I would dry myself and change. The moment was tense, like staring at someone aiming a pulled bow at me. I couldn't help but divert my attention to her face, checking for the slightest look. She walked by me without a glimpse or a word. It even seemed like she was holding her breath until we were clear of each other. It made my heart ache. After changing and an awkwardly silent meal, my body was eager for rest, though with my darkness awaiting, my mind wasn't nearly as eager as my sluggish body. We put the fire out. The longer it burned, the higher the chances someone could find us, and that someone probably would be Exo. We decided to sleep within the cluster of trees nearby that would hide us from view. But we quickly found that the three of us couldn't fit with all our belongings there, even if we all lay on each other's limbs. Knowing Lysander and I should keep our distance, but being reluctant to have her sleep on her own, I knew the best choice was for the two women to stay in the trees. I left, and went to a smaller cluster of trees circled against the mountainside farther down. There was plenty of room for me, though not much for anything else. I lay down to rest and began the difficult task of trying not to think about the images I'd seen of Exo's mutilated face and the dazed man with the shield getting killed. As I began to drift into slumber, the realization that I was getting there made my heart jump. I battled to ignore the fear clutching my stomach tightly, but it only got worse the closer I came to sleeping. I was so tired, though, I couldn't even lift my head if I tried. Then something told me I should not only lift my head but open my eyes as well. With terrible dread I listened, struggling with all my might to sit up. Callie was running toward me, flailing her arms. "It's coming for Lysander!" I wanted to run to her, but just sitting up had taken enough effort to dizzy me. "What's coming for her?" I tried to ask, but it only came out in a whisper. My sister didn't hear me. "Hurry!" Callie waved me forward and then pointed behind her at the cluster of trees she'd come from. I got to my feet and staggered. I tried to run, but only managed to stumble into a clumsy jog. My eyes kept shutting on their own from weariness. I shook my head and slapped my cheek, but I couldn't seem to rid myself of the drowsy feeling, until I saw what was moving toward the trees from the other direction. Like 100 leaves dancing in the wind, my darkness glided effortlessly into the cluster of trees, and I heard Lysander scream. "Run, Lysander! Come to me!" I shouted, actually hearing the words this time. I finally was able to focus, to keep my eyes open, though my legs were still slow to respond, stuck in a faltering jog. Lysander darted out of the trees, hustling toward me. My darkness was right behind her, wielding a hatchet that was connected to its shadowed body like a hand. "Don't touch her!" I yelled, knowing this was wrong, so very wrong. It never went after anyone else. Why was this happening? "It's me you want!" My darkness lowered its weapon, stopping just for a moment to turn toward me. Like a hawk swooping down on its prey, it soared toward me with shocking speed. I felt some relief knowing Lysander wouldn't be hurt, but fear quickly pushed down on the relief, squelching it and forcing my breath out with a gasp. My darkness slammed the hatchet into my chest, just below my shoulder. Sharp pain exploded within me where I was cut, and the force of it knocked me on my back. Finally, the grogginess faded as I opened my eyes back on the real world. Callie had her hand on my face. "Easy, Jeg, just a nightmare." Her other hand was holding an oil lamp over my chest. "Doesn't look too bad this time." I sat up and knew exactly where to look to find my wound, right where I was struck by the hatchet. Sure enough, there was a thin cut running down my chest. "You're right," I said. "Not bad at all." Then I noticed Lysander peering over Callie's shoulder at me. Her eyebrows were arched over large eyes that looked to hold pity. It was the first time she'd looked at me in hours. But the moment our eyes met, she looked down at the dirt, stood upright, and walked back toward the trees. The heavy ache to my heart returned. "Thank you, Callie, but I'm fine. You should go back to sleep." "I will. Just—" My sister stopped herself to peer after Lysander. Then she leaned lower and whispered, "Has it been normal in the last year for you to speak during these nightmares? I don't remember that happening when you lived with us on the farm." Shame made my heart heavier, causing it to sink in my chest. What had I said this time? Actually, I didn't even know what I'd said last time, now that I thought about it. I never asked Lysander. Drent never told me if I said anything, though we slept in different rooms, so I can't say if he ever would have heard it. Callie took a long look into my face. I could tell she was wondering whether she should tell me what I'd said. It made me nervous to ask, figuring it was probably something about Lysander. I decided I didn't want to hear. Bastille hell, especially if I was shouting it. I really hoped that wasn't the case. She moved her hand across my forehead, clearing some hair that had fallen over it. Her touch was warm, soothing. "Good night, Kelly," I said, showing her I didn't want to speak about it any more. She nodded and left. Chapter 26. Jug. When I woke, Callie was already up preparing a fire. At the sound of her putting the rocks in place, Lysander emerged from the trees. She met my eyes for a blink. No, actually longer than a blink. I just expected her to look away immediately, but she held my gaze for at least a breath before moving her eyes to Callie. It was something, at least. The sun was up. It was a nice relief from the chill that had settled deep within me last night, though Lysander didn't seem to be enjoying it. Her back stooped and her arms were limp, swaying to her sides as she puttered toward Callie. She had an empty water pouch upside down in her right hand. "Can I have some water?" she asked Callie. I noticed the massive jug next to my sister. Callie bent to hoist it up with 2 hands. "Of course, bring your pouch here." Straightening her back slightly, Lysander picked up her pace and showed a thankful smile. But after just 2 steps, the long dress Lysander had borrowed from Callie got caught under her feet, sending her into a running stumble. On reflex, Callie reached out to grab Lysander's arm as she fell forward. Callie caught Lysander before she hit the ground, but the force of Lysander's petite body still was enough to cause the jug of water to slip from Callie's arm. Without enough time to draw my wand, I aimed my hand and tried to move all the SC I could beneath the jug to stop its fall. But I only managed to create a small emerald cloud that did nothing but fizzle apart as the jug fell through it and smashed against the ground. "I'm sorry," Lysander yelled, utterly distraught. "I forgot I had on this long dress." "It's my fault also." Callie pulled her upright. "I should have just let you fall." She let out a bitter laugh. "Was that the last of our water?" I asked, nearly confident it was. We brought 6 pouches, each of them full, and had finished them before opening the jug to refill 3, one for each of us that we continued to use. My only hope was that Callie had brought water that I didn't know about. "Yes, except what each of you still have in your water pouches," Callie said, to my disappointment. I'd emptied mine into my stomach last night from the terrible thirst I had, and it was clear Lysander had done the same by the look of her empty pouch. This must have become evident to Callie, for her head tilted and she raised a hand to her cheek. "Oh, this is bad. Sennel's coming back today, but probably not with more water than for himself." "I can get more from the river," I said. "We have 6 water pouches. That should be enough for a while." Lysander turned to me with a sad look. "Except you can't carry 6 pouches, especially not when they're full." "She's right about that," my sister added. We fell into silence, knowing the dilemma couldn't have a good outcome. 2 people had to go. It couldn't be Callie and Lysander in case Exo or someone else dangerous found them. It couldn't be Callie and me, because then Lysander would be by herself. As much as I trusted her, I felt she was too valuable to leave alone for the hours it would take to get back. We each nervously looked at the other, waiting for someone to suggest the inevitable. "How far is the river from here?" Lysander asked sheepishly. "About 2 miles north," I answered. Again silence came upon us, heavy and awkward. I could feel it pressing on the back of my head, making it hard to glance anywhere but at the dirt. Lysander shattered the quiet with a loud sigh. "Let me change into the other dress, and then we can get this over with." She gathered the extra fabric around her feet and turned to Callie. "Do you have any pins I can use for the ripped dress? It's too loose on me with the tear across the collar." "Come, I'll show you which bag they're in." Callie waved her toward the cluster of trees. It was calming to see that my sister and Lysander were getting along so well, but I couldn't help but feel a bit spiteful toward Lysander for avoiding me so plainly. It made me miss when the princess had been infuriated with me. At least then we could talk to each other, even if it was all bickering. At least then she didn't avoid my eyes like they would give her a curse. Every time she turned away from me, I felt a dull pain in my chest that was getting worse the longer this continued. That kiss was like poison to us, quickly killing all the friendliness we'd built through so much trouble. I knew I shouldn't think about the kiss, but I couldn't help doing so, couldn't help wanting it again. I saw her lips in a new way now, feeling them pressing against mine whenever I looked. It made my heart flutter and then sink in disappointment, for I knew it was a stupid, stupid thought. Callie came out of the trees soon after entering, approaching me with a frown. "I know," I told her before she could say anything. "Lysander and I shouldn't be alone together. She's just for the cure, nothing more." "I'm glad to hear you say it." Callie wiped some dirt from my back I wasn't aware of. I'll clear the fire I was making and be out of view while I wait for you, in case Exo stumbles into our camp. Be careful out there. Don't speak too loudly. Actually, don't even talk at all. It'll just make it easier for you to be found. I want to find him out there. I looked Callie in the eye to show her how serious I was. I'm confident I can beat him. Only if he surprises me will he have the upper hand. Callie studied my face for a moment, trying to determine if my confidence was appropriate or idiotic. Soon she bent her mouth into a wry smile and nodded. She believed me. Hurry back. She jabbed me in the chest with her finger. Don't make me worry like that again. It's too much with Father out there already. I hugged her. I can imagine how it felt. Lysander came out of the trees just then, and my sister and I let go of each other. I was stunned by the sight of her. My heart tried to leap out of my chest. Lysander had the light blue dress tightly around her body to keep it from slipping, and had pinned it in place. There was no way to deny it. She was beautiful. One breast was sprouting from the dress that pushed against her, and the sharp curve of her hips under her thin waist was enough to make the moon jealous. My bastille stars, Callie commented. I didn't get a good look at you last night, but now in the light. Bastille stars, if I had curves like that. Suddenly there was a strong slap to my stomach. I would have lost my breath if the sight of Lysander hadn't already knocked it out of me. It took me a moment to realize that Callie had hit me. Stop staring! She lifted my chin upright with a finger. Embarrassment flushed my face. Lysander looked down at the dirt again, but I found a smile on her lips this time. She seemed to be flattered. She brushed her hair over her ear and peevishly came to my side, refusing to look at me the whole time. Thank you, Callie, she said sweetly. The dress is still damp and sticking against me, but it'll dry off soon in the hot sun. I felt Callie squeezing my cheeks with one hand. She turned me toward her, and only then did I realize my eyes had been clinging to Lysander again. Callie shook her head at me in a motherly way that made me even more embarrassed. Completely flustered, I hustled around the camp looking for the 6 water pouches we needed. But I only found one. Where are the others? I asked with a panic I knew was misdirected, but still couldn't stop. Then I saw 2 more on the ground. That's 3. What about the other 3? In my rush to look in each direction, I eventually noticed Callie and Lysander wiggling their water pouches back and forth with taunting smiles. And you have 1 in your pocket, Callie added, handing hers to Lysander to carry. Holding back a laugh, Lysander strolled up to me with her usual confidence back in her stride. Let's go, she said. The next thing I knew, we were walking beside each other toward the river. For a breath, I felt the tension gone between us. But in the silence that grew longer and longer as we walked, it started to creep back like a fever coursing through my body. Soon it reached my neck and made my head heavy. It kept me from looking at Lysander, stopping me from saying anything in fear it would only make it worse, especially because all I could think about was that kiss. To my relief, Lysander asked a question. Will Callie be safe on her own? I smiled as I felt some tension melt away. It looked like we would be ignoring what happened, which was fine with me. Definitely, I answered. She's tough and good with a knife, but more importantly, she knows how to take care of herself. Keeping her head low, Lysander said, Why is she so much friendlier with me now? Callie's always that friendly. She blamed you for what happened at the farm, but I think she's realized how wrong that was. I felt a small tingle of excitement just being able to speak with Lysander again. I didn't care what we talked about. Anything was better than the dreadful silence. I'm glad, she said. Though Lysander's voice was quiet, I still could hear its deep pitch and accent of nobility quite strongly. I'd grown to like her accent. Not that I wanted to speak that way myself, as it would just be silly coming from a farm boy like me. But it had a rhythmic cadence that made each word more of a delight. But then her screams after the kiss came back to memory, and I realized her accent had the opposite effect when she was infuriated with me, causing each word to sting even worse. While I took the time to reflect on her voice, the pause in our conversation turned into another dense silence. I quickly thought of something to say before it went on too long. Tell me more about your sister, the one your father almost had me marry. Her head snapped to me like I'd just insulted her, but then conspicuously swung back to the trees ahead of us the moment our eyes met. I'd somehow forgotten about that. She let out a breath, and I could see the surprise on her face turning into confusion. She looked up at me again. Why didn't you marry her? Most men will get itches in their britches at that opportunity. Did you worry she was ugly? A nervous laugh came out of me. We came to an opening where thick groups of plants dwelled in the absence of trees. The sun hit my skin with a burst of warmth. Lysander stopped for a moment to stretch her arms up and yawn, rising to her toes, then back to her heels with a relieving breath. It was the most graceful thing I'd seen in a long time. I wasn't worried about that, I answered. I wanted the cure too much to think about anything else, and the offer of marriage just seemed like a way out of giving me what I was promised, so I demanded the cure instead. Lysander started back into her casual stroll. Do you regret it now? As I thought of an answer, I couldn't help but notice the way the sun made her dark hair shine. I actually could see the brown in it in this light. The way it framed her face seemed to make her brown eyes glow. Well, if she's anything like you, then... I stopped myself. Panic came over me. I was about to tell her that I would have regretted not marrying Jessend if she was like her twin. What was I thinking? Lysander stopped to stare at me with a furrowed brow. I'm sure my face showed the panic I was feeling. It was too strong for me to hide. Never mind. I waved my hands in hopes she would let it go. I didn't mean that. It's understandable. Lysander looked to the dirt. I've been quite a nuisance. She knelt down to pick up a smooth rock and started brushing the dirt from it. Her comment made me realize I'd given her the exact opposite impression I'd meant. Lysander thought I implied that I would have regretted marrying Jessend if she was like her sister. I contemplated correcting Lysander, but she spoke again before I decided if I should. Jessend isn't like me, though. I mean, we look similar, but she likes using the bow, walking through the city, even the dirty parts. Lysander shook her head in disbelief. Jessend likes dangerous adventures and the outdoors. I prefer being where I can wear pretty clothes, stay clean, hear good music, read and gossip with friends. I'll admit it. As petty as it is, I love it. Lysander sighed. Surprisingly, you two might get along. Truthfully, the idea of a less refined version of Lysander wasn't appealing. That sounded too much like Callie for me, but I found no reason to delve deeper into the conversation. No good could come of talking about Jessend and me being together. Are these things what you'll be doing with your husband, wearing pretty clothes and gossiping? Lysander rolled her eyes. I don't know what Varth Farrow has planned for me, probably torturing me with every new song he's working on. Bestial hell, he composes too. She laughed bitterly. Yes, and it's just as bad as you'd imagine. She let the rock drop from her hands just before we entered the shade beneath the trees once again. I made the mistake of telling him I love music when we met last year. A year ago? I figured he'd just started singing. How long has he been doing it then? I don't know. Her eyes turned and lifted to me. I saw a wry smile beneath them. Too long. I laughed wholeheartedly, and with it came out all the tension that had built within me. I remembered something. You said you would sing for me. Will you now? Without even choosing to do so, my body leaned toward her and bumped her arm playfully. The other corner of her mouth lifted, but she turned to hide her face. I'm not as good as you. She leaned into me, giving me a harder but still playful shove. I'm sure you're great. The way the sun kissed the golden-brown skin of her bare shoulder reminded me of a song. Do you know Golden Girl? She brushed her hair over her ear, letting her slender neck catch the sun as well. I know it, but I've never sung it. It was a strange concept to me to know a song but never sing it. I would have asked how that was, but I could sense that any chance Lysander had to turn the conversation away from my request to sing would be pounced on, like a cat waiting outside a mouse hole. The thought of Exo killing my cat Rubble abruptly bubbled up from wherever it was buried and squelched my excitement. I could feel myself moving to a dark place with other dreadful thoughts emerging. They were tied to Exo like links in a chain. I could feel myself starting to drift out of reality, going deeper into my worries. Sanel was in the nest, and he shouldn't be there alone. Soon he would be delivering my note to a guard. Surely they wouldn't let him leave so easily. The worry of it sat atop my heart, heavy. Thoughts of Corey came next. The ache of my heart became heavier, and soon guilt started twisting its way into my stomach as well. Even though I knew it couldn't all be my fault, it was impossible not to worry if everything would have been better if I'd just left the Thackeray Palace in peace. You're terribly quiet. Curiosity dangled on Lysander's words. It made her sound wistful, but in a restrained way, as if she didn't want to reveal that she cared whether or not I continued. I'd lost all interest in hearing her sing, at least right then. I didn't know what to tell her. She finally was smiling again. There was no reason to bring her down to my level of heartache by expressing my woes to her. I knew this dark feeling would pass soon. I just didn't know how to make it happen quicker. But she still was waiting for me to say something. I couldn't let the silence become so heavy again. Finally, I just blurted, "I'm sorry," completely unsure how she would take it. Lysander looked up at me from the corner of her eye. I didn't return her look, but kept my eyes where they wanted to stay, at the green grass far ahead. She looked at me for a long while. It felt like she was burning a hole in my face. She didn't ask why I was apologizing. She didn't even ask why I'd given up trying to get her to sing. Instead, she turned back to glance at the grass ahead of us and surprised me by clearing her throat and starting to sing. Her deep, womanly voice really came out as she started the first line of Golden Girl. Her tone was rich in flavor, like a strong cup of coffee, and her accent added a touch of spice to it. Altogether, it gave her a seductive sound that sent a chill through my body. Lysander glided through each line of the song effortlessly, as if she'd sung it 100 times. There was nothing ordinary about her tone. It wavered beautifully between pitches. It was so original I clung to each word just to hear how she would sing it. Though her voice was otherworldly to me, her face showed none of the confidence I expected to see when I turned to her. She seemed consumed by worry, like the wrong note was approaching any moment. I didn't understand it. The way she sang was unreal, the way I'd imagined fairies singing in stories. But then she used the wrong word, on instead of in, and then she skipped a verse, making it so the last rhyme was never resolved. Nonetheless, her voice carried on with the same strength, and relief replaced the budding tension in my head. She definitely had a lot of training to be able to continue as she did. Fighting through a mistake to make it look planned is one of the harder things to learn. Golden Girl was about a little girl who was the youngest of 4 sisters. Each had a special trait, except her. One could dance smoother than the rays of a low sun glimmering along a lake. Another could sing with more ethereal beauty than the bright moon in the starry black sky. And the third could play the strings with more grace than the wind soaring over the ground. The 3 of them together were welcomed in the highest courts of the noblest men. But this left nothing for the youngest, the Golden Girl as she was nicknamed when she was born, for she was the only one with blonde hair and was expected to outshine the rest. Golden Girl was skilled at dancing, but not as exceptionally as her eldest sister. She was a great singer, but nothing near her second eldest sister. She could play any stringed instrument with ease, but that role already was taken, and she didn't get the chance to practice, for it only made her last sister jealous. She tried more academic routes, studying under the best tutors, but quickly found everything in books to be more difficult to learn than the most complicated dance routines. She tried her luck with magic, only to fail in miserable frustration. Years passed, and her family's expectations of her lessened, causing her determination to grow even more. By the time Lysander got near the end of the song, her voice still hadn't quieted in the least. But I felt the need to encourage her, especially from the way her eyes were squinted, as if she was disgusted with herself. Yet I refrained. I didn't want to interrupt her with a compliment that could wait until the song was finished. Listening to her sing while the sun pierced through the trees of the forest gave me a luxurious feeling for which I'd longed for a year, but didn't know I wanted until now. This is what the city never had for me, this feeling of belonging, of deep comfort. I was lost in the beauty of our surroundings, of her voice, and especially of her. That's when I knew what to do. I felt stupid I hadn't thought of it earlier. I joined her in song, harmonizing my voice to give an even richer flavor to the sound. It was like the perfect sauce on a fine cut of meat. She stuttered just for a moment when I began, but quickly found her voice and flashed her white teeth at me in a smile as she sang. We finished the song together. The melody was simple, not very catchy, but moving. The only reason the song wasn't one of my favorites was because of the ending. It wasn't sad, that I wouldn't have minded. It was somewhat strange, and in such a specific way, it made me wonder if it was supposed to be based on a true story. Golden Girl travelled to Meritar, home of the elves, in her quest to become the best at something. The elves were impressed with her ability to dance, sing, and play a variety of instruments, and they soon welcomed her into their culture. This part didn't strike me as being disconnected from the rest of the song so much, not yet. It was the final verse that never sat right in my diaphragm after I sang it, feeling like I'd eaten something still alive. Golden Girl learned not only the secrets of Psyche, but also that she was exceptionally skilled at using it. She stayed in Meritar with the elves for years, becoming a powerful psychic. Eventually she returned home, to find that everyone who loved her was now in fear of her ability with Psyche. She was cast out, leaving her hometown, never to return. I'd never met a psychic, so I had my doubts about whether Psyche really existed. The elves and the Desmals were part of history. Everyone knew they were real, even though most had never seen one. But Psyche was different. Psyche had no part of history. It was so disconnected, not only to the song, but also to the world I knew. The tales that helped demonstrate and explain the present world were always the easiest to believe. The Desmals pushing civilization to the centre of the continent. The elves' lack of help in the Bastille Steel War causing resentment. It was the ideas that didn't fit right in the world that curdled my stomach at the thought of believing them. And Psyche didn't fit, not at all. It was too strange, too unexplained. The thought of being able to manipulate others' emotions made my skepticism lash out furiously. At least one psychic would be in a position of power if they really existed. Lysander met my eyes with a restrained smile when we came to the end of the song. Earnestly I told her, "You have the most beautiful voice I've ever heard." Her mouth tightened. Some of her smile remained in her eyes, but it was quickly fading, like the sun before a storm. "I told you I'm not as good as you." Then I could hear what she must have taken for sarcasm in my voice. The words most, beautiful, and ever in the same sentence are hard to say without sounding facetious. "I'm being serious. Your voice is amazing." That didn't feel like the right word, and it didn't seem to work either. She still had a tight glare, as if waiting for me to tell her I was joking. I realized the problem was that I was having trouble describing how unique she sounded. "Your voice is like—" I tried to come up with something, but could only think of stupid things that already had been said 1,000 times, and weren't unique at all anymore. A rainbow after a storm, the sun bursting through the clouds, a beautiful flower, a rose, a sunset, a sunrise. None of it did justice. Then I thought of something. "Your voice makes me feel like I'm finally in the right place at the right time. It's the first time I've felt this way in a year, and I've missed the feeling more than I even knew. It's a robust beauty that can't be matched by anything made by the hands of men." That seemed to do it. Lysander smiled so wide she seemed to know there was no hope of hiding it, so she didn't try. "I'm surprised you really think that. My father says my voice isn't as elegant as it should be. It's too low and raspy." "It's perfect." I playfully nudged her as we continued to walk. "And you should tell him that the next time he says it isn't." She let out a rhythmic giggle. "You don't know my father if you think that's a good idea." She nudged me back. "I've never heard the song sung with two people using different pitches. It sounded good with your harmony, though there were a few places of dissonance where we didn't connect." I'd noticed the same thing. It reminded me of something Sanal had said, which I then repeated. "Harmony is one of the most wonderful things in the world, but without dissonance, it's meaningless." Quickly it hit me how inappropriate my comment had been. Blurting it out without any preamble made it seem like I was referring to us, not music in general. We'd been in harmony recently, and after so much discord between us as well. It was inadvertently romantic, and I cursed myself for not thinking it through before I let it out. Lysander's smile flattened. "You're not going to try and kiss me again, are you?" the princess asked with a familiar haughty tone, like I was her enemy again. All the harmony between us was gone in an instant. "Try? You make it sound like it didn't happen and that it was my fault." "It was your fault, and you should pretend it didn't happen." With wavering inflection, her tone was hard and bumpy, like the small rocks digging into our feet as we walked. "If someone found out, I would make sure they knew you were trying to seduce me." She folded her arms defiantly. "So you'd lie?" Lysander gasped at that. "It's no lie." Her voice became low and rough in a poor attempt to imitate me. "Lysander, sit on my lap and wrap your body around mine. Let me whisper in your ear and breathe all over your neck. Now I'm going to kiss your cheek." Her voice rose back to normal. "Admit it. Seduction. I might have given the first kiss on your cheek, but I made no motion to lock my lips with yours." Her mouth dropped open in disgusted disbelief. "It's true," I claimed before she could give her rebuttal. "Is that so?" Her hands flew to her hips. "Then how did it happen? Because I sure didn't move my lips towards yours." "I didn't either." Not that I was aware of, at least. Truthfully, it was so dark and our faces were so close, I couldn't recall how it had happened. But there was no way I would admit that. She simply would claim she did remember, and then I couldn't argue back. I didn't think she really knew what happened either. Our lips had locked too suddenly. "You know, The exasperation faded from her voice. Trying to seduce a princess is a serious offence, especially if you lie about it. I grinned contemptuously, knowing I was about to make her threat useless. More serious than kidnapping. She stopped for a breath, and then a defeated smile came about her lips. I suppose not. Chapter 27. Wager. By the time the river came into view, a fresh breeze was rustling through our hair, and our argument had cooled with it. We were back to pretending the kiss had never happened, speaking instead of frivolous matters. It was the kind of conversation that was likely to skitter between two people who'd recently been acquainted, in which every question and every answer held subtle exposures. Though the words themselves told little, the tone behind them could fill pages. I was careful to keep my inflection calm, restrained. But when she would make me laugh, all my restraint would shatter apart momentarily, making me blurt out things I didn't give myself a chance to consider. I seemed in even less control of my body, which couldn't stop bumping up against her arm as we walked close. Every so often she'd return the playful bump with a tight smile and a sarcastic comment, and it felt like sparks were shooting up the arms she'd collided into. Soon the sounds of the river could be heard between fleeting moments of silence. Lysander turned her attention toward it, curving her hand over her eyes for a better view. It's wider than I imagined. She was right. It had been years since I'd visited the river, and now that I thought about it, trying to fill our water pouches in the wrong spot could be dangerous. Though the river was still too far ahead to see how quickly the water was flowing, I knew this general area from memory. It's even wider in other places, I said. We should find a place less treacherous. The water runs too fast here. I pointed east. Let's go this way. Nonsense. She gently placed her hand on mine to lower my pointing finger. It's not like we're jumping in. All we're doing is filling these water pouches. I couldn't help but show her a knowing smile. You're going to change your mind once we get closer. She taunted me with her own proud grin. A princess doesn't change her mind easily. She will this time. Lysander's eyes opened wider as they studied my face. Would you like to make a wager? Immediately interested, I felt a tickle of excitement. But it was gone the moment I realized I had a little to gain and a lot to lose, especially when Lysander was in the opposite position. What did you have in mind? I asked hesitantly. She curled her lips under her teeth. My stomach was starting to feel sour as I noticed the seriousness in her eyes. I had an unnerving feeling this wasn't going to be a friendly wager. Did she still want to leave as badly as she used to? It would hurt to hear, but now I felt I wanted to know. No, I had to know. Did she want to go back to the palace and Varth Farrow as soon as possible? It's eerie how a question can be produced and then suddenly become more important than anything else. I let her think as long as she wanted, waiting, hoping she wouldn't ask to be let go. You tell me what you want first, she answered finally. Depending on what it is, I'll make you offer something just as important. The answer came quickly, but it seemed like too much of a request. I racked my mind for something more appropriate, but I kept returning to the original idea, liking it more and more each time. It was the best way to find out if she wanted me to let her go. When we get to the river, you have to fill the first water pouch. If you get scared and decide to travel farther down to a safer place, then I win. Agreed? Agreed. And what do you win? I kept my tone serious. It was easy, as there wasn't a hint of excitement or fun in my body at that moment. This was a business arrangement. This was a way to get an answer I now needed to know. It was even more than that, to get something I'd wanted for the last few days. If I win, you agree to stay with me until I have the cure. The words seemed to echo in my mind. I could hear them again and again in the thick silence that followed. When she folded her arms and leaned back, I knew she felt the same tension that I did. I felt breathless as I waited. I can see you're not joking, Lysander said with a bitter tone. And that's quite a difficult thing for me to promise. You don't have to make the wager. She pushed her palms out at me. Wait a moment. I didn't mean I was scared. I just want to make sure you're taking this seriously. She gestured around us. We have no witnesses here to verify the agreement. Following the consequences of the wager is purely based on trust between Jack Traden and Lysander Thackeray. By using our full names, I could tell she was going to invoke some strange royal oath or something I'd never heard before. I didn't mind. I was serious, and whatever it took for her to be the same way would be fine with me. I'll follow the agreement, I said. Tell me what it is you need me to offer. Jack Traden, in a showy manner she presented her palm to me, has requested that Lysander Thackeray, her other palm came to her side, stay with him until he has a cure to his darkness. She took a moment to brush the hair from her face, and then glanced into my eyes in such a serious manner it seemed to take hold of my heart. Lysander Thackeray is requesting that Jack Traden never marry her sister, Jesson Thackeray, no matter what is offered to or threatened of Jack Traden. Does Jack Traden agree? Was this some kind of joke? Why would that matter to Lysander? Better yet, how could I possibly come to another situation where Jesson's hand in marriage would be offered to me? But I knew there was too much formality for it to be a simple quip. Lysander was serious. I would have been relieved that she hadn't asked for me to let her go, but I was too overwhelmed with curiosity about this request. I don't understand, I said, feeling some of the tension lifted now that I knew she wanted something more than to be let go. How would I ever marry your sister? Your father will never want to see me again after this incident. He won't even want me in the same city as his family, and that's if I'm lucky. You don't know my father. Her tone was peremptory, but sad as well. I could tell she was about to convince me it would be possible for me to marry Jesson. I just didn't know how. I waited patiently, watching Lysander use her toe to fiddle with a rock. In this meeting with him, did he tell you he was going to make you the king's mage? Exo's position? Why? A few reasons, Lysander said. You were to marry Jesson, which meant you needed some status so it wouldn't be an embarrassment to our family. Making you the king's mage was the best way to go about that. It was also a good reason to get rid of Exo that wasn't likely to erupt in the same violence as would a straightforward disbandment of his service. Now that I've seen your ability, I'm sure that had much to do with the decision as well. And there's even more to it. Jesson has been desperate to marry before she turns 17. Although I was curious about Jesson's need to marry, Lysander's remark got me wondering about something else. After everything I did to disobey your father, including taking you on your wedding day that he paid for, he even made a point to mention that it had cost him dearly, he couldn't possibly still have plans to allow Jesson and me to marry? Like I said, you don't know my father. When he finds out I wasn't harmed, there's just as good a chance he'll still offer my sister to you as he would to throw you in prison. I find that hard to believe, I said flippantly. Bastille hell, how I regretted that immediately after I'd said it, even before she turned and stared at me as if wishing a dagger would cut my throat. I should have held my tongue. On reflex, I stepped back and lowered my head. I apologize. I don't know him. No, you don't. Lysander kicked the rock away. You said Jesson is desperate to be married, I asked. Before our birthday, yes. Then why doesn't she marry Varth Farrow? Lysander twisted around to find another rock, elegantly sliding it between us with her toe. Because then I'll have to marry the man set up for her. He's worse than Varth Farrow. Bastille stars, yes. 1,000 times, yes. She started to play with the rock in the same fashion as before. I waited for an explanation, but she seemed content to be silent. Finally, I asked, Are you going to tell me more? It's a long story, and it doesn't matter if you know it or not. It has nothing to do with you or this wager. I'm curious, I admitted. But then I thought of Callie waiting for us. How about the short version? Lysander nodded, with her head hovered over the rock. Our father made an agreement with us when we were 14 because both of us wanted to choose our own husbands. If we weren't wed by 17 to someone of status, then he would choose a man for each of us who would benefit the family. The one who's waiting for Jesson makes Exo look like a mere misguided child. But father's so stubborn he doesn't believe us. I didn't believe Jesson at first either. She does tend to dramatize. But this young man is truly evil. He's just skilled at hiding it. A strong wind ran through us, pushing Lysander's hair around her face and neck. She quickly straightened it. If he's so bad, why wouldn't you want me marrying Jesson instead? Could I really be that bad? I was asking facetiously, but her stern expression humbled me and made me regret the way I'd worded the question. My poor sister has already suffered through her betrothed dying before she could be wed, twice. She was wholeheartedly in love with the first, and I know it still hurts her. You're not evil, Jack, but I can tell you have a bad habit of finding trouble. Jesson needs someone she can rely on, someone who can take care of her and himself. Who knows what will become of you in a year? In 10? Lysander fluttered her hand between us. I apologize. This is coming out wrong. I was thankful to hear her say that, as I was beginning to feel even worse about myself. I figured she was implying I was going to get myself killed, but that was too much of an assumption to conclude definitively. I decided to leave it alone. I wasn't interested in Jessend anyway. If I wasn't good for her, that was no problem for me. It's fine, I said. Good, Lysander said, finally looking up at me. So, when I successfully fill a water pouch in the river, you promise you'll never marry my sister? Yes. I agree to never marry Jessend Thackeray if you win. And I agree to stay with you until you have the cure if you win. But you're not going to. It's just a stupid river. We'll see about that. I smiled, feeling like I was getting the better end of the deal by far. But there was something about the way Lysander was looking at me that made me start to think otherwise. She had a clever smile, and relief seemed to be setting her face at ease. She enthusiastically offered her hand. The gesture took off a chunk of my confidence. But even if I lost, I didn't mind. It was the cure I wanted, not Jessend. I was just thankful Lysander hadn't asked me to let her go. I extended my hand, and we shook. She slipped her hand out of mine before I was ready to let go. And the wager between Jack Traden and Lysander Thackeray is set. Why not use this formal method with our other agreement, about you cooperating for 3 days and my letting you go after that? Lysander took hold of my shoulder. Silly. I wouldn't mock the trust agreement by using it when there was no trust between us. That last agreement was based on threats. She turned to the river. Now, come watch me win this with ease. Chapter 28. River. It's getting a lot louder, Lysander said, staring with wide eyes at the river we were coming near. I was waiting for her to straighten her back, puff out her chest, brush the hair from her face and claim that it didn't matter, that it still would be easy. But she did none of those things. It's running really fast, she said with the same tone, perhaps even a bit more tense than before. Her eyes finally peeled away to glance up at me. It didn't look this fast from farther back. She laughed nervously. I would have enjoyed this moment more if I wasn't so worried her pride was going to override logic. Please tell me that means you're changing your mind. That's when she straightened her back, puffed out her chest, brushed her hair over her ear, and said, I will not change my mind. It's just one water pouch that needs filling for me to win. I would have sighed at her if my tight diaphragm had allowed me to take a deep breath. Instead, I shook my head, and we continued closer to the rapids crashing against the rocks on the edges of the river. When we reached it, I looked in every direction to check once more for Exo, as I'd been doing on the way here, for I knew all my concentration would be focused on Lysander as soon as she stepped out onto the rocks. He wasn't there, but I found myself wishing he was. Not only was I confident I could beat him, it would be the perfect way out of this dangerous wager I now completely regretted. Lysander, this is crazy! I urge you to reconsider! There was no safe way to crouch near the river. Grass and trees were lined along the edge, but the edge itself was heavily slanted, leaving smooth rocks embedded in the river as the only even surface to stand on. She walked back and forth along the slope, reaching her dainty, garish wedding shoe toward a section of wet grass to tap, 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 and then pull it back, repeating this process 3 times. I tried again. Lysander, you don't have to do this. We can agree that the wager is off. Nonsense. She switched the water pouch to her left hand and grabbed my hand with her right. Come this way. I have an idea. I felt somewhat relaxed holding on to her, feeling her hand squeezing mine tightly. But after only a few paces to a nearby tree leaning over the water, she pulled her hand away and the worry returned. You do know how to swim, right? I finally thought to ask. Of course. Some thought struck her, and she finally took her attention away from the river to look at me. Who wins if I fall in? I looked closer at the river, at all the rocks her body inevitably would slam into the moment the current took her. I tried to imagine what I would be able to do at that point. Quickly, I realized the answer was absolutely nothing. The terror I felt must have come through on my face, for she grabbed my hand and showed me a smile. I'm not going to fall in. That was just a joke. She let my hand drop and turned back to the river. Keeping her voice low, she muttered, I know I'm the only chance you have at the cure. The thought of that being lost would devastate you. She wrapped her hand around the leaning tree and pulled on it as a test. It was clearly sturdy enough to hold her. It's not just that, I corrected her. Crouching while holding onto the tree, Lysander slowly turned her head over her shoulder to gaze at me with a questioning look. I don't want to see you hurt, I said, feeling more exposed than I wanted to be. But if telling her that would stop her, then it would be well worth it. She held my eyes with hers for a few quick breaths. The sound of the rushing water seemed as loud as thunder in that moment, especially knowing how close Lysander was to it. Then come here and hold on to me, she finally said. As much as I wanted to, there was something I wanted far more. Or we can just call this off. I'm going to do this, and you can either help me or not. Defeated, I approached her and waited for her instructions. Hold on to my hand. I'm going to try to get closer. I made a mental note never to make a dangerous wager with Lysander again. Though the moment I had her hand in mine, I did feel some relief. I knew I wouldn't let her go, no matter what. I used my other hand to hold on to the tree, as she carefully tapped her foot on the sloping grass that led to the edge of the river. The slope was only about a yard long, but the grass was long and thick, hiding the ground beneath it. Lysander edged her back foot forward so that both of her smooth wedding shoes were on the slope. Her grip on my hand tightened. Don't let me go, Lysander said, cautiously bending her knees to lower herself in an attempt to get to the ground. I won't, I reassured her. Moving slower than a stubborn mule, Lysander had gotten herself nearly into a squatting position. But in an instant, her foot slipped on the wet grass and she fell on her bottom. She screamed as it happened, but luckily I was ready and kept her from sliding into the river by pulling back with all my weight. Soon it was clear I had a good hold of her. She laughed nervously, and the startling realization came to me that this hadn't made her want to give up. That was close, she said, now sitting on the grass with her legs out toward the water. After being in terror for this long, I was beginning to feel frustrated. This is the stupidest thing you've ever done. I'm going to pull you back up. You will not, her princess voice came out. It turned out that's all she needed to say. Although my frustration worsened, I knew trying to pull her up the slope while she resisted would be the worst thing I could do. I felt something against my shoe. At least I thought I did. I could barely see my feet in the tall grass, but there looked to be something near me. Perhaps a rock or a stick had rolled into me. No, it was moving. This was some sort of animal. Wait, I warned Lysander. There's something in the grass. Right. I'm serious. It just brushed against my foot. Lysander fell into silence. I lowered my head to listen and look, but the river was too loud to hear anything, and the grass was too thick to see anything. Stop trying to scare me. Lysander's tone was calm, but I could hear some fear clinging onto her words. I'm being serious, I repeated. It was moving toward you as well. She laughed. How convenient. I used a foot to push away the grass between us for a better look. I caught a glimpse of something moving again, and I parted more grass around it. Immediately it became clear what I was looking at. It's a snake, and right next to you. I kept my voice low, but pushed as much urgency into it as I could. You're lying? Lysander spoke as if she was posing a question, but with terror beneath it, ready to burst if needed. Remember the crackers? This is happening all over again. I thought she was still before, but by the way she froze then, I realized she'd been shifting her weight somewhat. The only thing moving were her eyes, darting between sections of grass wavering in the wind. Soon her head followed suit, jerking to each direction, looking for movement. Where is it? Lysander asked quietly. I'd lost it in the grass. I don't know. Let me pull you up. River snakes can be aggressive. Lysander slowly curled her extended legs to position her feet on the sloped grass, and then used my hand to pull herself to her feet. With the water pouch in her other hand, she cautiously brushed aside the grass between us to make sure the ground was clear. She seemed to let out the beginning of a shriek before she managed to reclose her mouth. That's when I saw it, too. The snake was between us, watching Lysander's water pouch while its tongue flickered. It wasn't a long snake, maybe 2 feet, but I didn't know much about snakes, and definitely not enough to tell whether it was venomous or not. I changed my mind, Lysander said frantically, though she kept still. Get me out of here! The snake continued to stare at her water pouch. My first thought was bestial wind, but I couldn't blow the snake away without the hot air hitting Lysander and likely pushing her into the river. I thought about a small fireball to kill it, but the force of it could knock Lysander back too. SE would be no good here either, I quickly realized. I'm going to try and throw it, I said as plainly as I could, knowing the idea sounded just as bad as it was. Lysander squeezed my hand tighter. It's going to bite me as soon as you touch it! We were holding each other's hands over the tail of the snake, though it didn't seem to notice. It was more interested in Lysander's water pouch than anything else. I don't think it will. More importantly, I didn't have a better idea. I do think it will! Lysander took a small step to her side, and the snake's head followed her. She squeaked out a muffled whimper. I'm going to do it, I announced. Make sure you don't let go of my hand. Lysander nodded. Fear for my own safety only began the moment I bent down. The voice telling me not to touch the snake was still just a whisper, though, a tingle on the back of my neck. The rest of my fear was sitting in the pit of my stomach, and it was all for Lysander. When my hand was in place, I counted to 3 and then grabbed its tail and flung it to the side as quickly as possible. The whole thing happened in a blink, but I still saw the snake coil back and try to bite me the moment I touched it. The snake flew only a few yards as I tried to get rid of it as quickly as possible. Lysander mistook me for being in a position where I could support her weight, so she pulled hard to help herself up the slope the moment after I hurled the snake. But I was nearly squatting and no longer holding onto the tree, so I fell onto my chest. For an instant, I didn't feel her weight pulling on my hand anymore, and I heard her scream. But then the force of her pulling on me came back twice as strong. Face down in the grass, with half my body now on the slope, I couldn't see what had happened to Lysander, but I still had her hand in mine. I lifted my head to look, and barely made out her light blue dress through the grass. It looked like she was lying down like me, but on her back. "Jack, don't let me down another hair!" she screamed. "My feet are right over the water!" My body was angled downward too much for me to get the leverage I needed to pull her back. "I won't!" I yelled back, determined to figure something out. I thought of the simplest solution I could, to pull and figure out the rest later. With all my strength, I pulled my outstretched arm that held her hand. I managed to drag her only about the length of my forearm, but that was enough to reach her with my other hand. When I locked it around her wrist and didn't feel myself slipping down the grass, I tried another pull, cautiously at first, to make sure I wouldn't end up dragging myself toward her instead of dragging her toward me. I found that Lysander moved, and I didn't. With great relief, I pulled her another arm's length toward me. I felt her shifting, and then soon I no longer needed to support her weight. "I'm back on my feet," she said. Now, with enough slack, I pushed my chest from the ground and used my feet to slide myself back onto level ground, keeping a firm hold on Lysander's hand the whole time. Completely above the slope now, I was able to get to my knees and looked up to see Lysander glancing back at me with fixed eyes over a troubled smile. A look of relief and embarrassment, I figured. I felt somewhat similar to her, but instead of embarrassment, my relief was mixed with anger that she'd nearly gotten herself killed over a stupid wager. I pulled her the rest of the way up, and we ran, flying past a good 10 trees before we finally stopped. I doubted the snake would come after us even if we'd stayed there, but it was better to be safe. Panting, she nearly fell into an embrace with me, half hanging on my arm, half squeezing her arm around my back. I awkwardly clung to her as well. Her other hand still held the empty water pouch. We'd left the other pouches near the river. I hoped the snake wasn't still there. "I'm surprised to find out you don't like snakes," I joked. Still doubled over, she giggled rhythmically. It pushed my mouth into a wide smile. "Is there anyone that likes those things?" Lysander asked rhetorically. "Callie," I mentioned, not that it really mattered. "That doesn't surprise me." Lysander straightened but continued to hold on to me. She stood before me now. My hands shifted to her sides, as hers did to my hips. "You win the wager," she said, looking up at me. "I promise not to leave until you have the cure." That damn thought of kissing her came back. I knew I should let go of her and step back. An even better idea would be to turn away from her tempting lips. But I couldn't do either of those things. "I have no interest in marrying your sister anyway," I told her instead. She held me with her eyes. "I wish you wouldn't look at me like that," she uttered softly. To my surprise, she kept her hands on me. "I can't help it," I said, unable to take my hands or my eyes off her. My heart swelled in my chest to the point of pain. I knew what the ache was from, a screaming urge to lean down and kiss her. I even knew she would kiss me back. I could see it in her eyes. But every other part of me knew I shouldn't. A voice yelled at me to move away. I found myself hopelessly weak, praying Lysander would take it upon herself to peel her eyes from mine or to remove her hands from my hips. Something to stop this. Bastille hell, even a slap would be welcomed right now. In one smooth motion, Lysander brought both feet toward me, wrapped her arms fully around my body, and went to her toes to slide her chin onto my shoulder. I returned her embrace by holding her close, and together we sighed. In the breath she let out, I could hear the same frustration that I felt. It was like being hungry, but knowing we wouldn't be able to eat anything. It made my whole body tense, strained, desperate for relief. I kissed her on the top of her head. It seemed to help relieve the ache of my heart at first, but then her smell came into my senses. Memories of her pressed against me atop the horse on the way to my family's farm flooded my mind. I pulled her tighter to my chest, somewhat because I wanted to, but mostly because I thought it would help squelch my rushing heart. Of course, it had the opposite effect. I knew the best thing to do would be to let go of her, but I couldn't do it. Jack. Lysander let her chin off my shoulder to return to her heels. She slowly stepped back from me, and my arms came back to her sides. We both know how this is going to end. She looked at me for 2 slow breaths as I dreaded what I knew she would say. We're never going to see each other again, and this is only making it harder to accept. Lysander lovingly held my cheek in her palm. I'll admit, I've started to care what happens to you and your family. She lowered her arm and peeled my hands from her sides. But no good will come of this. Excuses flooded my mind. We could run, but then I wouldn't be cured, and what kind of life would we have? One away from my family and hers, on the run from her father? No. Could we see each other after this was over? No. Varth Farrow, let alone her father, would never allow the farm boy who'd kidnapped her to visit. If I married Jessend, I might be able to spend time with Lysander. No, that was the worst idea of them all. Completely cruel. I can see that you know I'm right. Lysander gave a playful tap to my nose. So stop using your ocean blue eyes to look at me like that. She frowned and turned away. It hurts. The craziest idea popped into my head then, and I blurted it out before I gave myself time to think it through. What if we got married after this is over? Shock hit her face. My heart was pumping so hard I barely could think. What in bestial hell did I just say? I waited for her inevitable argument, or insult, or slap even, but it looked like Lysander was speechless for the first time I could remember. It seemed like I'd broken her. The shock on her face remained longer than I'd ever seen on anyone else's. Her eyes were wide, lines creasing her forehead. You wouldn't have to marry Varth Farrow, I blurted next. Why was I still trying to convince her to agree? I should be shaking my head and telling her I didn't mean it. No, too late for that now. I obviously had. That's no longer my choice, she answered. I've already agreed to that marriage for the sake of my family. Can't Jessend marry him instead? I knew she would prove me wrong the moment I'd said it. I was beginning to feel like a snivelling child who'd misbehaved, and now was trying to argue out of it, even though all words were clearly futile. Jessend will find someone much better than Varth Farrow. She's very good with men, and I would never force him upon her. Lysander took my hands. Jack, stop making me give you excuses. It's causing me to feel like the villain. You know as well as I do this isn't going to work, and you're being silly to think either of us is ready to marry the other. She stepped toward me again, going to her toes to kiss me on the cheek. It was a long kiss, long enough for me to feel the heat from her mouth against me. Strangely, I didn't go into the frenzy I thought I would as soon as I saw her lips coming toward me. I was too defeated, too suddenly aware of my thirst and weariness. I felt myself frowning. You really do tend to act without thinking. She pressed my nose with her finger once more. But it's sweet for you to suggest that. Completely mad, but sweet. You're right, it's mad. I sighed, somewhat relieved to be out of that conversation. Let's retrieve the water pouches we dropped, and we'll find a safer place to fill them. Lysander nodded. And it would be wise to make an effort to stop touching each other. She tilted her head to look at me from the top of her eyes. Right? I couldn't agree. My body became flushed with a rush of heat starting from my chest and spreading quickly to each limb. It pained me to look at her and think of never feeling her hand in mine again, of her never touching my cheek as she'd just done, of never feeling my lips against hers. I realized then I'd always figured we would kiss again. I just didn't know when. I wished I could tell myself that I acted without thinking, but that would be lying. I made a decision this time, even thought about it for a few rushed heartbeats, giving myself enough time to know it was a bad idea, but that I was going to do it anyway. After 2 quick steps toward Lysander, I ran my hand through her hair to hold on to the back of her head, and used my other hand to wrap around her back, pulling her close. I leaned down to kiss her. Because of our height difference, she had to tilt her head to the sky to reach my mouth, but she did, immediately throwing her arms around my neck the moment our lips met. It was just one long kiss. Our lips pressed firmly and held in the same way our hands clung to the other's body. It was sad, the kind of kiss you'd expect a man and wife might share before being separated. It was the kind of kiss that spoke, "I would miss her. I would miss this." I let my lips say it, and I could tell hers said the same. Chapter 29. Secrets. Carrying 6 full water pouches, we wouldn't have been able to touch on the way back even if we tried. As I'd suspected, it was a poor choice to kiss her. Little did I know I'd gotten somewhat used to not kissing. But now that I'd felt her lips again, I couldn't get it out of my mind. It made it even more clear how right she was, that the more physical we were with each other, the harder it would be to part. At least the conversation between us was lively. We sang and laughed and shared humiliating stories, and then we told tales about our sisters when their toughness got the better of them. I never would have guessed I had so much in common with a Thackeray princess. Soon we got talking about magic. Lysander seemed far more interested than she'd let on before. Eventually she surprised me with a tough question. What will you do with your life if the cure does take away your ability with magic? I thought for a long while, before finally admitting, I always told myself I'd figure that out if it actually happened. Some part of me thinks I'll never be cured, making me believe I won't have to worry about that. It was always hard to think of myself in the future, and infinitely more difficult to wonder what I would do without magic. Is this part of you still as loud as usual? No, it's quieted some. I took a moment to gaze at the clouds between the tops of trees, calmly drifting with us back to camp, as if eavesdropping. Then I checked around us for Exo. I'd hoped to find him before we returned, but the chances of stumbling into another person in this great forest were slim. I realize I should figure out my plans for the future if I can't use magic, but the truth is that I honestly don't know. What about working with that blacksmith in the nest? Did you learn how to do anything besides fill wands with Sartious energy? I did, but that work wouldn't suit me. Anyway, I doubt your father will let me back in the city, and even if he did, people would visit expecting me to perform high-level magic. I would grow very weary of their disappointed faces. Lysander's face tightened with intrigue. Are you sure you want to give up your magic ability to be cured of the darkness? Yes. What was the phrase you used earlier? 1,000 times, yes? She nodded with a wry smile. Then my answer is 1,000,000 times yes. There were few things in the world worse than my darkness, one being what nearly had happened to my family at my doing. I used to think the most lurid afflictions were those that torment consistently, like an illness, but now I knew that nothing would be worse than the blood of a loved one on my hands. My darkness was unfair, infuriating, and one day it may even kill me. But no amount of frustration and pain could ever hurt me as deeply as the stark self-loathing that would overtake me if getting my cure led to Callie or Sanel's death. Knowing all this now, I realized that if trading Lysander for the cure would put her in danger, I would be far more likely to give her up without it. I even felt somewhat disgusted with myself for taking her in the first place. And then there was Harwin. I couldn't let myself forget about him. I'd put too many people in danger already for this. I made a decision. This was the last thing I would do to get the cure. No more kidnapping, nothing to put others' lives at risk. I'd rather live with the darkness than be responsible for any harm dealt to an innocent person. Terror hit me when I didn't see Callie back at camp. I could see the same terror in Lysander's face. "Callie?" I called, feeling as if the ground was about to open up beneath my feet. Thankfully, she emerged from the trees surrounding our belongings. "Took you long enough?" She gestured at us with a book. "What happened?" I breathed. "Had to travel a bit farther than expected to find a safe enough place along the river." Her eyes squinted skeptically. "Mm-hmm." She made her thoughts quite clear. "You two kissed again, didn't you?" I avoided her face as best I could while bringing the water pouches over, trying to hide the answer I knew she would figure out soon enough. The three of us made a fire and prepared food. Callie and I expressed our worries about Sanel, as he'd promised to be back before nightfall. He still had plenty of time to follow through with his promise, but I felt a hollowness in my stomach that no food could satisfy. I knew it would remain until he returned. Eventually, Callie announced that she'd been itching to play her lute, but had to wait until we returned in case Exo was close enough to hear it. She went to the trees to retrieve it before anyone had time to argue. Lysander looked at me curiously, wondering what I had to say about that. I shrugged. If Exo did find us, it would be better now instead of when we're sleeping. There's always a chance that Corey killed him, Lysander said, though her tone was pessimistic. I suppose there is that chance, I replied, with even heavier pessimism. Callie emerged from the trees, holding her lute with childlike excitement. Music is the best way to make emotions tangible. Rather than stewing in our worry about father, why not sing about it? She looked at Lysander with an inviting smile. Do you know Come Home? At first I thought it was a strange choice, as the song was told from the perspective of a wife whose husband was a shotmal player sent to battle the Desmals. But then I thought of the words and the melody, and a tingle came from my stomach, spreading to the rest of my body. It was perfect. Lysander spiritlessly glanced at her feet. I do, but I've never sung it, and I don't think I would do well to try. The song has been known to make me cry. It's too close to Jesson's experience with her first betrothed. When I hear it, I always see her face in my mind, painfully weeping. I'm sorry, Callie said. We can sing something else. Lysander waved her hand. No, please, I would like to hear it. She smiled at me. If Jack wouldn't mind singing alone. I reached out to take her hand, but stopped myself halfway toward it. My hand quickly retreated to my lap. The motion had looked awkward, creating an uncomfortable silence. I cleared my throat and stood, trying to ignore what had just happened. It's fine, I said. I would be happy to sing. Callie nodded with a wry smile, choosing not to comment on my awkward hand movement. Then her eyes seemed to find something over my shoulder. She squinted, and a hand came up to point cautiously, in a way that made it clear she didn't know what she saw. Something's moving out there. Lysander and I turned. It took some straining to see what Callie was referring to, but soon my eyes detected movement between the trees. Too distant to see clearly enough, I couldn't decipher what it was or even which direction it was going. Callie returned her lute to its case among the cluster of trees, then joined Lysander and me on a log as we sat and watched, waiting to see if we could determine if it was man or beast. I could feel Callie sharing my hope that it was Senel, especially when she wrapped her arm around mine tensely. The sun had begun to set behind the trees, and the grass ahead of us was covered in specks of light drowning in a sea of shadow. Eventually it became clear we were watching the silhouette of a man on a horse, and he indeed was coming toward us. Warmth slowly crept over my skin, and a smile broke through my tightened jaw. It was Senel. Callie slipped her arm from mine and jumped to run toward him. Unsure exactly how it happened, Lysander and I were standing with one arm around each other, mine around her shoulder and hers around my back. I leaned over to kiss her head, and she brought her other arm around to squeeze me as I pressed my lips down. We parted as smoothly as we'd come together, and walked forward to meet Senel and Callie. Coming closer, I realized he was on a different horse. Wait, I recognized that strong, ageless horse. Where from? Lysander pointed at it. It's not the same horse. She spoke with intrigue. This one is magnificent. And why does it look familiar? That made me even more curious. Why would Lysander get the same familiar feeling as me? We'd been on only 2 horses together, the one I stole, and the other one was... Oh, that was it! Father, what are you doing with that horse? I yelled from 20 yards out. Senel stopped his conversation with Callie and shot me an expression of utter shock. Do you know this horse? He yelled back. Yes! How could you have brought it here? Senel's face held curiosity. How do you know this horse? I ran to close the distance between us and embraced my father with a strong hug before delving into what I knew would be a revealing conversation, to say the least. Lysander caught up while my father and I each waited for the other to begin. What a lovely horse, Lysander said, walking over to its head to pet it. Are you the one Jack was riding when he took me from the palace? She had a cute voice, as if speaking to a child. Did you see him when he was behaving like a vile reprobate and reaching up my tarp? She kept her words quiet, so as not to disrupt any conversation the rest of us were having. But Senel and I still were waiting for the other to start, and used listening to Lysander as a stalling method. Lysander looked around curiously when no one spoke. What's his name? Callie leaned toward her in an obvious manner, whispering so loudly all of us could hear. Sannel told me his name is Bam, and neither Sannel nor Jack is supposed to know of this horse, yet both do. Callie's gaze shifted toward us. She folded her arms judgingly. I thought the Tradens didn't keep secrets from each other. I turned towards Sannel. I would have explained it back at the farm, I said, but it didn't seem important at the time. I decided to leave out that Lysander was bathing in the next room, able to overhear everything, and that was the main reason I'd left it out. But everything was bound to come out now, and I had no idea how she would react. My body stiffened. Callie shifted her stare to father. Why don't you start? Tension in Sannel's face was evident as he started a deep breath, but it slowly drained out of him when he let the air from his chest. I suppose I have a confession. He looked toward us apologetically, and then turned his glance to Lysander. There's someone I know very well who works for Lysander's father. His name is Micah Vale. What? I interrupted. How long have you known him? Sannel's eyes became slits. Did you meet him? He asked reluctantly. I stopped myself before revealing that he'd helped me escape, taking a moment to judge Lysander's expression. She looked perfectly comfortable, for now. What's wrong? She asked with genuine confusion. Concern slowly spread across her face. I never asked how you escaped with me from the dressing room. Did you hurt Micah after I was unconscious? I waved my hands to let her know she was on the wrong path. Nothing like that. Well, I did punch him in the face, but only after he told me to do it. You punched him? Lysander squawked. I noticed Sannel's hand coming over his forehead. I had a feeling he might be involved in this. Lysander, he helped me get you out of the palace. I wanted to reach out and take her hand, but I stopped myself before lifting my arm this time. Her face went blank, emotionless. No, but he screamed when you came out and blew the dream dust in my face. That was just an act, I explained. He's the one who gave me the dream dust and told me to do it. Trouble came into her eyes. She lowered her head and pushed her dark hair from her face, seemingly lost in thought. Quickly she looked up at me again. This is no joke. I could tell by her tone that she already knew the answer. No, I was looking for the cure and someone else, the young Prince of Zav, who I'd brought there earlier, but I found neither of them and was catching my breath in the dressing room when you came in. I could feel Lysander grasping onto every word. Her mouth and eyes were flat, but ready to explode into some emotion, though I didn't know if it would be anger or betrayal, one of the two for sure. My stomach climbed toward my chest. Again I had to stop myself from reaching out to hold her as I continued. When you pulled out the wardrobe and went into the tunnel, I came out to leave the dressing room, and Micah came in right then. He saw me, but then he heard you coming back into the room, and he gave me the dream dust and told me to use it on you when you came back. He knew I would stop at nothing until I had the cure I was promised, so he told me you were the best way to get that. He convinced me to take you, Lysander. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to tell you. Anger, no. Wait, betrayal? Perhaps both. Lysander's eyes fell to her feet. Why would he do that? She whispered to the grass. I always thought he cared deeply about Jessend and me. He does, Sannel said to my surprise. Lysander, he thinks of you as family. Lysander lifted her head to Sannel, tilting it curiously as she waited. I realized soon after that my head was in the same position. How do you know him? I asked. Bastille hell, father! Callie's burst of annoyance startled me. Why didn't you tell us you knew someone on the King's Council? After all the trouble Jack and I had with guards in the nest when we were younger, we could have had them disbanded. And I still need to know what he was doing sending me off like that. Lysander had her arms folded, and complete anger had taken over her face. Callie had the exact same look. It would have been comical if I was in the mood to laugh. Sannel glanced between Callie and Lysander, guilt creasing his brow. He put his hand up politely. Perhaps if I explain a few things. Yes, that would be best. Callie spoke with bitter anger, as if abruptly remembering all the torment that came to her as a result of guards ignoring her pleas for justice. Or perhaps she was remembering their insults and laughter about the extra weight she'd carried when she was younger. No matter what it was clear she believed our father had had the power to stop it, for now she was directing that anger at him. I could feel it when I looked into her hard eyes. Lysander's eyes, though watching my father carefully, were more distant, less sharp and aggressive. Her anger was focused elsewhere, I figured toward Micah Vale. Sannel squeezed Kelly's shoulder. I'm sorry about the secret, but it's been safer this way. If word got out that I've met with Micah in private every so often, it could damage his reputation. The king knows nothing about it. Sannel's eyes sank to Lysander. Though I suppose that's going to change. His voice trailed off. That depends on what you have to say about Micah, Lysander said. I'm not one to side with my father unless it's deserved. In fact, I've had more luck getting what I want from Micah than from my father. That's because Micah cares about you and your family. Sannel was using what I came to think of as his fatherly tone, deep and calm, confident. He tries to do right by everyone, and sometimes his methods can be extreme. On the contrary, he can also be coy, secretive. It's in his nature, making his actions confusing at times. How do you know him, father? I asked. I wasn't as upset as Callie about this secret, though it was hard to be angry when curiosity overwhelmed me. Bam leaned down between our disfigured circle and started nibbling on the grass. Sannel ran his hand through the horse's mane idly. I met Micah before you and Callie were born. His mouth went flat. I'm not sure met is the right word. He was just a child then and without a home. I was living alone, and I started noticing food missing every so often, but it was always such a small amount I wondered if I was imagining it. One night I finally caught him, a filthy runt with hair blacker than the bottom of a well. He must have been 8 or 9 years old. He stole from you? Lysander seemed dumbfounded. I always thought he was wealthy and noble. I'm afraid not, though he was always clever, brilliantly clever. I never knew how he was getting in and out of the house. In fact, that was the first question I asked when I finally managed to catch him and pin him to the ground. Sannel laughed to himself. The proud bastard wouldn't tell me. It felt like this secret was all he had, and he cherished it. I suppose he had many secrets like this. The food he took from me wasn't enough, even for a child. There must have been many houses, many secrets. Sannel turned to Callie. As I said, it's in his nature to be secretive, always has been since I've known him. Sannel shrugged. He asked me to respect that, and so I have. I told no one about our relationship. I think he may be worried about our past, as a known thief serving the king is likely to cause problems, not only for him, but for the Thackeray family as well. Lysander's arms relaxed at her sides. It certainly would. No thief would ever be on my father's staff. The anger seemed to drain from her face. He never talked about his past. I see why now. Sannel was nodding. I started to feed the poor child each night. It took some time for me to convince him he wasn't a burden, that I wanted to help. But I made the mistake of admitting that I wanted to know more about him. What had happened to his family? Didn't he have someone who could take him in? One simple question like this was all it took for him to leave for days. He would always come back eventually, pretending as if nothing had happened. What did he tell you about me when you spoke to him? Lysander asked, now leaning forward. Why did he tell Jack to take me? With deep pity, Sannel shook his head. I didn't speak to him. I didn't have time to set up a meeting. It takes days. But I'm sure he thought it was the best thing to do in the situation. Sannel shifted his glance between me and Lysander. His hand went to his chin. If anyone here has knowledge about why he told Jack to take you, it's probably you, Lysander. Is there some reason why being taken from the palace might be good for you? Yes, but... Lysander chewed on her lip as she gazed off into the trees. What he did could be considered treason. If my father found out, Micah's fate will be worse than Jack's. Then we should make sure the king doesn't, Sannel replied hastily. Lysander's eyes lifted to me. I nodded, as did she. You can pretend you never heard this from us, I told her. For all you know, I surprised you both and took you by my own choice. But if you're caught, your punishment will be far more severe than admitting the truth about Micah helping you. Lysander's face was twisted with worry. I figured she was torn from the conflict of who should receive the worst of her father's anger, Micah or me. The moment I disobeyed the king, I accepted the risk. There's no reason Micah needs to be punished for helping me. Without giving Lysander a chance to reply, I turned to Sannel and said, But I still don't know why he chose to help me. I'm sure it's because you're my son. Sannel took my shoulder in a firm grip. He knows a lot about you from me, that you wouldn't hurt anyone, that you're suffering from this darkness. Sannel let his hand down. That's why I knew that if I could get your note to him, he would make sure the trade of Lysander for the cure was set up appropriately. Panic started rushing through me. But you didn't meet with him, you said. Sanal showed me a warm smile that quickly calmed my nerves. No, but I left a note with Goreng. He'll deliver it to Micah if he hasn't already. Goreng and Giant were some of the people I visited in the nest to prepare for our move. They were kind enough to lend me Bam. If you've ridden him before, you know how strong he is. You'll ride him to the farm tomorrow morning. He can carry our wagon back along with you and Lysander. My heart jumped, though I wasn't sure if it was from excitement, anxiety, or both. So it's set. They'll come by noon. Sanal gave a half shrug, holding his lips in a hesitant smile. That's what the note told them, and I know Micah Vale will do what he can to make sure that happens. I looked at Lysander curiously, wondering what she thought of this. It finally was over. Was she relieved, worried, maybe even sad? She'd promised to stay with me until I had the cure, but it looked like the extra time wouldn't be needed. I couldn't read her expression, which I found puzzling, as usually her doll-like face was animated, a window to her mind. But her mouth was flat, her eyes unyielding. Perhaps she was waiting patiently to hear what I said. Maybe she was just curious like me, wondering what I thought of this being over. I hadn't even considered what my own expression confessed. Callie broke in. That's wonderful news! She nearly jumped into me with a fierce hug. I was so worried this wouldn't work out. Unfortunately, I couldn't feel the same relief as my sister. That old voice, the one that always told me I'd never be cured, was louder than ever. I didn't understand it. Why was I feeling like disaster awaited? I spoke to Drent, Sanal said. Exo didn't hurt him, though Drent knew Exo would have if he'd lied about the location of our farm. He was extremely apologetic. I could picture the massive bearded blacksmith so clearly, but when I tried to imagine him apologizing, I couldn't see it. I'd never heard the man say he was sorry. It seemed against his nature. It was like trying to imagine a bear returning the food it stole with a lowered head. He also says business has slowed since you left, Sanal added, and you're welcome back any time. I appreciate that, I muttered to the ground, reluctant to bring up all the reasons that would stop me from working there again. The loss of my magic ability, not being allowed in the city, not wanting to deal with constant disappointment even if I was. That was a conversation that could wait. There's something I can't figure out. Callie's eyes were absently locked to Bam. This horse may be strong, but there's no way he can pull the wagon with all of us and our stuff back to the farm. She lifted her gaze to Sanal. What's your plan for that, Father? You and I will be walking back later in the day. We should be there before nightfall. Callie's eyes narrowed. But that means we won't be there during this exchange. Sanal took her hand. I know this is hard, it is for me too, but it's better if we're not. My sister shook her head vigorously. No! Callie, Sanal interrupted before she could get any other words out. I've thought about this, and it's the safest option. The king will send guards, many of them. The only leverage Jack has is Lysander. If we're there, we'll just be used as ransom. There's nothing we can do to help. We'll just get in the way, and that would put your life at risk as well as Jack's. Do you understand? I don't like it, Callie replied quickly. I don't either, Sanal said, looking to me with one eye. But Jack can handle himself. He's proven that. Sanal turned to show me concerned eyes. Make sure you give yourself time to think before acting. I know you usually don't choose the safest option if it doesn't suit your needs, but in this case you should. His tone was masking what his stern expression revealed. I should consider myself lucky to return Lysander without punishment, even if I didn't get the cure. I nodded to show my understanding. I knew he was right. Chapter 30. Prepare. The four of us used the rest of the daylight to prepare for the next day. Sanal made sure I memorized Bam's ridiculous code. Your eyes hold the beauty of the sun, and your legs match its power. I still wondered how Goreng could train a horse with such a complex line. Sanal told me about 100 times to be cautious and careful, adding every so often that I should do whatever the king wanted unless I was told to come back to the palace with him. My father made it obvious that he hoped Micah Vale would be there and told me to be extra cautious if he wasn't. We devised plans for every scenario he and Callie could think up. Archers in the trees, mages disguised as swordsmen, a surge of horsemen bursting in from behind the hills. All of it seemed rather absurd, but I indulged them with my answers. Lysander joined in with her own feedback here and there, divulging information about guards' behaviour or what her father would do in certain situations. She was probably the most helpful. I felt slightly more confident each time I remembered she would be there with me. With my attention focused on tomorrow's meeting, it was easier to ignore the tantalizing urges to take hold of Lysander's hand or put my arm around her. But in brief moments when we touched, it would come back so quickly it made me feel as if I'd been struck by lightning. She'd brush against my arm while sinking onto the log next to me, and jitters would shoot from my hand to my shoulder. She'd bump her leg against mine while adjusting the way she was seated, and a tingle would wash over my body. She'd sneeze, and I'd feel the rustle of her hair on my shoulder, producing insane thoughts like a sneeze was a worthy excuse for me to hold her tightly and ask if she was all right. Luckily, I was able to fight it. It was her eyes that were the hardest to ignore. I could feel them on me whenever they lingered, hot as the sun but chilling as a gust of wind. The worst was when they met my own eyes. It felt as if my heart was drifting out of my body. Then, each time our eyes parted, my heart would flutter back into place, aching as if bruised. When she put her hand on my shoulder to push herself up, a gush of heat ran through my body like a river of lava. Although her touch lasted no longer than a breath, it left my heart dancing wildly. Clearly, she didn't need to use my shoulder to stand, and whenever that thought came back to me in the hours that followed, the same heat would rush through my body and leave my heart jumping. Music had been the only other thing to make my body storm with emotion like that. I had no idea that a single touch from someone could contain the entire strength of a song. Sanal had trouble keeping his head up when we eventually got to talking about the men from Waywin who'd taken us to their lair with the Desmals. "I'm sorry," Sanal cut us off eventually. "I didn't sleep last night. I'm afraid I must lie down." "Of course." Callie helped him up from the log, not that he needed it. "It's late anyway. I'll tell you more tomorrow after they leave in the morning." Lysander and I stood and stretched, knowing it was time. Sanal leaned his large frame downward to embrace me. "Be cautious and careful tomorrow, Jack." I laughed slightly, as it was now the 101st time he told me. "I will." I noticed Lysander and Callie glancing at each other awkwardly, each pretending they weren't doing it. I interrupted by stepping toward my sister to hug her. "I'll see you at the farm tomorrow night," I reassured her. I expected her to say something that would make me laugh, but instead she just swallowed hard and said nothing, holding me firmly. Lysander shook Sanal's hand, and he thanked her for her cooperation with all this. She nodded gracefully. Then Lysander turned to Callie, and they shared the longest hug of the four of us. "I was wrong about you." Callie spoke with a soft, apologetic tone. "I'm sorry I didn't get to hear you play the lute." Lysander stepped back and glanced up at Callie with a polite smile. "Jack says you're very good." "I am," Callie replied, with an exaggerated lift of her nose. Lysander and I laughed. My father and sister headed toward the cluster of trees with our belongings, where only the two of them could fit. It left Lysander and me alone. I had asked Callie earlier to sleep beside Sanal. She'd rolled her eyes at me but smiled. It was clear by then that Lysander wasn't just using my affection, and I think Callie had realized it. Sanal seemed too tired and overwhelmed with other worries to even think about it. The light of the fire gave Lysander's face a dim glow, yet her eyes were as dark as her hair. It felt hypnotizing to gaze into them, staring deeply while I searched for color among the black. I found a hint of brown as she looked back at me. I couldn't pull away. It was like watching the stars take shape in the sky. Lysander ripped her eyes away from me and put her palm against my stomach, walking past me toward the fire and turning me with her. "We should put this out." She knelt to pick up a water pouch nearby. I drew my wand and gathered SE. I formed a thin cover over the fire that I carefully sank into place. The fire muffled against it, causing a crackling yellow to dance beneath the emerald-green cover. It reminded me of the sparks I'd see watching Drent hold metal against his spinning stone wheel. Soon the fire sputtered out, and I let the SE break into dust. Lysander turned to me with a wry smile. "Show off." She held up the water pouch to me. "Since we have plenty of water, help me wash my hands and face." I poured a thin stream of water from the pouch so she could rub the dirt from her hands. When she was satisfied, she cut them together to splash water on her face. She was so thorough, rubbing and rinsing each part of her face, that if I'd been eager for sleep I would have been annoyed. But it was quite the opposite. I knew what nightmares awaited. Instead, I chose to enjoy the moment. I pushed Bastille energy through my wand with my other hand so I could see her face. Her wet skin glistened in the light, and strands of her black hair clung to the sides of her face, framing it like a beautiful portrait. "I don't need the light," Lysander told me eventually. "You can save your energy." Unable to think of an excuse, I let it out, leaving only the light of the moon. When Lysander was finished, she took my arm in hers, and we stumbled toward where we thought the other cluster of trees were. "Now we need some light," Lysander said with a faint laugh. I pushed more energy through my wand, taking the opportunity to look at her face once again. She had a shy smile when she turned to me. Once among the trees, we settled onto a few layers of blankets we'd spread out when the sun was still up. There wasn't enough room for both of us to lie on our backs without a hand or foot brushing, and I welcomed the proximity. Lysander seemed to as well, running her finger down my arm playfully. "You know the only reason I'm sleeping in here is because I know how strange it would be for you to be brushed up against your father like this if he were here instead." "Right," I replied sarcastically, "because you would much rather sleep beside Callie than me. At least she won't wake me in the middle of the night with spasms and—" Lysander had a teasing cadence, but it quickly puttered out right before she stopped herself. Squeezing my hand, she said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't joke about that." It wasn't that I was offended. It's just that I didn't find any humour in it and didn't have the spirit to feign it. "It's fine," I said as cheerfully as I could, though when I heard my voice I realised I should have stuck with speaking plainly. More cheer came out than I meant, making it obvious I was trying to hide how I really felt. "I won't leave until you have the cure, as I promised," Lysander said. It was an attempt to make me feel better. It worked. This time I didn't have to feign anything. I squeezed her hand back and told her truthfully, "You're better to me than I deserve." Lysander lifted my hand to her lips to give it a small peck, and then she set it back down and released her grip. She flipped to her side, facing away from me. "We should sleep now. I'm sure we'll be up again, later." Her voice was apologetic. "I'll let you hold me after you're bandaged up." She reached her hand back, found my arm, squeezed, and then wiggled farther away. I knew enough not to ask any more of Lysander. I was somewhat hurt by her reluctance to be close to me, but I couldn't blame her. I shook during the nightmares, and palpable light burst out of me, leaving me bleeding. I wouldn't have wanted to be huddled against me either. I flipped the other way and tried to prepare myself for what I knew would come. I found it helpful to focus on my breathing, but thoughts about Lysander were distracting me. I wondered if I rolled over to her, pulled her toward me, and brought my lips over hers, would she kiss me back? An uninvited voice spoke to me, reminding me it was better if Lysander and I were distant from each other, for it would be easier to let her go tomorrow. I sighed. I knew this was the voice of reason, and that I should listen to it. Once again, I focused on my breathing. The next thing I knew, I was in the dressing room, spying on Lysander and Jessend. I felt something brush against my arm, so I looked over and found that all the dresses to my right were shaking back and forth, as if someone had just run by and bumped against them with a shoulder. The sisters stopped to glance over. "What was that?" Lysander spoke with a frightened whisper. "I don't know," Jessend replied with the same tone. With my heart thumping as loudly as a drum, I crouched against the wall behind me to make sure I couldn't be seen. "Did you see that?" Lysander asked. "Yes. What is that?" Jessend said. I sank lower, bringing up my knees to push my face against them. I knew there was no way they could see me through the rows of dresses. I didn't understand it. They both began to scream, and I realized it wasn't me they were seeing. I popped to my feet and looked to my right. My darkness was there, a black shadow moving through the dresses like a dense cloud of fog. My first reaction was to run the opposite way, but after just a step, I was already in the corner. Turning and preparing for pain, I was shocked to find the darkness was headed toward Lysander and Jessend, seemingly unaware of me. They were still screaming, frantically running to the door, but they couldn't open it. They tried the wardrobe on the other side of the room next, but it was too heavy to move. The sisters grabbed each other as the darkness neared them. Wielding a knife as one of its hands, the darkness used the claw on its other to shove Jessend away from Lysander. It lowered its knife to her stomach. She was frozen in fear. I ran out from the dresses, yelling, "You have the wrong person! That's Lysander!" It turned to me with its featureless face, glancing for a moment before turning back. "No! Don't do it!" I screamed. It was too late. The darkness sliced its knife across her stomach so deeply and forcefully she fell with the blow, tumbling sideways. "Lysander!" I shouted, feeling the pain in my own stomach as I watched it happen. I was back. Callie was hovered over me. I was panting. "Is she hurt?" I asked, frantically looking around for Lysander. I quickly found her kneeling behind me. Lysander put her hand on my forehead. "I'm fine, Jack." The cool touch of her skin felt wondrously relieving. She brushed back my hair in a calm manner. With her other hand she pointed down toward my stomach. Callie had my shirt lifted and seemed to be inspecting something. She whistled. "That's a bad one. Good thing we have the right stuff for it." Then I noticed the bandages, towels, and water beside her. I became aware of the stinging sensation across my stomach. I sat up to see the wound. It was just as I'd expected to find on Lysander's stomach, a long gash that looked deep enough to take a week to heal. "I'm sorry to wake you both," I said, lying down again. "Don't be," Callie replied. Lysander moved her hand to my hair, using her fingertips to run over my scalp. It created a chill of pleasure that felt as if it were seeping into my brain, soothing my mind. Once I was cleaned and bandaged, Callie said good night and left me with a smile. Lysander lay down next to me and turned on her side to face me. She propped herself up on her elbow to show me a smirk? At least that's what it looked like under the moonlight. "Have I been in your nightmares?" Lysander asked. My heart jumped. I must have been talking in my sleep again. I could see from her face that she already knew the answer. It was just a matter of admitting it now. "Yes," I told her. Curiosity got the better of me. "What did I say?" "You've been calling my name." Lysander turned on her back and looked up at the stars. "Your voice wasn't loud, but filled with terror. What was I doing in the dream?" I lost my breath as the answer came to me. "Dying." "Isn't it better someone else is attacked instead of you?" "No. I'm used to the pain. I'm not used to the idea of watching you—" The image of her stomach opening up made my own stomach burn. I held my palms over my eyes and tried to rub away the memory. Lysander put her hand on my arm. "Your darkness can't hurt me." I was surprised how much better I felt with her hand on me. Soon I was embarrassed I'd been so dramatic. "I'm going to miss you," I blurted. Lysander took in a long breath and then sighed. "Me too. We still have some time, though. Come here." She flipped to her other side, taking my arm and wrapping it around her stomach. I turned with her, and we nestled together tighter, wiggling back and forth to close all the gaps we could so that we were pressed as closely as possible. Her back pushed into the newly bandaged cut on my stomach, causing a sting, but it was hardly anything compared to the pleasure rippling through my body. She used her hand to press my arm into her stomach, and I gladly squeezed down on her. Her tight midsection was a delight to hold. I slowly moved my hand from one end of her stomach to the other, and soon she was running her fingers down my arm. I was exhausted from the nightmare, and in a considerable amount of pain, but I'd never felt better in my life. As happy as I was, though, I still wanted more. Thoughts of kissing her crept into my mind. This time there was no voice of reason telling me to move away from her, advising me how hard parting would be the next day. I decided to move her hair out of the way to expose the soft skin of her neck, its golden hue barely visible in the night. I sat up to lean my head over her, catching a glimpse of her eyes, closed and calm. Her mouth was slightly open, the corners of it twisted upward. Her smell enveloped me. It reminded me of serene joy, of riding a horse with Lysander pressed against me. The voice came back. Well, a voice. After I heard what it said, I didn't think it was the voice of reason like before. It told me to kiss her neck. I brought my lips closer, but refrained. It yelled at me, "Do it now!" My whole body encouraged the idea, my heart aching for it, the rest of my chest hot. My lips came down around her neck. It was the strongest kiss I've ever given, a bite without teeth. I pushed my tongue against her while I moved my lips passionately, opening them around her skin and then pushing them into a pucker. She gasped and didn't stop me yet, so I repeated the process. I moved my lips about her neck in a strangely careful motion, especially considering how little control I had over myself. Lysander moaned, first quietly and then louder, as I pushed my lips and tongue against her harder, taking some of her skin into my mouth with a light inhale. Her hand came to my face, and for a moment I thought she would tell me to stop. But then she ran her fingers through my hair. I stopped to regain my breath, pushing myself up to enjoy the bliss I could see on her face. Her eyes popped open, looking worried I'd stopped. They strained to the side to find mine. Her hand still stroked my hair. I let myself down to put my lips on Lysander's neck again, and she uttered a heavy moan and twitched. Her grip on my hair became tight, and she let out a quick breath. Her breathing quickened and became louder as I continued moving my lips across her neck. Her hand loosened its grip on my hair, running down to my cheek, then back to my hair again. I leaned over farther, kissing her cheek. It was accidentally too hard, as I was used to nearly biting her neck. Lysander tensed her face and giggled. I went back to her neck, and her giggle morphed into another moan of pleasure. Her hand shot to my arm around her taut stomach, grabbing me hard for a breath, before slowly running up and down my skin. She flipped to her back, looking up at me. Her eyes were wanting, the message on them as clear as blue sky. I was still leaning over her, propping myself up on my elbow, which had begun to ache, but I didn't care. Lysander let go of my arm, putting her hand on my cheek instead. I found it wonderful how much we could say without words. I already knew she felt the same way I did, even though I barely understood the surge of emotions going through my body. Lysander pulled me down to her slowly, carefully. When our faces were about to touch, she closed her eyes and opened her mouth, her plump lips welcoming me. I pressed mine around hers, and then something happened between us. I didn't know what it was at first. While our kisses were passionate, they were frantic, like we would be torn apart at any moment. My head was hot and cloudy, my whole body steaming. She was everything I wanted, and more. The single most blissful feeling of my life, and infinitely greater than the runner-up, whatever that may be. I didn't want to think about it. All I wanted was her. This was real magic. This did something to me, and I could tell it did something to her as well. But what? What was the word for this feeling? Satisfaction? No, that wasn't it. Our kisses gentled as we realized we had time to enjoy each other. Her lips were so sensual it gave me chills as she pushed them against me. I could feel them give and take, reciprocating the touch from mine. I was slowly moving my hand down, grabbing her wrist for just a touch, then running it back up and locking fingers with her. Lysander was doing the same motion, squeezing me as tightly as she could with her small hands. Lust? Was that the right word? There was definitely lust, but there was so much more than that as well. Her other hand came up around the back of my head to rest as we concentrated on our lips. No thoughts came to mind. I still had no control over myself, not that I cared. She ran her fingers through my hair, grabbed hold of my head, and pushed it against her face while she opened her lips to get more of me. We gave each other hard kisses with open mouths, mating. Lysander was breathing hard, letting me taste her hot breath that only intoxicated me more. More? Could that be the word I wanted? It felt the most accurate so far. But I was also satisfied, the opposite of wanting more. Was there a word to describe the feeling of utter satisfaction, yet a seemingly unquenchable thirst for more? It was a contradiction, an impossibility, but it was happening to me. That's what it was, needing more and being sated at the same time. Our mouths danced for maybe an hour. My elbow was screaming at me to stop for at least 30 minutes before we did. I turned over on my back, exhausted but in so much pleasure that the world could have ended right then and there, and I wouldn't have minded. I could see the stars between the trees. Lysander cuddled against me, resting her head on my shoulder. She put her soft hand on the other side of my cheek, turned my face toward hers, and gave me a long kiss on the lips that I figured would be the last one we'd ever share. I knew I should be sad, but I couldn't feel anything but glee. With my darkness already having attacked, and Lysander resting against me, the slumber I could feel myself slipping into was the most comforting in years. Even with the danger that awaited tomorrow, I'd never felt more safe than I did then. Chapter 31. Allegiance. I rode Bam while Lysander sat with her legs dangling off the back of the wagon. We didn't know if Bam could hold both of us and pull the wagon, and we knew better than to force it. We couldn't talk like this, but I wasn't sure what I would tell her anyway, though it would have been nice to have her arms around my stomach once more, even if they pressed against my fresh wound. The sun was overhead when we arrived at the farm. A gentle breeze rustled the grass, but it wasn't strong enough to sway the trees that encircled us. I looked closely to see if I could find anyone in or behind them, but there were too many to investigate. The king was waiting with his arms folded, standing on the only hill within our farm's property. Roughly 10 guards were behind him, most with swords, but some with bows and staffs as well. I tied Bam to the nearest tree, helped Lysander off the wagon, and walked toward the hill, holding her in front of me like a shield. As much as it emasculated me, it was the best idea. She knew the plan. No archers or mages would shoot at us as long as we remained close. Her father had no reason to keep the cure. This should be a simple exchange. King Danval Thackeray and his guards came down the hill to meet us at its base. The archers and mages started to circle around us, but I held my wand out at them and demanded they stop. I noticed then that every mage was female, with a green robe. It made me uneasy. They were clearly Sartious mages. If they were good enough, they could interfere with my use of the heavy energy, shattering any shields I made. They glanced at the king. He nodded, and they returned to an orderly clump, a few of them standing in front of the monarch. "Where's the cure?" I asked, trying to use a threatening tone, not something I practiced, and it didn't come out quite right. Lysander's father twitched his head at a guard behind him. "Give it to him." One of the men in steel emerged holding a potion, a milky-looking substance of uneven colour, in a thin glass vial. It was sealed with a cork. With his other hand near the sword on his belt, he offered it to me with an expressionless face. "Have a sip," I instructed the guard, looking for clues, a tightening of his lips, a squint of his eyes. But he showed nothing but indifference before turning to look at Danval behind him. The king answered for him. "All of it must be consumed for it to work." I didn't like that, didn't trust it at all. I had a few other tests ready, though. "What's in it?" I asked. "How am I supposed to know?" the king replied. If he was feigning anger, he did it well. "I told my chemists to make it, so they did." I tried my next question. "How do you know it'll work?" "Because my chemists said it will." His answer was quick, rehearsed. I was feeling more sceptical in each passing moment. Vague answers, quick to be angered. It felt as if I was being lied to. Lysander surprised me with something we hadn't planned. I can tell when my father is lying. She gently took the potion from me and wiggled off the cork. "Father, if I drink this, what will happen?" Lysander brought it under her nose and took an audible sniff. She had no reaction. I figured it had no smell. "Then you'll waste the cure." The king folded his arms, his white and gold robe dancing in the light breeze. "And you'll probably be sick." Lysander had her head tilted to the side. I couldn't see her eyes, but by the way she leaned toward her father, it seemed as if she was studying him. She brought the potion to her lips and began to tilt her head back, but stopped before consuming any. Her father let his arms drop and opened his mouth to say something, but he stopped himself when she did. He clumsily folded his arms once again. "Lysander, why are you doing this?" I saw the anger this time, making it clear he was pretending before. This was real frustration. I could hear his desperation. "Give the cure to Jack so we can be done with this." Lysander moved the potion to her mouth again. This time she tilted back, closed her lips around it, and let some flow in. "Don't swallow it!" her father yelled, his body taken over by panic. "It's poison!" Lysander spewed the milky liquid from her mouth. "Quick! Get her the antidote!" The king frantically gestured at the guards behind him. "Poison!" I yelled in disgust. "How could you try to poison him?" Lysander's voice was soft, heavy with shame. A guard ran toward her with another potion. She waved her hands at it. "I spit it out. I don't need the antidote." "Take it, Lysander. A small amount can kill you." Lysander shared a glance with me, showing her revulsion. "I can't believe my father," she muttered. "It's not your fault. Take the antidote." An explosion of light startled me. Heat burst against my face, and I tumbled backward, pulling Lysander down with me on reflex. We untangled our limbs as I tried to figure out what had happened. The guard with the antidote was no longer in front of us. Panicked murmurs flooded my ears from what seemed like all directions. Then I found the guard's body. It was 10 yards from where it had been, charred like an overcooked piece of meat. My mind pieced the clues together. Some massive fireball must have hit him. The bottle carrying the antidote was gone, no doubt shattered by the blow. "Now you can watch your daughter die at your own doing, my king." The voice came from atop the hill. Exo. "Who in bestial hell are you?" Danville Thackeray screamed. "Don't you recognize my face?" Exo turned to wave his wand at Lysander and me. "That's their fault. All of this is their fault." "It's Exo, father! He's gone mad!" Lysander yelled. "Exo!" Recognition hit the king's face. "Drop your wand and let Lysander come to me. We need to rush her back to the palace for an antidote." Exo hummed, mimicking deliberation. No, I think not," he answered playfully. "You feel anything?" I whispered to Lysander, moving my body between her and Exo. "No, I think I'm fine," she whispered back. "Exo," I called to him, "it's not our fault you burned yourself out of the chains. Why didn't you just wait for the guards to come release you?" I knew reasoning with him most likely was futile, but I figured it was worth a try. "Because this was his last chance," the king answered for him. "After all his mistakes, as we've generously been calling them, he was about to be replaced by you, Jack, if you'd cooperated. Now look at this mess." The king turned his focus to his daughter. "Are you feeling anything, Lysander? We really must get you to the palace." "That's not going to happen," Exo interrupted, the teasing playfulness gone completely. "Damn it, Exo, we don't have time for this!" Danville spun around to his guards. Raising his voice so Exo could hear him, he yelled, "Take Exo in! If he aims his wand at you, kill him!" Exo lifted his hands toward the sky. "I'll cooperate. Just let me say one thing, and this can end peacefully." "Hold!" The king stopped the guards and then glanced at his daughter. "Dear, are you well?" "Yes, I'm fine." The king gave one shake of his finger at Exo. Gritting his teeth, Danville said, "You have 1 minute. Go." Exo looked embarrassed for the first time I'd seen. His head hung low, and he seemed overtaken by exhaustion. "I just wanted to make you proud." His voice was weak, like a sick child's. "I always get the job done. I know you appreciate what I do, even though you don't show it. I know you do. I trained my whole life to be the Bastille mage I am today, to serve you, my king." Exo lifted his eyes to show they held great pain. The king took a step toward Exo, coming through the cordon of guards. "You've done good work, but you've also done terrible things, at no one's order but your own." "They were done at your request!" The anger returned to Exo's eyes, sharp as a knife. I found myself readying SE. "People lie to me. People always lie to me. Their lies prevent me from following your orders. They hide people I need to find, so I make them stop lying." Exo lowered his head with a proud smile. "I'm your best mage, my king." He nearly jumped as he jabbed his finger toward me. "And now you want to replace me with him! Some kid!" His scream was manic, void of sanity. "Some bastard mage who doesn't even appreciate the gift of magic that he has! He wants to be cured of it! He's an idiot! A child! And Lysander is the same way! This would have been over if it weren't for her. She protected him, stopped me from killing him. I should have known the stupid bitch didn't want to see the pretty farm boy hurt." "That's enough," the king said, surprising me with a calm tone. "You can talk to me more later. I'll listen to everything you want to say. Put down your wand, keep your hands behind your back, and let us take you in." "I'm not done!" I could feel Exo's aggression ready to burst. I looked back at Lysander. Her eyes seemed unfocused, looking past me absently. "Lysander, are you feeling all right?" "I've always thought of you as a father, my king." Exo was on his knees, holding his hands out as if pleading. "Don't throw away what we have, after I've spent my whole life training and serving you. No mage can replace me." He sounded as if he was about to weep as he continued. "This child is a Sartious mage. His skill with Bastille energy is nowhere near mine. Heat is far more effective. You must understand that." "Not for what we need in the king's mage," Danville answered with a quiet and soothing voice, reminding me of Sanel's fatherly tone. "I'm sorry, Exo. I can't have you serving on my staff any longer." I kept my eyes on Lysander. She didn't seem to be aware of me, and terror was beginning to take hold of my heart. "Lysander?" I took her hand. Her face fell to it, but she said nothing. Her head wavered, and then she looked up at me. "Something's wrong," she managed to get out. I turned and screamed, "Lysander's not well! Bring her over here!" Her father motioned for the guards. They swarmed toward me, and I gladly held Lysander for them. She seemed to be having trouble staying on her feet. My heart dropped when I felt a surge of bestial energy gusting past me toward Exo. He was pulling it in to cast a spell. "Watch out!" I yelled. The guards turned to the hill. Exo had his wand aimed down at them. "Let her die!" he yelled. And with that, a fireball the size of a boulder took shape before him and hurled toward us with frightening speed. I created a Sartious shell around Lysander and me, but I didn't have enough energy to protect the others. The two female mages created their own shells, but they were too thin to stop such a force. The boulder of fire exploded into the cluster of guards, creating a terrible mixture of sizzling flesh and yelps of death. I focused to keep my Sartious shell intact as the snarling fire scraped against it like a mad dog. The heat was almost too much to bear, singeing the hairs on my hand as I held my wand steady. I screamed to keep focus as I dealt with the pain. Lysander crumpled to the ground behind me, but I knew it couldn't have been the fire. She'd been too far from it. I spun around, and her wavering head found my eyes. "I'm sorry for Blue. For you." I heard battle cries behind me, the rest of the guards charging up the hill toward Exo. I was too worried about Lysander to look. I knelt down, holding her cheeks. "Lysander, stay strong. I'll get you back to the palace." "You stay." Her voice became a whisper. "Horse." She was deteriorating fast. Tears burst from my eyes. It pained me so much to see her losing her mind and dying before me. I nudged my shoulder under her stomach, ready to hoist her up, but she screamed and pushed me away. "Stomach!" she yelled, grabbing hold of it. "Hurts!" The king was shouting orders. Exo was screaming. Fire was exploding. I could feel the heat against my back, but I saw none of it. I picked Lysander up like a bride and turned to see if I could move her safely to one of the king's carriages. My hope was shattered when I found there were only 2 guards left, both warriors with a sword and a shield, standing in front of Danville. Scattered around the base of the hill were blackened bodies. I knew better than to try running to the king and his carriage with Lysander. Exo had an eye on us. The other was on the warriors protectively pushing Danville away from the hill, pushing him farther from us as well. One of the warriors spun and ran for the bow of a fallen archer, but Exo unleashed a man-sized fireball that soared downward at blinding speed, striking the man in the chest. Because of the angle, the warrior's body was flung to the ground so hard it was as if a tree had fallen on him. He didn't get up. "Move back, my king," the other man in steel said, still shoving Danville Thackeray away. "Lysander needs the antidote!" her father screamed, clawing the air in my direction. "Bring her here!" Exo produced a wicked smile. "She dies. It's what she deserves. She never obeyed you like I did, my king. I saw her fight every command you gave." His whole body tensed as he angrily pointed at himself with his thumb. "I followed every order. I did what no one else could. She would never do what I did for you. She could never. And neither will Jack." I'd moved back and set Lysander down on the grass where I figured she would be out of Exo's range. With no time to spare, I ran toward the hill, gathering all the SC I could. "King Danville, have your guard fetch Lysander," I shouted to him. "I'll handle Exo." The mad mage let out a childlike laugh, a high giggle that made him seem giddy. Then, as quickly as it had erupted, his excitement evaporated, leaving just a serious stare. "Before we play, there's something I want to do." Quicker than I was prepared for, he thrust his wand out and a hot gust of bestial wind lifted me from my feet, causing me to tumble down the hill I'd just begun to climb. Disoriented, I felt bestial energy passing by, knowing he was gathering for a fireball. I created a Sartious shell around me, but to my surprise he sent the fireball hurling in another direction, toward the king and his guard, though I saw the guard wasn't there anymore, as he already was rushing toward Lysander. The fireball exploded near Danville's feet, sending him soaring. With his loose white robe, he looked almost like a dove until he crashed into the ground, tumbling 3 times before coming to a stop. He got to his feet and stumbled farther away, screaming out a flood of curses and holding his wrist. Exo cast another fireball, and again I thought it was at me, but it sailed over my head, finding the guard far behind me. The swirling ball of orange and yellow connected with the guard's body. I didn't waste another moment watching to see if he would get up. I knew he wouldn't. Before Exo could test his luck shooting at Lysander, I sent my own fireball his way. It was difficult to aim up the hill, and my fireball sailed over his head. He ducked, though he didn't need to, and looked somewhat surprised before a twisted grin took over his lipless mouth. "My turn," he said, standing and flicking his wand at me. It wasn't his largest fireball, about the size of my torso, so it was easy to block with a Sartious shell. The emerald green energy floating in front of my outstretched wand sucked up the fire, glistening as the sizzles quieted. I kept the shell hovering a few feet in front of me as I trudged up the hill. Exo grunted and sliced his wand through the air. He broke my Sartious shell, turning it into dust. But in just a blink, I reformed it. He tried again, screaming as he cut his wand vertically. A tear came across the shell, but I kept my mind focused and my wand steady, melding it back together before Exo could ready another fireball. Figuring out he couldn't disrupt my Sartious energy, he concentrated on Bastille instead, pulling in a great deal of it. Knowing this was my chance, I quickly tried to create my own fireball. I knew that as long as I could cast it faster than him, I could take him out. It didn't have to be large, I just had to hit him. But with sudden terror, I found out I didn't have enough Bastille energy at the ready. He'd managed to suck too much of it away from me, so I stuck with the Sartious energy, focusing on thickening the turtle-shaped shell I kept hovered in front of my wand. Exo let out a river of fire that rolled down the hill at me. I turned my long shell sideways and crouched to make sure it was pressed against the ground. The fire crashed against it, slipping around the sides and falling down the rest of the hill, but none made it through to my body. The moment it passed, I continued up the incline. Exo no longer could hide his exhaustion. He was covered in sweat, breathing fiercely. "Why won't you die?" he yelled, shooting a meager fireball that easily was absorbed. I was nearly to the top of the hill. He drew a knife from his belt and ran at me. Completely shocked, I hadn't prepared any Bastille energy. The Sartious shell was only strong enough to stop the fire, not a man's body. I would need 10 times the density of SE to create a wall he couldn't break through. Knowing I didn't have the time I needed to gather enough SE to stop him, I hurried to crunch all the energy already floating in front of my wand into a small, sharp point. I was just as exhausted as Exo, but I needed something to stop him. I figured he would stop if he saw a sharp floating object blocking his path. My heart jumped when I found that I hadn't squeezed enough SE together in time. He crashed right through the short point I'd tried to make, swinging the knife at me. I barely managed to roll out of the way and turned expecting him to circle around. But it seemed as if he'd tripped. He was sliding down the hill face first, the knife no longer in his hand. I gathered Bastille energy and prepared a fireball, but then I stopped when I saw the streak of blood trailing him, and that he wasn't moving. Rolling down the hill after him was the short emerald point I'd made, hard as a rock. It looked like an arrowhead. I had managed to make it in time, and he'd run right through it. Relief came through me for just one beat of my heart, and then terror took over. Lysander! "Bastard broke my wrist," Danville Thackeray yelled. "Help me with Lysander!" He was dragging her toward the carriages with one arm. I already was running down the hill as quickly as my legs could carry me, giving only a glance at Exo as I passed. He was face down, with blood seeping from a hole through his chest and back, just as dead as the bodies around him. Chapter 32. Rush. Though Lysander's body was limp and her mind was elsewhere, she was still conscious as I carried her to the carriage. I laid her along the bench in back. "I'm coming with you," I stated firmly before the king had a chance to tell me otherwise. "Who do you think is driving the horse? Grab the reins." He sat next to Lysander, putting her head on his lap. I had plenty of experience driving one horse with a carriage, but never anything like this. I was in the heavy royal carriage, about to control 2 massive horses that looked as ready to go as we were, fidgeting back and forth impatiently. A thought came to ask the king to switch with me, but then I remembered his broken wrist. I could do this. I had to. Soon we were flying down the road so fast I wasn't sure I could get comfortable with the way the trees blurred. But Danville urged me to go faster, so I did. Driving 2 horses at this speed was like singing a difficult song I'd never tried before. I had all the skill I needed to get through it smoothly, but without practice I fumbled here and there. Most of my mistakes were corrected easily, like veering to the side of the road instead of staying in its centre. But before we even reached the wall of the nest, I sent the horses a few yards off the road completely. The carriage bumped about violently, and the king yelled at me to put more force into my turns. He was murmuring something to Lysander most of the time, but I couldn't hear what he was saying over the sound of the horses galloping. In moments where the path was straight enough for me to take my eyes off it, I glanced behind me to Lysander. Each time she looked confused, but in more pain than before. Her hands were on her stomach, and her face contorted, her head drifting back and forth. "What kind of poison is that?" I yelled, to keep my voice louder than the horses. "One that works well against dangerous mages. There are no physical side effects until after the mind has been dulled. She must have swallowed very little to still be conscious, but we don't have much time. Pick up the pace!" The southern entrance through the wall came into view. A host of guards on horseback had formed a line. The king stood, holding on to my shoulder with his one good hand for balance. "Slow down for a moment. This will save us time." I slowed as he instructed while the men rode out to meet us. "Lysander's been poisoned," he yelled. "Clear a path to the palace in front of us. Go, now!" "Yes, my king," one of them said. He whistled, made some hand gestures, and each of them turned their horses around and galloped at full speed. "Stay close behind them." "Yes, my king," I said, unsure if it was the appropriate response. The silence didn't give me an answer. Danval's murmurs were loud enough for me to hear now. "Lysander, I'm sorry. Stay strong. We'll be there soon." She groaned and then coughed violently. I looked back to find blood on her chin. Suddenly the speed didn't feel fast enough, but I knew better than to push the horses. They already were galloping hard, and we had 10 miles to go. The horses in front of us were nearly trampling people as the guards atop them were shouting to make way. We used the palace road as it was the straightest and widest in the city. Unfortunately, it was also the most crowded. Everyone scattered the moment they saw us coming, warning those behind them to get out of the way. I could hear their frantic screams moving with us, staying just out of reach of our stampeding horses. The sound of their screams would explode into baffled excitement the moment we passed. It felt like riding alongside a roaring wave, its tail end crashing onto itself behind me. Lysander's coughs worsened, and I could hear the wetness of blood thickening in each one. But the most terrifying was when I heard nothing. Even if it was just a few seconds, I couldn't resist the urge to look behind me to make sure her eyes were still open. They were, though the light within them was fading. As we neared the massive Takari palace, I shouted behind me, "I'm carrying her inside when we get there." "No! What do you expect to happen when you come inside the palace? A warm welcome? Just let my guards handle it." "No, my king," I added, "and no one is going to stop me. You will make sure of that." "You're just going to slow this down. My guards have orders to stop you." "So run with me and tell them not to. I'm taking her myself. If anyone tries to stop me, it'll just slow this down. No one will take her where she needs to go as fast as me, my king." I could hear him grumbling something about me being a stubborn bastard. "Fine. We're going to the basement. I'll lead." The gates to the palace already were open, and countless guards lined the path. I steered the horses as close as they could get to the wooden entry doors, which stood tall enough for a giant. Marble steps led to them, forcing us to dismount. I jumped off and grabbed Lysander. The king was already halfway up the stairs, shouting for me to follow. The guards at the door parted, though their glares at me were noticeably annoyed and confused. The long hallway was crowded with guards, each awaiting instruction from their ruler. "Let us through," he shouted. A few came to the king's side, but he shooed them away. "I don't need protection right now. Just stay out of the way." Lysander's eyes were closed now. Her body hung lifeless in my arms. "Lysander?" I shouted. "Can you hear me?" No reply. We reached the stairway that must have descended to the basement, but a man stood in the way. "Move, Farthfarrow," the king demanded. "Lysander's been poisoned." The prince pointed at me with a sword. "He's the one who took her. What's he doing here?" "We don't have time," Danval yelled. "Get out of the way!" Varth's eyes were slits, locked onto me. "If you let this scum any further into the palace, then the marriage is cancelled, and my family will offer yours no support. He's an insult to me by still being a free man." Holding Lysander against my chest, I switched her limp body to one arm to snag my wand from my belt. I gathered as much bestial energy as I could. "Jack, get him out of the way," the king said calmly. "I was hoping you'd say that." I sent a gust of bestial wind at Varth Farrow, so strong he let out a startled scream as he was hurled a few yards, tumbling backward twice. We ran to the stairs, Danville yelling back at him, "And your singing is atrocious, the worst in the world!" Varth gave the longest, most dramatic gasp I'd ever heard. The basement was not what I'd expected. The floor was tiled, white as snow, and lavish banners and paintings hung on each wall, just like the rest of the Thackeray Palace. We went down a few halls before finally reaching our destination, a double wooden door that the king, now panting, pushed open forcefully. "Alea! Alea! Where are you?" he screamed with desperation. The room was an even square, with not much to see besides a few velvet seats. A blonde woman with pale skin that seemed to yearn for sun burst through a door. She wore a long white coat, so pristine and fresh it made the immaculate floor look dirty. I put her somewhere in her 30s. "My king?" Her calm eyes found Lysander strewn across my arms, and panic struck her. "This way! Hurry!" She led us into the room where she'd just been. It was even smaller than the first. The walls were crowded with shelves of potions and books and scrolls and jars of plants and animal parts. I noticed a bird talon beside purple flower petals as I waited for instructions. "Set her on the table." Alea pointed to a narrow bed that came up to my waist. It was covered by a cloth. I laid Lysander there. My hand absently moved the hair from her face. "Lysander, can you hear me?" "Lysander, it's your father!" the king tried, grabbing her hand. Nothing. "Move back, both of you," Alea said, leaning her ear over Lysander's face. Alea's head popped back up, and she started rummaging around the room for supplies. "She needs the antidote in her bloodstream now. I'm going to inject it. Give me space." I heard the distinct sound of someone running down the hall toward us. I spun around to find a young woman who looked similar to Lysander. She had the same dark hair, the same petite body. "Father, where is she?" Then I remembered Jessend from the dressing room. She wore a red and white dress. It was open at the collar with silver laces running around it like a loose net. "Please! I can't have people shouting and running around," Alea said, her tone well past irritated by now. Jessend didn't seem to notice. "It's you." She pointed at me, narrowing her eyes in a harsh glare that reminded me of Lysander's face when she'd awoken in the top. Jessend reached in her dress, produced a knife, and jabbed it toward me as she spoke. "Why is he here, father?" "Why do you have a knife?" Danville was distraught. Alea made everyone jump by screaming at the top of her lungs. "Get out! All of you! Get out!" "Will she live?" I blurted. "Yes, if you let me work. Now leave!" The king sucked in a huge gust of air as if he'd been holding his breath. "Thank the stars!" Before I knew how, we were all in the square room with the door shut behind us. Jessend grabbed my arm and held her knife to my stomach. "How dare you come back here after what you did to Lysander?" she muttered. Her tone contained such venomous anger it sent a chill through me. "You need to answer for your crime." The king calmly extended his palm toward his daughter. "Jessend, give me the knife." His tone was surprisingly cool, as if this wasn't the first weapon he'd taken from her. Her shoulders slumped, and she handed it off with a dramatic sigh. "Where did you get this?" He waved it, while wearing an unrelenting look of disappointment. "Why isn't he rotting in a cell?" Jessend jabbed me in the shoulder with 2 fingers so hard it sent me back a step. "I asked you a question," the king replied angrily. I stole it from a guard. Her eyes fell to the ground. I was reminded of Callie and Sanel, the way he'd chastised her when she'd wanted to kill Exo. "Then you'll return it," Danville said. "Princesses shouldn't be using knives, and this should be the last time I see one in your hands unless you're cutting meat. Is that understood?" Jessend kept her head bowed. "Yes, father." She slowly brought her eyes up to me, holding me in them for a breath before speaking. "You'd better not be here when I come back. It would be a mistake to think the knife is my only weapon." "Jessend, what did I say about threatening people?" But she was already scampering out of the room, running past 2 guards stationed outside the door who hadn't been there before. The king sighed and turned to me with an apologetic look. "We need to make this brief. You shouldn't be here longer than you need to." Using his good hand, he slipped the knife into his robe. Then he slumped into a chair and winced with pain as he nursed his wrist. "Please, sit." Only then did I notice his exhaustion. I fell into the chair beside him, now feeling the same way he looked. "I tried as best I could, Jack Drayden." His voice was weak, defeated. "But we needed more time. I thought we'd have it when you got back, but we didn't yet." "What are you saying?" "My king, you never had the cure?" Had he been lying to me this whole time? Oddly, there was no feeling of betrayal, no annoyance, and the thought of rage just seemed like too much work. My body was numb, tired and numb. My chemists have theories, but they couldn't come up with something proven to work without being able to test it on you. I figured you would be enthusiastic about the marriage, and we could discuss working on the cure after. I didn't have time to convince you, and I grew frustrated. I was trying to fit everything together neatly. He gestured with the fist of his good hand. "I apologize for misleading you, and I hope you know I don't apologize often." He kept his nose high and proud. Still, I felt nothing. I figured this was all I would get from him, after he'd tried to poison me, after he'd broken his promise, after everything he'd done. An apology. I knew I should be upset with him, but truthfully, I wasn't. I was just relieved Lysander would live. I knew I would have blamed myself if she'd died. "I'm not going to marry Jessend," I decided to say, just in case he was crazy enough to propose the idea, even after how he'd seen her act around me. He chuckled. "No, of course not. I'm sure she'll find someone. She's made it quite clear she doesn't approve of my choice." He lowered his head in thought, his voice lowering with it. "Though, with Varth Varro gone, perhaps Lysander will accept the man I've set up for Jessend. His family is one of the wealthiest, and we need all the help we can get." I thought of voicing my disapproval, but he seemed to be muttering more to himself than to me. And even a farm boy knew not to speak against the king, especially considering what had happened last time. He'd ripped up the contract and tried to force me to leave with nothing. He waved his hand between us. "My thoughts aren't in the right place. They're marred by images of fire and death." Damn Exo! Danville pushed himself out of the seat with his one good hand. "Guards, bring me some water." His glance fell to me. "Make that 2 waters." Water sounded wonderful. My lips were cracked. "Thank you, my king, but there's been something I've been hesitant to ask, if you wouldn't mind." "Please." "Harwin, the Prince of Zav. Is he safe?" Some feeling returned then, dread twisting in my stomach. The guards came with our water, and I nearly drank it all in one gulp. The king waited for them to return to the door before answering. "His father is on the way here to sign a peace treaty and take him back. He's already moved his army back, far from our territory, thanks to you. I suppose he'll make the treaty as short as he can. Peace won't be permanent, but we've avoided a war for now." That reminded me of the other thing I knew I had to bring up. There's something Lysander and I inadvertently discovered in the forest. 3 Desmals, brought in from Waywan. "Desmals? Are you sure?" Panic clung to his face. I nodded and told him everything I could remember. He seemed especially interested in the men's discussion of an alliance, but besides hearing Barad use the word, I knew nothing else about it. When I was done, he slowly nodded his head with absent eyes. "Not much can surprise me anymore, but bringing in Desmals." A mix of anger and disgust came over him. His mouth squeezed tightly, and he made a fist. "They're absolutely mad. My king, may we check on Lysander, and then may I see the Prince of Zav?" I knew it was an abrupt request, but I wanted to be out of the room before Jessend came back. His head tilted, waiting for another request. When I didn't give another, he asked, "And your cure? Have you lost interest?" "No, my king, I still want the cure as much as before. I've just come to realize there are other things that are more important to me." His eyes became wide with curiosity. "Like Lysander and Harwin?" "Yes, my king." I remembered to add his title after a breath. "Don't worry about using my title unless it suits you." He stood, sucking in a breath from the pain. "Yes, you can see Harwin, but I can't promise I can convince Alea to let us in to see Lysander. We can surely try, though." I figured Danville was being facetious, as his demand could get him into any room if he desired. I humoured him with a laugh, and he smiled back. Before approaching the door, though, he turned to the guards. "Fetch Micah Vale, and hurry." One of them ran off. I thought of the conversation that would take place between the three of us, and my heart started to race. Then I reminded myself that the king didn't know that his top advisor had helped me. For some reason, that only made me even more nervous. After a knock, Alea let us in. She was a completely different version of herself, calm and content, smiling even. Lysander will recover, but it might take a day. She should rest for a while. Even though I'd already heard she would make it, hearing it again was even sweeter, sending my chest into a flutter of relief. Compelled to take Lysander's hand and kiss her forehead, I didn't realize I was walking toward her unconscious body until Alea stopped me with a hand to my shoulder. Don't wake her. Her mind is still twisted. It's better if she sleeps. Thank you, Alea, Danville Thackeray said. My pleasure. I'll stay with her. You can come back in a few hours. Come, Jack. The king motioned with his head, and I followed him out. He sat with a wince. Micah Vale will bring you to Harwin when he gets here. I'm going to have Alea look at my wrist. He cleared his throat and shifted uncomfortably in his seat. I'm not proud of my actions today, nearly poisoning my own daughter. He paused to inhale. It was a shaky breath, as if the words had driven the strength out of him. If I'd had the cure for you, it would have been in the bottle. I was so worried for Lysander, and poison... He shook his head. I can't even say the word right. It seemed like the best option. I thought you might hurt her if we told you we didn't have the cure ready. I searched for anger deep within me, and found none. I understand, I said, before realizing that, strangely, I really did. He'd been protecting Lysander the only way he knew how. I got the beginning of a smile from him before his lips bent in pain. He adjusted his hand to his lap. Micah Vale will tell you what we learned about the cure to your darkness. His eyes narrowed. That is, as long as you didn't do anything to Lysander while she was with you. I would never hurt her. He studied me for a breath before nodding. My king, I'd like to see Lysander when she's ready for visitors. I tried to sound indifferent, hiding my desperation as best I could. I needed to see her again. His eyebrows rose and his squinting eyes judged me harshly. And why is that? Because I'm going to miss her more than I'd miss the sun after a year of rain? Because everything will hurt worse when she's not there? Because even the thought of her touch sends warmth through my body? Because I might be in love with her? I knew how crazy any of those answers would sound. But what could I say instead? Because we're friends? Because I just want to and don't know why? Because I think she'll want to see me as well? I couldn't think of anything. My mouth hung open, eagerly waiting for the words to come. As if Danville knew the real reason, the corner of his mouth twisted in disapproval. I see, he muttered coldly. My king, may I enter? Micah Vale bowed from the doorway. The king stood, as did I. Of course. Come in. I'm pleased to hear Lysander will recover. Micah's smile turned to me. He followed it with a nod, and I smiled back. He knew that I knew about his relationship with my father. I could feel it. Yes, thank the stars. My king, you're injured. Yes, that's why I need you to take Jack to Harwin while I stay here. But he can't stay in the palace long. People aren't prepared to see him before they see Lysander back and healthy. A king knows better than to create confusion. Very wise choice. Danville glanced at me. Excuse us just a moment. Micah and I need to discuss something. I nodded and sat, waiting as they murmured and sneaked peeks at me. They did little to hide that I was the subject of their conversation. It took a few long minutes. When they were done, Micah bowed to the king and then waved me toward him. Chapter 33. Trust. Micah Vale and I exchanged no words as we walked through the halls. The silence was painful to endure, and eventually I asked through a whisper, "Can we talk somewhere private?" He nodded stiffly. "I was planning on it," he whispered back. After 3 flights of stairs, he led me into what I figured was his room, opening the door for me to go in first. Within, I first noticed a double glass door led to a balcony that overlooked the city. Light from the evening sun was pouring in. A bed, desk, and wardrobe made up the rest of the room, along with a few locked chests that excited my curiosity to the point where I had to make an effort to suppress it. I could only imagine what kind of secrets a man like Micah Vale kept locked away. First, I'm very happy to see you and Lysander are safe. In a slow manner, Micah removed his necklace. On the way up over his head, it glided past the straight black hair that covered his ears and forehead. I noticed a key on the end of it that piqued my excitement. I wish I could honestly say I wasn't worried about you two, but my confidence started to diminish the moment my tracker arrived back at the palace and told me he couldn't find you. You had me followed? I asked stupidly. Of course he did. That's what he was telling me. But he simply smiled politely and continued. While I knew you wouldn't harm Lysander, keeping track of you was important for other reasons. He walked to a wall, crouched near one of his locked chests, inserted the key, and opened it. I wanted to keep you both safe and give you a messenger to use when you had Lysander somewhere hidden. But tracking a man through the city is no easy task, especially since I didn't have the chance to send him until after I woke up from the dream dust. I knew he went south, but you did too good of a job keeping Lysander's profile hidden. My tracker followed the gossip of a Takari princess in a wedding dress being taken on a horse, and the trail went cold rather quickly. Micah removed something from the chest and brought it back with him. When he was close, I saw it was a worn book with a grey cover and no title. He kept it tucked against his side. I'm the only one in the Takari palace who knew where your farm was, he continued, so I sent my tracker there next, in case that's where you took her, but it was empty, and all the animals were burned. He came back to tell me this, and that's when I really began to worry. It was the first time his voice wasn't low and smooth. It was Exo, I explained. I figured. He sighed as he shook his head. Exo was very troubled, felt as if he was betrayed by the king to be given an ultimatum after all his dedicated service, and he stormed out of here with such rage I feared for the whole city. But how did he find the farm? He got the location from the blacksmith I used to work with. Exo was the only one who heard the truth. The other guards who came to the blacksmith received lies that they believed. Drent the blacksmith, yes. Micah was nodding with a sly smile. He can be an intimidating man, and fear can make us want to believe a lie, if it'll keep us safe. His mouth went flat. Did Exo burn him for the truth? No, Drent gave it up before it came to that. Smart man. Micah took the book from his side, holding it close to his stomach. Before I give you this, there's something else we need to discuss. He formed a warm smile at first, but it faded when his head tilted downward with icy eyes. What did your father tell you about me? If he intended to make my nerves jumpy, it worked. He told me about your past, how he fed you often. Micah straightened his neck and scratched his chin. That's it? Not much else. He says it's in your nature to be secretive. I shrugged, trying to remember what else Senel had told me. He mentioned that he's continued to meet with you in private throughout the years. And? It seemed like Micah was waiting for something more specific, but I couldn't remember anything else. I think that's it. From the way he was staring, it felt as if he was searching under my skin, looking for buried information I hadn't let out. I would have been nervous to keep a secret from such a man. There are things people like me can do that others perceive to be dangerous, simply because they don't understand, he finally said. A mixture of fear and excitement stirred within me, making me feel like a child about to learn a secret I had a sense I shouldn't be hearing. I looked at the book, wondering if this held the secrets he was referring to. He saw me looking and shook his head. No, we're not to that yet. He brushed by me to lock the door and then turned back with the same cold eyes I'd seen before. I'm going to show you something. Only then did I realize he wasn't as old as I'd originally thought. His practiced voice, his wise words, it was as if he'd been in the world a lot longer than his body had to show for it. Looking at him closer, it seemed he was only in his late 20s. I didn't like the lack of smile I found on his face at the moment. What is it? I asked. It's what your father didn't tell you about me. His cold stare melted into an indifferent expression. Do you trust me? Did he want the truth, or just the right answer? I decided the truth would be better. This was not a man who needed to hear words. He wanted people to mean them. I trust you somewhat, as much as I can for the little I know about you. Somewhat. He reflected on my answer with his eyes drifting to the ground. I suppose that means you would trust some things I say and not others. But I need you to be able to trust everything I tell you. If I give you a command, I need you to believe there's good reason behind it, even if you can't determine what the reason is. I felt I was being examined for some task, possibly even a job. What's this about? Are you aware you were watched and investigated for nearly the whole year you were working with Drent? That long? I figured they'd sent someone to watch me perform before taking me in to see the king, but nowhere near a year. Danville Thackeray became very interested in you once the rumours started spreading about a powerful 17-year-old Sartious mage. You'd only been an adult for 3 years, yet you could cast master-level spells. It was unprecedented. He was considering making you the king's mage, and he didn't want to make the same mistake as he did with Exo. The mention of Exo brought back the terrible image of charred bodies. My eyes went to the jar of water on the desk nearby. Micah must have seen it, for he went over and poured me a glass. Exo was like a loyal dog, Micah said, eager to please the king, though, like a dog chasing a ball, he didn't care what or who he crashed through to get to it. I'm hoping you can be just as loyal, but maintain your gentle heart. Do you know the best way to make someone loyal? I shook my head. Trust. And you know the best way to earn trust? I could guess, but I'm sure it wouldn't come out with the same wisdom as it would hearing you describe it. I didn't mean to flatter him, it was just an honest statement, but he showed me an embarrassed smile. I didn't expect that answer. You threw off my rhythm. I apologize. He waved his hands emphatically and laughed. No reason to apologize. The lines on his face smoothed as his mouth relaxed. The best way to earn trust is to prove you can be trusted. Sounds simple, but it's not. I've found the best way to prove I can be trusted is by first trusting you and then divulging something to prove my trust. So I'll now show you something to prove my trust. He leaned toward me, lowering his voice. And I expect you not to speak about this. He took 2 steps back from me and lifted his palm. My hand hovered over my wand on reflex, something about his hard eyes. Relax, he told me. No reason to be afraid. Try not to scream, though. Scream? Aiming his palm at my face, he grunted, and a swarm of pain tensed every muscle in my body. My legs gave out from the shock, causing me to collapse. Then it was over, and I realized I had been screaming. Anger and confusion came over me. I jumped to my feet and aimed my wand at him. "What was that?" I yelled. "Please." He held both hands out at me. "It's over. Relax. There's no reason to be alarmed." He came toward me, putting a hand on my shoulder. Immediately I felt soothed. All the anger had dissolved. "Better?" he asked. I took a deep breath. Much. "You've heard of Psyche, right?" "Yes." Chills went through my body in waves. "No! You're a—" He covered my mouth. Damn it, I was shouting again. "Keep your voice down. And yes, I'm a psychic. Your father knows this, and now you do as well. This is a dark secret. Is my trust really worth the risk of telling me? I already told you I trust you. If I know you're not going to tell anyone, then there's no risk." I felt that I'd already failed him. I'd given up a different secret of his. I told Lysander what really happened in the dressing room. My head sank in shame. I didn't know if I needed to keep it secret or not. He squeezed my shoulder. "That secret is nothing compared to this one. I figured you would tell her, which is fine. I plan to tell Danville Thackeray everything, and offer an explanation to Lysander too, if she needs one. She knows of your past as well. Sanel told—" "It's fine, Jack. I trust her as I trust you and Sanel. Now, do I have your loyalty?" I lifted my head, proud and flattered Micah Vale would go through so much just for my trust. "Absolutely." "Good. As long as Lysander doesn't have terrible things to say about you to her father, I believe we'll be working together in the future. Would you like that?" "I would, but I would like my cure even more." My excitement died. "But I believe it will take away my ability with magic, rendering me useless for the task of King's Mage, meaning we won't be able to work together." "That brings us to the book." He held it up. "But before I give this to you, there's something you need to know. It might be difficult to hear this." He paused to take a slow breath before continuing. I can feel you clinging to every word, but you should keep yourself detached until you hear everything. Otherwise, the sudden changes from excitement to despair will send you into an emotional hurricane. At first, his words did nothing but make my heart jump in terror, but I mimicked his slow breathing and focused on relaxing as best I could. I'm ready. There's someone else who had the same affliction as you, a woman with nightmares that left her body bloody each morning. This is her journal. I reached out for it with uncontrollable excitement. Micah pulled away. As I said, try to wait until I'm done. It turned out it was harder than I'd thought. I took another breath. Sorry. Please continue. She died, Jack. She died without finding a cure. Pain twisted through my stomach. I couldn't help but think that if she'd died, then I probably would also. He predicted correctly. Despair hit me hard. I could feel my patience dwindling, escaping my body like water being sucked down a drain. It took all of my strength to plug the hole and keep from breaking down. This journal came into my possession the same day you brought Harwin here. The king and I were desperately searching for all the information we could on curing this darkness of yours. I'd skimmed through this journal with all the time I could spare, and I've since looked over the whole text. One thing this woman learned was what was causing this affliction. It's not a sickness or a disease or anything like that, Jack. It's Sartious energy. What do you mean, it's Sartious energy? What is Sartious energy? I knew he couldn't be referring to the darkness that attacked me in my nightmares. The light that's bursting out of you contains Sartious energy. It's not pure Sartious energy, probably mixed with Bastial and who knows what else, but it's the SE that your body is expelling. This woman had a theory that seems to hold pretty well. As we know, too much SE can constrict the blood, even stop the heart. We also know that you, like this woman, have supreme control over SE. You can store a lot more in your body than other people, correct? Yes. You only lose this control over SE once you're in a deep sleep. Given the opportunity, your body expels the SE, for it considers such energy poison. But there's too much of it to pass through your skin without opening you up, so you're cut. I'm not sure why the nightmares occur, but they did for this woman as well. It's probably your mind's way of trying to explain the process of expulsion to you. It seemed to make sense, except for one thing. If it's just Sartious poisoning, shouldn't this stop happening if I expel all the Sartious energy from my body before I sleep? Yes, in fact that's what this woman was trying to do. But she couldn't train her body to stop absorbing it. As a mage, isn't a large portion of your training learning to absorb the energy from the air? Yes. After years of training, this woman couldn't get her body to unlearn absorbing it. She wrote about her methods and failures in great detail, though like most Sartious mages, she trained for more than 10 years before she could even cast master-level spells like you. And only then did her body start reacting this way. Maybe you'll have better luck. Your body is still young, adaptable. He handed me the book. How did she die? I asked as I took it, scared to hear the answer I was pretty sure would follow. His head bowed, but he kept his eyes on me. She was eventually killed by the nightmares. She was old, though. Her skin wasn't repairing quickly enough, and she succumbed to infection. His head lifted, his mouth drooping into a frown. What we believe all this means, I'm afraid to say, is that there's no cure to this. This is a battle between you and your body, one I know you can win. We may have potions that can assist you, perhaps make your body less likely to absorb SE, but ultimately it will be up to you to stop this altogether. Years of trial and error are in the journal. He tapped the book. Use her notes well. I was so overwhelmed I didn't know what to think. No cure? How could I stop absorbing SE if my body did it on its own? Then I remembered something that triggered a flicker of anger. Why wasn't this book mentioned earlier? I was in the throne room with you and the king, led to believe a cure was waiting for me somewhere in the palace. Like you, we believed there was a cure to your darkness, and that our team of chemists could find it. I hadn't read enough of the journal to believe otherwise. It wasn't my choice to mislead you, but I did agree with the king's logic that no 17-year-old man could resist marrying a beautiful princess. Micah laughed. Bastial stars, I'm sure I couldn't at your age. But we were wrong about you, not something that happens often. The idea was to clean you up, dress you in nice clothes, get you married, and then explain everything once you were calm and happy. Then we'd work on getting you cured, and in a way that wouldn't disrupt your ability to manipulate SE. Like I said, you were supposed to be the new King's Mage. Did Jesson know about this? It seems completely absurd for a girl to be forced into marriage with a man she's never met. He smiled at me. Oh, Jack, you have a lot to learn about nobility. Betrothing princesses to men they barely know happens more often than it doesn't. Princesses learn this at a young age. Jesson wasn't thrilled, but she seemed curious and excited. She and Lysander saw you when you were brought into the palace the first time, and Jesson didn't object. He winked before continuing. Jesson and Lysander had always wanted to be married on the same day, and Danville Thackeray had already spent enough gold on the wedding to feed 500 families for a year. The fate argument got the better of us. You were back on that very day and just in time. There were 2 Thackeray sisters who wanted to be married, but only one had agreed to marry the man set up for her. You, a powerful mage, needed something for your trouble, and we needed a new King's Mage. He laughed, shaking his head subtly. But just because everything seems like it'll fit together perfectly doesn't mean it's a good idea to try. I'd like to think I've learned that now. I tried to imagine what I would have done in their position, and I found myself thinking the fate argument would have convinced me as well. Something that seems perfect is difficult to go against. What about the dressing room? Why did you give me that idea to take Lysander? It just came to me, and I didn't have enough time to weigh all the pros and cons. You were either going to end up dead or in prison. Lysander was about to marry a man who clearly annoyed her, and now that we had Harwin to delay the war, the wealth of the Farrow family wasn't as necessary as it was before. I knew enough about you from your father to realize you wouldn't hurt Lysander. It seemed like the best idea, and I think it was. Don't you agree? I do. I realized something. I've wondered how you saw me behind the dresses. You sensed me with Psyche, didn't you? He smiled, his eyes wide in pleasant surprise. You know more about Psyche than most. I decided not to admit that all my knowledge came from songs. Neither did I mention that I thought it didn't exist until today. I made a mental note to go over every song that had even a line about Psyche when I had the time. There was one last thing, and the most important of all. The king isn't keen on letting me see Lysander after she wakes, but I would very much like to do so. Micah's mouth twisted as confusion caused his eyes to squint. Then he seemed to figure something out, for his eyes grew wide and his mouth fell open. This I didn't expect. He shook my shoulder excitedly and laughed. You've developed feelings for her. I felt blood rushing to my cheeks. His laugh grew louder, only making my embarrassment worse. No reason to be embarrassed, he managed to get out between deep giggles. Then his laughter subsided, and he culminated it with a long sigh. Unfortunately, I have little power over you seeing Lysander. It's mostly up to Lysander and her father. He leaned toward me and whispered, Mostly her father. If I were you, I wouldn't hold on to the expectation of being able to visit her. My heart sank. Not knowing what else to say, I told him, Thank you anyway. Come, Harwin will improve your mood. He certainly does for everyone else. The boy's been pampered since he got here. A few lonely people in the palace have fallen into a silly competition of seeing who can become the lad's favourite. They bring him gifts, read him stories, teach him whatever he wants to learn that they can offer. He's been quite entertained. At the thought of Harwin not crying himself to sleep, as I'd imagined, immense relief flowed through me, pushing the tightness from my chest and turning my mouth into a grin. Chapter 34. It's time. Jack! Harwin ran to me. I knelt down and wrapped my arms around the little prince. Micah Vale was right. As soon as I saw his smile, joy surged through me. Look what I learned! He ran to the other side of the room to retrieve a wand. His bright face became serious, his lips pressing tightly together. His hand started to shake, and then his arm with it. Harwin grunted and moaned. Giving up, he lowered his arm, now breathing heavily. I walked toward him. What are you trying to cast? Wait! I can do it! Determination made his eyes squint as he let out another grunt. His hand started to shake once more. To my surprise, the tip of the wand started to glow. Amazing! I yelled, completely serious. To accomplish that, he must have been practicing for hours each day since I'd left. At just 7 years old, it was clear he had a gift for magic. "A Bastille Mage has been teaching me." Harwin offered his wand to me. "Show me how to control Sartious energy." I smiled at his innocence. I stayed with Harwin for an hour. I answered all his questions as best I could, and I would like to think he understood at least a little more about SE by the end of it. He told me he was excited to see his father again and wanted me to be there. I gave an innocent lie by telling him I wished I could. The whole time we spoke, I wondered what Harwin would make of this experience when he was older and understood what really had happened. I felt sadness tugging on my heart, knowing his father most likely would describe me as a villain. The little boy's mind was easily turned, and I imagined his father had more sway than anyone. When Micah Vale came to take me away, I knelt down one last time for a hug. "Bye, Harwin. I'm sure we'll see each other again." Though it might be when we're on opposing sides, I realized with dismay. "Bye, Jack." I'd forgotten how strong he was until he was squeezing me as hard as he could. Then words I hadn't planned came out of me, almost as if he'd squeezed them out. "No matter what people tell you about me, make sure you remember I would never let harm come to you." I looked into his eyes. "Will you remember that?" He seemed confused, but he didn't shy away from my stare. Nodding solemnly, he muttered, "I will." Micah took me to the entrance through the outskirts of the palace. It was an attempt to avoid running into others, and I welcomed the idea. I'd already received dubious stares from those we'd passed on the way to see Harwin. I figured each of them would require some sort of explanation, and the last thing I wanted to do was cause more trouble. "We'll send a messenger when you're allowed to come back and begin your training as the King's Mage," Micah told me. "But give us some time, a few weeks at most. There are other matters that need to be dealt with first." He lowered his voice as he continued. "If Lysander voices any discontent with you being free when she wakes, then I'm afraid the guards will come after you. That's not likely to happen, is it?" If this had ended after the first day I'd taken Lysander, she would have wanted my head on a spike. Luckily, I knew that wasn't the case anymore. "No, I didn't think so." "Must I wait to be summoned before I can come by to see about visiting Lysander?" It just came out. Gently grabbing my shoulder, Micah turned me toward him. "I'm not sure what happened between you and Lysander, but as I said, you shouldn't keep your hopes high about anything happening between you two again. The only reason you're not in prison right now is because of what the king witnessed with you and Exo. He doesn't feel comfortable with you and Lysander being around each other, especially after the poison attempt. He expects you to have at least some sense of revenge." "I don't," I said, accidentally letting frustration slip out with my words. He squeezed my shoulder. "You've been through a lot, Jack. It may take some time for you to really understand how you're feeling." He took his hand off and continued forward. "I'm going to send you back to the farm with some of the king's men. They'll bring back the bodies of the fallen for proper burial. Keep yourself distracted with the journal as you wait for our summons. This is the best advice I can give you now. We'll talk again when you're brought here for training." I tried to convince him to speak to Danville about letting me visit Lysander, but he simply said that he'd do what he could, and I should try not to think about it. In all my frustration, though, at least I did remember to thank him for everything he'd done. Without Micah Vale, who knows what would have happened to me. Suddenly, I was eager to return to the farm. I needed to be there before Sanal and Callie. Otherwise they would be horrified by all the charred bodies, especially not knowing if I was one of them. Luckily, the men charged with bringing back the dead were just as eager to get there. The thought of leaving their comrades abandoned and baking in the sun contorted their faces with desperation. We sped through the city. The sun had set behind the forest by the time I got there. Sanal and Callie were already inside the farmhouse. They wept with joy upon the sight of me, and the three of us shared a hug. I wanted to give them more than just an explanation and gratitude. They'd done so much for me, eagerly putting their lives at risk for me, but all I could offer were promises never to do that to them again. It seemed so inadequate. Guilt felt like a cage around my heart, squeezing tighter the more I tried to apologize. My stomach coiled into a knot, and then the tears came. I wasn't even sure what specifically had made me cry, but I was weeping furiously. Callie shushed me lovingly and held me as I cried on her shoulder. Was this sudden outburst purely from guilt? From seeing my family cry? Perhaps from killing Exo? Was it from all the death I'd witnessed? Was it because I might never get to hold Lysander again? Was it coming to terms with there being no cure for my darkness? My thoughts cycled through one after the other so quickly it made me dizzy. I figured it was everything, that Micah Vale was right. A lot had happened to me, and my mind hadn't had time to process it all. The next few days were incredibly tough on me. I read the nameless woman's journal in every spare moment. Not wanting to make marks within it, I started my own journal with notes I wanted to remember and experiments I needed to try. A couple of her trials felt adequate enough just reading about them without reproduction. Numerous times she tried cutting herself before sleeping, each time describing the length and depth of the cut. The SE seemed more likely to direct itself out of her open wound the longer and deeper her cut was. I wasn't sure how this helped, however, so I didn't feel the need to try it myself. She found that if she consumed enough alcohol to produce vomiting and unconsciousness, she wouldn't have the nightmares or the cuts. Her theory was that her body was unable to draw in a poisonous amount of SE after being so intoxicated with alcohol. Again, I didn't feel the need to try it myself. My darkness was bad, but not that bad. Her focus in the latter parts of the journal switched to meditation habits, something mages learned early on. It was the easiest way to regain energy without sleeping or eating. Meditation was about opening up our bodies to take in energy, while in a relaxed state to rest our mind during the process. With enough practice, eventually our bodies learned to draw in the energy on their own. She believed there was a method of what she called dismeditation, or dismed for short. Essentially, it was teaching our bodies to block energy on their own using the opposite idea as regular meditation. The problem was its difficulty. Our bodies naturally contain both bestial and sartious energy. To force energy out of me and then keep it out was like blowing out air and then holding my breath. Simple so far, I just had to focus on the task. But her idea was to have our bodies naturally reject the energy without using our minds to focus on doing it. This would allow us to fall asleep while still preventing SE from entering our bodies. I tried to do it, but it was like trying to hold my breath and fall asleep. I figured even if I somehow managed to keep the energy out and fall asleep, my body would start absorbing the energy again once I was asleep. It would grow to a potency my body considered poisonous, and then it would be expelled with a nightmare. But I couldn't even sleep while focusing on keeping the energy out anyway. It took too much focus, causing me to stay awake. One thing that got me excited was that she found great success in having another Sartious mage help her. She had someone else come into her room while she was sleeping and suck up all the SE he could. He did this 4 times throughout the night, expelling the energy about 50 yards from her room each time, and she had no nightmares. A week later they tried it again, but spaced it out to 3 times throughout the night. It worked again. However, when they tried only 2, the nightmare returned. The possibilities it created got my mind rolling. If there was something, some plant or animal, that sucked up SE, that could be all I needed. I didn't know of one, but I was hardly an expert on the great variety of plants and animals in the world. It gave me hope. Besides the journal, the rest of my time was spent helping Sanal and Callie get ready to move. We had a lot to buy from the nest, even more to sell, and we had a lot of preparation to do on the farm before it was ready for a buyer. Sanal had a cousin in Facian, about 10 miles southwest of the nest, who had a small house for sale that he'd been holding for our family. I could tell Sanal and Callie were eager to move, but they were being polite by hiding it as best they could, as they knew I was waiting for a messenger. They suggested I deliver a message to the palace with our new address, and the king's men would find me there when it was time for my training. I knew that was true, but honestly it was Lysander I was thinking about when I told them I wanted to wait a few more days. Even without me mentioning Lysander's name, they must have known. "She can find you at our new home in Facian," Callie told me with a sweet tone. I shook my head. Her father might not give her the new address. My father and sister shared a nervous glance I pretended not to see. I'd heard them speaking about me with low voices when they thought I wasn't close enough to hear. They didn't believe Lysander would be allowed to see me, and they worried I would never come to terms with it. While they didn't say this to me directly, I could see it in their sad eyes every time we talked. On the 3rd day, I got Sanal's permission to borrow his new horse for a ride to the palace in an attempt to see her. The guards stopped me at the gate, and I could see they recognized me. "Jack Traden?" one of them asked. "Yes, I would like to see Lysander Thackeray." They both shook their heads. "We have orders not to allow you in the palace yet. The king isn't ready." "Could you tell Lysander I'm outside?" They each pressed their lips into their teeth as they shared a glance. One of them took a slow breath and said, "Let me check with our superior." I made polite conversation with the other guard, though my mind couldn't stop picturing Lysander gracefully descending the stairs past the gate. I stared at the tall wooden doors in anticipation. 10 minutes it took before the doors opened again and the guard came through. Unfortunately, Micah Vale was with him instead of Lysander. He shook my hand, though his face was grim, ready to deliver news I didn't want to hear. "She's not here, Jack." "Where is she?" I readied myself to travel wherever I needed to go, but then I remembered I was supposed to be back before sunset. Sanal needed the horse tomorrow. "Please tell me it's not far," I added. Lysander went to the docks this morning with Jessend, who's sailing across the starving ocean to Cairo. Leaving? The docks were 150 miles from here. Terror seemed to take control of my body, turning my horse east and getting ready to kick before I even had a moment to consider what I was doing. Micah grabbed the reins. "Lysander's not leaving with Jessend. She just went to see her sister off. She'll be back sometime tomorrow." I remembered to breathe again. I'd misunderstood. But what's Jessend going to do in Cairo? Danville Thackeray needed someone to go who he could trust, and Jessend volunteered. It took hours of arguing before he finally decided to let her go. I was there throughout all of it. He sighed. "She's a stubborn one." There was a shadow of a smile along his mouth as he shook his head. It was as if he knew it should be comical, but it had happened too recently to be funny yet. "We haven't heard from the Thackeray's in Cairo in many years because it's a dangerous trip over the starving ocean. In addition to checking on them, it looks like we're going to need any men and women they can spare. Jessend will be our liaison. Her retinue and Thackeray name should protect her once she's there. It's the 5 days each way over water that makes us nervous." This was just creating more questions that didn't have to do with Lysander. I didn't know there were Thackeray's overseas, and I didn't care at that moment. "I wish her luck," I said politely. "I'll come back tomorrow when Lysander is here." Well, Micah Vale led my horse away from the guards who were listening. It would just be a waste of time. Olea says the antidote to the poison Lysander consumed might not completely clean it from her body, meaning her mind can still be affected long after. I don't understand. If she's healthy enough to go with Jessend to the docks... Sorry, let me explain better. When Lysander awoke, she was not herself. She was manic, crying and laughing, confused and incoherent. It was a painful sight to watch, taking half the day before we could even understand her. I felt claws digging into my stomach and twisting at the thought of her like that. But she's better now. Yes, she seems back to her old self. I took a breath of relief. Then why can't I see her? Micah rubbed his forehead as his eyes sank. You were the first subject she brought up that we could understand, Jack, and she wouldn't stop talking about you. I would have thought this was good news, but his face said otherwise. What did she say? I asked, my chest tightening with dread. Did she tell them I'd hurt her? Maybe that I'd seduced her? She was raving about how you were innocent and how she needed to see you, even claiming she loved you. She yelled it over and over again, like a madwoman. I was hit with too many emotions at once to comprehend what I was feeling. Tears started surfacing, but I kept myself from letting them out. My whole body was flushed with a burning feeling that clouded my thoughts. So she sounded insane, I answered for him. I was flattered she'd said these things about me, but they couldn't have come at a worse time. Yes, absolutely insane. Even though she's much better now, her father and sister believe the poison has produced false feelings for you because her mind was twisted when you saved her. Lysander's made it very clear she wants to see you, but her father is reluctant. He thinks the sight of you could trigger a relapse in insanity, which Olea says is possible. Her feelings toward me are sincere, I said as factually as I could, though I could feel anger ready to erupt if I was doubted. Micah tilted his head. A smile slowly grew along his mouth, starting from one side to the other. Bastille hell! You're telling the truth! He shook his head and laughed. One of these days you'll have to tell me everything that happened after you left the palace. It's unlike Lysander to fall for someone so soon after meeting them. She's not like Jessend. And you took her against her will, dragging her through the dirty southern streets. I can't imagine her being pleased with that. He laughed again. I felt my lips curl into a smile. I promise to tell you the whole story whenever you wish to hear it. Will you set up a meeting? I'll try to talk to the king, now that I know her feelings are genuine. There's no reason to come back here until you're summoned, though, whether it be to see Lysander or begin your training. Wait for someone to visit your farm. He lowered his head to encourage my confirmation. Knowing the only way I would see Lysander was within the palace, there was no reason to stay at the farm any longer. So I told Micah we were moving and gave him our new address. He wasn't surprised, knowing Sanal had wanted a new home. I'll await the summons there, I said. Any estimation of how long I must wait? The king and his staff should be ready to begin your training in a few days. I can't give you an answer about being able to see Lysander, though. I understand. I was reminded of another worry. Was Danville Thackeray upset with you when you told him about the dressing room? Micah's eyes went wide, as if reliving a painful experience. That. He ran his hand down the horse's mane. Yes, he was very upset, but he understood my reasoning. However, it will be the last time I do something like that. His voice was choppy, wavering with unusual inflection. I figured he was reciting exactly what the king had told him. We spent the rest of our time discussing the journal. He loved my idea about a plant or animal sucking up the SE, but he didn't know of one either. He told me he would have people look into it, and I thanked him 3 times before I felt my gratitude for everything he'd done was adequately expressed. My family began moving the next morning. By sunset we were in our new home, but I knew I wouldn't be there for long. The king's mage was to take residence within the palace, and I was to be the king's mage. I tried to tell myself I would see Lysander again, whether or not the king permitted it. If we were going to be in the same palace, it would happen. I really wanted to believe so. But another part of me knew the palace was big enough for 2 people to live there for years before serendipitously being in the same place at the same time. The biggest issue, though, was that I knew she would marry someone soon. The king had mentioned setting her up with the man previously intended for Jessend, but Lysander had described him as more evil than Exo. I couldn't let that happen. Some way or another I would stop it. It may cost me my new job, but that would be a small price to pay, even if I wasn't the one she ended up with instead. It wasn't that I didn't appreciate the king's gratitude or that I held a grudge. I was free, even offered a prestigious position among his staff. I'd always wanted to use my magic for good and spend my life learning from other mages. I just couldn't wrap my mind around the idea of Lysander being stuck with a man of pure evil. 3 days later, I was still trying to get used to thinking of Facian as home, but my body just didn't want to acclimate. I'd awoken the first 2 mornings expecting to find the farm out my window and the crowded streets of the nest on the third, always forgetting I was in neither of those places anymore. The houses in Facian were small. Cozy, I should say. Most people had a yard roughly the size of their house, and a few animals to go with it. A goat, a cow, some pigs, but chickens were the most popular. They always reminded me of Lysander leaning against my chest to move away from them after she woke in the caged wagon I'd stolen. In the afternoon there was a knock at the door, and a green-robed Sartious mage of the king greeted me with a scroll and a pen. Over her shoulder I could see all our new neighbours looking while pretending to be busy. Sanal and Callie took their place behind me, Sanal resting his hand on my shoulder. "It looks like it's time," he said. I opened the scroll and held it up so he and Callie could see. "I pledge my service to the King of Goldrum, Danville Thackeray, as the King's Mage. My tasks will require a mastery of magic that will range from training and instructing other mages to fighting in the name of Goldrum. I vow to follow any order from my superior and keep my own orders to my subordinates in the interests of the King. Signature." My subordinates? I asked the woman in front of me. I'd never imagined I would have subordinates. It didn't feel right. There was no doubt they would be older than me, and probably bitter to be commanded by me. "Don't worry, your training will cover that," she answered with a smile. "Please sign, and we can be on our way." "Are you absolutely sure I can't convince you not to do this?" Sanal shook my shoulder with a rough but affectionate massage. He and Callie both knew I wanted this and couldn't disagree I probably was the perfect person for the job, but they'd still tried to talk me out of it every day. It was the idea of fighting for Goldrum that worried them, especially with war coming. "I'm certain," I said, signing my name. I had my books and clothes ready to go. gave one last hug to my family, and told them I would visit often. They knew it was the truth. The carriage waiting for me was roofed. It was draped with a fine cloth showing the blue soaring wings of the Thackeray family. I laughed to myself. It was too much, and I preferred to be able to see out of the carriage during the trip. But I didn't complain. My heart stopped when it opened, and I saw who was inside. "Don't worry, Sanal and Callie. I'll make sure he's well taken care of." Lysander's low-voiced accent made everyone turn. Even our neighbours stopped pretending to be busy. A few came over and knelt before her. She smiled and curtsied back. She wore a black dress with red sleeves that flowed down to her knees. Her dark hair was different, now resting in playful curls on her shoulders, but her brown skin shone golden under the sun, just like usual. Callie yelped and ran out to squeeze her. Lysander giggled and returned to the embrace. A few people gasped at the strange interaction between a commoner and a Thackeray princess, but gasps turned to whispers, then to murmurs, then to excited chatter when Lysander kissed Callie's cheek. I noticed Sanal laughing behind me. "I suppose this will forever change how our neighbours think of us," he said. Callie turned to me with her hands on her hips. "What are you doing over there, stupid?" I couldn't move. My eyes were locked on the most beautiful sight I'd ever seen. Lysander lifted her shoulders as she swayed back and forth, showing me an embarrassed smile. I'd missed that look. Suddenly I was running, throwing my arms around her and lowering my lips to hers. When our kiss was done, she went to her toes and whispered into my ear, "I told you I wouldn't leave you until you were cured." My heart fell to my stomach with a crash as she went down to her heels. "Didn't you hear? There is no cure." She smiled and squeezed me tight, nestling her head under my chin. "Then I guess I can never leave your side." This has been The Sartious Mage, The Rhythm of Rivalry, Book 1.5, written by B.T. Narrow, narrated by Nigel Patterson. Copyright 2013 by B.T. Narrow. Production copyright 2014 by B.T. Narrow.